Chapter 121. Guan Yi finally drank the tea, because from Grandma Peach's introduction, she understood the difference between peaches and children. Peaches were those ordinary peaches hanging from trees. They were lifeless and couldn't sing or dance. Although they were on the cargo list, their category was labeled fruit. Children were the varieties Grandma Peach had carefully cultivated. Although their lifespan was short, they were indeed endowed with life. On the delivery list, their category was labeled passengers. It was like the setting in immortal cultivation novels. Those with intelligence and the ability to cultivate were demons, those without intelligence but capable of cultivation were demon beasts, and those without intelligence and unable to cultivate were ordinary beasts, naturally eaten by their fellow demons. Theoretically, my car can accommodate a maximum of 5 people, but I modified the passenger seat, so the actual number is 4. Guan Yi raised her question. She didn't want to overload the car, nor did she want a bunch of little peaches crammed into the back seat. Especially since these little peaches have the characteristic of explosion. She didn't want to be sent flying with her car just because of a bump. Don't worry, no one will check. The slit in the middle of Grandma Peach's face opened and closed, like a human's lips moving when speaking, the only difference being that one moves side to side, the other up and down. The peaches you're delivering to the service area are ordinary peaches, while the journey of these lovely children of mine ends in Xiqing. There aren't any official checkpoints there, only those Berkeley scumbags. Guan Yi suddenly realized that they were sending the little bombs to Xiqing. Apparently, Grandma Peach was fed up with the Berkeley family's constant troublemaking and wanted to put an end to the problem once and for all. But that still doesn't eliminate the risk of her being blown away. My children are very stable. Seemingly sensing Guan Yi's hesitation, Grandma Peach explained, they're also very disciplined and won't do anything to harm you on the road. If someone checks their car, they can easily disguise themselves as ordinary peaches and avoid causing any trouble. Guan Yi paused for a moment. Can I meet them first? Also, the newsletter doesn't mention the compensation, so I'm guessing it's not free, right? She was an outstanding job seeker with numerous badges, so she naturally needed a salary commensurate with her status. A free ride was fine, but this kind of free delivery was out of the question. You can take 1/5 of the purchase price as compensation, and if you like, you can also get something in Xiqing. Grandma Peach replied, acting like she didn't have any cash. Guan Yi, are all you locals so stingy? That old man at the Bluetooth plantation was the same last time. I had to advance the payment. So how much is the payment for these peaches? Guan Yi asked, determined that if they told her 1 highway coin per peach, she'd turn and leave. This is the last batch of peaches. The price is 100 highway coins each. I have 300 ordinary peaches I need you to transport. If you deliver them safely, I pay you 1/5 of the price, which is 6,000 highway coins. As for my children, they're on the way anyway, so the fare will be included in the payment. Is that okay? Guan Yi raised an eyebrow. The price wasn't bad. She had to go to the service area anyway, so taking on this order on the way would be quite profitable. Of course, that assumes it's delivered safely. Generally speaking, if you say that, the journey must have been anything but safe. This is normal, Guan Yi thought. Ever since entering this crappy game, it's been riddled with pitfalls, and there's never a moment of peace. Having problems along the way is normal. Not having any would be abnormal. Besides, her focus wasn't on this, but on something else Grandma Towsy had just said. Why the last batch? Guan Yi asked. Are you retiring, or are you no longer planning to cultivate regular peaches? You're quite perceptive, little girl. Grandma Peach grinned, her words filled with satisfaction for Guan Yi. No wonder you acquired so many badges and identities at such a young age. The young are truly formidable. Thank you for the compliment, but you haven't answered my question yet. Guan Yi didn't give her a chance to change the subject. I think this has a lot to do with whether I can reach the service area safely. Ah, that's what you're talking about. Grandma Peach scratched her cheek, staring down at the peach hairs on her fingers. She spoke softly. This place is turning into an ocean. I can't plant peach trees in the ocean. I have to take a break and wait until the next wetland period before continuing. Guan Yi shuddered, her hair standing on end. What do you mean this place is going to turn into the sea? What do you mean the next wetland period? What's going on here? Are things changing so quickly? When will it turn into the sea? Guan Yi tensed, staring intently at Grandma Towsy's rosy face, trying to discern her subtle expression through the fuzzy hairs. Well, Grandma Towsy picked up her teacup and mumbled, it happened recently. Sorry, I have to hurry. Guan Yi stood up and walked out. My car isn't amphibious. You should find someone else to transport the peaches. I'm panicking right now, and I might not stop for the next few days. After all, I don't know when the land will turn into sea. I just have to get to the service area as soon as possible. If she doesn't want to talk, then forget it, Guan Yi thought. She couldn't pinch Grandma Peach's neck and shake her to force her to speak. Since that was the case, escaping was the most important thing. The mission and all was fine. Grandma Towsy was a bit confused by Guan Yi's reaction. Young people these days, don't they even care about a business worth 6,000 road coins? Guan Yi didn't even turn around, quickening his pace towards Xuxia's location. I'm just young, not stupid. I know what's more important, money or life. This is just an insignificant delivery, not my lifelong dream. It's not worth risking my life for. Seeing Guan Yi's pace increase, Grandma Towsy finally panicked. She stretched out her arms, wrapped them around a peach tree in front of Guan Yi, and then, with a whoosh, shortened them and stretched herself in front of Guan Yi. You're quite impatient, young girl. You're slow to speak. Can't you be understanding? That said, Grandma Towsy stopped pretending to be confused. Guan Yi's decisiveness in getting up and leaving had frightened her. With the tide about to rise, waiting for a new driver was simply unrealistic. The tide will rise tomorrow, the land will shrink the day after tomorrow, and by the day after tomorrow, the wetlands will have transformed into a vast ocean, which will last for a long time. Hearing this, Guan Yi's restless mood inexplicably calmed down. She looked at Grandma Towsy in front of her and said calmly, "Are you on my passenger list?" "TSK, I was just talking about you, and now it's you." After her monkey-like leap, Grandma Peach couldn't put on a kindly face anymore. "Don't worry, I'm not leaving. I have my own destination." Guan Yi raised an eyebrow. "With those fishmen? Or with the people in the camp? In addition to the road coins, I also give you a book about the wetlands. You can find the answers yourself." Grandma Peach didn't want to tell a story, so she quickly changed the subject. "My peaches must be delivered to their destination. You must leave." "Okay, bring the book, and load it immediately." Guan Yi agreed. She had already gotten the information she wanted, so there was no need to stay and continue to play around with Grandma Peach. So Grandma Peach gave Guan Yi a storybook. "Good night, wetlands." Guan Yi then loaded 30 incubators into the car. Each box contained 10 ordinary peaches with a shelf life of 7 days, for a total of exactly 300 peaches. 10 more peaches, each the size of a human face, emerged hand in hand from the depths of the peach orchard. They had large eyes, duck-like yellow webbed feet, and transparent bodies, their bodies whirring with gears instead of hearts. They looked adorable, Guan Yi thought, but in this situation, the cuter, the more dangerous. These giant peaches chirped and murmured goodbyes around Grandma Peach. It was clear from their words that they were fully aware of their mission and eagerly awaited the inevitable sacrifice. The creatures in this map are all lunatics. Guan Yi muttered silently to himself. Whether they were human, animal, plant, fish, or fruit, they were all lunatics. I'm too normal, so I don't fit in with this world, Guan Yi thought. Even if the people of her hometown were mentally relaxed and had seen everything since childhood, they were now a little overwhelmed. Soon, the farewell ceremony ended, and Guan Yi pulled a pile of peaches out of the lush peach orchard. The large peaches clung to the back seats, their heads huddled together, looking out at the orchard left behind by the vehicle. The green peach lights gradually dimmed, and the peach trees began to grow wildly, completely obscuring the orchard with their branches and leaves. The peaches that remained on the trees expanded rapidly like balloons, as if they would burst at the slightest touch, spraying anyone with peach juice in their face. Or something even more terrifying. Grandma Peach had disappeared. It was unknown whether she was sleeping deep in the orchard, or had found some other way to avoid the incoming sea. In any case, she had vanished, with no intention of coming out to see them off. "Have a seat, everyone." Guan Yi looked at the giant peaches in the rearview mirror, feeling a sense of unease. Sending soldiers, who truly knew what they were doing to the battlefield, and sending these expendable men, who had been brainwashed since childhood, were two completely different experiences. "Thank you for letting us ride. The seats here are so soft. This is a car. It's my first time riding in one. When can we get to Xiqing? I can't wait." Yes, me too." The giant peaches' voices were soft, and everything they saw exuded curiosity. They had been ensconced in the lush peach orchard since their creation, never setting foot outside. So even the pristine wetland scene was new to them. Guan Yi felt even more uncomfortable. "Why are you so anxious to go to Xiqing?" Guan Yi's tone was soft. "Once you get there, you won't exist anymore, right? But we only have 3 months to live. Our mission is to take down those Berkeley bastards." "Shoo, you can't say that word, it's a dirty word. Everyone has their responsibilities, and peaches have theirs. You can't shirk your responsibilities." What are my responsibilities? Faced with the curious questions from the older Peaches, Guan Yi remained silent for a moment, unable to help but recall the day Grandpa left, the longing and reluctance in his eyes, and the words he spoke with all his might. Live, Guan Yi said softly. Living well is my responsibility. Chapter 122. Guan Yi continued driving along the highway, stopping only as night was about to fall. She glanced at the map and saw she had already covered about 3/5 of the distance. Barely missing anything, she would reach Xiqing the morning after tomorrow. That was day 6, Guan Yi thought. If she sped up tomorrow, she could still reach Xiqing by nightfall. But Xiqing was so dangerous, she felt it would be a problem to spend the night there. During the night's rest, the Peaches naturally stayed in the car. Given their large number, Guan Yi couldn't take them to the viewing balcony, nor could she abandon them, so she had to eat dinner from the driver's seat. The Peaches had brought their own nutritional supplements, which they slurped with great enthusiasm, drawing Guan Yi's gaze several times. She had a feeling they must taste good. Where are you going to land in Xiqing? Guan Yi asked as she broke off a steamed bun and dipped it into the hot sauce she'd bought on a trading platform. Someone online had apparently earned the title of Master Chef, able to transform nearly rotten fruits and vegetables into sauce. After the sauce is made, its expiration date is reset, giving them a few days buffer. So, the Master Chef has been making quite a bit of money lately, and Guan Yi feels it's his due. After all, the hot sauce he makes is truly delicious, and you can choose between mild, medium, and hot. When the Peaches heard Guan Yi's question, they all put down their eagerly slurping nutritional supplements and began to chatter. Grandma said anywhere is fine, as long as it's Xiqing. We find the Berkeley family's base ourselves. Don't worry, sister. We can find it. Grandma taught us how. It would be best if we could get closer to the hinterland. I like to sit in this soft chair a little longer. No, the driver should stay away. If we get too close, we be implicated. We're too powerful. Yes, we're too powerful. Sister, you need to stay away. Guan Yi thanked the Peaches for their concern, but I don't understand. Since this place will soon become the sea, why attack the Berkeley family? Wouldn't it be better to just wait a few days and let them drown? People can't survive alone in the ocean anyway. The Berkeley family has a boat. Grandma said they have a boat, live on it, and would attack Grandma while she's hiding. They're bad guys. They always bully us brothers and sisters, and always come to steal our peaches. They're so mean. We need to destroy their boat. We can't put Grandma in danger. From the Peaches' explanations, Guan Yi finally pieced together the feud between Maoshang Taoyuan and the Berkeley family. Granny Peach was originally an ordinary person, cultivating and researching peaches elsewhere, while also conducting some illegal, presumably, peach-related experiments. Then, she mutated. Afterward, she was expelled, and so she established a flourishing peach orchard in the wetlands, continuing her illegal, presumably, peach cultivation. Initially, she had a good relationship with a leader of the Berkeley family, who was intrigued by her experimental results. Granny Peach established herself in the wetlands, delivering some of her products to the service area and some to the Berkeley family. Later, during a high tide, the Berkeley family encountered difficulties while living on their boat. The leader, who had a close relationship with Granny Peach, died, and the new ruler sought to control her rather than engage in fair trade. Fortunately, by this time, Grandma Peach had regained her ability to defend herself and was able to confront the Berkeley family. The stalemate lasted 3 cycles of high and low tide, with neither side able to defeat the other. Until now, both sides had their ultimate moves, ready to completely eliminate their opponents. Grandma Peach's ultimate move would come before the tide, sending the large peaches to Xiqing. The Berkeley family's ultimate move would come after the tide. They were confident they could find Grandma Peach, who had transformed into a peach and drifted with the tide, break through her defenses, and completely control her. Guan Yi, while eating and munching on melon, found this side quest incredibly exciting. It also answered some of her questions, such as why Grandma Peach was portrayed that way. This wasn't a fantasy show with a tree elf or a peach elf. If it were an illegal experiment, the logic would make sense. However, this side quest didn't involve the mermaids or the people in the camp, and the large peaches were unaware of it. Guan Yi hoped the book Grandma Peach had given her would hold the answers. After dinner, Guan Yi put up the parking sign as usual and hung the eternal lantern on the rearview mirror. She had a feeling today might be special. Since the eternal lantern's effect was to dispel evil, she decided to hang it up, at least to provide some peace of mind. It soon reached 10 p.m., and just as Guan Yi had predicted, no special guests appeared tonight. Instead, a group of faint figures appeared, moving in an orderly fashion around the car, gradually forming a circle. The rain sifted through the shadows, creating tiny wisps of mist that made them appear even more unpredictable, emanating a sense of fear born of the unknown. Gray shadows circled the car, occasionally raising their hands and bending their waists in unison, as if performing some strange ritual. Guan Yi suspected they were chanting some kind of prayer, but the sound of the rain drowned it out, and she couldn't hear a thing. She was watching the shadows, and the big peaches were watching too. They huddled together near the car window, whispering and pointing at the shadows. "They're the spirits of the wetland," Grandma said. "They come out to notify everyone when the tide's about to rise." I thought it was a story, but it turns out it's true. They're scary. They get into people's heads and hurt them. "Sister, hide quickly." Guan Yi gently patted the big peach. "It's okay, they can't get through. The eternal lantern must have worked, or else they would have," as the big peaches said, rushed directly into her head, notifying her of the rising tide in some unpleasant way. But now, they could only circle outside the car. Guan Yi couldn't hear what they were saying, and naturally, she couldn't get any information. Should I take down the eternal lantern and listen to what they were saying? Although I knew the tide was coming in, what if there was more news? This thought suddenly popped into Guan Yi's mind, and she found her heart suddenly beating rapidly, eager to try. Her senses told her, "Go ahead, don't hesitate, this is a good opportunity." Her intuition told her, be careful, this is both an opportunity and a danger." And her mind said, "Don't make a fuss, check the chat channel first. Anyway, the danger will last for 2 hours at night, so calm down and don't rush into anything impulsively." Guan Yi took a deep breath and decided to listen to reason. She turned on the car's large screen and looked at the chat channel. Aside from the first day of danger, when everyone was preoccupied with their own concerns and little conversation ensued, the following days were quite lively, with people constantly sharing stories of dangers they encountered and quickly receiving help from others. While there was competition among players to advance to higher-tier servers, it was ultimately not overt, and many believed that as long as they risked their lives, skipped rest stops, and secured a good spot in line, they would surely advance. But facing monsters and dangers was different. There were always people willing to share their experiences, hoping to help their compatriots survive the night and continue their journey during the day. Of course, as the saying goes, there's always troublemaker in this world. So, one must carefully discern the information in the chat channel. Don't disbelieve it, but don't trust it completely. Even if an account has always been doing good things, they might suddenly harm others. It's possible that this account was planning a major scam. Or, it's possible that someone with the same name is exploiting this loophole to harm others. Although new features were added to the chat channel with each server upgrade, this remained largely unchanged. The most noticeable change was that when you clicked on a stranger's profile picture, you see an ID number underneath it. Guan Yi's assessment of this wasn't very helpful. How many people, when chatting with Penguin or Green Bubble, remember the string of numbers and letters instead of their nickname? Of course, she took photos of those worth noting with her phone, so that if she ran into them again, she could verify the ID number. As for herself, Guan Yi felt okay. She already used the avatar stickers she gotten, and she hadn't seen any similar ones so far, so it was a better-than-no anti-counterfeiting mark. Recovering her wandering thoughts, Guan Yi shifted her focus from the gray shadows to the chat channel, noticing that gray shadows had become the hottest topic. What are those gray dots? Ever since I saw them, my head has been buzzing, as if someone's talking. I feel like vomiting and dizzy whenever I move. It's so uncomfortable, so uncomfortable. Water, high tide, those two words are all I could hear. How do I fight this monster? I tried using an axe, but it didn't work. No, I'm so dizzy. I never felt this dizzy even when I was dizzy in 3D. I'm already lying down. Whatever happens, I can't sit still. The tide is rising in the wetlands. Starting tomorrow, I have to drive to higher ground, otherwise the car will get stuck in the water. Shit! I can't survive. My car isn't amphibious. If the water's really deep, how can I drive it? I'd be constantly on edge. I'm glad you're still talking. I just want to find a place to puke. They were clearly gray shadows, but they said they saw gray dots. Guan Yi pondered for a moment, thinking it might have something to do with whether or not she had activated her perception. The person who mentioned high tide and driving higher must have activated their perception like she did, otherwise they wouldn't have gotten such a clear answer. Since someone's tried it, it's okay for me to go over there, right? Guan Yi looked at the gray shadows, her eagerness quickly taking over. For some reason, those strange creatures held a strong fascination for her. They looked strange, but in her eyes, they were as harmless as fur. This is my perception, Guan Yi thought calmly. With a perception score of 7, It's not surprising she's drawn to something like this. I still have 2 attribute points, one I earned at the hotel gym, and one from the traveling merchant title. If I encounter danger, I just add them to the corresponding attribute. I should be able to handle just a few gray shadows. Guan Yi used her rational mind to consider her irrational actions. She felt she had thought everything through, even planning a retreat. How could she be irrational? However, she seemed to have forgotten that true rationality would be to leave the eternal lantern hanging in the car, and wait for the gray shadows to leave, rather than rushing in now. Guan Yi, I'm clear-headed. The plan is perfect, no problem. Reason, shut up. And so, under the curious gazes of the big peaches, Guan Yi rolled down the car window and reached out to pluck the eternal lantern hanging from the rearview mirror. The night suddenly grew darker. The gray shadows that had been circling the vehicle suddenly stopped, flashed to Juxia's side, and stared at Guan Yi through the still open window. Then, they opened their mouths. Guan Yi felt a sudden buzzing in her head, and the gray shadows outside the window disappeared. She finally experienced the feelings of the players in the chat channel. It was like the feeling of 3D sickness while playing Human, a Lost World. It was like having motion sickness while being forced to play a pendulum. It was more like the feeling of standing up from a long period of hypoglycemia, suddenly seeing black and feeling dizzy. The dizziness brought Guan Yi back to her senses. Putting aside the mumbling voices, she now had only one thought in her mind. Oh, it seems this is going too far. Chapter 123. Guan Yi seemed to be trapped in a barrier. Besides herself, this barrier was filled with strange creatures that existed only in fantasy, like the fishman she had met earlier, a giant-nosed creature that walked on its nose hairs, and some stick figure-like creatures, holding hands and circling around her. I feel like I'm in Abu's mouth. Guan Yi grumbled calmly, if only that were the case. As long as I cling to the god of Bu's thighs, I wouldn't have to be afraid of anything. The Abu Guan Yi was referring to was one of the protagonists in the hilarious life of the rainforest. He possessed mysterious and powerful powers, his most iconic ability being to devour living creatures and keep them in his stomach. I'm sure I'm not crazy, and I haven't eaten mushrooms, so shouldn't I be dizzy and mumbling after being attacked by gray shadows? Why haven't they come yet, and instead show me something like this? In this empty space, Guan Yi didn't even bother standing and simply sat down cross-legged. Her current mental state resembled mad lucidity. Not only did she begin to complain about the irrational creature she saw, she also began to criticize the gray shadow's fighting ability. If I were in my own consciousness, then all this would come from things I've seen before, or from my imagination. But why would they pull me into their consciousness? What exactly are those gray shadows trying to convey? Guan Yi pondered as she stood up and carefully observed this strange place. The overall color was white. There was no east, west, north, south, up, down, left, or right. All living things, including herself, could go anywhere they pleased. Dodging a long-sawed cat running toward her, Guan Yi passed a large mushroom and couldn't help but pat its cap. Then, a mouth and eyes appeared on the mushroom, which then spouted a long string of rhymes in its native dialect at her. Guan Yi, so familiar, like the mushroom that appeared in a video posted by a fellow streamer from Zimu Station. Ouch. Guan Yi shook her head, then, as if sensing something, quickly turned to the left and saw a gray object the size of a fingernail drifting quietly by. Guan Yi quickly grabbed the gray object, but before she could take a closer look, she felt a sudden shift, and the scenery before her changed completely. It was a vast ocean beneath a clear sky. The deep blue water stretched endlessly, and from one end to the other, it seemed as if there were no other living creatures besides the fish beneath the surface. Guan Yi seemed to be possessed by some kind of bird, soaring across the ocean. After an indeterminate amount of time, she finally saw something other than fish. A large wooden sailboat, reminiscent of something from Pirates of the Caribbean, was sailing on the sea. Furthermore, 5 other ships, identical in appearance but 2 sizes smaller, circled the large ship in a protective formation. A flag with a complex design hung on the ship. Guan Yi thought the heraldic design looked familiar, and upon closer inspection, it seemed to be the Berkeley family crest. So it's them. Guan Yi suddenly realized that the big peaches had mentioned that the Berkeley family had a ship. After all, to achieve such a dominant position in the wetlands with the power of a family, it couldn't be achieved by a single generation, it required the accumulation of resources. If the wetlands periodically switch between land and sea, then it's not surprising that the Berkeley family has a fleet. They couldn't be unprepared for such regular changes. The Berkeley family's large ship is hidden in Xiqing. This is why Grandma Peach sent the large peaches there. Guan Yi pondered as he continued to soar involuntarily through the air. Time in this special dimension is chaotic and blurry. Guan Yi couldn't tell if it had been days or seconds. In short, the large ship disappeared, and a Peach appeared on the sea surface. Grandma Peach? Guan Yi couldn't help but grumble. If this were in the neighboring country, wouldn't it be possible to slice it open and a child would pop out? No wonder Grandma Peach didn't follow her. It turns out she's a ship herself. Also, Grandma Peach's avatar is incredibly small, about the size of a normal peach. Given its size, it's no wonder the Berkeley family couldn't locate her. The peach rose and fell with the waves, sometimes surfacing, sometimes sinking to the bottom, nimbly dodging any fish or birds that might attempt to take a bite. Then, the scene changed again. This time Guan Yi saw a scene from a relatively early time. Bald heads, large and small, emerged from different camps. They stood in a circle, chanting ancient prayers. Then, one by one, murlocs emerged from the seabed. The bald heads greeted the murlocs, who in turn began bending their mouths, bringing them into intimate contact with the bald heads of the other murlocs. Maintaining this posture, the bald heads and the murlocs began to form hand seals simultaneously, performing series of mysterious and bizarre hand gestures, like copies. This strange behavior continued until the merfolk began to tremble slightly. Then, the merfolk began to spit bubbles. Not the tiny, dense bubbles Guan Yi had seen before, but larger ones, large enough to engulf the bald heads. When the last bald head was engulfed in bubbles, everyone formed a line, with the merfolk leading the way, followed by the bald heads. The waves continuously pounded the land where they had been standing. When a merfolk or bald head entered the sea, the waves quickly devoured the spot they had been standing on. And when all the merfolk and bald heads had entered the sea, the land was naturally devoured by the sea. Guan Yi, it's merfolk, not fish ghosts. Great! But I never expected the truth behind this side quest to be this deep. I have a feeling we uncover something deeper later. Guan Yi muttered, but when she realized that entering the seabed would require her head to be smeared with merfolk saliva, she immediately gave up on exploring this side quest. She had deep diving equipment that allowed her to stay underwater for 2 hours. If she really wanted to pursue this questline, she could go down to the sea and see for herself, without having to bother with the murloc spitting at her. Guan Yi had thought her consciousness would return after seeing the murloc, but she was still flying over the sea, unsure where the gray shadow, or whatever it was taking her. They won't fly here forever, will they? Logically, that shouldn't be the case. These are the only side quests I encountered. Oh, and there's the Animal Man, but shouldn't the Animal Man be connected to the Berkeley family? Once the big peaches take down those scum, the human experiments will naturally cease. Guan Yi suddenly thought of a question. If the Berkeley family was truly destroyed, would the wetland server be completely shut down? Or would it be reset? Or would a new family take their place and reign supreme? To be honest, Guan Yi still hadn't quite grasped the operating mechanics of this server. Without cross-server chat, the information she had gathered was very limited. According to what was mentioned in the chat channel, everyone had different server experiences before entering this server. In other words, if the same 1 million people were dropped in, there wouldn't be 100 high-temperature servers, but rather 10 high-temperature, 10 extremely cold, and 10 stormy servers. Guan Yi stared at the sea, her thoughts wandering. After all, there was nothing above sea level. She couldn't see the fish below, and the few birds she had seen in the sky had disappeared. She could only think of something to pass the time in this empty and boring state. They flew like this for a few more minutes. Or maybe seconds. Guan Yi keenly sensed something was wrong. Her speed seemed to be slowing down. Before she could process what was happening, she felt her consciousness suddenly rise, the sea level below her rapidly shrinking, and then a different scene appeared, one that didn't belong in the wetlands. At the edge of the lava field was an iceberg region. At the end of the primeval forest was a bustling metropolis. At the edge of the endless desert lay a village with curls of smoke rising from chimneys. And next to the wetland area she had just passed was a scorching zone where the earth was nearly cracked by the scorching sun. As if an invisible hand were shrinking the original wetland map, it finally revealed the original world map. Each area has a single or multiple roads, winding their way through the entire region, starting at one service area and ending at another. If areas are puzzle pieces, then service areas are the nodes that connect different pieces. And these nodes often connect 2 or more areas. Guan Yi even saw a service area that connected 6 different areas. This was strange, Guan Yi wondered. Why had she never seen anyone from other areas? Is it because the chat channels are on separate servers, so no one noticed? After all, you can't just ask someone on the street which server they're from? Or is it that the system uses a mirroring method, creating multiple copies of the same service area and distributing them to players from different areas? It couldn't be that she was just unlucky, never encountering a service area that connected multiple map pieces. While pondering, Guan Yi realized her perspective had shifted again. Like some drone taking aerial photos, she first swooped down, then continued forward along a road, crossing several different areas along the way, and finally stopping in front of a massive city. No one told her where she was, but 3 words automatically popped up in Guan Yi's mind. Golden City. The altitude rose again, and Guan Yi returned to the bird's-eye view she had used when observing the ocean. She saw the Golden City in the very center of the map, and a constant stream of vehicles were rushing towards it from various areas. Do you want to go to the Golden City? A voice suddenly echoed in Guan Yi's mind. If returning home requires reaching the Golden City, then my answer is yes. Guan Yi answered cautiously but firmly. Do you want to go to Golden City right now? Guan Yi countered, what's the price? There's no such thing as a free lunch. If it did, it would probably be a heavy iron pie, the kind that would kill you. There's no price, you just need to accept the benefits. Guan Yi didn't believe it. Become a resident of Golden City, get a Golden City hukou, find a stable job, and never have to travel again. Sorry, I refuse. I just love traveling. Guan Yi coldly rejected the other party. My purpose in going to Golden City is to go home. Once I have Golden City hukou, I won't be able to go back, right? If you want to go home, you can apply for immigration once the passage opens. You can take all your possessions, and you don't have to lead the charge. Just follow the path blazed by our ancestors and follow the others. Aren't you already used to this? How easy it is, why refuse? Guan Yi sighed. Although I'm an intuitive type, I never felt that fate favors me. Everything I achieved so far has been earned through my own hard work and struggle. In other words, the pie you painted is too big for me to swallow, and I don't even have the interest to take a bite. After saying this, Guan Yi ignored the chattering voice in her head. She closed her eyes, trying to clear her mind, and repeatedly called up her personal dashboard amidst her mumbling. As she called, the world continued to move. In the cycle of sunrise and sunset, vehicles on the winding road entered and exited service areas in an orderly manner, continuing their journey to other areas. When the sun rises, the sky becomes bright. When the sun sets, the sky becomes dark. Guan Yi stood above the map with her eyes closed, letting the light and darkness rotate around her, remaining unmoved. Gradually, silver threads appeared in Guan Yi's black hair, wrinkles crept onto her face, and her youthful vitality slipped away quietly in the changing light and darkness, and her skin color gradually darkened. Youth, middle age, old age. Guan Yi's breathing became heavier, as if she had reached the end of her life, but she still did not give in and continued to call the personal panel. Then, when her breathing became increasingly difficult, and she was almost about to die, the personal panel finally appeared. Personal panel, name, Guan Yi, 26, license plate number, GL0305GY7517, HP, 100/100, fatigue, 7/10, strength, 6, agility, 5, perception, 7, unallocated attribute points, 2. Guan Yi added all 2 attribute points to perception. In an instant, her perception reached 9 points, just a fraction away from the maximum level of 10 points. The next instant, Guan Yi opened her eyes. The evil spirits retreated. All illusions disappeared. Guan Yi sat in the car and never left. Chapter 124. The big peaches looked at Guan Yi curiously, but Guan Yi had no time to look at them. She was immersed in a strange and terrifying feeling, struggling to adapt to a new state. The maximum value of all attributes in the game was 10, and everyone started with 5. Guan Yi's 9 perception points put her just one step away from the upper limit. At 6 perception points, she could vaguely sense dangerous areas. At 7 perception points, she had already crossed the line, seeing things that others could not see. But at the same time, she was more easily swayed by those things, making decisions that she thought were rational and carefully considered. It was like a first grader deciding to lie, believing their lie to be flawless, but unaware that what adults considered a perfect reason was actually full of holes. Now awake, Guan Yi recalled the preparations she had made after deciding to contact Grey Shadow, and her toes were urging her toes to dig the wetland into the sea. But it doesn't matter, Guan Yi thought. I now have 9 points of perception. She skipped the line and walked far inside. Nothing could tempt her anymore. Now was her time to tempt others. Of course, this could also be a new, foolish way of thinking, Guan Yi thought, from a different perspective, but she didn't care. She had no way out. It's a suffocating world, but it doesn't matter. I'm strong. It's just a few more friends to chat with. It doesn't matter. Driving alone is pretty lonely anyway. Guan Yi waved her hand, as if to wipe away the gray mist in front of her eyes. She had made quite a fuss. She had seen something extraordinary, experienced a life-threatening crisis, and finally been forced to lose all her unused attribute points. But it wasn't entirely without benefits. The saying those who survive a great disaster will surely find good fortune in the future still holds true. Guan Yi used her tenacious willpower to save herself, which resulted in her mental realm expanding. She could return to the large map at any time, surveying the entire map and determining the distance between herself and the Golden City. Of course, there were also routes. No more having to look at posters at the cinema entrance. Guan Yi clenched her fists. She could see the next area she was heading to, with more accurate and intuitive information, eliminating vague guesswork. In addition, Guan Yi could search for the person she was looking for on the large map. This required first sensing, then entering the map, and then carefully searching. It was difficult and exhausting, requiring a long rest after each use. Guan Yi decided to try it another day, but not now. Also, mental interference like gray shadows was no longer effective against Guan Yi. The huge crisis she had just encountered was purely due to the combined effects of her high perception and gray shadow. The unusual fluctuations attracted the attention of the mysterious creature, leading to a near-life-or-death ordeal. Guan Yi successfully broke through the final barrier. Although he failed to inflict significant damage, he did strengthen his mental barriers. Next time he encounters something like the gray shadow, Guan Yi will be able to calmly extract all the information from it without losing a single hair. It's like I ensured my mental well-being, layer upon layer. Guan Yi nodded, concluding under the curious gazes of the peaches, it's quite good. The risk and reward are proportional. It's worth it. The peaches blinked and looked at each other, not quite understanding what their human sister was doing. From their perspective, the sister initially opened the window, took down the lantern, and put it back in the car. After remaining in that position for a few seconds, she began muttering to herself, a bunch of things they couldn't understand. The large peaches huddled together, whispering, and then grew sleepy. When Guan Yi gathered his thoughts and feelings and refocused his attention on them, he realized that these adorable peaches had, without knowing it, huddled together, dozed off on the back seats and floor mats. Come with me to the trunk. Guan Yi sighed, and softly called them all out. I have a big sofa over there, you can sleep there. It wasn't that Guan Yi was suddenly kind-hearted, but rather that leaving the peaches in the trunk would be less dangerous than leaving them in the driver's seat. Guan Yi didn't want to wake up tomorrow morning and be paranoid about whether they installed any small parts in the car. She could check later, but she didn't want to do it tomorrow. The trunk was fine. Each furniture compartment only held one piece of furniture, not including what Guan Yi brought in herself. So even if the big peaches wanted to tamper with anything, they wouldn't have any room to do anything. This would make it easier to monitor, Guan Yi thought, patiently and gently patting the peaches, fearing she startled them and cause an immediate explosion. She only strengthened her mental defenses, not her physical ones. If they came, they'd be finished. Thankfully, the big peaches had good sleep habits, and weren't grumpy when they woke up. After being woken by Guan Yi, they drowsily took their companion's hands, and followed her instructions to the sofa compartment. Guan Yi had a very soft, long sofa with a chaise longue, which she had recently acquired from a player, replacing her previous, less comfortable one. The peaches clambered onto the sofa, their heads touching, feet touching, and fell asleep again. Guan Yi felt soft, but thinking of their inevitable fate, her mood instantly darkened. Forget it, Guan Yi thought. Everyone has their own destiny. Since the rule of the wetlands is everyone has their own responsibilities, she couldn't arbitrarily alter the fate of the big peaches. Doing so would dramatically increase the difficulty of the side quests, which wouldn't necessarily be a good thing for her or the big peaches. Anyway, they only have 3 months to live, Guan Yi consoled herself, lying in bed. Grandma Peach still has to train them and raise them. It's been a while, and even without the Berkeley family, they wouldn't have many more days left. She rolled over, closed her eyes, and tried to fall asleep quickly. She had to drive again tomorrow. But perhaps due to her heightened mental state, Guan Yi's cerebral cortex was overstimulated, causing her brain cells to remain active, preventing her from falling asleep. With no other options, Guan Yi pulled out her long-lost frog choir music box, hoping to force herself to sleep. Then, at 3 in the morning, Guan Yi suddenly sat up. Because her mental barriers had been strengthened, the effectiveness of her mental tools had diminished. She no longer had the effect of sleeping through the night, and Guan Yi had to find her own way to cope with the after-effects of overstimulating her cerebral cortex. Bah! Damn it! Guan Yi cursed, slamming backward onto the bed. Her body bounced against the mattress, and she grabbed the edge of the quilt and swished it over her head. A few seconds later, struggling to breathe, she pushed under the quilt with her foot and pulled herself down. Hate it, insomnia is so annoying. Can't it always be like this? Guan Yi stared at the ceiling of the storage compartment. She couldn't remember what she just dreamed, only vaguely remembering it as bizarre and exhausting. But this had happened before. If she'd done something intense before bed, she'd keep dreaming about it. She'd be very aware of the dream, and no matter how hard she tried to quit, it was useless. Guan Yi sighed. She checked her fatigue level on her dashboard. It had dropped to 1. As long as she didn't drive, regardless of whether she slept or not, it would be down to 0 by 7 o'clock. I can't sleep at all, Guan Yi muttered, climbing out of bed. She first went to the sofa to look at the big peaches and envied their sleep quality. Then she simply ground herself a cup of coffee and went up to the balcony. Speaking of which, food decayed quickly in this wetland, but drinks weren't affected much. Whether it was bitter almond coffee or regular drinking water, there was no change. The same goes for coffee beans. Their original shelf life was 1 year, and it still is, but with the passage of time, they've been labeled deteriorating in taste. Guan Yi had previously sold a lot of coffee beans at camp, and during nighttime trading sessions, and players were buying them in the trading channel, so she sold another batch. So, as of now, Guan Yi only has less than half a pound of coffee beans left. She doesn't plan to sell them anymore, preferring to keep them for herself. After all, customers are picky about the quality of their coffee beans, but Guan Yi isn't. The same as instant coffee label on her coffee beans is just right for her. Instant coffee is good, but a 3-in-1 would be even better. Guan Yi sighed. She had no milk or coffee creamer, so she had to use sugar. I miss my favorite cappuccino and mocha so much. Coffee without milk is so tasteless. Guan Yi stood on the balcony, cup in hand, the coffee steaming as the downpour outside shone with a fine mist of water. Watching, Guan Yi gradually relaxed. Even though the scene before her wasn't optimistic, she felt a sense of relief, a sense of relief, a sense of finally, it's here. Sure enough, it's starting to accumulate. Guan Yi took a sip of coffee, the warmth flowing down her esophagus into her stomach. She sighed, pulled out her phone, entered the chat channel, and shared her observations. Guan Yi, the wetlands are starting to accumulate water, and it's going to get deeper. Those who can leave early should do so. By the end of the 7th day, this place will become a sea. Once the server shuts down, those who fail to reach the service area won't even have a chance to play in the resurrection match. She remembered that after the novice server shut down, the system announced that remaining players could compete for 100 spots to leave, a brutal resurrection match for those eliminated. But if the wetlands turned into the sea, there would be no way to survive unless you drove your car onto a boat. Even if there were more resurrection spots, you still had to be alive to claim them. Thinking of this, Guan Yi had an idea. Taking advantage of the middle of the night, when everyone was asleep and no one was refreshing their screens, she sent out another message. Guan Yi, the Berkeley family has a boat in Xiqing. I don't know its exact location, but anyone who needs it can go look for it. She had said everything she needed to say and reminded everyone she needed to. Guan Yi didn't pay attention to the follow-up. Just as she was about to put her phone down, she saw the screen flash and someone sent a private message. Huh? There's actually someone else who hasn't slept like her? In the real world, this would be perfectly normal. There are plenty of night owls, and you could find someone awake to chat at any hour. But this is a game world. Driving during the day increases your fatigue level, and sleeping at night replenishes it. After all, when it reaches 10, you'd be forced to faint. The system doesn't care whether you're in danger, or whether you never wake up again. So, even those who love staying up late won't stay up very late. They all fall asleep around 1 a.m., and never stay up past that time. So, was he suddenly awakened in the middle of the night like me? Guan Yi didn't think it was a big deal. With over 200,000 people, a few people suddenly having trouble sleeping is pretty normal, and not surprising, given the number of people there. However, after reading the private message, Guan Yi was impressed. The other person wasn't awake and chatting because they couldn't sleep, but because they were driving all night. In the private message, the other person said they only vaguely heard something from the gray shadow, something about the sea, but didn't know anything more. That's why he'd taken such notice after Guan Yi shared that news. After a few polite inquiries, he reciprocated by sharing some of Guan Yi's tips and experiences on driving late at night. Guan Yi suspected he might have earned a title like night shift driver, otherwise he wouldn't have so many insights. I can't sleep anyway, why not give it a try? The more Guan Yi thought about it, the more it seemed feasible. She was feeling quite alert, and her fatigue level was only at 1, negligible. Instead of tossing and turning in bed, she might as well hurry and catch up. So, Guan Yi returned to the driver's seat, coffee cup in hand, started the shusha, and embarked on her first late-night journey. Chapter 125. Guan Yi had driven at night many times during her travels, but this was her first time in a game world. For the first half hour, Guan Yi gripped the steering wheel, as if it were her first time on the road alone. Her body tensed, her eyes fixed on the road ahead, alert for any potential danger. In the end, nothing happened. Besides the poor visibility at night. Well, in this godforsaken place, it wasn't much better during the day. Practically indistinguishable from the daytime. Oh, not counting the occasional fluttering shadows. Guan Yi couldn't even make out what they were. They vanished in a flash. She couldn't tell if it was a product of the night or a side effect of her perception 9. Just think of it as a phosphorescent fire that's unafraid of the rain. Guan Yi comforted herself. If they don't attack me, we be fine. If they do, I can only try to fire a cold cannonball. According to the night driver, driving at night isn't dangerous, aside from the increased fatigue. Just ignore the spawning monsters and drive through them with all your might, and you be gone before they react. Sometimes, special side quests might appear at night. Do them if you can, run if you can't. Safety always comes first. Completing a special side quest offers a substantial reward, but the night driver, perhaps wary of Guan Yi taking risks, offered some advice, explaining that he was able to drive at night for special circumstances and didn't encourage everyone to do so. After all, the danger was real. This further convinced Guan Yi that the driver must have some sort of status bonus, perhaps one that reduced the increase in fatigue at night or the ability to judge the difficulty of side quests. Since the other party meant well, Guan Yi naturally wouldn't be so tactless as to ask about the parts he'd been vague about. She simply said she'd do her best, and then the two of them ended their private chat, neither of them saying anything more. At this rate of water accumulation, at least a fifth of the tires will be gone by tomorrow morning. Maybe even more this afternoon or evening. And that's on normal roads. In low-lying areas, it could be even worse. Even if we have to take a detour, we have to find higher ground. Guan Yi drove diligently. Her headlights had been modified, thanks to the Steel Style brothers. When the glare was turned up to full intensity, it wasn't as bright as daylight, but at least it had the effect of stadium headlights. Her game was to play I bet you can't look me in the eye. As she drove, Guan Yi saw a halo of light ahead. Unlike the flickering phosphorescent lights, it was orange and looked vaguely familiar. Upon approaching, Guan Yi discovered it was actually a food stall. The stove was enclosed in a clean glass cover, which was in turn housed in the back of a three-wheeled motorcycle. Aside from the lack of a small gas tank, it looked just like a real-world night market stall. The owner, a cigarette dangling from his lips, sat boredly under the awning, playing with his phone, seemingly unconcerned with the customers. Guan Yi, If this were real life, the owner and his family would have starved to death. There's not even a soul in this place, let alone people. Is this business based on nothing? This must be the side quest the night driver was talking about. He thinks it's special, but I think it's just okay. At least this owner looks human, much better than the weirdo we encountered before. Since he was already here, there was no reason to avoid it, and to a large extent, it was unavoidable. The quests in this game world were somewhat forced, and Guan Yi was well aware of this. Boss, are you selling late-night snacks? Guan Yi parked in front of the stall, rolled down the window, and rested his elbows casually on the edge. What are you selling? How much? The boss, still staring at his phone, didn't even look up. Through his cigarette, he squeezed out, fried rice, 1,000 road coins a box. Guan Yi's eyes widened. You could have just robbed me, and yet, you were willing to give me a serving of fried rice. What a ridiculously expensive fried rice. Even some famous tourist destinations wouldn't dare rip off tourists like that. Guan Yi had his shotgun ready, waiting for the boss to force a sale, but instead, he just waved his hand impatiently, his butt glued to the chair, not moving. If you don't want to eat, forget it. Go on, don't interrupt my business. Guan Yi couldn't help but grumble. Besides me, is there anyone else here? This time, the boss finally stopped looking at his phone. He looked up, his eyes darting back and forth between Guan Yi and the scales flag on the car, a hint of surprise in his words. You're a traveling merchant. I thought you were sent by the Berkeley family. I'm just questioning the price of fried rice. You can't just curse me out for that, right? Guan Yi frowned. I'm just an ordinary good person. How can I be a scumbag? That makes sense. The boss readily admitted, then stood up and pocketed his phone. But the price can't be changed. 1,000 highway coins is already a discounted group meal price. Guan Yi, Will eating this fried rice of yours make me immortal? Boss, no. Guan Yi. Will eating this fried rice of yours make me immortal? Boss, no. Guan Yi. After eating your fried rice, can I just leave this shabby place and go home? Boss, no. Guan Yi spread her hands. That's not right, that's not right. My money doesn't come from the wind. Why should I spend 1,000 road coins on this? I'm just an ordinary person. I can't understand the real beauty of top-quality ingredients. After saying this, she glanced at the three-wheeled motorcycle in front of her with suspicion. She felt that top-quality ingredients were unlikely to be here. After all, they were very delicate and needed high-end storage methods to maintain their flavor. Maybe it's because I know someone from the Berkeley family. The boss, still looking languid, pulled his phone from his pocket, glanced at it, and put it back. The rain is getting heavier, isn't it? The boss's subsequent words were completely unrelated to the previous ones, but Guan Yi instantly understood his meaning. Do you have any leverage over the Berkeleys? Guan Yi looked skeptical. Are you so sure they give you the honor of letting your introduction board the ship? He knew someone in the Berkeleys equals he had influence with them. The rain was getting heavier equals the wetlands were about to turn into the sea. To sum it up, the 1,000 road coins for the lunchbox were fake. The real deal was a chance to survive aboard the Berkeley ship. As for how they would survive once aboard, and whether they'd be bullied, that was none of the boss's business. He only sold the spots, not their after-school care. That's why Guan Yi asked if they had any leverage over the Berkeleys, otherwise, she couldn't understand why those scumbags would give him face. I guess so. The boss gave a vague response. He pulled out his phone again, this time not putting it down. If you don't believe me, just wait a little longer. They're almost here. Guan Yi turned his car around and lined up next to the boss's stall, securing the best attacking position. Then he asked the boss again, are you selling during the day? Not everyone drives at night. If this was another livelihood the system had assigned to players, the triggering conditions were rather harsh. Why are you asking so many questions? The boss was a little impatient. A scream of awe emanated from his phone, followed by silence. Guan Yi looked over. Game over was written in large letters on the screen. The boss's expression, as if his father had died, was quite fitting. How about I give you this? Guan Yi pulled out his water-powered arcade and handed it to the owner. It's simple and fun. Answer my questions, and I give it to you. These are for kids. And it's not worth much. I won't lower the price for such a small thing. The owner muttered as he took the arcade and started playing, then played in silence. After all, this game is easy to start but difficult to finish. You have to make sure the first ones to arrive don't fall off, while also ensuring the last few land successfully. It requires skill. After a few minutes, the owner decided to accept the water-powered arcade, and Guan Yi got the information he wanted from him. The owner only set up shop at night, but he was not completely absent during the day. Players would meet him at noon on the 7th day. If players were willing to spend 3,000 road coins on a box lunch, they would receive a ticket to the Berkeley family's ship. It seems this is the wetlands ticket for players to participate in the resurrection tournament. If they can board the boat, they survive until the wetlands return to land, earning them the right to re-enter the service area. This makes sense, Guan Yi thought. The system doesn't guarantee certain death. As for whether they have enough money for lunch, that's something the players need to consider. When the boss took over the game console, he said, he won't lower the price for this little thing. This means he lowered the price for other items, so the price isn't set in stone. I imagine it'd be a bit of a 8 Immortals Crossing the Sea drama. While Guan Yi was pondering, she suddenly heard the roar of a car engine approaching. She immediately pulled her thoughts back to focus on the light not far ahead. There were 2 cars. Guan Yi judged by the number of lights on. If they were full, there would be 10 people on the other side. If she couldn't kill them all in one go, she shouldn't act rashly. Besides, what if there were innocent animal people in the car? Guan Yi couldn't fire directly, so she could only roll up the car window and continue observing silently through the front windshield, adapting to any changes. Soon, the 2 cars pulled up in front of the stall, and 2 crews, each with 3 animal people, got out. They were easy to tell apart. The people wore gloves, while the animal people had furry claws exposed. The person in the back car was of higher status than the one in the front. The person in the passenger seat was of higher status than the driver. Guan Yi quickly determined who was the leader of this delivery team by their actions. Same old as always? The boss put down his game console, his cigarette finished, and casually tossed the butt into the rain. He picked up the wok and lit the stove. The delivery captain said, for fewer orders than before. The boss hummed, the main house or the manor? The delivery captain said, the manor. After that, Perhaps considering they were already familiar with each other, he added. Schwer let that little **** escape and died outside. According to family rules, his family no longer enjoys special privileges. Schwer's death implicated his parents and sister, and their future survival was uncertain. Naturally, they no longer had to eat the expensive, physique-altering box meals. The boss didn't react after hearing this, as if he was accustomed to such things. His attention was completely focused on the wok. As he stirred, a faint golden glow emanated from the rice and vegetables in the pot. Guan Yi blinked. Is this light real, or is my heightened perception playing tricks on me again? If it's just my perception, that's fine. If it's real. Boss, did you come to the wrong set? The cooking master boy next door is where you should be. Chapter 126. Guan Yi saw the golden fried rice in the boss's pot, but the Berkeley family member didn't react at all. This could be attributed to her heightened perception or simply a habit. After all, even if they didn't come every day, their familiarity, coupled with the fact that the fried rice came with a boat ticket, told her this was more than just a one-time transaction. Guan Yi had assumed the fried rice owner was just a middleman, but she hadn't expected him to actually sell fried rice, and that the Berkeley family members would pay for it. Although the money was in a bag, and it wasn't necessarily real money inside, it was clear that one was giving and the other was taking, making it clear who was profiting. At first, the Berkeley family member ignored Guan Yi. Only after the boss started packing all the fried rice did he glance at her, raised his chin, and asked, "Is that it?" The boss shook his head. He and Guan Yi had only exchanged information. The payment and goods had already been settled, and anything that happened afterwards had nothing to do with him. The Berkeley family let out a drawn-out "oh," then waved. The 4 animal men carrying their lunch bags returned to the car, and the rest of the group, including the other Berkeley in the passenger seat, followed him to Guan Yi's car. "Who are you?" the arrogant Berkeley demanded. "Your unrelated aunt." Guan Yi sneered, thrusting a shotgun through the car window. "While I don't expect the Berkeleys to have such an expensive luxury as home education, I hope you can learn something on the spot." The arrogance on Berkeley's face froze, then turned to shame and annoyance. He seemed to be in disbelief that he would one day be threatened in the wetlands, especially since the other party knew who he was and still acted in this way. It was a blatant slap in the face. Of course, the Berkeley family had enemies, but enemies should look like enemies. What was this stranger? Her face wasn't on the family blacklist. From the moment he asked Guan Yi, to Guan Yi unsheathing her weapon, to Berkeley freezing, only a dozen seconds passed, but that was enough time for the others to arrive. Perhaps emboldened by the sight of his superior numbers and weapons, Berkeley ordered the animal people forward to kill Guan Yi. No need to take her alive. Kill her and take the body back. Guan Yi raised an eyebrow. That was great. Then, she loaded 10 red crystals into the magazine of the vehicle-mounted energy cannon. Boom! The small caliber barrel unleashed a red beam, engulfing the car the Berkeleys had driven. Guan Yi had originally intended to target only one, but there was no way. The 2 cars were too close, and she hadn't anticipated the sheer power of the fire crystal shells. What a mistake. Guan Yi sighed. I was actually planning on checking out that fried rice. Now, I didn't control the heat well during the reheating. Even if it didn't burn out, it would have been reduced to an inedible charcoal. The golden lunchbox is gone, what a shame. Speaking of which, the smooth progress is all thanks to Sour Berkeley's demonstration. Otherwise, Guan Yi wouldn't have been able to predict these guys' thoughts and point the car's nose at them, just so the guided energy cannon could hit its target. After getting a weapon, you always have to test its effectiveness. But the bullets are too expensive to fire blanks, so I can just practice on these disgusting illegal human experimenters. What? Not all Berkeleys are conducting illegal experiments. Sorry, since they're the beneficiaries of this filthy industrial chain, they're all guilty in Guan Yi's eyes. Guan Yi would save Chris when she fled to her, because she couldn't ignore the suffering happening before her, but she wouldn't delve too deeply into the suffering that would require too much energy and time. I have a sense of justice, Guan Yi thought, but not much. But most of the time, this small sense of justice is enough. Berkeley, who came to provoke, was almost pissed. Think about it. Even if he didn't have to drive, and could sit comfortably in the passenger seat, being sent out at night to fetch fried rice, even if that fried rice was special, how important would he be in the family? So, this guy is useless. He can sit in the passenger seat instead of driving simply, because he hasn't yet been transferred from the main branch to the side branch. The status of the Berkeley family emphasizes bloodline first, ability second, and then useless things like generation. You. His lips trembled, and in the end, nothing came out. Instead, he plopped down in the muddy water, his tone filled with despair. The fried rice is gone. How am I going to explain myself when I get back? He was desperate. Family rules were strict. Every time high tide came, everyone needed to rely on fried rice to revive their physiques and prepare for the long days at sea ahead. After all, the Berkeley family's bloodline was flawed, requiring external help to overcome difficulties. With the Berkeley family's power, anyone capable of making this kind of fried rice would have to be kept under tight control. Unfortunately, just as there was an uncontrollable Grandma Peach, there was another uncontrollable fried rice maker. Although the Berkeleys clamored loudly, claiming the wetlands were their own backyard, the reality was that there were always things beyond their control taking root and sprouting in this land. Guan Yi looked at Berkeley, slumped in the mud, and then at the fried rice vendor, still smoking and playing video games, finding the scene a bit ridiculous. He's still here. Why don't you come back with the money and make another one? Guan Yi offered Berkeley the slime. It's perfect. I'm going to Xicheng, and I can give you a ride. She still had the collar she'd taken from Chris and the others. If she put it on the slime, Guan Yi wouldn't have to worry about him causing trouble in the car. After all, if she pressed the kill button, the collar would explode with a small pop sound. It wouldn't affect anyone else, but the wearer would be killed. Don't think I don't know what you're up to. The slime Berkeley squirmed a few times in the mud before regaining its human form. You're going to harm the Berkeley family. Guan Yi was somewhat surprised. Just a moment ago, this man had been terrified, but at the mention of his family, he seemed a completely different person. And then? Guan Yi asked. Are you planning to sacrifice your life for your family? The human-shaped Berkeley shook his head. I take you to the Xicheng mansion. I won't ask what you want to do, and you don't have to tell me, and I won't tip you off. But you can't force me into this. Guan Yi raised an eyebrow. Is that so easy? I thought you Berkeley family was so united. Perhaps? The human-shaped Berkeley seemed reluctant to discuss the matter further. If you agree, I go with you. If not, I have to find a solution on my own. Guan Yi took out a collar and tossed it to the man. Put it on. The humanoid Berkeley caught the collar, stunned for a moment, then suddenly realized, so you've been planning to deal with us for a long time. Guan Yi pretended not to hear, only watching the man put on the collar without any manipulation, and then put him in the back seat of Zhu Xiao's car. As for the rest of the people, Guan Yi left them alone. The humanoid Berkeley didn't seem to want to give them any instructions, and they didn't bother to ask questions. It was as if everyone in this family had undergone special training, activating a specific personality and response plan for each situation. They didn't even need to greet each other, automatically acting according to the plan. Before leaving, Guan Yi specifically checked with the fried rice vendor to confirm that his fried rice was only effective for the Berkeley family bloodline and would only fill the stomachs of others. Then, without wasting any money, he drove Zhu Xiao back on the road with the hostages. I thought I knew you all well, but every time I meet a new Berkeley, I always find myself rethinking my understanding. Guan Yi chatted with the hostage as she drove. She didn't really need directions. After all, as long as she could focus her consciousness on the map, she could clearly see the path she was taking. But Guan Yi still brought him along. She wanted to explore more side quests. Although there were no extra rewards, she felt that knowing more information might be useful later. After all, she wasn't some data geek with special access to information. What if someone in the service area was interested in the Berkeley's affairs? Guan Yi thought, maybe she could even sell them some information. As a traveling merchant, you have the responsibility of disseminating information. After all, you traveled so much, and when you need to share information, you're clueless and say you've been so busy on the road that you don't know anything. That would be really embarrassing. With this in mind, Guan Yi extracted a slew of sordid details about his family from the humanoid Berkeley. In humanoid animal experiments, the bodies of the animals were grown in petri dishes, but the souls were much more involved, mostly from people abducted or purchased, such as lone travelers passing through the wetlands, or young people departing from the Golden City to participate in the adult trials. Compared to the wary lone travelers, the latter were easier to deceive. Their eyes were clear and foolish, and they were gullible and easily incited, making them perfect targets for the Berkeley family to train their children. The remaining small number of vacancies was filled by members of the Berkeley family themselves, such as those who failed their missions, rebels, and fools and deformities, who were unworthy of training. Of course, for the same mistake, those with superior abilities often receive exemptions from punishment, or have the punishment reduced. Bloodlines sometimes have this effect too. Take, for example, Shul, a branch within a branch, and if he makes a mistake, he bears the full punishment. David Berkeley sat cross-legged in the back seat, looking relaxed, oblivious to the fact he was a hostage. He spoke of the filth within the Berkeley family as naturally as breathing. When a branch makes a mistake, it implicates the family. While they won't be sent directly for experimentation, they be registered. If there's a shortage of experimental subjects, they become candidates. Of course, since they're family members of the same bloodline, if they can make meritorious contributions before becoming candidates, they can escape the fate of becoming experimental subjects. David Berkeley shook his head and revealed another piece of news that Guan Yi didn't know. That runaway Chris was also at Berkeley who violated family rules, and Shul participated in her experiments. At this point, David shrugged, seemingly bewildered as to why such a thing had happened. Schwer was completely out of his mind, having fallen for Chris's sweet talk. Now not only has he died outside, but his family has also been implicated. It can be considered Chris's revenge. Guan Yi raised an eyebrow. Now I know why you didn't go back. Not getting the fried rice must be a serious crime, right? Yes, I'm of the main branch. While that doesn't put me on the waiting list, all the privileges I received will be revoked. I can't live with that. What he didn't say was that, after being stripped of his privileges, he would become the lowest of the Berkeley clan. Under the watchful eyes of those who care, any slight mistake could land him directly on that dreaded waiting list. Using others as an experiment is one thing, becoming one yourself is another. David Berkeley knew the difference, and he was willing to sacrifice his own family for it. If he could manage to secure a boat alive, or sneak in beforehand, he'd have a chance to stage a coup during the upcoming high tide, rising from a marginal lineage within the main branch to become the preeminent figure of the Berkeley family. Even the position of leader might be a contender. Guan Yi was too lazy to comment on this scumbag family. She knew the Berkeleys were unkind, but she hadn't known they were so unkind. And so time slipped by. Soon, they arrived at Xiqing. Following David's guidance, Guan Yi arrived at a location that was close to the Berkeley's compound but inconspicuous. Guan Yi hit the brakes. From her current position, she had a clear view of the brightly lit Berkeley's villa complex. Next, it was the Peaches' turn. But they were still asleep, and Guan Yi didn't want to wake them. Sitting quietly in the car, Guan Yi stared at the dark night sky. It was 5:27, about an hour and a half before 7 a.m. In this case, let the Peaches continue to sleep. Although there is no sun in the wetlands, Guan Yi just wants the Peaches to live to see the new day she has redefined. Chapter 127. At 7 o'clock in the morning, the Asphalt Express arrived promptly. Today was May 28th, Guan Yi's 6th day at the wetlands. Today's Asphalt Express was still useless, simply stating that the wetlands are beginning to rise in tide and are expected to become a sea at midnight on the 8th. But this was something Guan Yi already knew, and at least it helped her confirm the accuracy of the information. Afterwards, Guan Yi ordered David Berkeley out of the car. After watching him walk away, she entered the sofa space in the trunk, ready to wake the Peaches. As soon as Guan Yi entered, she found the Peaches already awake. They sat side by side on the sofa, eating their own nutritional supplements, each with a serious expression, as if they had anticipated what was about to happen. Guan Yi didn't know what to say. She was always eloquent, but now it was as if something had grabbed her tongue, preventing her from uttering a single word. What could she say? It's time for you to complete your mission. We finally arrived at Xiqing, and it's time for you to get off the bus. Finally, Guan Yi said nothing, simply sitting in the empty seat the Peaches had squeezed out for her. She pulled out a new flavor of nutritional supplement from the supply box and joined in the slurping. If I don't drink it now, it's almost expired. Instead of selling it, I might as well drink it all today. A few minutes later, the Peaches finished their breakfast. They looked at each other, and finally, the one who looked the largest spoke up. Although it was a question, her tone was certain. Sister, have we arrived at Xiqing? Guan Yi nodded silently, blocking her mouth with the nutritional supplement, as if that would silence her. She hadn't been with these Peaches for long, hadn't experienced any thrilling adventures together, and hadn't formed any friendships over danger, but she still felt a little uncomfortable. Perhaps it was because when she drove her friends, it was to the train station or the airport, not the crematorium. The Peaches jumped off the sofa and gathered around Guan Yi to say goodbye. Thank you, sister, for giving us a ride. We're leaving. Goodbye, sister, goodbye. You shouldn't say goodbye. We won't see each other again. Then what should we say? Goodbye? That's so sad. I don't like that word. Stop talking nonsense. Line up quickly. We're leaving. The Peaches held hands, just like they had when they first met Guan Yi, quietly waiting for her to finish her breakfast. Guan Yi finished the nutritional supplement in one gulp, but the bag was still in her mouth. She stood up expressionlessly, and carried the Peaches out of the trunk one by one. Berkeley, standing in the rain, took 2 steps back in shock when he saw the Peaches appear. He had been in the car for so long, but he had never seen them before. That villa area is the Berkeley family's headquarters in Xicheng. Guan Yi casually spat the nutritional supplement package onto the ground. Her parking spot was a ruin, with no trash cans, and there wasn't much need for this little trash. You guys go ahead. I won't go. Guan Yi had no intention of interfering with this side quest. Although she had a vehicle-mounted guided energy cannon, it was a basic one with a short range. If she followed them rashly, she would be in danger. I won't risk my life for someone from another world, Guan Yi thought, and watched the Peaches walk towards the villa area. I let you go if there's any movement over there. Guan Yi looked at Berkeley coldly. She was a woman of her word, and she wouldn't kill prisoners if she said she would release them. You can find some cover here. Don't make any moves, and don't force me to break my promise. Berkeley responded without hesitation. He chose a ruin with some shelter, then climbed onto a slightly higher wreckage, not minding the mess, and sat down on it. He could tell Guan Yi was in a bad mood, so he naturally wouldn't run into trouble. As a Berkeley, reading people's expressions was almost an innate skill. Of course, that assumes this person is worthy of their attention, otherwise Berkeley would always be arrogant. Guan Yi sat in the car, belatedly realizing that she had forgotten to put away the warning sign while driving at night. I need to get another one when we get to the service area. Guan Yi sighed. She remembered that the item was easy to buy, a common item with unlimited quantities, and it seemed to cost 150 highway coins each. It's not that expensive, but it won't work tonight. If the danger is still a special guest, it's fine. But if it's something else, you have to watch your back. The dangers at night are getting more severe now. They attack vehicles frantically. Players can either rely on their durability and repair speed to withstand them, or drive to avoid them, or simply counterattack. Someone in the chat channel has successfully counterattacked. Although the specific reward hasn't been revealed, the boasting between the lines suggests it must be generous. This is quite normal. It's human nature to want to show off, especially on a road like this where you won't encounter anyone else. Even revealing any benefits isn't a big deal. After all, there are so many people in the service area. As long as you don't flaunt your wealth on the street, who knows you anyway? Guan Yi planned to stay here for 2 hours, then, regardless of any movement from Taozi, she would set off again. The side quests were pretty much done here, there was no need to follow them to the end. She wasn't that curious, Guan Yi thought, opening the chat channel to see what others were saying. The road's rough. Many places are deep, so I'm afraid to drive, so I have to take a detour. I saw your late-night message last night. Thanks for letting me know. I have to speed up. Thankfully, the service area isn't far away. I might not be able to go. Thankfully, my car has a high chassis, so it won't break down easily. Let's go, hurry up. Finally, I'm leaving this crappy place. I need to rest a few days this time. Ha ha ha. I got my ETC card, so I finally don't have to queue up early this time. For the person who can't leave, is your car broken down? Whether the supplies are available or not, you won't need them anyway. Why not give them to me? I carry on your legacy, and live with your share. Don't listen to him. Sell it to me, and I buy it with real money. When I get out, I find your family, and give them all the money. I can swear seriously. I have a swear item here, it's binding. I'm impressed. They really have all sorts of people. Don't they even show a bit of humanitarian concern? First, let me explain what's going on. If your car breaks down, you can trade parts with everyone and fix it, and it still work. That's right, don't lose heart. If you have any problems, just speak up. Everyone can always help solve them. It's been a long time since we gotten this far. Guan Yi also followed the person who was talking, but no matter what was said in the chat channel, whether it was encouragement or sarcasm, curiosity or genuine help, that person remained silent. He didn't reappear until a few minutes later, when the topic changed. The chat channel was bustling for a while, but only slowed down slightly after everyone had finished breakfast and started again. It was almost 8 o'clock, leaving Guan Yi with just over an hour left to observe. There was no movement from the villa area, and Guan Yi guessed the Peaches were still on their way. She could have given them a ride, saving them from having to walk so far. But doing so would have effectively shortened the Peaches' lifespan, so Guan Yi chose to let them go and wait for the side quest to conclude. There was no reward anyway, Guan Yi reasoned. The quests that paid for them were settled at the service area. She was just tired after a long night drive, and needed 2 more hours of rest to recover her fatigue. Of course, Guan Yi still had mint hard candies, which could also be used to recover fatigue. And since they were items with effects, there was no expiration date, so there was no need to rush to sell them. My fatigue level is 5 now. A 2-hour rest will bring it down to 3. That way, I can keep going until the afternoon. And then, with 2 candies, I'd probably be able to keep going until the evening. Guan Yi estimated his fatigue level, determined not to let it go past 9. Getting too close to 10 was unsafe. If he wasn't careful, he'd faint, and that could be life or death. Just as Guan Yi was calculating the time, the chat channel suddenly became lively again. Someone posted a photo, which immediately went viral. It was the person who had just said he couldn't leave. The photo showed him, and a bald-headed friend he knew. The bald-headed people surrounded him, all smiling brightly. Only the protagonist, surrounded in the middle, stood frozen, his smile uglier than tears. Are we being held hostage? If you have weapons, get started. What do you mean you can't leave? You can still take selfies, right? Where's the car? Where's your car? Find a way to get in and leave. Hey, I told you these NPCs aren't good people. You insisted on doing these quests and interacting with them. Now you can't leave, right? What are those patterns? A sinister ritual? Brother, are you going to be sacrificed or eaten? Get your weapons. Swing them around and hit those guys a few times, then get in the car. Run. There's still time. Guan Yi recognized the man named Zhou Sheng instantly. After all, she had seen the real faces of those bald men in the camp. They all had mysterious totemic patterns on their heads, but Zhou Sheng's scalp was still clean. Was he detained by the camp? What did he do? Did he fall into a trap, or was he tricked by an NPC? There were so many strange things in this wetland. Guan Yi had no doubt that the natives were all worshippers of the evil god. They all had some kind of crazy in them, which was one of the reasons why she didn't go near the Berkeley family base. Going too deep into the side quests here is not a good thing, just like a gift may not always be appreciated by the recipient, and a reward may not always be a good thing for the person involved. Is it good to suddenly receive a large sum of money? Of course it is. But what if that money comes at the cost of the lives of your relatives and friends? Is extending your life by 30 years good? It seems good. But what if it's 30 years of high paraplegia? Guan Yi shook her head and closed the enlarged photo. Then she saw that person speak again, but this time he didn't post a picture, but a video. When will the video feature be released? Guan Yi was initially puzzled, then her heart began to race. Her expression changed, and she immediately warned everyone in the chat channel. Guan Yi, don't click. It's a trap. Guan Yi's warning was too late. Many quick-witted people had already clicked on the video. Then, a group of bald men with mysterious tattoos appeared before them. They chanted incomprehensible prayers and incantations, dragging everyone who saw the video into another dimension. For a moment, the chat channel seemed to be disconnected, the scrolling messages stagnating for over half a minute before those who hadn't clicked on the video began to cautiously discuss the matter. Guan Yi was about to say something else when her attention was suddenly drawn to a violent explosion. She looked up and saw the Berkeley family's villa complex ablaze in the distance. Boom, 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 the explosions continued, one after another, so powerful that even Guan Yi, in her car, felt a slight tremor. No wonder the Peaches told me to run away. They're truly formidable. Guan Yi no longer cared about the chat room. She instinctively pulled out her Polaroid camera, adjusted the focus, then stepped out of the car, aimed at the flames, and pressed the shutter. Click. Guan Yi caught the photo, glanced down, and muttered, "The End of Sin." With that title, I think it won a prize at the photography exhibition, right? Chapter 128. An explosion occurred at the Berkeley family compound, a massive one, practically threatening to produce a mushroom cloud. The flames lit up nearly half the sky, and the blasts continued. While not as earth-shattering as the initial explosion, they were like 3-a-day firecrackers, waking people from their slumbers and drawing curses like, "Firecrackers at this hour are unethical." Guan Yi knew that the Peaches had completed their mission, but they had also ended their own lives. The side quest concerning the Berkeley family and Grandma Peaches had come to an end. Everyone has their responsibilities, Guan Yi muttered, preparing to leave. She called out to David Berkeley, asking him to come over. The other party hadn't left, nor was he up to no good, so Guan Yi had to keep her promise and release him. The collar had to be recovered. It might be useful in the future, so she couldn't just give it away to that guy for nothing. David walked over, his soul in dismay. He didn't care about the family's partial loss because he wanted to seize the opportunity and become the new leader. But he hadn't imagined that the Berkeley family would be destroyed because of this. The losses this time were far greater than he had expected. The main house was gone, and the large ship was likely to be spared as well. But with everything they were fighting for gone, what good would it be for him to be the leader? A king is king because he has a country behind him. When the country is gone, what good is a title? Just to sound respectable when begging for mercy from others? Guan Yi removed the collar from David's neck, not caring about his dazed state. She even gave him food and water when she released the animal man, but Guan Yi had no sympathy for this Berkeley. The man had been released, and she hadn't stabbed him in the back. As for whether he could survive in the wetlands, animals who had undergone painful experiments could survive, so why couldn't he? If it truly wasn't possible, that was fate. Just accept it. Guan Yi glanced at the map. Her current coordinates weren't far from the service area. If she kept driving and didn't encounter any other problems, she arrived there around 8 p.m. Unfortunately, the water's getting thicker. We have to change our route. We can't rush. The Jusha's chassis was quite high, but that didn't mean it was impenetrable. Avoiding deep water was best avoided. If it broke down, Guan Yi would waste even more time repairing the car. If that doesn't work, we just keep driving through the night. At this rate, some roads could be flooded at any moment, so we have to change our route. Even if it meant driving through the night and risking danger, we had to get to the service area. Guan Yi sighed as she continued driving through the abandoned city, choosing higher ground and avoiding tunnels. She realized she was getting closer and closer to the burning Berkeley residence. After driving for over 2 hours, Guan Yi arrived at an overpass around 11 a.m. To the right of where she'd parked was the still burning Berkeley family villa complex. Combined with the gloomy sky, this vantage point provided a perfect camera position. Thanks to the Berkeley family for providing the filming location. Guan Yi got out of the car with her camera, carefully adjusted the focus, and snapped a few more photos of the burning villa. Then, as if obsessed with photography, she shifted her perspective and took a few more photos of the abandoned city. Then, feeling she had enough material for the competition, she prepared to carefully select it after reaching the service area before submitting it for the competition. Come to think of it, there doesn't seem to be a limit on the number of submissions. Guan Yi walked towards Yuxia, pondering the photography contest. She seemed to have found a loophole, but she wasn't sure. She thought if she didn't, she'd call headquarters to inquire, lest she accidentally violate the rules and be disqualified. Just then, Guan Yi seemed to sense something. She turned and looked back toward the Berkeley villa. Then, Guan Yi's nose seemed to catch the fragrance of peaches. In the firelight, something seemed to fly toward her. Guan Yi stood still, watching the object fluttering in the wind until it flew to her side. Guan Yi reached out, and a pink peach blossom fell into her hand. Unlike ordinary peach blossoms, the tip of each petal was stained with a hint of red. Is this the blood of the peaches? Guan Yi thought of the peaches' nearly transparent bodies, where instead of beating hearts, rotating gears moved. In theory, peaches had no blood vessels, their bodies were filled with explosives. But I saw it, Guan Yi thought. She had seen fine red patterns on the gears before, and now she thought, those must be the blood vessels of the peaches. Beautiful peach blossoms, Guan Yi said softly, as if afraid to disturb anything. Then, with a smile, she pressed the peach blossom against herself and turned back to the car. Peach blossom badge, purple, introduction. The peaches love you, so they gave you this. Effect, summons 10 peach bombs. Upon use, they explode within a 5-meter radius of the impact point, dealing damage and stunning creatures within the area for 5 seconds. Cooldown time, 1 hour. Note, the peach bomb only lasts for 10 minutes, and will automatically despawn after this time. Slots occupied, 1. This was the first purple accessory Guan Yi had obtained. It also had inherent attack power. If she encountered monsters again, she could use the shotgun and exploding peaches. What thoughtful little ones. Guan Yi looked down at the peach blossom emblem on her chest. It had 10 petals, corresponding to exactly 10 peaches. Now that this quest had truly concluded, Guan Yi continued driving without distraction. This time, even when there were supply boxes along the way, she didn't get out. Instead, she sped along, choosing to cross shallower areas. Taking advantage of the lack of pedestrians, and not worrying about splashing anyone, Guan Yi managed to turn her perfectly good car into a jet ski, sending splashes of water as high as a wall. It's not that I become generous, Guan Yi muttered. Don't you see where the supply box appeared? Not only is it far away, but the water is also so deep. Do you really think I didn't see the monster in the water? Even if I had weapons, my bullets wouldn't be able to withstand that kind of force. Because she had to hurry, Guan Yi didn't even stop to eat. She ate as she went along, carefully selecting items that were easy to grab, ignoring those that required a fire to eat. Speaking of which, her losses this time were quite severe. Although she sold some of the food she bought for backup, A lot was still left. By now, it was either spoiled or about to go bad. I don't know if I should even stock up on food anymore. Guan Yi sighed. The storage compartments were no longer reliable, and the refrigerator couldn't freeze much. Eating would become a real problem in the future. I hope the service area can improve this problem. Otherwise, it's really driving people crazy. This is only the server. Oh, for me, it's the 4th. I still have a level up card, so even if I don't take first place this time, I can still advance. Of course, Guan Yi hoped to still get the title of top driver, but it seemed unlikely. After all, this was a server with 300,000 players. Although almost 80,000 had died so far, there were still about 220,000 left. Guan Yi didn't think she could continue to hold first place. It was the afternoon of the 6th day, not long before 7 p.m., and the service area looked quite far away. There was no way around it. Plans couldn't keep up with changes. With more and more flooded areas, she had to take a detour, which only made it further and further away. If she didn't drive overnight, she might not reach the service area until tomorrow. Guan Yi didn't know if it was an illusion, but she felt the rain outside seemed to be easing. She tried turning the wipers down one gear to see how quickly the water accumulated on the windshield. 2 minutes later, Guan Yi was convinced it wasn't an illusion. The rain had indeed subsided. Interesting, the tide's about to rise, but the rain's getting lighter. Yeah, I remember it was sunny when I saw the wetland sea phase. The weather in the wetland phase was torrential rain, while the ocean phase was sunny. If he weren't driving through this land, Guan Yi would have thought this kind of natural weather was worth studying. In the chat channel, many people were already frantic. Some were busy with side quests, some were just struggling with the increasingly difficult road conditions, and some, desperately desperate, were begging for food in the chat channel. Considering someone previously killed themselves by overeating, those seeking food are hoping for system-produced items. Wetland ingredients are fine, but they must be approved. Guan Yi had an idea and posted 90 sets of 20 edible fungi bookmarks on the trading channel. She had been holding on to this one, but now the time had come. As for the remaining 10 sets, she wanted to keep them for herself, in case she needed them later. You can't sell salt and drink water, right? System-produced items, especially useful items like this, are always easy to sell on the trading channel. She hadn't even posted an ad in the chat channel when she saw the inventory dwindle rapidly, selling out in less than a minute. As for whether the previous food buyer got theirs, Guan Yi didn't know. She could only say that if someone only complained in the chat channel instead of competing in the trading channel, it wasn't anyone else's fault. Besides, she had more important news to share. Guan Yi, I come across a fried rice stall on my late-night drive tonight. Alternatively, at noon on the 7th day, everyone still in the wetlands will be forced to encounter him. Fried rice costs 3,000 highway coins per serving, and the purchaser receives a ticket to board the Berkeley family's ship. If anyone feels they can't reach the service area, they can try this route. The fried rice is indeed useless. It was developed by the boss specifically targeting the Berkeley family. When Guan Yi asked the boss about it, he didn't try to deceive her out of a desire for extra income. David Berkeley also confirmed this, saying it would make their stay in the seawater more comfortable. As for the reason for the discomfort, David Berkeley wasn't keen on explaining it, and Guan Yi didn't ask further, fearing she hears something even more disgusting. In short, Guan Yi sped along, not stopping at night. She forced her way onto the side road leading to the service area at 2:30 a.m., despite the mint candy limit. Incidentally, because Guan Yi had hidden the Libra flag on her car, no special guests arrived at night. Instead, a swarm of monsters lurking in the wetlands attacked the vehicle. But because Guan Yi was constantly driving, many surrounded her, but few posed a real threat. Even those who did were killed by the shotgun. Guan Yi didn't even use the vehicle's guided energy cannon. After all, she had been driving like crazy since 10 a.m., in all kinds of ways. It's hard to say what the monsters thought, but after driving past midnight, she finally released all the mental stress she had been accumulating for days. People just go crazy sometimes. Okay now, let me see where I rank this trip. Guan Yi pulled his hair back, slammed the accelerator, and whizzed the Zhuxia into the service area. The next second, a system voice echoed in Guan Yi's mind, announcing a server-wide announcement on the wetland server. Player Guan Yi earned the title, Lead Driver of the Level 6 section. Rewards, 300 highway coins, 1 zone jump option, 1 gold medal, 1 sponsorship gift pack. Guan Yi, yeah. Chapter 129. Guan Yi once again earned the title of Chief Pilot, but she felt it was too much of a coincidence. Have I already stood out among over 200,000 people? Guan Yi rubbed her chin. Is it really that impressive? I can't believe it. Although Guan Yi had stood out from tens of millions of other students during the Gaokao National College Entrance Examination and successfully gained admission to one of the country's top universities, proving her ability, but things were different now. This was society, where academic performance was no longer the sole criterion for judging. Guan Yi didn't think she could be that impressive. Unless this chief pilot title was fake, but since it was announced to the entire server, it seemed difficult to fake. Guan Yi thought for a few seconds and decided to put it aside. She needed to learn to be more confident. Why overthink it? She was the best. Then, Guan Yi looked towards the service area and found it pitch black. Except for one building, where the lights were still on, everything was dark. That's understandable. It's late at night, after all. Guan Yi sighed. Every service area has its own rules. It's normal for them not to be open 24 hours. That lighted place must be the service hall, right? Even so, Guan Yi still had a doubt in her mind. Even if all the facilities were closed, there should at least be some streetlights on the road. Why is it so dark? This is a little strange, Guan Yi thought. She became alert and slowed down, driving towards the only building with lights on. 3 minutes later, Guan Yi slammed on the brakes. As she got closer, she realized that what was lit wasn't a light bulb or a candle, but 2 large eyes. A service area in a fantasy-themed park? Guan Yi pondered. This place was too dark. Ideally, she should have found a parking lot first, left her car, and then gone to the service hall to check in. But because it was so dark, she didn't have a map of the service area, and didn't know where the parking lot was, so she decided to drive over and ask. In this bizarre situation, she stumbled upon the safety of being inside the car. Is this a snake? Guan Yi sat in the car, adjusting the headlights back and forth, scanning the 2 large eyes and the body as if scanning a code. She realized she wasn't mistaken. It was indeed a snake. The 2 bright spots were its eyes, and the entrance was in its open mouth. For gleaming fangs could be seen above and below the entrance. Is this the unique architectural style of the service area? This is the service area, right? Guan Yi opened the in-car map. Her coordinates were indeed within the service area, indicating she hadn't made a mistake, and the system announcement wasn't an illusion. That's it. Then it can only be a matter of architectural style, Guan Yi thought. There's nothing wrong with that. In the real world, there are many buildings that highlight distinctive features, and this service hall is probably one of them. Nevertheless, Guan Yi remained vigilant. She drove the car to the snake's mouth, parked it out of the way, and then got out. These teeth look incredibly lifelike. Guan Yi bent down to examine the 2 long fangs standing at the entrance. They were white and gleaming coldly, with a few drops of green venom clinging to their tips, as if ready to bite someone at any moment. The snake's tongue is like a red carpet, and it feels fleshy when you step on it. Hiss. I feel like it takes a lot of courage to enter here. In theory, a snake's tongue isn't that wide or thick, so it shouldn't be carpeted like this. But considering the overall atmosphere, Guan Yi had a feeling she'd become a snake's food if she walked in. This food actually just came to her door. Should I go in or not? I think sleeping in the car tonight isn't a bad idea. I have a bed anyway, and I can explore the service area tomorrow morning. Guan Yi stood directly in front of the Shiko, feeling hesitant. From her perspective, she could only see the brightly lit lobby, the floor and walls, and another dimly lit corridor opposite the main entrance. From this alone, it looked like a typical hotel lobby or business hall. Just a few steps further down the corridor, and she see the reception counter on either side. Guan Yi, how about going in? Anyway, her intuition radar hadn't triggered an alarm. Her perception was interesting, and her mind told her this was a safe service area. She couldn't be eaten alive anyway. But let's just say, does a normal person's mind constantly engage in a 3-way tug-of-war or discussion? If intuition, reason, and perception each play a role, Guan Yi thought, then where am I? How strange. I won't think about it anymore. Guan Yi took a deep breath and walked inside, stepping on the snake's tongue. After about 7 or 8 steps, he finally took in the entire hall. To the left of the entrance was the service hall office, and to the right were several sofas and coffee tables, seemingly a place for people to rest. Directly opposite the entrance was the deep corridor we had just seen. Walking along it should lead to other places, such as stairs, a restroom, or something else. There were 12 windows at the reception desk, but 11 of them had signs saying out of service, and only one indicated it was open. Guan Yi walked over to the window, and saw the clerk slumped over the desk, seemingly asleep. That was understandable. Since there were no customers, a break wouldn't hurt. Knock knock. Guan Yi tapped lightly on the glass. Hello, I'd like to buy a map and get a lounge access card. The lounge on the first floor of the service hall is free. Newcomers can enter and exit freely while in the service area, but afterward, they need an access card, eliminating the problem of unauthorized people wandering around. The person slumped over the desk shifted twice and slowly stood up. He turned to look at Guanyi, a fierce expression on his face. It's late now. He yawned and stretched, then reached out his furry paw from the window and tapped the machine next to him. Come over here and scan your face. An access pass will be automatically generated. What kind of map do you want? Paper for 50 highway coins, electronic for 80. Guanyi took a half step to the machine and asked, aside from the material, are there any other differences in maps? Tiger rested his chin on one hand while typing away on the keyboard in front of him. The card machine next to him quickly ejected a card with Guanyi's photo printed on it. Here, your card. Tiger tossed the card onto the table and stood up. Ask the next person about the map. It's time to hand over. With that, he let out a loud wow into the room. A few seconds later, a small door opened, and a frightened white rabbit darted out. Sorry, I overslept. He ran, nodding his head repeatedly in apology, then plopped down at the workstation behind Tiger and pressed a button. With a ding, the sign that read out of service flipped over, turning it into open. Tiger returned to his desk and performed the same action as Rabbit, except his open sign had been replaced with out of service. Then, Tiger stretched his neck, doing chest exercises, as he walked toward the small door Rabbit had just exited. Excuse me, sir, could you please come over here? Rabbit sat down at his desk, poking his ear out the window, and nodded at Guanyi. I take care of the rest of your business. What can I do? Guanyi said, oh, and moved the window sideways from Tiger's side to Rabbit's. Do you have night shifts? Rabbit nodded. Yes. I'm on the 3 to 4 o'clock shift. Guanyi asked curiously, what about the daytime? You won't be able to sleep much since we're starting work soon. Rabbit nodded. That's not so bad. I'm only on duty from 3 to 4. The rest of the time, there are human colleagues, female. Sir, what do you want to do? Oh, I'd like to ask about the difference between a paper map and an electronic map. Guanyi casually asked, you have 12 workstations. Yours is from 3 to 4 o'clock, and if the Tiger just now was from 2:00 to 3:00. Are you arranged according to the 12 zodiac signs? Rabbit nodded. Yes, the maps are all the same. It's just that electronic maps can be imported into phones and used for location search and navigation, while regular maps don't have that functionality. Guanyi pulled out 80 highway coins and complained, I get an electronic map. The layout at your entrance is so scary, I almost didn't dare come in just now. Yeah, I find it scary too, but there's nothing I can do. This month is Snake Month. Rabbit took the highway coin, opened a drawer, and pulled out a fingernail-sized card, handing it to Guanyi. Stick it to the back of your phone, and it automatically read it. Is there anything else I need? Guanyi took the card and stuck it directly on his phone. It's best to confirm purchases in places like this. They won't accept refunds or exchanges once you left. Can you show me the service area? Guanyi glanced at the map and thought it was a little small, not following the pattern of getting larger as you go further. Is your service area just this one area? There are no sections? Yes. Rabbit nodded at the table, his ears nodding. It was hard to tell if he agreed with Guanyi or if he was about to fall asleep again. Our service area isn't big. We have to leave some space to accommodate. Bang! Rabbit's words stopped abruptly, his head hitting the table. Even then, he didn't wake up, and his ears drooped as he let out a soft snoring sound. Guanyi, working the night shift is like this. It's quite real. Forget it, don't call him, Guanyi thought. If she told anyone she was talking to a rabbit in the middle of the night, people would think she was mentally ill. I better go to sleep. At least, I can still get 4 hours of sleep. Holding the access card with her photo on it, Guanyi walked down the corridor and soon arrived at the lounge provided free of charge to guests in the service area. Hey, don't be fooled by the small size of the service area. The facilities are quite advanced. The lounge was no longer the sleep anywhere room Guanyi had imagined. Instead, it was a stack of capsules. The access card in Guanyi's hand had a number printed on it, and she could only swipe to open the capsule with the corresponding number. B3 here. Guanyi found the capsule, swiped open the partition and opened the curtain. The interior was quite nice. There was space for shoes and coats, a small table, and a TV. The bed was wide and soft to the touch. For a place like the service area, which charges so much, it was surprisingly conscientious. Go to sleep. We talk about it tomorrow. If I don't sleep now, I'm really going to run out of energy. Guan Yi took off her shoes and coat and climbed into the capsule. She then pulled the baffle down and locked it. Within seconds of her head touching the pillow, she fell into a deep sleep. She had been so exhausted all day. Guan Yi slept soundly, and the capsule was soundproof, so she didn't hear the rustling noises that came from the lounge later in the night. People came in and out, and everyone kept a tacit agreement to keep quiet, so no one could wake Guan Yi and disturb her sleep. Chapter 130. Guan Yi went to bed late, but woke up early. She had to wake up, after all. The envelope containing the newsletter was practically buzzing against her face. Shut up. I open it now. Guan Yi grabbed the envelope and tore it open. She hadn't forgotten she slept in the lounge last night. She could get up early, but everyone else still had to sleep, if there were any other people. 7 o'clock Asphalt Newsletter, Destruction Countdown 9 minutes and 57 seconds, Member Points. Dear Guan Yi member, as of midnight on May 29th, your membership points are 1634, and your mileage is 17,622.97 LV2. Please calculate your points accurately when using your account. If your points are negative, we will reclaim your assets at 7 o'clock the following day to offset your debt. Today's recommendation hardcover notebook equals 1 point. June Milk Order Coupon Limited, 47 is equal to 60 points. June Wetland Special Seafood Order Coupon Limited, 39 is equal to 120 points. Highway News 1. The wetland server will be shut down at midnight on the 30th, and the area will enter a 6-month marine state. Local residents, who have not yet left, should relocate as soon as possible. As you know, we are unable to provide assistance to victims in marine conditions. 99% of our drivers are not capable of working on water. As for the remaining 1%, they are very busy, and you won't be able to wait. 2. The submission period for the June Highway Photography Contest is closing soon. We have received many submissions, but the quality is average. Please take them seriously. I don't want to receive any more photos of people and cars. I know many people will say, my car is the most beautiful scenery. Taking a photo with me just proves it's my photo. Yes, cars are indeed important to drivers, but this is a photography contest, not a car show. We're glad drivers are confident, but please don't be too confident when it comes to submitting your content. March and May are almost over, June is about to arrive, and a new batch of challengers will soon join us. Did I use about too much? That's not important. What I meant is that to celebrate this wonderful moment, all merchandise at the 7th station is 30% off for 3 days only. I forgot to mention that the discount is only valid for members. Thank you for listening. Oh no, watching. This is Joku, temporarily on loan from the association's radio station. I hope to see you again next time. Guan Yi didn't even wait to finish reading the newsletter before quickly grabbing 2 limited edition subscription coupons. With this kind of thing, you have to act first. If she waited until she had read everything before grabbing them, everything would be lost. Then, Guan Yi stared at the overly lively newsletter, a little unsure of how to comment. It wasn't until she read the very end that she suddenly realized something. So they're on loan from the radio station. No wonder the style is different. It's not surprising since it's Joe. Joker, he's the same everywhere. Guan Yi read the newsletter over and over again, then pulled out his phone. After confirming there was no post office in the service area, he decided to place an order with Squirrel Express. The quality of the submissions isn't very high. Most of them are photos of people and cars. Please refrain from sending similar photos. Then my photo, Berkeley House Burning, should meet the requirements. But should it be called the destruction of sin, revenge of justice, or simply the light of righteousness? Guan Yi took out the photos he had taken and carefully selected a few. Then, while the newsletter was still in storage, he called the association to inquire about the number of photos he could submit. After receiving the reply, there's no limit to the number of photos, but you can only submit once. Guan Yi took out a pen and named each photo, putting all the hesitations into practice. After finishing, Guan Yi took out the smallest canvas bag and put all the photos she had chosen into it, preparing to give them to the squirrel courier to take away. After finishing, Guan Yi put on her shoes and got out of bed. She had other tasks to do today and couldn't sleep anymore. Then, she was shocked by the crowded lounge. No, when did these people arrive? Was it because she slept so well, or was the capsule so soundproofed that she didn't hear anything in the middle of the night? But now wasn't the time to dwell on that. Guan Yi glanced around the lounge and temporarily ignored it. After all, there wasn't a hotel in this shabby place, so it was normal for people to stay here. Then, Guan Yi locked her capsule, not planning to return it. She had to stay here for at least one more night, And if she didn't want to sleep in the car, she had to keep her access card. "Excuse me, please step aside." "Thank you." Guan Yi politely stepped out through the passage left by the crowd. Even if she had nothing else to do, let alone something she needed to do, she didn't want to stay in the lounge for the time being. The reason was simple: apart from her, no one else in the room, whether standing, sitting, or lying in the undraped capsules, looked like players. Among them were animal people, and seemingly ordinary humans. In theory, Guan Yi couldn't tell whether they were players or not, but she could sense the difference. Since they weren't players, the only option left was indigenous people. Combined with the news flash she had just read, Guan Yi suspected they were wetland residents seeking refuge. It was a bit strange, Guan Yi thought. It made her feel like she hadn't left the wetlands yet. Maybe all service areas will be like this. Guan Yi muttered as she walked out of the service hall. She had to meet the squirrel courier first, then find a repair shop to take Xuxia in for maintenance. Xuxia had weathered many dangers last night. Even with the dual attack of the vehicle's guided energy cannon and shotgun, her car still had many scratches. Guan Yi was a traveling merchant after all. The shabby appearance of her car would make customers think she couldn't get good goods, just an ordinary merchant with ordinary goods. Of course, in some games, merchants with shabby stalls might have their own story, but Guan Yi didn't like that. She liked Xuxia clean and spotless, her cars unscathed, shining in the sun, a comforting sight. As usual, the squirrel courier arrived after the newsletter self-destructed, bringing Guan Yi 2 subscription coupons, and taking the bag of photos she was mailing to the association. Entering the June photography competition? No extra postage required. We have an agreement with the Highway Mileage Association, and they pay on delivery. After saying this, the squirrel courier saluted Guan Yi and hurriedly sped off on his motorcycle. How generous. I have to say it again. The association is truly generous. Guan Yi praised the association's pay-on-delivery policy. Otherwise, her cross-region mailing would have cost her 500 highway coins. Now that the association covered the costs, she was very satisfied. If this were my world, the Highway Mileage Association would definitely rank among the top 10. They have a great corporate culture, a wide range of services, excellent benefits, and they always consider their employees. You really be desperate to get in. What a shame, Guan Yi sighed. This was a game world, and no matter how good her job was, she still wanted to go home. Leaving the lounge, Guan Yi followed the map and drove to the auto repair shop. Before the main group arrived, she booked Xuxia a full-body care package, plus 4 tire replacements. That wetland place is secretly corroding tires. TSK, how terrifying. Guan Yi sighed, obediently paying 3,000 road coins, and then rode her mountain bike to Piston Happy City in the area. She had to deliver the peaches that Grandma Taozi had entrusted to her. This place was a membership-only system, and Guan Yi had never been there, even after receiving the happy coins. They simply wouldn't let her in. Guan Yi had been curious about it, but ever since her perception improved, she noticed the dangers of the place, and she given Piston Happy City a wide berth ever since. Even when she saw it at other service areas, she wouldn't even glance at it. But she had to go today. It was worth the 6,000 road coins. After all, it was just a delivery, so Guan Yi didn't think it was a big deal. Indeed, after Guan Yi explained her purpose to the security guard at the entrance, he didn't let her into the building, which was decorated like a KTV from the 1980s or 1990s. Instead, he picked up the intercom and confirmed with someone inside. Afterward, one security guard stayed at the main entrance, while the other led Guan Yi around to the side of the building. Guan Yi had initially assumed there was a small door on the side of the building, similar to an employee entrance, but she wasn't expecting it to actually reveal a small garden. She and the security guard stood outside the garden's hollow iron gate. A path paved with smooth stone bricks led from the main entrance to the building. The hollow iron gate remained closed, and the security guard accompanied and monitored Guan Yi as they waited. After about 2 or 3 minutes, the small door of the building opposite opened, and several animal men emerged. Leading the group was a giraffe man, his long neck tied with a long tie. He wore sunglasses and a black suit, reminiscent of the look from Zootopia. Following the giraffe man were hippo men, burly and carrying small carts, clearly here to move things. Guan Yi watched them approach expressionlessly. She was no longer surprised by the animal men. She felt like she had stepped into some kind of fairy tale. Though the essence of this fairy tale might be inappropriate for children. As it stands, some of the Berkeley family's experimental products have ended up at Piston Fun City. These are peaches from the Maosheng Peach Orchard. Guan Yi unloaded the boxes strapped to the sides of his mountain bike. Go ahead and inspect them. The giraffe nodded and waved, signaling the hippopotamus to come forward. Guan Yi stepped aside and allowed them to open and inspect the boxes. The whole process lasted about 3 minutes before the hippopotamus finally confirmed everything was fine. Guan Yi, you're not much better than using a lantern to assess damage. You're literally picking up each peach to see if there's any damage to the skin. Thankfully, Grandma Peach's peaches are high quality. If they were yellow peaches or other easily damaged varieties, I might have lost money on this order. After the inspection, the giraffe silently paid for the goods. The hippopotamus then loaded the peaches onto the cart. The group arrived in silence and left in silence. I got the money. I'm leaving. Do as you please. Guan Yi waved to the security guards watching over her, hopped on her motorcycle, and left this place she disliked. Speaking of which, if she had eliminated the Berkeley family on this wet plain, would that affect Piston City in this plain? She wasn't sure, and didn't want to delve into it. Whatever happened, it would be up to her. If the animals ever united and wanted to fight, Guan Yi thought she could provide them with some supplies. As for now, Guan Yi couldn't help them. Better to hurry, and get to the 7th post station to resupply. Chapter 131. This service area is tiny. Forget the snack street or the commercial area, there are only a few functional buildings. There's a service hall where you can handle paperwork, Piston Happy City, and Wang Ergu's auto modification shop. Beyond that, there's only the tiny 7th station and a restaurant called Public Canteen. It's truly desolate. Guan Yi, driving his off-road motorcycle through the service area, suddenly realized that his previous judgment seemed to have been wrong. The service area wasn't small, but there were few buildings for players to use. It was actually quite large, but mostly empty space, making it of little use to players. Guan Yi saw some animal people already moving around in the open space. They measured the land with their feet, occasionally gathering to exchange a few words, then continued to pace, seemingly assessing something. Post-disaster reconstruction. This was the first word that came to Guan Yi's mind. Thinking about it, it made sense. She hadn't even read the book Grandma Towsy had given her yet. Ever since leaving the lush peach garden, things had been so tedious that she barely slept. How could she possibly need a bedtime book? I go read it when I have some free time today. Guan Yi sighed, and parked her motorcycle in the open space outside the 7th post station. She had to hurry, and buy things before most of the shops were sold out. The owner of this shop was human, but it was hard to say. He was a man as muscular as a bear, with a full beard and a hint of lush chest hair beneath his open collar. If the black bear monster that stole the cassock had become a spirit, it would probably look like this man. The moment she saw him, the phrase black bear spirit crystallized in Guan Yi's mind. Welcome, feel free to shop. The black bear demon muttered in a low voice, continuing to push his cart to restock the various shelves. Guan Yi casually responded, then grabbed a shopping basket on wheels, and headed to the shelf where the black bear demon wasn't blocking the way. It's true, this store might be small, but it's well stocked. To save space, they only display a few samples of each item, freeing up space for more items. Of course, the downside is that every time a customer comes in, they have to restock the shelves, otherwise the next customer won't be able to buy anything. No wonder. Guan Yi glanced at the black bear demon, squatting by the shelf, restocking the bottom shelf with a chuckle. He wasn't sure if it was a store rule, or if the big brother had made his own decision. After a brief stroll, Guan Yi finally encountered the black bear demon. She had no choice but to interrupt him. I'm a member. There's a 30% discount here, right? The black bear demon looked up at her. I received notification. There's a promotion. Feel free to buy. Guan Yi nodded. That's good. Oh, I need a lot of stuff. Could you please just bring it to me? I saved me the hassle of constantly restocking. She then rattled off a dozen products she had just spotted on the shelves. Some were supplements for her daily needs, while others were stock to stock the traveling merchant's shelves. Of course, there was also the all-important food, but Guan Yi was saving that for last. She still had to ask about the expiration date. The black bear demon stood up. He was at least 2 meters tall, perhaps even more. His massive frame created a strong sense of intimidation, and Guan Yi was even momentarily wary. However, as soon as he opened his mouth, the oppressive feeling was immediately dispelled. The bear-like man's face lit up with joy, seemingly delighted to be able to sell so much in one go, rather than squatting by the shelves endlessly restocking. Okay. A big customer, right? Wait a moment, I get it for you from the warehouse. With that, the bear-like man, fearing Guan Yi would change her mind, abandoned his work and scurried off. Guan Yi blinked. So enthusiastic? She looked down at the half-unpacked goods at her feet, drinking water, and some kind of multi-flavored functional beverage. Waiduodua functional drink, 150 milliliters, introduction. Taste the different flavors of Waiduoduo and experience the myriad flavors of life. Of course, we can't simulate every emotion yet, but that's something we strive for in the future. Currently, we offer cold, passionate, happy, sad, angry, and the core and most popular flavors of love and hate. Drinking Waiduodua can bring you a variety of emotions. Please note, we only sell drinks, not manipulate lives. Each bottle of Waiduoduo only provides an emotional experience for 1 hour. We don't recommend continuous consumption, no harm, but it can cause emotional confusion and make the drinker forget their true feelings. Guanyi exclaimed, "Wow," and decided to buy more of this to store. This item has special properties, and is not subject to an expiration date. She could stock up and drink it as water in a pinch. It's all been used to save lives. Feeling sad is fine, feeling angry is fine. As long as it quenches your thirst, that's all. Besides, Guanyi had a vague feeling that this thing might someday have a special use. If so, she decided to stock up. Besides, it's 30% off right now. While Black Bear was stocking up, Guanyi continued to wander around the area and realized it wasn't her imagination. The 7th station was truly running low on food. It could also be a matter of scale. Guanyi forced an excuse for the 7th station, not wanting her suspicions to come true. It's just like the first station I encountered. It only had tiger skin cakes and instant noodles with hot water. This station is about the same size, so it's normal to only have those. That being said, Guanyi didn't really believe it. She had a feeling that getting food would become more difficult going forward. While she was lost in thought, Black Bear returned with a cart filled with what Guanyi needed. The two of them began checking off their lists and paying. Afterward, Guanyi packed all the non-food items into her storage compartment. Interestingly, food and drinks with special properties aren't subject to expiration dates, and therefore aren't restricted to storage compartments. They can still be stored wherever they were before. It seems the Protesting Agricultural Product Association doesn't consider such items under its jurisdiction. This is interesting, Guanyi thought. According to that, those finished foods shouldn't belong to their association, but considering the raw materials. Never mind, whatever. She didn't want to drive to the Agricultural Products Association to demand an explanation. "Boss, you're running low on food." Guanyi pretended to pack her backpack, deliberately slowing down her pace. "I noticed the previous store still sold fruits and vegetables. Did they not get any more here, or are they sold out?" The Black Bear boss helped Guanyi sort the goods into categories. "We're not selling any more. They said they won't bring in anything that's hard to store." Guanyi understood immediately. On the surface, the Highway Mileage Association wasn't helping either side, even warning drivers not to get involved in the dispute. But behind the scenes, they were telling their stores not to stock fruits and vegetables. They were voting with their money, and it was clear who they aligned themselves with. "I see a lot of people fleeing from the wetlands. Are they going to stay here long?" Since Boss Black Bear wasn't resisting, Guanyi naturally had to ask more questions. "Oh, they stay until the wetland seawater season is over." Black Bear had been running the service area for a long time, and was used to it. The store sells daily necessities, food, and the like. "I guess the Agricultural Products Association will send people out to set up stalls this afternoon. They won't have to worry about accommodations. I also have tents and various supplies for sale. They always find a way to survive." "I see." Guanyi nodded, pretending to be nonchalant. "I thought all service areas closed after the travelers left. Isn't that true?" Black Bear was stunned for a moment, his attitude suddenly turning from enthusiastic to cold. He stopped helping sort the goods and waved his hand, motioning Guanyi to leave quickly. "That's not for me to say, nor for you to ask. Anyway, you already paid. Hurry up and grab your things and leave. It's best not to come back again." Guanyi narrowed her eyes. "Are you going to refuse an association member?" If that were the case, she would complain. Guanyi pulled out his phone. Boss Xiong, upon seeing this, immediately took a few steps back inside the shop. Then, with 2 swishes, the shutters on the windows and front door dropped. Followed by this, a propeller appeared on the roof and began to whir as Guanyi stared in amazement, carrying the entire shop with it in a real-life spiral ascension. "Guanyi, who am I? Where am I? What am I supposed to do? Can someone explain to her what exactly happened? I just asked about a closed service area, and then they ran off with their house and me without even waiting a minute. Huh? Is that right? Huh?" Guanyi's outstretched hand trembled slightly. She knew she might have asked something taboo, but wouldn't you just not have answered? Why such a big reaction? Now, instead of complaining to others, she have to worry about Boss Xiong complaining back. This is too bizarre. Guan Yi pondered this over and over, still unable to comprehend it. But now that it had come to this, she could only gather up the items that had been pushed out to the store entrance. If a few more people came and robbed her, she'd be furious. Good news. No one had complained to Guan Yi. Bad news. The 7th station was gone, and she didn't know how to explain it to the other shoppers. Since there was no explanation, the only option was to flee. Guan Yi glanced guiltily around, and seeing no one around, she immediately hopped on her motorcycle and fled the terrifying scene. It didn't matter, Guan Yi consoled herself. The staff at the service center would solve the refugees' problem of not being able to buy things. Even without Black Bear, there would be other business owners. At worst, she, a traveling merchant, could set up a stall to sell goods. The goods were all newly arrived, and it didn't matter who the refugees bought from. So, the question was her question taboo, or was Black Bear overreacting? Guan Yi felt that she might have to find the answer herself, whether from Gray Frequency or the Data Emperor. She desperately wanted to know the reason. Perhaps, there was a secret related to the Golden City. Chapter 132. Guan Yi left a message on the Gray Channel using crystals as a trading item, but no one responded yet. This was understandable. Bounty hunters didn't know everything and could say anything. She could only contact Data Emperor, but since he had declined to add her as a friend, Guan Yi could only leave a private message, uncertain when it would be read. And even if it was, she didn't know if he would reply. For example, Guan Yi herself received private messages from 999 plus daily. Because she needed to trade, she couldn't turn off incoming messages from strangers, so she had to find time to read them. Thankfully, there was a system that helped filter keywords. For example, if Guan Yi typed in "friend," the system would retrieve all private messages related to that keyword and display them to her. This way, Guan Yi could quickly scan the messages, delete any that were deemed unhelpful, and then continue processing other private messages. This process usually takes about 20 minutes. Guan Yi uses this to pass the time while eating, unless she's checking the chat channel. She can't just sit there and eat. Influenced by her parents since childhood, she's developed the habit of reading or watching TV while eating. Bad habits, so what? Guan Yi has no intention of changing. Who wouldn't find a good TV show to watch while eating these days? With no immediate response, and the 7th station spiraling upwards, Guan Yi pondered for a moment and decided to return to the lounge. The service area was too small, and if she didn't leave early, the cafeteria would probably be sold out. Returning along the road, Guan Yi noticed refugees already working in the open space. Their work was clearly divided. Some were processing basic materials, such as turning metal into steel plates, rebar, and nails, while others were processing wood into finished products like pillars, planks, door frames, and window frames. Once they were finished, someone would carry the first-use materials to the large open space within the service area, where people were busy digging pits and laying foundations. Guan Yi paused to watch, momentarily forgetting her breakfast schedule. She wondered if she had misunderstood. Perhaps the closure of the service area only targeted players like them, not the locals. After they left the service area, it would quietly reopen. But that didn't make sense. Guan Yi remembered the cryptic message the housekeeper had given her when she was staying at that ultra-luxury hotel. When there were no guests, they would continue to wait for a call. No player guests, no NPC guests. If that were the case, wouldn't the hotel be losing money? It should have closed down long ago, due to its inability to make ends meet. The longer Guan Yi stayed here, the more he felt that the game world should have a mature operating system, similar to the real world. People need to go to school, work, have fun, and rest. So, hotel operations should also be similar to the real world. Unless they are only open when players are present and closed for maintenance the rest of the time, the cost issue is unexplainable. So, this service area is still special, but I don't know why. Actually, I don't necessarily need to know the reason. I just need to know whether it will affect my subsequent trip. Hunger brought Guan Yi back to her senses. She checked her stomach and decided to grab a bite to eat. The Black Bear owner said someone from the Agricultural Product Association would be setting up a stall soon, so she could eat first and then come back later. After 7 o'clock, all the windows in the service hall were open. Guan Yi peeked in. Most of the windows were occupied by human staff, with only the ones designated for the time being occupied by an animal. It was 8:43 a.m., the sheep shift. Guan Yi looked out the window and saw a large mass of gray wool. The sheep's form was completely buried in the wool, with only 2 hands barely poking out, typing away on a keyboard. Guan Yi, you should get a shave, really, but there doesn't seem to be a barbershop in the service area. Ugh, this place is so small. She wondered if these animal staff had any days off. Guanye's thoughts raced uncontrollably. If only there were. She remembered there was a barbershop in the previous service area. This little lamb could definitely get a haircut there. If she didn't have a holiday, maybe she could sell him a pair of scissors? This was new stock, freshly arrived from the 7th post station, Guanye thought. She needed to eat quickly, then go to the auto repair shop to pick up some supplies, then find an empty space to set up a stall. Any profit was a steal while no new shops appeared. But the main force should be arriving soon, right? Guanye pondered as she went to the cafeteria across from the lounge and spent 15 highway coins on a mediocre-looking, barely edible breakfast. She then opened the chat channel. Then she noticed something was amiss. Not only had other people arrived at the service area, but there were also 3 more chief driver titles. That thing was a server-wide announcement. Even if someone didn't open the chat channel during that time, it would be forced to replay when they re-entered. So, as soon as Guanye entered the channel, she was overwhelmed by a constant stream of server-wide announcements, leaving her stunned, confused as to why so many chief companions had suddenly appeared. No, she didn't see anyone else when she entered the service area. Guanye knew that the highway section had multiple dimensions, and everyone had their own, and they didn't interfere with each other. But the rules did state that players would meet in service areas and toll booths, and that had indeed been the case before. If someone had tied for first place with her, she wouldn't have been able to miss it. So, this is a service area with multiple parallel dimensions? Guanye found it intriguing. Coincidentally, the chat channel was also discussing this matter. Judging from the scrolling information, it seemed that the service areas were separate, but the chat channels were still connected. So, the server areas you all went to are different. One's a resistance camp, one's an underwater camp, one's a forest. What was the other one? Any word? Guanye, come out and tell us what server area you went to. Oh yeah, it seems like only the chief who showed up at midnight last night hasn't spoken. Guanye, is that his name? You guys are so idle, even bothering to keep track of what other servers are like? If you're not busy, why don't you speed up? Be careful if the server shuts down, and you can't leave. I'm curious, really curious. Why are there so many different server areas here? You who said others are idle, aren't you also checking the chat? Are you almost there? Will this split up all the time, or is this a special case? Has anyone summarized it? What about the data expert? Can you analyze it? Haha, I already seen the service area sign. Why can't I just relax a bit, stop worrying about others, and focus on myself? Surprisingly, there's a difference between service areas and service areas. Since everyone else has shared information, Guanye decided to share her own situation, and she has a few other theories. Guanye, the service area I arrived at is very small. Most of the NPCs are animal people, and many refugees have arrived and are setting up temporary shelters. Also, I think this situation may be related to the direction of each person's side quests. From the chat messages over the past few days, not everyone has triggered side quests, nor has everyone encountered every type of NPC or monster in the wetlands. Guanye herself wouldn't claim to have seen every monster, but she has certainly seen quite a few NPCs. But simply seeing an NPC doesn't trigger a quest. Deeper interaction is required, otherwise it's just an encounter. Guanye speculated that those who entered the rebel camp were likely part of a mission involving the fleeing animal men. For example, Chris, though once a Berkeley, was also a victim of human experimentation. Perhaps she later encountered the rebels, and provided insider information about the Berkeley family. Those heading to the underwater camp were probably the bald men and the fish men. Didn't Uncle Chen say the wetlands would protect his people? So, setting up an underwater camp for them was perfectly reasonable. As for the woodlands, the chief in the chat room actually complained about it, saying it was similar to the wetlands, a continuation, just without the monsters. The functional buildings in the service area were treehouses, and the free lounge was a tent made of leaves and branches. The conditions were quite touching. And here, Guanye thought, that was the world of the animal people. But her most completed side quest wasn't the animal people series, so why was she here? Guanye speculated that perhaps these refugees were actually the night guests. If they didn't go to the seabed or join the Berkeley family ship, they had to find their own way to survive the ocean, such as collectively seeking refuge in the service area. Of course, it's also possible that because Towsy bombed the Berkeley family's old house, destroying the scumbag family, the hidden night guests appeared, leading her to the refugee line. If she really needed an answer, Guanye could enter the consciousness level and see how many service areas corresponded to the wetland. That way, she could deduce the answer. But forget it. I see what the next server is like before I leave. There's no movie theater here, so I can't predict it based on posters. Guan Yi scratched her head, put her finished plate in the recycling area, and rode her motorcycle to the auto repair shop. After a quick reorganization of her backpack and the storage compartment inside her motorcycle, she filled several large canvas bags, hung them on the handlebars, and rode back to the open space. It looked busier over there now. The Agricultural Product Association's carts had appeared, piled with high-quality fruits and vegetables. Many refugees were browsing the stalls. Guan Yi looked over and then picked out some food for lunch and dinner. That shabby cafeteria was expensive and tasted terrible. Whoever wanted to eat there could eat. She would rather go through the trouble of cooking outside than suffer the consequences of her own appetite. After completing her shopping, Guan Yi found a spot near the crowd that was both busy and out of the way. She spread out a large tablecloth, arranged her merchandise, and prepared to open her shop. Of course, Guan Yi didn't forget her traveling merchant identity. She affixed a metal badge with a scale pattern to her clothing so that anyone who came to buy would see it. Perfect, Guan Yi thought. Now we can open our shop. Chapter 133. As soon as Guan Yi's stall opened, it attracted a crowd of people. They were all wetland indigenous people seeking refuge at the service area, and also Guan Yi's nighttime guests. Of course, only a few people came to trade back then, so the current crowd was interested not only in the goods on the stall, but also in Guan Yi himself. Originally, they would wait until the seawater season arrived and the Berkeley family left Xiqing by boat before arriving in small boats to take refuge at the service area, lest they be disadvantaged by a confrontation with those scum. But this time, having heard that the Berkeley family's old house in Xiqing had been bombed, they arrived a day early after confirming the information. As for the source of the information, the indigenous people said it was a secret, the foundation of their livelihood, and they would not share it with any outsiders. It was through conversations with the indigenous people that Guan Yi learned that the Berkeley family's initial inspiration for crafting animal-human bodies came from these indigenous people, who lived deep in the wetlands and rarely interacted with humans. That said, they didn't treat the natives kindly, and the natives, unable to compete with the Berkeley family, retreated en masse, retreating deeper into the wetlands. When the Berkeleys realized that capturing the natives was more cost-effective and yielded better experimental results than preparing their own animal bodies, they stopped bothering with them. Come on, take a look. It's fresh produce. Guan Yi called out, motioning the onlookers to come. The prices are fair. We accept road coins and crystals. If you don't have either, barter is fine. After all, these were special guests that night, and Guan Yi knew exactly how they paid. It was mostly crystals, with a few offering barter. Of course, she didn't want the monster skins and meat. The question is, it's too big to store, and it's not selling well. Let the natives keep it for themselves or use it to make daily necessities. Let's buy some bowls. Didn't we lose some along the way? Are there any new clothes for sale? Playing cards. We're saved. Finally something to kill time. Are there any basic materials? The 7th post is gone. How strange. I just remembered seeing it. Guan Yi was unmoved by such inquiries, even joining in their surprised exclamations of wow, really? And I didn't know that? As if the post's disappearance had nothing to do with her. Yes, the categories are here. Just tell me the quantity you need, and I temporarily restock. If they're not available here, tell me the name and I ask the warehouse. Warehouse naturally refers to the trading channel. As long as the price she lists is higher than the recycling shop, there will definitely be players willing to sell their accumulated but currently unused supplies. After all, money is the real hard currency. Buying things with money is much more convenient than bartering. After Guan Yi explained, she had a way to get the materials. More and more people gathered around the stall. This meant Guan Yi was incredibly busy for the next 2 hours, trading with NPCs, and on the trading channel, repeating the same routine of buying materials, selling materials, and more buying materials. The process was exhausting, but also fulfilling. Before Guan Yi knew it, it was already noon. Just as she was about to borrow a stove from the locals to cook lunch, she heard a commotion. It seemed like something big was happening in the open space ahead. Guan Yi suddenly felt less hungry. With so much going on, who would care about eating? She quickly packed up her stall and rode her motorcycle to the more crowded area. A few minutes later, Guan Yi struggled to find a spot to park. After squeezing in, she realized someone was setting up a platform. What's going on? What's going on? Is someone going to give a speech? Guan Yi curiously asked a familiar indigenous person who had just been shopping at her stall. Mi Qingrui is coming. The indigenous person excitedly said, "I hear she's a big singer, very popular outside. I want to see her." Guanya's eyes widened. Mi Qingrui. She knew her. She even been to her concert, and in the VIP seats. She was such a fan favorite. "Where can I buy tickets?" Guanyi asked hurriedly, fearing she'd miss out if she was even a few seconds late. The natives gave her a strange look. "It's free. She's on tour, and just happened to be passing through here. Just find a seat." "No tickets." Guanyi said, remembering that the outdoor seats were free and everyone could listen for free. But she still wanted VIP seats. Without VIP status, there were no souvenirs. Seeing she couldn't get anything out of the ordinary people, Guanyi simply let go and merged into the crowd, heading towards the workers setting up the makeshift stage. "This one can't be helped. They're porters. That one can't be helped. They're busy and probably don't have time to pay attention to her." This person. Guanyi quickly locked onto her target. It was a woman holding a notebook, directing the others' work, and organizing every process in an orderly manner. "Excuse me, I'd like to buy VIP seats for the concert. Who should I contact?" Guanyi put on a slightly embarrassed yet needy expression. This tactic had always worked for her on previous trips, and she hoped it would work again this time. Afterward, Guanyi pointed at the badge on her chest. Ever since she learned it was Mi Qingrui's concert, she had taken out her Mi Qingrui fan badge and worn it on her chest to show her fandom. Incidentally, back in Lancheng, Guanyi had traded a Mi Qingrui poster for a fangirl. But because Lancheng was a fake city, everything she spent was returned to her after returning to the service area. Except for the highway coins. So Guanyi now not only had the fan badge, but also a Mi Qingrui signed poster, fully proving her fan status. As expected, when the woman first looked at Guanyi, despite a businesslike smile, her eyes were sharp, filled with suspicion and vigilance. After Guanyi produced something related to Mi Qingrui, the woman's eyes softened instantly, and her smile grew a bit more genuine. While she wasn't completely down on her guard, she at least didn't look like she was about to call security. "My dear fan, I'm sorry, but VIP tickets aren't for sale to the public. They can only be obtained through special channels. Even Mi Qingrui herself can't. Let me introduce myself. My name is Linda, and I'm Mi Qingrui's assistant and manager." "Is that so?" Guanyi's expression was filled with disappointment. After reiterating that money wasn't an issue, she realized there really wasn't anything she could do, and she gave up in frustration. "My name is Guanyi. Nice to meet you. Please tell Mi Qingrui that I really love her songs." This was the truth, without a hint of disingenuousness. Putting aside the special effects, Mi Qingrui's songs were truly beautiful. Whether it was Whistle for Freedom or Old Times, they were both melodious songs with a wonderful vocal performance. Guanyi truly wanted to hear another concert. She felt Mi Qingrui's voice held a certain inspirational quality. Seeing Guanyi constantly looking back, her entire figure etched with disappointment, Linda felt a pang of pity. After all, Mi Qingrui was constantly touring, and due to road conditions and time constraints, few fans could attend a second concert. Sadly, that was the rule. Linda watched Guanyi leave, sighing silently inwardly. This was not something she could control. If it were back when Mi Qingrui first debuted, she would definitely have kept this fan, who could become a die-hard fan for her. Guanyi didn't know Linda's thoughts. After finding out the concert officially started at 2 p.m., she hurried to grab a meal, and then drove her motorcycle back to the parking lot outside the service hall. There would be so many people there, and she had to focus on the concert. What if she accidentally lost her motorcycle? Leaving it in the parking lot wouldn't be a problem. The service hall had its own security system. Anyone trying to steal a motorcycle there would be like trying to steal a motorcycle from a police station, purely courting death. Luckily, this service area isn't big. It's not a long walk. I just consider it a good time to digest my food. Guanyi said this as she strolled back to the venue. She found the main stage almost complete, and some indigenous people were already calling their friends to take up prime seats in the front row. Taking advantage of the limited crowds, Guanyi quickly found a front row seat with a great view. She then pulled a large rock from her backpack, used it as a stool, and sat cross-legged on it, reading. With just over an hour left before the concert, Guanyi decided to pass the time with the book Goodnight, Wetlands that Grandma Towsy had given her. It was a richly illustrated storybook, describing the origin and development of the wetlands. It covered nearly every legend and belief within the wetlands, as well as the intelligent races that inhabited them. Animal men, humans, fishmen, animal spirits. Sea god worship, nature worship, totemic worship. And the reasons for the alternating changes between the wetlands and the ocean. Of course, this was a very clear mythological story, involving all the primitive races and beliefs. Almost everyone had a role and a responsibility, ultimately leading to the wetland's current state. Everyone has their own responsibilities. That statement really stuck with me throughout. Guan Yi finished reading the storybook, shook her head, and tucked it back into her backpack, planning to donate it to the library the next time she saw it. With just over 30 minutes left until the concert, Guan Yi looked around and saw that the crowd was growing. Not only the indigenous people, but also a few people clearly dressed like gamers, trying to make their way into the crowd. Unfortunately, they arrived a little late, and the natives refused to cut in line. After several failed attempts, they could only stand in the back sullenly, and, imitating Guan Yi's example, they each took out chairs, rocks, or other objects to find a seat. Guan Yi raised an eyebrow, but ignored them. After all, she and the surrounding natives had agreed that they were just taking a break. Once the concert officially began, she would put away the rocks and stand or sit on the ground like everyone else, not obstructing anyone's view. Using this as an excuse, Guan Yi struck up a conversation with the people around her. She had just been selling goods all morning, and the natives knew her as a traveling merchant, so the conversation flowed naturally. Their conversation ran the gamut. While most of it centered around the upcoming concert, they also dropped a lot of other, less important news. Guan Yi felt that if the system had a progress bar for exploring the wetlands, even if it wasn't 100%, it would definitely be over 97%. While it was useless, she truly knew this place better than the wetland natives. Just as Guan Yi's thoughts drifted, the sound of an instrumental ensemble suddenly rang out from the stage. Immediately afterwards, the lights flickered on, and the long-lost Mi Qingrui, clutching a guitar, shimmered before everyone's gaze. The audience erupted in cheers, and Guan Yi's spirits lifted. She immediately jumped to the ground, gathered her stones, and, along with the other natives, waved to Mi Qingrui, ready to savor this visual and auditory feast. Chapter 134. Mi Qingrui isn't a traveler, but she's always on the road. She's on tour, a never-ending concert. This is her fate as a loser, and also her struggle as a loser. Her world is destroyed, but she is still alive. Mi Qingrui shook her long, orange-pink hair vigorously, and amid the dancing lights, she roared the next line. When the storm comes, everyone goes crazy. Fate, screw that damn fate. She struggle, she live. During the interlude, Mi Qingrui hummed softly. She loved singing, but she didn't like being forced to sing. But that didn't matter, she thought. The endless tour was her chance. Madness. Talent. Survival. Mi Qingrui ended the song neatly, shaking her hair again, which had become tangled from playing. This was the fifth and final song, and the concert could end with that. Just like before, the stage lights suddenly dimmed, and Mi Qingrui was transported backstage via her stage attributes. She wasn't expected to worry about anything else. After the audience left, staff would dismantle the temporary stage. For the time being, Mi Qingrui would simply remain in her RV, waiting for a brief break before continuing her tour. But today seemed different. Her assistant, Linda, came over, not to inform her of her chosen location as usual, but to share an interesting story. I actually have fans here? Mi Qingrui paused tuning her guitar and asked with interest. She actually went into the VIP section. Is she still around? Linda nodded. She wasn't gone when I came in. Mi Qingrui seemed intrigued. She clapped her hands. Then please invite her in. I want to meet her. Linda was taken aback. But that's against the rules. TSK, forget those stupid rules. Don't forget, I'm a star, and she's my fan. It's normal for stars and fans to meet. Just treat it as a small meet and greet with just her and me. At this, a hint of sarcasm flashed in Mi Qingrui's gray-blue eyes. Besides, isn't the persona they created for me supposed to be fan pampering? She has my fan badge and my autograph poster, which is enough to prove she's a devoted fan. Linda hesitated. Is that okay? Wouldn't that break the rules? Mi Qingrui snorted. Since she's a devoted fan, and as an idol who pampers her fans, not meeting her would be a break in her persona and a violation of the rules. After saying this, seeing Linda wavering, Mi Qingrui lowered her head and plucked the strings of her guitar. Go quickly. If you don't go, she might leave. So Linda hesitantly left the house, hesitantly found Guan Yi, and hesitantly brought her to Mi Qingrui's RV. Thankfully, the thing Linda had worried about didn't happen. So, she agreed to Mi Qingrui's suggestion, leaving her and Guan Yi alone in the RV. Even though you've been to my concert twice. Mi Qingrui extended her hand to Guan Yi. But I still want to say, this is our first meeting. I'm Mi Qingrui. Guan Yi grasped Mi Qingrui's hand, feeling its softness and coolness, unlike any other hand she ever held. Hello, I'm Guanyi, nice to meet you. Guanyi said, I love your songs. Really, besides the special effects, the melodies of every song are beautiful. Mi Qingrui smiled. She invited Guanyi to sit down, asked for her opinion, and then offered her a drink. Afterward, Mi Qingrui and Guanyi chatted about the concert and the songs they were performing. Linda found various excuses to come in several times, but on the last occasion, Mi Qingrui finally stopped her. Linda, I need to entertain my little fans. I leave the stage to you. As Mi Qingrui said this, she was holding Guanyi's phone. The two of them posed for photos in various poses, looking like unassuming celebrities, each one a delightful companion to their little fans. Linda finally felt relieved. She said she would go take care of things on stage and would be back in about 15 minutes. After she left, Mi Qingrui made a hushed gesture to Guanyi and tilted her head slightly, as if listening attentively. 10 seconds later, Mi Qingrui slowly exhaled. Then, the real conversation began. Time is tight. Linda could be back at any moment. Don't take her 15 minutes seriously. As Mi Qingrui spoke about business, her demeanor changed. She didn't possess the same enthusiasm for fans as an idol, nor did she have the lively and exuberant energy she had on stage. She became like a relic, weathered and steeped in history, weathered by the passage of time, with a sense of calm and stability. If you want to leave here, just keep walking. The road is straight. The more you jump, the closer you get to the end. Mi Qingrui's voice was hoarse, as if she were suppressing something. She looked at Guanyi, her expression serious and solemn. Guanyi nodded and replied with an equally serious tone. I just cleared the 6th stage server. Next, I'm going to the 8th stage server. After that, I jump directly to the 10th. Will that be the Golden City? Mi Qingrui, if you arrive before October, you can enter the Golden City. Guanyi, there are still 3 months left. There's still time. Mi Qingrui shook her head. You need to adjust your time. After this world was distorted, the way of telling time is different. After saying this, Mi Qingrui seemed to notice something. She glanced towards the door and spoke faster. Beware of the traps of the Golden City. Believe what you always believed, doubt what you always hated. Remember the path you took, and don't end up like us, headed for destruction. Guanyi was shocked. This sentence carried so much information. Mi Qingrui, they're headed for destruction? Isn't she from this game world? Before Guanyi could ask, Mi Qingrui suddenly smiled brightly. Her voice returned to the warmth and cheerfulness she had when meeting fans, a little louder than before, but not too abrupt. I really appreciate your liking me. Of course, I have some merchandise here. If you like it, I can give it to you. Click. The sound of a door lock turning. Guanyi raised an eyebrow and said, That's great. You really dote on your fans. I love you so much. Every time I listen to your songs, I feel happy and relaxed. The door opened a crack, then swung open. Linda appeared outside, stepping up the steps. Mi Qingrui casually picked up a book and handed it to Guanyi. My autobiography, but it's not published yet. This is the sample they sent me. If you don't mind, take it. Guanyi took the book and looked down. On the cover was a stage photo of Mi Qingrui. The title was My Tour, and the author's name was Mi Qingrui. Opening the book, Guanyi saw Mi Qingrui's signature on the title page. Thank you. I won't tell anyone else. Guanyi smiled and nodded. Like a satisfied little fan who had seen her idol, he politely said goodbye. Then I won't bother you any further. I hope we meet again sometime. Mi Qingrui smiled and waved Guanyi. Goodbye. Linda stood beside Mi Qingrui, a smile on her face, but her eyes kept glancing at the book in Guanyi's hands, as if she wanted to take it and read it, but was too embarrassed to ask. Guanyi took out a canvas bag and, in front of Linda, first packed the peripherals Mi Qingrui had given him, then the book in his hand. Before packing, Guanyi feigned excitement as he lifted the book, facing the cover towards Linda and waving it at her. Linda, look, this is the sample copy Mi Qingrui gave me. Don't worry, I keep it for myself and won't leak the contents before it's published. With a showy air, Guanyi flipped open the cover and showed it to Linda again. It even has Mi Qingrui's signature. I'm so happy. After Linda examined the cover, and then Mi Qingrui's signature, her smile grew more sincere. She walked to the door and opened it for Guanyi, saying, This is how our Qingrui loves her fans. Please continue to support her. Guanyi nodded repeatedly and exchanged a few farewell words with Linda before leaving Mi Qingrui's RV and returning to the capsule in the lounge, carrying the canvas bag. Today's finds are quite bizarre. Guanyi sat cross-legged on the bed and emptied the contents of the canvas bag. Although the merchandise was exquisite, she wasn't in the mood to play with it right now. Mi Qingrui said, "Don't go to ruin like them." "Does that mean she's an outsider like me?" Guan Yi gasped. If that were true, it was terrifying to contemplate. Terrifying. Also, what does real-time mean? What does it mean to trust those I trust and doubt those I dislike? The clues aren't clear. Is it because of time constraints, or are they just being limited? Guan Yi felt that time constraints were unlikely. If that were the case, shouldn't they have been more explicit? Get the main point out first. You can't just go on and on like a TV show, talking a lot, and then just dropping dead at the last moment when the key characters are mentioned. That's ridiculous. It must be a matter of principle. Just like I can't talk about my world with the natives, Mi Qingrui must have her own limitations. I even suspect she's already suffered some kind of punishment for telling me so much. Guan Yi's eyes fell on the book Mi Qingrui had given her. She picked it up and flipped through a few pages. She found the contents were like a typical celebrity autobiography, recounting Mi Qingrui's apprenticeship, her career, some interesting behind-the-scenes stories, and her friends. Guan Yi paused as she read. This section was Mi Qingrui's biography. On the surface, it seemed unremarkable, with only a few comments adjusting spacing, font size, and word order. But she felt something was hidden here. So Guan Yi read it over and over again. By the third time, she finally cracked the code Mi Qingrui had hidden within, and following the clues, she deciphered the hidden message. Golden City is a server with 1 million people. In October, Golden City will transform into a void ray and fly away. Players who fail to reach the Golden City will be chosen by a mysterious force. Some will fill the gaps in the server's NPC and creature ranks. Some will have their past memories erased and begin anew. Those who reach the Golden City but fail to complete the game will become special NPCs. Like me. Seeing this, Guan Yi felt a chill run from the soles of his feet to the top of his head. Was the Mi Qingrui of the past the same as she is now? Could she become the Mi Qingrui of the future? At that moment, Guan Yi shuddered. Chapter 135. Mi Qingrui's message shocked Guan Yi, and it took her a long time to recover. When people can't sleep at night, they tend to be pessimistic, constantly thinking about random things. Even when they're constructing fanfiction in their minds, it's often about tragic love stories, with incredibly sad endings. Although Guan Yi hadn't suffered from insomnia since arriving in this devastating world, except for yesterday, she sometimes wondered while driving what would happen if she failed. Death was inevitable, and the server's almost constant decrease in players was a clear indicator of the situation. It was like a game, she heard a friend say about a special server where you could complete the game with 1 life. It was said that in the game, if you join the Death Notice channel, you see a list of the dead scrolling on the screen. The occasional 10-second blank period was a novelty. It was the same thing now, the only difference being that the chat channel wouldn't broadcast XXX died at a certain location, for some reason, at the age of XX. But the number of people in the top left corner of the chat channel rarely stopped, constantly jumping to a smaller and smaller number of words. After almost a month here, Guan Yi had mentally prepared herself for the possibility of failing and dying. However, she only occasionally speculated about becoming an NPC, but the thought would slip through her mind without truly lingering. Perhaps it was impossible, too unbelievable. Perhaps Guan Yi was fundamentally terrified of this assumption, which was why she didn't want to dwell on it. I have to think more now. Guan Yi muttered, then patiently read Mi Qingrui's autobiography again from beginning to end. This time, Guan Yi discovered more. How should I put it? Words are incredibly mysterious. Sometimes a sentence might seem to mean A on the surface, but B upon closer inspection, and C when viewed in context. After reading the entire passage and connecting all the relevant clues, it might become a collection of all the meanings. In short, Guan Yi, with the same dedication she had to studying exam papers in her senior year of high school, repeatedly read Mi Qingrui's autobiography as if it were a college entrance exam question, and finally figured it all out. Mi Qingrui comes from another world. That world, like Earth, has been discovered and captured by this out-of-control, tyrannical world. The local residents are forced into a game world and forced to undertake a mission, travel to the Golden City, and find a way through. Mi Qingrui herself is the lead singer of a recently debuted band. Linda was her college roommate and the band's manager and housekeeper. There's no need to describe what happened next. In short, Mi Qingrui reached the Golden City before October, but failed to find the path to the destination. Then, amidst the struggle between the natives of this world and the forces of evil, Mi Qingrui, while retaining her consciousness, was burdened with the fate of perpetual concert tours, branded as both a fan favorite and an idol. Although Linda also outwardly retained her consciousness and remained the familiar friend she was with Mi Qingrui. Whenever she encountered something that violated the rules, she would become a spy for the evil forces, unknowingly. This is why Mi Qingrui avoided her. That being said, Mi Qingrui's pampering of her fans only manifested in areas where she wasn't physically present, like giving away photo cards at the jukebox or merchandise for VIP seats at her concerts. Guan Yi was the first fan and only player Mi Qingrui had met in person, which is why she took the risk of giving Guan Yi this long-prepared sample of her autobiography. Mi Qingrui hoped Guan Yi could successfully escape. While finding a path through the system wouldn't necessarily break the deadlock, it would at least change the situation. In any case, as long as it could cause trouble for the evil forces, Mi Qingrui would do it, even at her own expense. Thankfully, thanks to her concert tour, Mi Qingrui had established herself in this fragmented world and amassed a large following. Even if the evil forces wanted to kill her, they would have to consider whether it was worthwhile. The above is all the information Guan Yi read from the book. Her authenticity is uncertain, but she believes most of it is true. So, the passage hidden in the Golden City is crucial and must be found. Guan Yi put the book down, thought for a moment, and stuffed it back into his backpack. He had to keep it. There was no telling when it might come in handy, so he couldn't lose it. Before that, I need to find the real time. Should I call the association and ask? Guan Yi pondered, remembering Mi Qingrui's words about belief and doubt. He decided to give it a try. It was just a phone call, and it wouldn't take much effort. So, Guan Yi called the Highway Mileage Association, and someone answered quickly. I'm Guan Yi, member number 4567. I'm currently in the 6th stage service area. The section of highway I've been on is a wetland swamp. Guan Yi first introduced her identity before continuing. Excuse me, according to your calendar, what date is it now? I need to arrive in Golden City before October, and I'd like to know the actual time. Perhaps Guan Yi's question was too direct, and the operator on the other end seemed stunned for a few seconds before answering. According to our calendar, it's August 16th. Guan Yi lowered her eyes. Can my exclusive Asphalt Express be delivered according to this time from now on? Of course. The operator explained, this is a special matter. We can't disclose it without a member asking. Similarly, we can't provide similar services without a member requesting it. Guan Yi let out a long oh and asked, can I tell others? The operator had anticipated this question. I'm sorry, this is a special matter. You can't tell others unless they ask. Guan Yi understood. That is, as long as someone asked, she could tell them. That would be too easy. She rubbed her chin, her mind racing with ideas for tricking people into asking. Next, Guan Yi subtly inquired about the 7th station's sudden departure. Spiral Ascension had left such a deep impression on her that she couldn't forget it so quickly. The operator was clearly trying to stifle a laugh. Some sensitive store managers do that. Asking is your right. He can just refuse you outright. Just fly away, don't worry about it. Hearing the other party's answer, Guan Yi felt completely relieved. After hanging up, she submitted her application to Jump Zone, then left the capsule and continued setting up her stall. Guan Yi planned to work until dinner time, then call it a day, and leave the service area early the next morning. By the way, out of curiosity about dragons, Guan Yi had even timed his afternoon visit to the service hall window to take a look. There really was a dragon sitting there, but unlike the other animal humans, only its head retained the appearance of a Chinese dragon. Its body and limbs looked very human. If I had to compare it to AO life for non-humans, but with a more realistic and cooler style. Guan Yi immediately pulled out his phone and silently took a photo of the other person typing on the computer. With the idea of sharing happiness is worse than sharing it alone, he posted the photo to the chat channel. Guan Yi, the dragon of the 12 zodiac signs on duty photo. After the awe-inspiring comments, Guan Yi stopped paying attention to the chat channel's feedback. Ever since someone posted a link that tricked a bunch of people, everyone had become very cautious about messages in the chat channel. Photos were fine. After a few seconds of buffering, you could see the thumbnails directly, but no one dared to click on URLs or anything like that. After Guan Yi left the service hall, she noticed that besides her, only a few other players were present in the service area. It seemed they were the same people who hadn't squeezed into the front row for the concert earlier. Perhaps it was because the requirements to enter this service area were too harsh, or perhaps it was because other service areas had diverted traffic, or perhaps the water level in the wetlands was too high, slowing people down, and therefore they hadn't been able to reach this area. In any case, Guan Yi saw very few players along the way. Most of them were local indigenous people building their future homes. So, Guan Yi took this opportunity to sell another batch of material she collected from the players. During this time, other players followed Guan Yi's lead and set up stalls. However, They lacked the traveling merchant badge and were all strangers. Even with their low prices, only a few cash-strapped NPCs would buy, with Guan Yi handling most of the transactions. Later, they simply gave up and closed their stalls to trade with Guan Yi. After all, the 7th post was booming, and these players had to come to Guan Yi for supplies. Guan Yi still felt a little guilty about this, but she wasn't the type to raise prices or hoard goods at a premium. Whether it was recycling materials or selling groceries and food at a high price, her prices were always fair, which pleasantly surprised the players. It's like arriving at a scenic spot and finding that prices are only slightly higher than usual, far below expectations. Most tourists are pleasantly surprised. Those who are too stingy and think that living outside is more expensive than at home don't count. By dinner time, Guan Yi had posted a series of pre-made questions to the chat channel, eliciting questions about real time. She then shared her answers, and some of the information she could share, sparking a new round of discussion. Incredible! 2 different calendars. Reaching the Golden City in October feels so stressful. If I were to go to a server with 1 million users tomorrow, wouldn't I have anywhere to go? After all, the Golden City hasn't appeared yet. I think there's a time balance. Just like when the server had issues before, time slowed down for people in the service area, but everything else remained normal. The organizers should provide puzzles, right? After all, entering the Golden City still requires finding the right path. I doubt 7 days would be enough to traverse the entire city. Never mind, arriving early is better than late. I'm glad I knew about this, otherwise I might have spent more time resting at the service area. Thanks, Guan Yi, for the information. What do you mean? Aren't service areas closing? I only made it this far thanks to the support of the experts in the chat channel. I wouldn't have thought of or discovered this on my own. Thank you so much. Yeah, aren't they closing? Everyone needs to rest for 2 days at most before we're off. You're not saying you want to be transformed into an NPC, are you? I won't do that. No, I just heard that after stage 6, service areas will no longer be forced to close. Each service area has different rest periods. Players can apply for a stay permit in the service hall, which will allow them to rest longer. What a sinister intention. This double calendar is outrageous. Those who are not of our kind must have different hearts. It's normal for them to try to trick us. I can't wait, I'm done. I need to hurry up. I'm almost at the service area, and I don't want to drown in the wetlands. Guan Yi read the message, and her doubts were finally resolved. It turned out the mandatory closure restrictions had been lifted. No wonder there were refugees here. With that, Guan Yi put aside her concerns about arriving early but having nowhere to go, and focused on preparing to leave the service area and head to the Stage 8 server. Chapter 136. At 7 a.m., Guan Yi was promptly awakened by the newsletter. She rubbed her eyes and sat up, feeling much better than yesterday. Early to bed, early to rise, makes a good physique. Let me see what's in today's newsletter. 7 o'clock Asphalt Newsletter, Destruction Countdown 9 minutes and 57 seconds, Member Points. Dear Guan Yi member, as of midnight on August 17th, your membership points are 1712, and your mileage is 17,622.97 LV2. Please calculate your points accurately when using your account. If you experience a negative score, we will reclaim your assets at 7 o'clock the following day to offset your debt. Today's recommendation: Mi Qingrui co-branded bear equals 5 points. Night vision infrared goggles equals 50 points. Compressed biscuits equals 3 points. Highway Newsletter 1. August is already halfway over, and September is approaching. Travelers aspiring to reach the Golden City before October, please expedite your journey. Sometimes, synchronizing calendars isn't a good thing. You find your time, like stocks, suddenly evaporates, and you're left scratching your head. Okay, I shouldn't say this, but regardless, drivers, if you want to escape this disgusting fate, you need to hurry up. 2. Now that the calendars are synchronized, some things need to be reiterated. Yes, Ms. Guan Yi, this newsletter was prepared just for you. Although I almost always prepared them individually before, this one was personally produced by me. I'm guessing you're asking, what about the previous one? Yes, I admit the previous one was also. Oh, where were we? Calendar time. Yes, the June photo contest is actually the August photo contest. The deadline is the 20th. I love the photos you submitted. If I were a judge, I would give you first prize. The awards will be announced on the 30th. It's only a few days away, right? Please be patient. 3. Yesterday we mentioned the new challengers. Yes, they will still arrive as scheduled. Their entry time is based on your calendar, and you are different now. While I think this should be mentioned in item 4, The newsletter only allows 3 messages, so let's squeeze it in. Welcome to the real world, lady. Your future is full of uncertainty. If your previous server was a linear RPG, now, welcome to the sandbox game. I don't know how far you can go, or how far you can go. Believe me, there are many people watching you. I'm not sure why this is, maybe you're just cute. Don't mind, it's just a weekly joke, that's my hosting style. Okay, I stopped talking. The editor-in-chief is already stabbing me with her pen. Hey, don't use the tip of your pen. I just used the back of the page. I won't ask you to add a second sheet of paper. Thank you for listening. Oh no, watching. This is Joku, temporarily on loan from the association's radio station. I hope to see you again next time. Guan Yi silently flipped the newsletter over and saw another line of words at the back, though it looked more like handwriting than the printed text at the front. May you find your way out. Joku. Thank you for your well wishes. I leave. Guan Yi's fingers gently stroked the line of writing, and then it vanished, as if her fingers had an eraser function, and the words had been written in pencil. This is strange, Guan Yi thought, but also intriguing. Now she knew Joku wasn't originally from this world. So, after Mi Qingrui's identity was exposed, Joku also exposed herself. Even more interestingly, the editor-in-chief of the 7 o'clock Asphalt Express also knew that Joku was once an outsider, and tacitly allowed her to tell her about it. Perhaps, after all, this wasn't a secret at all. As long as one actively figured out the real time, they would automatically enter the real world. It doesn't matter. It's not important. I pack up and go out. Guan Yi bought all the items she needed to redeem points for today. Although she had spent points before, she also spent a lot of money at the 7th station, not only replenishing her previous points, but also increasing them significantly. After finishing all this, Guan Yi took out the June Milk subscription voucher and the June Wetland Specialty Seafood subscription voucher he had bought yesterday, and saw that they had indeed changed. 30-day milk subscription voucher instructions. Fresh milk from Moo Moo Dairy has a rich flavor and excellent taste, effectively replenishing the nutrients needed by carbon-based organisms. Tear off the sub-voucher to use the subscription, and the milk will be delivered at 7 a.m. the following morning. This subscription voucher is valid until August 30th, and will be void after expiration. Note, we have a special disinfection and sterilization process, so please use it with confidence. Number of slots occupied, 1. Wait, 1 30-day Wetland Specialty Seafood subscription voucher instructions. 1 daily gift pack of delicious seafood, 1 kilogram. Perfect for personal use or as a gift. Contains a variety of seafood. Daily delivery depends on the day's catch, and the weight will only increase, not decrease. Tearing off the coupon's duplicate is considered use, and the seafood gift pack will be delivered at 10 a.m. the following day. This coupon is valid until August 30th. It will be invalid after expiration. Number of slots occupied, 1. Wait, 1. Guan Yi. Wow, this sounds pretty good. Even if there's nothing to eat later on, I can get through it with milk and the seafood gift pack. Milk in the morning, seafood for lunch and dinner. None of us gets in the way, pretty good. Guan Yi isn't lactose intolerant, so drinking milk isn't a burden for her. Even if she were, it wouldn't matter. She can still trade with other players, including the seafood gift pack. Any leftovers can be traded. I can't keep the coupons any longer. It'd be bad if I let them expire. Might as well use them now. 30 days is enough, even according to their calendar, to get me to the Golden City. Guan Yi immediately went to work, tearing off the duplicate coupons from the 2 order vouchers. Then, 2 pleasant ding sounds reached her ears, as if confirming the order was successful. The duplicate coupons vanished, but the order vouchers remained in her hand. After completing this, Guan Yi went to the service hall to check out. It was 7:06 a.m., and there weren't many people around, but the windows were all open. Guan Yi specifically went to the window where Ma was. The man looked quite energetic, with an enviable mane, long, smooth, and abundant. Oh, envy, truly envy. After completing the formalities, Guan Yi waited for the squirrel courier. After receiving her order for the day, she headed to the auto repair shop to pick up her car. Of course, Guan Yi didn't forget about the warning signs. She simply bought 5 with a wave of her hand. That way, even if she lost them again, she still have 4 more. The few players entering this service area meant the lines at the toll booth weren't very long. Guan Yi paid as usual and left. About 20 minutes later, she drove out of the buffer zone connecting the toll booth to the new server. Guan Yi had previously checked in her consciousness. Although the toll booth connected to several servers, she could sense where she was going. It was a seemingly ordinary world, without scorching temperatures, nor extreme cold, nor the relentless downpours of the wetlands. The new server looked like a normal world, with roads, cities, cars on the roads, and many inhabited buildings. It looks like something like Lancheng. Guan Yi sighed. There were no such things as smooth sailing and peace on this server. If it wasn't a natural disaster, it must have been a man-made one. Regardless, it was always wise to be observant and cautious. Congratulations to the players on entering the 8th stage server. Your server number is 011. Current server population 410 920/500 000. Server population is being added. Wish you a pleasant journey and a safe arrival at your destination. Never mind what it is, let's just drive and see, Guan Yi muttered, pressing the accelerator and continuing on. I have to be careful, but I don't want to scare myself right now. The car drove steadily on the highway. As Guan Yi drove further and further, cars gradually appeared on the road from other forks. The markings on the road became clearer, and there were more signs indicating the distance to the next road. I should officially be entering the city. Guan Yi looked out the windshield and saw she was driving on a 4-lane highway. But I don't even know the name of this city. A strange electrical sound suddenly rang out, and Guan Yi instantly realized it was coming from the car's large screen. After merging into the traffic, she couldn't stop, and could only watch the road while keeping a split-second eye on this side. Thankfully, she didn't have to wait long. After the car's large screen hummed for the 3rd time, a low, muffled music suddenly began, then gradually faded into the background. Then, a robotic male voice spoke, its tone remarkably like the AI in audiobook apps. It had a touch of emotion, but not much, and sometimes misplaced. It was a seemingly ordinary morning. You hurriedly woke up, left your beloved home, and drove to the company 4 kilometers away, ready to begin another day of office life. Guan Yi, an impromptu skit? She glanced down subconsciously and realized her jeans had somehow transformed into a black skirt, and her comfortable t-shirt had become a black suit and white shirt. If she had a work badge around her neck, Guan Yi felt like she could immediately offer clients a property listing or sell them insurance. Who chose these clothes? They're so tacky, okay? Guan Yi couldn't help but complain, don't tell me it's the insurance company, or the sales office, or I quit. Change it back, I won't wear this. And then, despite her protests, no one paid any attention to Guan Yi. The voice continued. It's 7:30 a.m., and your workday starts at 8. This place is quite close to your office, and you're debating whether to grab breakfast. Choose yes. Turn left at the next intersection. There's a busy breakfast shop over there. Choose no. Go straight at this intersection and turn left at the next one to reach your office. Guan Yi glanced around and blankly chose no. She could already see the traffic light at the intersection, and now she was being told, you have to turn left to eat breakfast. Haha, there were 4 lanes, and she was in the 3rd from the left, still 1 lane away from the left turn lane. With this rush hour traffic, even if the Akina Mountain god of cars arrived, he wouldn't be able to cut in when almost all the cars ahead were stopped for the red light. Guan Yi, if you don't want me to eat breakfast, just say so. This crappy game is going to end sooner or later. Chapter 137. Since she couldn't merge into the left turn lane, Guan Yi could only choose no, comforting herself with the excuse that she just had a quick lunch at the service area cafeteria. Let me go to work. Shouldn't I keep trying to get to the service area? Rather than whether to eat breakfast, Guan Yi was more confused by the current situation. This did resemble Lancheng, after all, her clothes had been changed. But it couldn't possibly be Lancheng. It was a very special place, and based on the information she found, there must be only one Lancheng. In other words, unless her information collection was incorrect, there couldn't be a second Lancheng. So what was this server all about? A role-playing game? Or one of those storybooks with different endings depending on the choices you make? Like the Bantam series. Guan Yi's fingers tapped lightly on the rim of the steering wheel. This time, just after passing the traffic light, she seized the opportunity to change lanes and finally reached the left turn. She already missed the breakfast intersection, and not wanting to miss the office again, Guan Yi decided to at least go to the office first to check it out before deciding whether to follow instructions. Speaking of which, she only had 1 year of work experience after graduation, at a company with over 30 people. Initially, the environment was good, but then business tanked and they started cutting employee benefits, using various methods to block get-off work and leave times, overtime calculations, and so on. Thinking of this, Guan Yi curled her lips. If you leave work at 5:30, but you have to continue working until 6:30, overtime isn't counted. Some employees linger after leaving get-off work and stay at the office, so overtime is only counted after 6:30 TSK. Later, Guan Yi resigned for some reason. Later, she heard from some close colleagues that the investors had abandoned the company, and it had collapsed. Guan Yi, oh. Anyway, Guan Yi had been a freelancer ever since. Aside from her work in film and television, her only concept of a company was that 1 year's experience. Now, she was asked to go back to work, and in a road survival game, Guan Yi couldn't help but feel absurd. Come to think of it, she didn't even know the company's name. So this is where I work? It looks pretty impressive. After Guan Yi turned left at the intersection, a map suddenly appeared on the car's large screen, directing her to drive 500 meters along the road and then into the building's parking lot. It was a 38-story building, and parking was prohibited in the plaza in front of it. All vehicles had to use the underground parking spaces. Guan Yi's license plate had been registered at some point, and she successfully entered the garage through the raised barrier. After finding a spot to park, she returned to the elevator. Now the question arises, Guan Yi thought, which floor should I go to? Which floor should I go to? While the elevator was descending, she picked up her phone and opened the chat channel to see what everyone was saying. Perhaps she could find some clues. There can't be 500,000 openings for 500,000 people, right? That would be too expensive. Even an open sandbox game has a logic behind it. Even if players feel free, it's because the underlying design has already been done. Ugh, no signal. Guan Yi turned her phone around. Still no signal. She wasn't sure if it was the system's fault or simply because the signal on the basement level was poor. After all, in some places, the basement simply has no signal, and it won't be restored until you're upstairs. Guan Yi waited patiently for the elevator to arrive. Although she didn't know which floor it was going to, it didn't matter, she'd just go up first. It's well known that high-rise office buildings like these have a very high flow of people. Even with 10 elevators running, it wouldn't be enough during rush hour and lunch breaks. So, Guan Yi soon waited for several of her fellow elevator passengers. No one paid any attention to her. It was clear they weren't people she knew. Guan Yi observed the waiting passengers in the light reflected by the elevator door. She noticed they all had badges hanging around their necks, and something clicked in her mind. She reached into her pockets, and, sure enough, found the plastic card holder in her right-hand pocket. Guan Yi pulled it out and, following the other's lead, hung it on her chest. Then, she picked up the badge and examined it. Guan Yi's photo. Name, Guan Yi. Department, unrecognizable Guan Yi. It's not enough to look for the company, I have to look for my own department too. That's enough. Why don't I just go back now? The elevator hasn't arrived yet anyway. Just as I thought this, I heard a ding. The elevator arrived. Almost 2/3 of the elevator was filled, staring blankly at the people outside. Guan Yi, I knew it. The same old trick. Follow them down first, then up. This is a game. Can't it be so realistic? The people waiting for the elevator began to squeeze in. After all, the space was small, and there weren't enough spots left for them. As more and more people went to work, the same result would probably happen if they waited a few more times. Guan Yi was the first to arrive, so she naturally had the best spot. But then someone tried to push past her to get in. She made an impatient TSK sound, and with her added strength, she grabbed the person's clothes and swung them back, sending them stumbling out. Guan Yi stepped into the elevator and took the right seat by the door. The person being dragged out roared in frustration, "Why are you pulling me?" Guan Yi glanced at him coldly and said calmly, "Get in line. Don't cut in. You're overweight. Those behind you should wait for the next batch." With that, she pressed the close button. The man outside reached out to pry the door open, but was glared back by another man standing in the middle of the outermost row. The elevator door slowly closed, and the last people in took off their badges to swipe the elevator. Guan Yi, due to her position, was the quickest and swiped the 18th floor first. It seemed she had guessed right, Guan Yi thought silently. Since she entered the elevator, she had been keeping an eye on the people entering with her. Seeing them start to remove their badges, she knew that these cards might be elevator cards as well as access cards. Great, she guessed right, but Guan Yi wasn't happy. The elevator was packed. While it didn't stop at every floor, it did open every 2 or 3 floors, causing Guan Yi to wait for ages before reaching her desired floor. Huh? It smells like human flesh. Guan Yi stepped out of the elevator, the doors closing behind her. She wasn't afraid of being overheard, but even if she were, she wouldn't care, since no one knew each other anyway. A corridor now lay before Guan Yi, barely wide enough for 3 people to pass side by side. She continued along it, passing Company A on the left, Company B on the right, the restroom on the left, and finally arriving at Company C, directly across from the elevator. Unsure of which company she was at, Guan Yi simply held her badge in her hand. When she passed a company, she simply swiped it through the access control system. If it opened, she entered. If it didn't, she continued walking. Finally, Guan Yi used this method to successfully unlock the door to Company C. As she entered, a broadcast suddenly blared from the ceiling-mounted speakers. You work for a trading company. Your lunch partner and colleague has resigned due to the pressure. With no new hires, you, as a member of her department, must shoulder more work. Your supervisor, yes, the one you're not on good terms with, has split up all the clients your lunch partner left behind and assigned the more challenging ones to you, claiming to have confidence in your abilities. Of course, these clients are troublesome, even formidable, but you must take on this assignment. Only by handling them can you qualify for training in a neighboring city. This is why your department manager dislikes you. Once you return from training, you'll be competing with her. Under your threat, her supervisor title is in jeopardy. But that's all for later. You're feeling a bit hungry now, and you're debating whether to go to the pantry for a cup of coffee and some snacks, or to look through the legacy your lunch partner left behind to see if you can find something to fill your stomach. Choose go to the pantry. Enter the room next to the front desk. Choose look for leftover snacks. Return to your workstation. It's 7:45, and you have 15 minutes to get your breakfast. Guan Yi, can I say I'm not actually hungry? Of the two options, the former is easier, as the pantry's location is clearly indicated. It's in the room next to the front desk. The latter requires finding your own workstation. The problem is that Guan Yi doesn't even know which department she's in, and her colleagues haven't all arrived yet, so she can't determine her location by looking at the vacancies. Of course, Guan Yi could choose to ignore these two options and go do something else, but she wasn't sure what the consequences would be, so she didn't want to try it for now. What if there's a plot-related plot killing? Right? Not worth it. But before we go to breakfast, let's clock in. Guan Yi turned and walked to the time clock machine by the door. Under the watchful eye of the front desk clerk, she signed in. She was indeed herself, not using someone else's ID card. Then, Guan Yi turned and walked over to the front desk. Good morning. Would you like a cup of coffee? I'm in the tea room. Can I bring you one? The receptionist, a cold-faced woman, glanced at Guan Yi briefly upon hearing her words, then said calmly, Thank you, no need to bother. Guan Yi raised an eyebrow. Okay, it seems her reputation with this NPC is at best neutral, or even worse, aloof. It's definitely not friendly, otherwise she wouldn't be acting this way. Indeed, this company doesn't look too small. Judging from the insignificant workstations in the lobby, there are at least 40 employees, not counting the small offices nearby like those in finance and administration. So it's only natural that employees have their own factions and tendencies. Guan Yi shrugged and headed for the tea room. She couldn't believe she wouldn't run into a single familiar person here. If she really didn't, then she could only admire this character's social skills. After all, achieving apathy among all employees is no small feat. Chapter 138. Guan Yi followed the signs to the tea room. Directly opposite the entrance was a marble counter, upon which stood a beverage dispenser, a coffee machine, and snacks like bread, cookies, and energy bars. Someone was already inside, apparently brewing a fruit and floral tea. Guan Yi thought of her task options, adjusted her facial expression, and walked over to the person and greeted them naturally. Good morning. The person turned and smiled. Good morning. Guan Yi stood by the coffee machine, placed a disposable paper cup on top, and while pressing the button and waiting for the coffee to be brewed, she exchanged a few words with the person about traffic jams and waiting for the elevator. Afterwards, her coffee was ready, as was the person's fruit and floral tea. Guan Yi grabbed a random snack from the snack basket and followed the person out of the tea room, one after the other. After walking a few steps, Guan Yi suddenly stopped. Oh, I think I left something in the restroom. Excuse me, could you please bring my coffee over? I need to go back and look for it. Carrying packaged cookies to the restroom wasn't a big deal, but carrying a steaming cup of coffee there felt a bit unnecessary. So asking a colleague she just chatted with to bring it back to her workstation was perfectly normal, and anyone who wasn't on good terms with them would almost certainly agree. On a completely different note, if their relationship was truly bad, they wouldn't be chatting peacefully in the tea room. Guan Yi bet that the colleague wouldn't refuse her, and she won. The rest was easy. After handing the coffee to her colleague, Guan Yi pretended to walk toward the door, keeping a close eye on her. Seeing that she didn't intend to go into the treasury or administrative offices, but instead headed towards the workstations where most people were, she pushed the door open and left. After that, things were easy. Guan Yi took a quick stroll to the restroom, pretending to find something before hurriedly returning. Under the scrutiny of the receptionist, she strode towards the area her colleague had just visited and accurately found her cup of coffee among the nearly full workstations. To prevent coincidences, Guan Yi had deliberately marked the rim of her coffee cup. She followed a self-imposed pattern, pressing down the edge of the paper cup a little at regular intervals. Thankfully, Guan Yi had been careful, because when she arrived at her workstation, there were 4 empty seats nearby, 3 of which held a cup of coffee. The coffee cups were company-issued. If Guan Yi hadn't marked them, she would have been faced with the dilemma of choosing 1 out of 4. If she chose the wrong one, something bad would have happened. Guan Yi sighed softly, pulled out a chair, and sat down. She dropped a biscuit she had grabbed from the snack basket onto the table, bent down, turned on her computer, and began preparing for work. While waiting for the computer to boot up, Guan Yi took out her phone and checked the time. It was 7:54, 6 minutes before work, plenty of time to quickly finish what she had brought. While eating, Guan Yi opened the chat channel on her phone, but it was completely blank. Besides the number of people in the top left corner, there wasn't a single word. Has everyone been banned? Guan Yi frowned, typed a random one and sent it. Then, her post appeared in the chat channel, but no one else was talking. The phone wasn't broken. The signal was full, and she could still speak in the chat channel, but she couldn't see anyone else. Guan Yi looked amused. It seemed this server was a single-player game without an internet connection. Of course, it's also possible that connecting online requires completing prerequisite tasks, reaching a certain location, or meeting certain conditions. Guan Yi felt all of these were possible, but if this server was truly standalone, she didn't care. Online play has its own ways of playing online, and standalone play has its own joys. Guan Yi was used to solo activities, and aside from a slight regret about not being able to check channel information while eating, she didn't find it inconvenient. Besides, this was also a message, Guan Yi figured. Not allowing everyone to reconcile meant they might be following the same path, or perhaps their paths were different, but shared important similarities, preventing them from communicating. Since that was the case, let's just leave it at that. Guan Yi finished her breakfast before 8 a.m., and 3 documents were spread out on the computer screen in front of her: the company rules, the work manual, and the goods list. The company rules corresponded to the company's rules and regulations. It outlined the company's benefits, the rules employees were required to follow, and some precautions. The work manual detailed Guan Yi's upcoming work and workflow. Goods list is a small internal website that allows customers to search the company's current merchandise based on various keywords and recommend the products they need most. Simply put, Guan Yi's job is to answer the phone. On the other end of the line are customers looking to buy something. She must accurately recommend the most suitable product based on their stated needs. Of course, customers have limited patience. Even if they're making inquiries themselves, they still hope the salesperson on the phone can find the right product as quickly as possible. The company sets a minimum number of clients each salesperson must see during their shift, based on the average length of their consultations: 3 in the morning and 3 in the afternoon. This means that Guan Yi will complete her sales quota for the day as long as she sees 6 clients before leaving get off work at 5 p.m. If Guan Yi's sales skills are exceptional, she might have nothing to do after seeing 6 clients. The company explains this situation, allowing her to choose to continue seeing more clients or leave early, a very user-friendly approach. If she fails to meet her 6-client quota, Guan Yi must also leave work on time. The company's regulations clearly state that overtime is not permitted at this company, and everyone must shut down their computers and leave the office floor by 5:10 p.m. Even if a salesperson is on the phone with a client at 5 p.m., they must politely inform the other party, "Sorry, we're off duty." Continuing sales to boost sales is strictly prohibited. Violations will result in internal reprimands and immediate revocation of their qualification for further training that year. Guan Yi was stunned for several seconds when she saw this rule. If there hadn't been other people in the office, she would have exclaimed, "What a conscientious boss." But she quickly realized that if it wasn't for her boss's excessive conscientiousness, then this rule was in place because awful things could happen if you stayed after get off work. For example, losses to the company's finances, or losses to its employees. Considering this was a road survival game with polarized rules, either clear or chaotic, Guan Yi couldn't quite figure out the reason for this rule. In short, just don't work overtime. No matter what the reason, as long as you don't work overtime, everything will be fine. Ring, ring, ring. Guan Yi's thoughts were called back by the virtual phone on her computer. She knew her work had begun. Luckily, I don't have a fear of telephones. Guan Yi raised an eyebrow, adjusted the microphone and headphones on her head, clicked the connect button, and then said the required words according to the open work manual. Welcome to the Magic Prop Sales Hotline. This is Operator Guan Yi. What should I call you? A slight rustling sound came from the headphones, suggesting a weak signal. But within a second, a bust of a girl appeared on Guan Yi's computer screen, and the voice in the headphones became clear. A code name is fine, right? Then call me Coco, the girl on the screen said. Guan Yi smiled. How can I help you? Kiki replied. I've been feeling like someone's following me lately when I get home from get off work. I live alone, and my friends aren't around, so I have no one to turn to. I'm really worried, and I appreciate any recommendations for products that might be suitable. Guan Yi. What time was that? Kiki. 11 p.m. After hearing the other person's description, Guan Yi began searching the goods list for keywords, but to her surprise, the result was nothing. Oh, nothing. How can I sell this? Perhaps I searched for the wrong keywords, or perhaps this crappy app doesn't have a fuzzy search function, requiring me to enter the item name for an accurate search. So Guan Yi asked Kiki to wait. Kiki seemed to understand the process of calling the sales hotline, and didn't complain about the wait. She just stared at Guan Yi through the screen, as if she had nothing else to do. Guan Yi kept smiling. She was about to burst. Little sister Coco, just waiting around is so boring. Go check your phone or do something else. Stop staring at me like that. If it were a silverback gorilla, they'd jump up and hit you. To ease the awkwardness of being stared at, Guan Yi quickly searched for what she needed. She clicked on the places category and found the roads option. After that, Guan Yi memorized the names of the 20 or so possible items she need. She then went back to the times category, found the item names for 11 p.m., and cross-checked them with the ones she just memorized, narrowing down to 3 options. Burning talisman paper, pepper spray, and a magic mirror. Guan Yi, She could understand the pepper spray, but what were the other 2? But now wasn't the time to question it. Guan Yi reconnected with Coco and asked, Excuse me, can you sense whether the entity following you is physical or intangible? Pepper spray targets physical creatures with eyes, while burning talismans and a magic mirror target intangibles. As for why creatures are divided into corporeal and incorporeal forms, Guan Yi said it was probably a feature of this server. Kiki, I think it's incorporeal. I turned around, but I couldn't see anything. Guan Yi, okay. Before this happened, did you hear or dream about something related to this, or participate in any summoning ritual? Kiki suddenly became upset. Do I seem like someone without proper manners? Can you please ask me properly? Her anger was palpable, and the computer screen vibrated with it. But the force was even greater. Guan Yi, wearing headphones, felt a tickle in her head, as if someone had gently brushed the soles of her feet with a feather. The sensation vanished as soon as it formed. It seemed something just attacked my mind, Guan Yi thought, but because of my high perception, it failed. So, Coco, were you the one attacking me? Guan Yi narrowed her eyes, but maintained a smile. In that case, I recommend the magic mirror. Next time you find someone following you at 11 p.m., just take out the mirror and shine it at that location, and all problems will be solved. Burning talismans is mostly used to deal with troubles caused by various rituals. Since the other party is certain they haven't participated in any, the magic mirror is the only option. This is a less scientific server, Guan Yi thought, and then smiled as she placed an order for Coco, who thought the recommended product was good. At least she had finished her first customer call. As for the rest, she'd better deal with it after get off work. Chapter 139. After the first call ended, Guan Yi glanced at the clock on her computer. It had taken her about 40 minutes to resolve the matter. A bit slow, but that's normal, Guan Yi thought. My character profile says I have the talent to compete for a manager's position. I just lack the opportunity, but in reality, I'm just a newbie. Whether it's answering a video call or searching through that junk prop vault, it's a completely new experience. A salesperson with a long career must be fully aware of their company's product offerings. Even if a new category comes in, and they can't quite remember it, they have a general idea, making it relatively easy to find the item. For someone like Guan Yi, who was forced into the job, she hadn't even read the full name of the prop, let alone its purpose. Guan Yi stretched her neck slightly, rubbed her face, which had become a little stiff from smiling, then moved the mouse to press the continue button on the screen, waiting for the next call. This is also clearly stated in the work manual. After an employee completes a customer call, the operator will not proactively assign them new work. The employee must confirm this before continuing. During this time, employees can drink water, eat something, or use the bathroom. Guan Yi doesn't need it, but others obviously do. In short, this is a time to breathe, but it only lasts 10 minutes. After that, regardless of whether you're ready or not, you be assigned a new call. The operator's screen displays everyone's status, such as on call, available, and on break. On call means the sales staff is busy with a customer and can't transfer new calls. The same applies to calls during a break, meaning the employee has just finished with the previous client and may not be at their desk, so new calls cannot be transferred in. The situation is different during idle time, meaning the employee's break lasts longer than 10 minutes and there are no new clients. In this case, the operator will transfer any inquiries to this employee, who will then handle the call. Guan Yi used this time to familiarize herself with the business. Although it was only enough for her to quickly scan the general categories and names of the props, leaving a faint impression in her mind, it was better than having no idea at all. Then, seeing that her time was almost up, Guan Yi clicked Continue Call. After 3 rings, her second customer appeared on the screen. It was an elderly woman, nicknamed Ayun. She looked worried and said that she had encountered some trouble due to a bet and hoped to find a prop to solve the problem. After some detailed questioning, Guan Yi was speechless. This 75-year-old woman not only loved to act recklessly, but was also quite agile. At least my waist is in good shape, without the back problems common among modern young people. Ayun, while chatting with an older sister, learned about a horror story circulating among children recently. It says that at 2 a.m., go to an intersection, bend down, and look back between your legs for 4 minutes and 44 seconds. A terrifying figure will appear. The figure will ask the person 3 very simple questions. If they answer all correctly, they will receive a large sum of money. If they fail, the figure will leave a mark on them, and after a week, they will disappear completely. According to Ayun, she had already tried this method and had actually seen the strange creature. Unfortunately, she couldn't answer all the questions, and since she couldn't escape, she was forced to be marked. I thought he asked about ghosts and spirits, Ayun complained. But he actually asked me how to find the complaint page on XXX, a shopping app. How would I know about that? I could just go to the store and buy anything I wanted. Guan Yi, Grandma, you're amazing. Running to the intersection in the middle of the night is one thing, but you even bent over and read for nearly 5 minutes. You really love these horror stories. She didn't understand and wanted this suicidal person to die. That said, Guan Yi couldn't really do that. After all, she was part of the game, and she had to recommend the right props for this old lady's situation. But Guan Yi searched for a long time, but found nothing suitable for Ayun. While burning talismans could resolve various ritual issues, it only worked after encountering a ghost. Now that the ritual had taken place, the strange figure vanished after placing the mark on Ayun. According to the story, the figure wouldn't reappear when Ayun vanished, so burning the talisman would be useless if there were no target to apply. Guan Yi searched for the ritual steps, and indeed found relevant information, but the description didn't match what Ayun had said. For example, the strange figure only targeted children under 10, it wouldn't appear to anyone older than that, even for a single day. Furthermore, Ayun described the strange figure as a man wearing a black cloak and a top hat, resembling a magician. Guan Yi's record showed only a head, no lower body at all. The mark also involved a stream of flames burning the forehead, leaving a pattern resembling an ink stain. But while Ayun's mark was also on her forehead, it was a red, flame-like pattern, completely different from the record. Guan Yi felt she might have been deceived. Ms. Ayun, I checked the database, and I think you might have encountered a disguised spirit. Guan Yi explained truthfully that the manual also mentioned such cases. Pranks happen all the time, so if they encountered such situations, simply tell the customer that they don't need to purchase the props. After all, they're a legitimate company, and wouldn't scam customers just to boost sales. Ayun was initially hesitant upon hearing Guan Yi's answer. Her expression was clear with suspicion, and she even suspected that Guan Yi was new and unskilled, which was why she couldn't find the corresponding props. Guan Yi, I'm new, but you really don't have this either. Good advice won't persuade a damn ghost. That's right now. Instead of questioning me, why not ask your good friends? Birds of a feather flock together. Since you're so playful, I doubt your good friends, who've been playing with you for decades, wouldn't want to play a prank on you. Guan Yi thought this, but couldn't show it on the surface. She had to abide by company rules. She couldn't sell props to the other party, but she also had to appease him. Wait, I can't sell company props to the other party, but that doesn't mean I can't sell her my own things. Guan Yi smiled as Ayun continued to complain and question her. She pretended to search the prop warehouse, but in reality, she was rapidly reading the company regulations. Then, Guan Yi actually found a rather interesting system. Whoever has the client is responsible for handling the aftermath. Receiving a complaint will result in a deduction of 30 basic GPA points. If the complaint is withdrawn, the deducted basic points will be added back. Note: employees must satisfy customers, no matter what means are used. Every employee has a GPA, which is updated on the first of each month. Initially, it is 100 points. It increases or decreases based on the employee's performance during the month, and is settled at the end of the month. GPA points are linked to performance and calculated as a percentage. For example, if A maintains a GPA of 100, he or she will receive 100% of the performance bonus. If B's GPA is 80, he or she will receive 80% of the performance bonus. If C's GPA is 150, he or she will receive 150% of the performance bonus. If someone's GPA drops below 50 during the month, all performance bonus points will be deducted. If they accidentally lose all their bonus points, they will be fired. These details were written in the company regulations. Guan Yi noticed them when she read them, and even looked them up, fearing they might have been deducted without her knowledge. Thankfully, the system didn't cheat her, and Guan Yi's GPA remained at 100. To qualify for training in a neighboring city, she had to maintain a minimum of 100 points, otherwise the supervisor, eager to eliminate all competitors, would surely withdraw her application. Considering this situation, Guan Yi couldn't afford to let Ayun complain. Since it was just a prank, she could simply sell her something to put her mind at ease. Guan Yi: Ms. Ayun, if you insist on buying something, I do have something quite good. Ayun stopped chattering and stared at Guan Yi, a hopeful look on her face. What are they? Guan Yi: there's some little gadgets of mine. They don't belong to the company, only to me. It's a spell, a very useful spell. Ayun: how much is it? Is it expensive? Guan Yi smiled. Not expensive. Only 100 highway coins. However, this spell has strict instructions. You must follow them exactly for it to work, otherwise it will lose its effect. Ayun thought the price was reasonable, and Guan Yi promised a refund if it truly didn't work. However, if Ayun learned the truth through the spell, she would not be able to refund the money and would file a complaint. So the two reached a deal. Ayun would pay, and Guan Yi would deliver the item she had sold to Ayun to the company's courier a few minutes later. After hanging up the phone, Guan Yi dug out the notebook from her backpack, picked up the pen from her desk, and quickly wrote a few lines on it. Prerequisite: tell your old sisters, the ones who taught you about the monster summoning ritual, that you don't want to die, so you spent 100,000 highway coins, or a higher price if you think it's appropriate, to buy a spell that can resolve this situation. After writing, Guan Yi folded it into a small square, then tore several sheets of paper to wrap it up, finally folding it into a small paper package that could fit in the palm of her hand. Open it, take your time. At least I wrote so many words inside, instead of just scratching it. I done you a great favor. This could be considered a rush to buy health supplements, Guan Yi thought. Earning only 100 highway coins was already very conscientious. To prevent misjudgment, Guan Yi spent the rest of her break diligently studying the company's products. Only after confirming that what Ayun encountered was a prank did she finally feel relieved. Ayun's older sister likely just wanted to trick her, but as she heard she spent 100,000 highway coins on the scammer, she immediately exposed the whole thing and tell her to call for a refund and get her hard-earned money back. However, the fact that the issue was resolved proved the prop was useful, so Ayun couldn't ask Guan Yi to return it. She already made the 100 highway coins. A few minutes later, the company's courier arrived to pick up the paper package, which he would deliver directly to Ayun. After a brief rest, Guan Yi began her third call of the morning. This time, she sold a magical broom that could sweep away uninvited guests. At 11:15, her morning work was over. Unknowingly, you've been busy all morning. Although you're skilled in your business, clients can be difficult. You achieved your basic sales targets, but you're feeling a little exhausted. Your colleagues are still busy, and you're unsure whether they're working toward basic performance or striving for performance. But that's not important. What matters is your choice. You seem to have plenty of time. Answering one more call could help improve your performance, which in turn affects your future salary. But if you're unlucky enough to encounter a difficult client, working less than an hour will put you in a difficult position. You risk a customer complaint due to having to hang up the phone, which could result in a 30-point deduction. Choose Strive for Performance, press the Continue button, and continue working. Choose Slack Off when it's time to slack off, leave your desk, and head downstairs to the snack street for lunch. Guan Yi blinked. She wanted to try choosing neither rushing to get lunch now nor striving for performance. Overall, Guan Yi felt she needed to familiarize herself with the company's products as quickly as possible. Given the inherent characteristics of the server, the tasks ahead would only become increasingly difficult. When dealing with customers, Guan Yi must be at ease and not accept even a single complaint, so that she can reach the next service area. Chapter 140. Guan Yi chose to stay, but she didn't answer the phone. Instead, she continued to diligently study the only 3 documents on her computer. The free time she had been given was too short, and she had only skimmed through everything. Guan Yi was certain she had missed many details. The cargo list form, written in a small program, was particularly awful to use. Guan Yi briefly suspected that the underlying code was a pile of excrement, written by someone connected to the boss. Even if he had hired a professional, they wouldn't have come up with something so difficult to use. It was truly too difficult to use. Guan Yi's plan was sound, but when she chose neither a lunch break nor continue to answer the phone, and her break lasted more than 10 minutes, a crisis suddenly arose. Her computer screen began to shake, and the image inside began to drop frames. Guan Yi subconsciously pushed herself against the ground, sliding back a short distance in her chair. Then, Guan Yi discovered that it wasn't just the images on her screen that were experiencing frame drops, the entire company was experiencing them. The windows, the walls, even her colleagues, their bodies began to intermittently blur and freeze, becoming unreal. Eerily, these employees were completely oblivious, continuing to work, answering phones, and fetching things. They saw neither the problems of others nor their own. This is a bit scary. Guan Yi muttered softly, then subconsciously glanced at herself, realizing she was experiencing the same issues as everyone else. Then, the scenery inside the company seemed to transform into wallpaper. An invisible hand began to tear it off, bit by bit, from top to bottom. Sometimes it could tear off a strip at a time, sometimes only a small piece. After the wallpaper was removed, the empty space was a white void. Guan Yi felt the scene was familiar, a bit like something out of the animated series Coraline. You win. I choose now. Guan Yi abruptly stood up, picking up her phone from the table with one hand and manipulating the mouse, now a garbled mess of color, with the other. Relying on memory, she clicked on the spot on the computer screen where end work should have been. Then, the world returned to normal, as if the impending shattering of the world had never happened. Guan Yi exhaled, put her computer into hibernation, and turned to get herself something to eat. She wanted to be alone more than answer the next call. Then, Guan Yi spotted 2 women talking at the front desk. One was a cold receptionist, the other a woman dressed in a Chanel-style outfit. They stopped talking at the sound of footsteps, and turned to look at Guan Yi. Guan Yi raised an eyebrow, glancing at the Chanel-style woman's name badge, recognizing her name and department. Manager Zhang, Sales Department. Okay, Guan Yi thought. This is the temporary boss she's always antagonizing. Are you going to lunch? It's quite early today. Manager Zhang smiled warmly. I thought you'd stick with it until the very end, like always. Guan Yi shrugged. I like to relax sometimes. Isn't it quite early, boss? I just got back from meeting with clients. Speaking of which, Xiaolin's clients should be calling with feedback this afternoon, right? Xiaolin, Guan Yi's former lunch companion, was a kind man who left her a basket of snacks as a legacy. Guan Yi twitched her lips. Yeah, I really hadn't noticed. Manager Zhang spoke meaningfully. Then I suggest you pay attention. Since they already assigned you the job, if the feedback is unsatisfactory and you can't remedy it, then your performance this week will be dismal. After that, Manager Zhang changed the subject and began praising Guan Yi again. Of course, a capable employee like you, Xiao Guan, will surely appease all those clients, right? After all, you're so outstanding that the higher-ups have specifically requested you for promotion training. Yeah, I think they're quite discerning. Guan Yi smiled and walked towards the door. With your kind words, I take care of those clients. With that, Guan Yi, no longer bothering to play along, pressed the door open button and left, leaving Manager Zhang and the front desk clerk to continue gossiping about her behind her back. Who cares? Guan Yi scoffed indifferently and walked to the elevator, ready to go downstairs for dinner. It's 11:23 now. Going downstairs at this time will avoid the crowds and save me from having to wait for the elevator for a long time. Not bad though. Just as Guan Yi expected, the place was empty at this hour, and she arrived at the first floor lobby without a hitch. Following the navigation system that had suddenly appeared before her, she walked about 80 meters and arrived at a snack street on the right side of the building. My workday starts at 1 p.m., and I have about an hour and a half. I can't afford to eat anything that wastes my time, nor can I afford to eat something that requires too much waiting. Guan Yi considered her options. She wanted to finish her meal quickly, hoping to get back to the office before the rest of the group returned. As Manager Zhang had hinted, she had a tough job ahead of her that afternoon. She had to appease a troublesome client who had been left behind by her lunch companion. But judging by what happened this morning, most of the customers were people who had experienced paranormal events. They reported their experiences to the sales staff, who then used this information to recommend suitable products. If the customer found it suitable, it would be great. But if it wasn't, would they even have time to come back and report back? Guan Yi was skeptical. Then she casually walked into a spicy hot pot shop, picked up a pair of tongs and a basket, and began selecting her own ingredients. This was a hassle-free option. They had everything. The shop wasn't crowded right now, so the wait wouldn't be long. It was a good option that would satisfy her taste buds without wasting too much time. After handing her selected ingredients to the staff, Guan Yi found a seat and took out her phone again, trying to contact others. This time, her phone satisfied her. The chat channel finally had a signal, but for some reason, there weren't many people. It seemed like some unknown condition was required to enter the channel. A world of options, isn't it? I just said a lot, and then I was told I couldn't send it. How infuriating. I can't reveal what I experienced, nor can I reveal my options. Everything else is very restrictive. There are so few people here, even less than on the newbie server. I couldn't connect until I completed a quest. They're all either options, right? Not choosing a choice means danger, which terrified me to death. At least I had to choose either or. Has anyone tried to hold on to the option of not obeying? If you fail, you can start over. I tried, but couldn't hold on. I added 1 point of perception, realizing that continuing would be fatal, so I quickly chose it. Can you elaborate on the option of failing and starting over? Yeah, if you elaborate, everyone can help analyze it. Role-playing game, 2 choices, a supernatural world. Our identities won't be hidden? I chose option A, but failed to complete the mission assignment. Then I found myself back on the road, and the initial announcement reappeared, and time went back to that moment. I knew I had restarted. Identity hidden, so terrifying. Going against my character setting would also cause problems, but the problem is, I don't even know who I am, so how can I play the role? Just kidding, I don't know what to do after get off work, I don't even know where I live. In other words, no matter how outrageous the option, you have to choose it. The consequence of failure is restarting. While wasting time is a disadvantage, at least you don't have to face a particularly dangerous situation. Seeing this, Guan Yi also input what happened to him. Guan Yi. I also added perception and tried not making a choice. The scene that appeared was terrifying. Resisting not making a choice is indeed dangerous. I sensed a strong aura of death. Besides, based on the information I received, the afternoon might be more dangerous than the morning. After saying this, she thought for a moment and added another speculation. Guan Yi, try not to restart too many times. Time is crucial. I suspect that restarting too many times, or making too many mistakes during the roleplay, will secretly deduct points. Once your score drops below a certain threshold, you might not even get to the service area. As she was typing this message, she couldn't send many words, such as further training qualifications and job content. Helpless, Guan Yi repeatedly simplified the message until she finally completed it. As expected, they don't want us to communicate. That means everyone's initial storylines are similar, or even identical, which is why they're so strict on detailed information. Sometimes, even silence is a form of information. A truly intelligent person can extract a lot of useful information from it. I'm not good enough. I can only see a little bit. Guan Yi sighed. Seeing the chat channel filled with the same content over and over again, she simply logged out and clicked on the gray channel to see if there was anything useful. Then, Guan Yi saw that the crystal she had previously sold at a low price had been bought, and the other party had responded with a low price to a known piece of information. After entering real time, the server became open. Joku had said this, and Guan Yi had confirmed it from another bounty hunter. Number 107, your meal is ready. Guan Yi glanced at her number plate, and got up to get her spicy hot pot. Guan Yi chose the original flavor with soup. She added sesame paste, chopped cilantro, and sesame seeds from the condiment counter, then sat back down at the table, eating while scrolling through the gray channel. Wanted orders appear daily, at least 1, sometimes 4 or 5. Unfortunately, most of them are on other servers. Guan Yi can only take a look, she doesn't have the ability to hunt across servers. I wonder when I find someone on my server again. Guan Yi took a bite of a bamboo shoot. But it's better if they don't show up. Before, I could conquer them directly through force, but now in this city, role-playing is difficult. And if I use the guided energy cannon, I think the government will target me. The addition of NPCs wasn't in vain. Their presence represents social rules and laws. Players must abandon the jungle rules they cultivated and reintegrate into society. Unless it's a war-torn country, no government would tolerate its own citizens using artillery to attack others for no reason. Guan Yi collected her thoughts, stood up, and returned from the freezer to grab another drink. Since she was already here, it was important to eat and drink first. She had a tough battle ahead in the afternoon. Who knows? If a customer isn't satisfied, she might have to provide after-sales service. It's hard to say when dinner will be served, so she might as well eat a few more bites now. Chapter 141. Guan Yi quickly finished her lunch, then, as the rest of the group headed downstairs, she headed back to the office. During the lunch break, the company only asked everyone not to answer the phone, but didn't force them to turn off their computers. The colleagues, several of whom had brought their own lunches, ate while binge-watching TV series. Guan Yi glanced at their computers, and saw that they were filled with supernatural content, filled with blood and supernatural events. Even romances were laced with human ghost entanglements. It seemed that this world truly was one where the supernatural and the real world coexisted. A thought struck Guan Yi. After returning to her workstation, she didn't rush to review company documents. Instead, she clicked on the web and checked the local news. This morning, a woman tragically died. Preliminary investigations by the inspector suggest the cause was a ghostly, distorted vehicle. The case of 3 men tragically killed in a villa on August 15th has been closed. The inspector determined that the cause was a ghostly accident caused by an improper summoning ritual. The public is encouraged to take this as a warning. The government urges the public not to attempt dangerous summoning rituals. Failure to follow the steps correctly, or making incorrect judgments can lead to being possessed by a spirit and death. The Inspection and Accident Bureau reminds everyone, don't panic if you encounter a spirit. Consultation hotlines are available. Remember these 3 taboos. Don't answer, don't ask, and don't panic. Seek help immediately afterward to ensure your safety and health. Guan Yi, Wow, that's really easy to remember. But does simply don't answer, don't ask, and don't panic always work? I don't think so. The company's props alone are full of these types of spirits. Some require a positive answer, some require a negative answer, and some require no answer and immediate departure. She remembered an item called Don't Ask Me, I Can't Hear. The picture showed a pair of headphones. Wearing them would ward off questioning spirits, as their abilities wouldn't work on those who couldn't hear. Okay, a supernatural world with a few rules, that's just the nature of this server. Guan Yi shrugged, continuing to browse content related to this world, while opening her phone to chat with everyone in the chat channel. Then she noticed the chat channel had gone quiet again. The last message was 5 minutes old. Guan Yi thought for a moment, probably around the time she finished lunch and re-entered the building. So once you enter the workplace, you can't contact other players? Guan Yi fiddled with her phone, switching to the gray channel again to check, and saw the same thing, but the gray channel didn't have much information to begin with, so it was understandable that there wasn't any new content at this point. It couldn't be used as a reference. Guan Yi, how was your morning? A head popped out from the next workstation. She didn't give you any trouble, did she? What else can I do? I'm just making do. Guan Yi used this all-purpose answer, quickly scanning the person's name badge to memorize their name. You should ask when she stopped giving me trouble. That's right. Zhou Qian curled his lips. Our great supervisor treats all enemies who covet her title equally, regardless of gender, age, human or non-human. Guan Yi chuckled, echoing the other person's words with his actions. Zhou Qian was clearly eager to talk. He slid his chair over and started complaining to Guan Yi about his supervisor. After all, in the company, people always complain about their superiors, and most superiors have their own complaints. Manager Zhang was the center of this discussion. If someone had labels, her negative ones would be jealous, mean, and hypocritical. Positive labels would be high roller, excellent business skills, and savvy. Zhou Qian was much simpler, a typical slacker. He came in and left on time, answered 6 calls in a routine manner, and never wasted a single minute on work. Theoretically, he posed no threat to Manager Zhang in terms of performance, but Manager Zhang, being a high roller herself, couldn't stand slacking off. However, because Zhou Qian always met his targets, she couldn't submit a dismissal recommendation to her superiors, so she could only privately trouble him. Guan Yi learned from Zhou Qian's complaints that 2/3 of the difficult clients her former dying partner had left behind went to her, while the other third went to Zhou Qian. No wonder he was so resentful. Manager Zhang couldn't stand hard-working people like her. Manager Zhang also couldn't stand slacking off people like Zhou Qiang. It's really hard to please, Guan Yi thought. The weather's getting colder, so it's time for a new supervisor. Okay, just kidding. She just wanted to go to the neighboring city. The service area. Not really for training, and then come back to compete with Supervisor Zhang for power. This is a garbage supernatural world. Whoever wants to stay here can stay. Guan Yi doesn't like it here at all. Zhou Qiang was eager to share, and Guan Yi didn't waste her time listening to him. She skillfully used conversational skills to extract a lot of useful information from him. For example, the company's core business, its relationship with the Inspection and Accident Bureau, and most importantly, employee benefits. If Guan Yi's GPA can remain above 130 by the time her GPA is settled, she can purchase a company-produced lucky bag of props at an internal price. This bag usually contains 3 to 5 props. We don't know what they are, or how much they're worth, but it's at least more than what employees pay for them. Guan Yi thinks this is a great perk, but she must be mindful of Manager Zhang and avoid him when buying the lucky bag. Otherwise, the bag might contain valuable but useless junk. Soon, the afternoon shift arrived, and Guan Yi resumed answering the phone. Just as Manager Zhang had predicted, the next customers were incredibly difficult. They were complaining, accusing the salesperson of using useless props, and they were still plagued by paranormal events, so they wanted to file a complaint. Guan Yi, great. I inherited not only Fan Dazi's snack library, but also her complaint box. Rest assured, sir, I take a note of what you described. Yes, the ghost that appears in the men's restroom at 4 p.m.? Okay, trust our company's products, you won't be bothered by this again. Yes, ma'am, that's right. Don't worry, you can leave work tomorrow. The legless ghost that appears in the tunnel at 8 p.m. won't appear again. Yes, so can you leave your complaint until tomorrow? Hello, young lady. Of course, you can continue to like the red handkerchief and tell others about it, but wait until I resolve it. Yes, leave your complaint until tomorrow, okay? No ghosts will come looking for you at 2 a.m. today. Guan Yi paused briefly, then a hint of sarcasm crept into his tone. Also, young lady, generally speaking, at this time, your peers should be dreaming. Promise me you sleep well, okay? First, there was a woman in her 70s, up late at night, stooping at an intersection and looking back between her legs. Now there's a 6-year-old girl, also up late at night, playing drop the handkerchief with her doll on the lawn in front of her house at 2 a.m. No, what's wrong with you, the natives of this server? There are already ghosts everywhere, and you're still trying to find them yourself. Finding them is fine, but you should take them seriously. But when you finally find them, you're unwilling to respond. Isn't that just causing trouble for everyone? Guan Yi hung up the phone, then shedding her sales smile, and staring blankly at the time display in the lower right corner of her computer. She answered 3 calls with feedback from regular customers, and successfully persuaded them to agree to hold their complaints until she could retest the efficacy of the item. The whole process took a total of 40 minutes, which Guan Yi thought was pretty good. This time, Guan Yi didn't wait for the system to prompt him, simply clicking the off button on the screen. Then, he waved to Zhou Qiang, who was looking over. Off. See you tomorrow. After that, Guan Yi picked up his phone and walked to the front desk. Facing the staff's cold gaze, he said, I need a prop application form for after-sales service. Even the best salespeople make mistakes. In the face of complaints that would result in a deduction in performance points, the company mercifully offered an alternative solution for salespeople to resolve any paranormal phenomena on their own initiative. Once customers are no longer bothered, complaints will naturally refrain from occurring. Considering that letting employees solve the problem isn't the same as sending them to their deaths, the company also offers an after-sales prop rental service. Employees only need to pay a small fee to take the props needed to deal with the supernatural event, making the task much easier. When renting the props, employees must promise to return them on time. Since the small fee is rental, not purchase price, failure to return them will result in a substantial financial compensation to the company. Of course, if the employee makes another misjudgment, rents the wrong props, and dies in a supernatural accident, the company stated that the employee will not receive any compensation and will deduct all unpaid wages and bonuses to cover the props and provide a reserve fund for the follow-up. Guan Yi, isn't this just working at your own expense? No wonder the food partner ran away. If she could run, she would too. The front desk clerk looked up at Guan Yi. What after-sales service for supernatural events? I don't need to report to you. Guan Yi pointed to the wall clock behind the receptionist, motioning for her to turn around and look. It's 1:42 now. If your dawdling prevents me from arriving at the after-sales service location on time, according to company regulations, all liability and losses will be borne solely by you. Employees performing after-sales service receive the highest priority. Even if Supervisor Jean were present, no one would dare to stop Guan Yi or cause her trouble with procedures. This was why Guan Yi couldn't understand why this seemingly harmless front desk employee would be so difficult for her. Even if the person was from Supervisor Zhang's side, please, we're not in the same department. Breaking company regulations for a colleague is simply not worth it. Perhaps, as the chat channel had suggested, there might be some conflict between my persona and the front desk clerk. Hearing Guan Yi's words, the front desk clerk's expression darkened even further. She pulled 3 forms from a drawer, slammed them on the table, and then ignored Guan Yi. Guan Yi raised an eyebrow. She'd have to ask Zhou Qiang about the situation after work tomorrow. He'd been there 4 years before her, and he knew all the company gossip. For now, work was the priority. After filling out the application, Guan Yi headed to the company warehouse on the 17th floor. After waiting for the administrator to review the form, she paid 30 highway coins as rent and received 3 items for dealing with spirits. The first mission is at 4 p.m. It's for the mirror ghost that appears in the men's restroom of the company building. The distance is reasonable. If there's no traffic, it should be there in 40 minutes. Guan Yi took the elevator to the basement level, got back into the car, and entered the address provided by the first customer into the navigation system on the car's large screen. Although this server was a supernatural world, its setting was a modern city, so navigation and other essentials were readily available. Compared to servers like those in the wetlands, which were plagued by natural disasters, it was much more convenient for daily life. After entering the address, Guan Yi activated the chaser and, following the navigation route, left the parking lot and headed towards the first mission location. Chapter 142. It was 2 p.m. on a weekday, and while the traffic was quite busy, it certainly wasn't congested either. Following the navigation system, Guan Yi arrived at her destination in 37 minutes. Unlike the new building where Guan Yi's company was located, the one before her was a small, 3-story building. Although the exterior looked newly painted, with no signs of fading or peeling, it gave off a sense of history. This building must be at least 20 years old. The setting here was similar to the real world. When the old building was built, there was no consideration for insufficient parking spaces. Instead, the bicycle shed was large, which was one of the reasons she inferred the building's age. Guan Yi sat in the car, in no hurry to get out. The client had mentioned that a spirit would appear in the men's restroom on the 3rd floor at 4 p.m. It was now 2:31 p.m., and Guan Yi had wasted some time looking for a suitable parking spot. It was still too early for the actual mission. Men's restroom, TSK. Guan Yi closed her eyes. She wasn't worried about not being able to enter, she was simply wondering how to avoid other people. She wasn't an official paranormal investigator in this world, just a prop salesperson. While others would understand and avoid her if she showed her credentials to prove she was providing after-sales service, it would put her in a difficult position. After all, the company's intention was for salespeople to use the correct props to quietly dispose of the spirits themselves, then tell the client it was all an illusion and that the paranormal activity had ended long before. Will they really believe it? Guan Yi was skeptical. A careless, uninformed client might be deceived by the company's rhetoric, believing they misjudged it or suffered the after-effects of a spirit's bewitchment. But a more demanding client like her would simply feel the company's rhetoric was playing her off, and would only infuriate her further. It's better to be honest. My food partner has already left, so why should I take the blame for her? The food partner was a good person, but she was already gone. Explaining the situation wouldn't affect her future, but taking the blame for her would put Guan Yi in a delicate position. So, it's better to be honest. Guan Yi rechecked the props she was going to use. This time, the spirit was a mirror ghost, and the one she held was a specially treated 3-sided mirror that could seal the mirror ghost after a question-and-answer session. Okay, the items are correct. Let's rest for a while, and go upstairs when it's almost time. Because this was a simulation, Guan Yi couldn't openly take things from thin air from her DLC backpack. So, she simply carried a large canvas bag filled with a miscellaneous disguise item, either from a supply crate or something she bought for fun. In short, Guan Yi disguised herself as someone from this world, trying to avoid any character collapse. Hadn't someone in the chat channel mentioned earlier that questioning a character's character could have negative consequences? Because she arrived early, Guan Yi sat in the car for a while longer. During that time, she opened her phone to check the chat channel, but, as before, there were still no messages, confirming her assumption that she couldn't interact with other players during work hours. Seeing this, Guan Yi simply closed her eyes and pretended to doze off until her cell phone alarm rang at 3:30. She then opened them again. Then, Guan Yi stood up and exited the car, carrying her canvas bag. Ignoring the scrutinizing gaze of the doorman, she strode into the old building and ascended the concrete stairs to the 3rd floor. Although the building was a bit old, the lighting was good, not as dark as Guan Yi had imagined. The stairs were located in the center of the hallway, with rooms on either side. The men's and women's restrooms are on either side of the hallway. Guan Yi stood in the hallway, looking around, then chose the right side, and continued walking. It feels a bit like my school days. After a dozen seconds, Guan Yi lifted the curtain hanging above the restroom and entered the women's restroom on this side of the hallway. She needed to find something first. For stalls, 3 sinks on the outside. As for mirrors, there's only a standard-sized full-length mirror near the door, probably for employees to tidy up. Guan Yi surveyed the restroom's layout, then opened the stall doors on both sides, and found what she was looking for in the outermost one. Typically, there's always a stall in a restroom that's unused, used by the cleaners to store brooms, mops, and other items. Naturally, a yellow out-of-service sign was among them, and that's what Guan Yi was looking for. If she hadn't found it, she'd find a piece of paper and write out of service on the restroom door, but since she had this one, it made things much easier. Carrying the yellow sign, Guan Yi returned to the men's restroom and shouted a few times, "Anyone here?" Once she was sure no one was around, she placed the sign at the restroom door, lifted the curtain, and slipped inside. Guan Yi closed and locked the inner door, surveying the layout. Overall, it was similar to the women's restroom, except for a few extra items. It'd be easy if the mirrors are the same. Guan Yi dug into his canvas bag and pulled out the yellow tape he saved from work. He began applying it to the mirror, circle after circle, until only a vertical strip remained in the middle. It should be about the right size. Guan Yi opened the folding 3-sided mirror he brought with him, gestured at the strip, and applied it again, further reducing the mirror's area. Demon Sealing 3-sided mirror introduction, a tool for combating mirror ghosts. Before use, seal the mirror where the mirror ghost resides with yellow tape, leaving only an area the same size as the 3-sided mirror open. If a perfect seal isn't possible, ensure that the exposed mirror surface is smaller than the 3-sided mirror. Instructions. For mirror ghosts that trap people into the mirror or exit the mirror to harm people, when they appear, open the 3-sided mirror and place it on a pre-treated mirror to seal it. For question and answer mirror ghosts, after giving a correct answer, wait for them to leave or emerge, then open the 3-sided mirror and place it on the mirror. The original mirror must also be pre-treated to seal it. Slots occupied, 1. Wait, 1. By the time Guan Yi finished all his preparations, it was 3:55, 5 minutes before the mirror ghost appeared. Several people came in during this time wanting to use the restroom, but Guan Yi dismissed them with the excuse that he was about to exorcise the ghost. After all, there was a restroom downstairs, so it wasn't the only one available. Guan Yi had discovered that the people of this world truly loved to commit suicide. Many of the people who came to the restroom expressed a desire to stay and watch, even after she warned them of the danger to their lives. What ultimately stopped them was their status. As office workers at a small company, they didn't have the luxury of a long, paid shit break, so they could only leave with regret. Guan Yi, I normally despise this kind of employee exploitation, but what can I say? People like you belong in this kind of company. For the next few minutes, Guan Yi stared at her phone. The moment the time jumped from 3 hours 59 minutes and 59 seconds to 4 hours, she suddenly sensed an evil aura invading the bathroom, and in a remarkably short time, it overran every corner of the room. The source of this evil aura was the full-length mirror before her, taped down to a single strip with yellow tape. The first thing that appeared in the mirror was a pair of cold, silver-gray eyes. Then came a face as pale as a corpse. Before Guan Yi could react, the face suddenly shot out of the mirror. In the blink of an eye, it was free, floating in the air before her. It was a male ghost in the mirror, dressed in an ancient European court dress, with gaudy leggings. A complex scarf was tied around his neck, and his hair was crowned with white, woolly curls. Judging by his attire, he must have been dead for centuries. Guan Yi knew nothing about ancient Europe, let alone its clothing. Furthermore, this was a game world, and the things presented to her were a blend of people's understanding of the real world. Given this, it wasn't surprising that any of these creatures would appear. Do I look better in a red scarf or a blue scarf? The mirror ghost paid no attention to Guan Yi's presence in the men's restroom, solely focused on asking its own question. In the company's profile, this spirit was labeled a palace attendant, and to its question, neither red nor blue could be answered. Similarly, Refusing to answer was a mistake. The person being questioned must say, "I think purple suits you best." The wording didn't have to be exact, but the core message must remain unchanged. The mirror ghost would then leave satisfied, but it would also mark the person and reappear from the mirror periodically, seeking out similar questions. Many thoughts raced through his mind, but in reality, it took only a few seconds. Guan Yi calmly looked at the mirror ghost and said the right thing. The mirror ghost nodded with satisfaction. "You have good taste. I come back for more consultations later." With that, it faced Guan Yi and backed away, as if being slowly sucked into the mirror. Seeing the mirror ghost about to vanish, Guan Yi quickly shook out the 3 mirrors and stepped forward, attaching them to the long strip left by the full-length mirror. Glass clashed against glass, making a teeth-grinding scraping sound. The mirror ghost roared in anger, unwilling to surrender. It madly unleashed its psychic powers, violently shaking the entire dressing mirror, causing Guan Yi's previously applied tape to show signs of being loosened. Guan Yi snorted coldly, pressing both hands against the 3 mirrors, determined not to reveal even a single inch of the original mirror, even if the mirror cracked and shattered. At worst, I just have to pay for the mirror, but as long as I could deal with the mirror ghost, I wouldn't be complained about, and I keep my 30 points. Is it those road coins I need? No, what I lack is the qualification to go to the service area, Guan Yi thought coldly. To make up for her lunch partner's recommendation error, she had to stay up late on duty tonight. Fortunately, she didn't drive much, so she didn't have any fatigue points, otherwise it would have been really difficult to deal with. In this way, Guan Yi and the ghost were in a stalemate for about half a minute. Thanks to her use of the correct props, she gradually gained the upper hand. Guan Yi keenly sensed that the malevolence in the house was gradually dissipating. The aura of the ghost was fading, and the aura of the bathroom was gradually returning. Although it was a good thing, she was not at all happy. It's not that difficult, actually. Guan Yi continued pressing the 3 mirrors to prevent the mirror ghost from faking its own death and escaping, pondering the difficulty of this supernatural world. With the right tools, even an ordinary person can make it through. So, the difficulty lies in the choice of tools. Thinking that way, it's understandable that customers would want to complain. After all, this is a matter of life and death. Ordinary people trust the prop company, but because of a sales error, they're put in danger. It's quite remarkable that they still survive to file a complaint. But then again, encountering a ghost by accident is one thing, but what about those who initiate summoning rituals or bravely venture into the areas where ghosts reside? Guan Yi felt it would be better to simply let them be destroyed. Wait, is that what her dinner partner thinks? Guan Yi remembered the 3 difficult calls she received. They were all the kind where they only encountered ghosts because they committed suicide. Considering they were categorized as difficult, didn't that mean they'd done the same thing many times? So, on the one hand, they were seeking excitement and constantly courting death, but on the other hand, they were like Qigong who loved dragons, but didn't care about them, and would instantly fall to their knees when a ghost appeared. If that was true, with these difficult clients constantly teetering on the brink of life and death, Guan Yi felt that if she were the dinner partner, she'd probably also try to trick them before leaving. Chapter 143. The mirror ghost has been dealt with, at the cost of a half-broken dressing mirror. Guan Yi himself was unharmed. Not entirely unharmed. Guan Yi left the men's restroom, and took a few more steps toward the center of the hallway. My nose is still being assaulted by the smell. Thankfully, the mission was accomplished. The mirror ghost was sealed within the 3-sided mirror. Guan Yi only needed to bring it back to the company, where a dedicated department would handle the contaminated props. Once the mirror ghost was dealt with, the 3-sided mirror would be cleaned and returned to the dedicated prop storage, awaiting the next employee to rent it. Unlike the props sold to ordinary people, the props sold to them by the company were almost all disposable and did not require recycling. This eliminated the hassle of circulating them on the market and deciding whether to recycle them. After all, the chances of dying if you use the wrong item to deal with a ghost are too high. Those who survive to report and complain are likely to be persistent creatures like the mirror ghost, or those with a buffer period that takes a while to kill. Okay, we can move on to the next location. The 3-sided mirror that sealed the male ghost can no longer be put into the DLC backpack. To maintain the seal, Guan Yi needs to arrange the 3 mirrors into a triangle, which will maintain this position on its own. Theoretically, the mirror ghost is sealed within the 3-sided mirror, and once the triangle is successfully formed, it won't collapse. But what if it gets shaken apart by the bumps on the road? With this in mind, Guan Yi wrapped a few more rounds of tape around the triangle according to the instructions in the work manual before confidently stuffing the mirror into the canvas bag he was carrying. After all, it's all written in the manual, which means it must have been distributed before, Otherwise there wouldn't be this extra information. Just as Guan Yi was about to go downstairs, the door of a company in the corridor opened, and a furtive bald man emerged. He glanced warily toward the men's restroom for a few seconds, as if he were wary of something. Then, the man looked at Guan Yi, his expression changing from confusion to realization, and then he rushed over. "Are you here for after-sales service?" Guan Yi took a step back, putting some distance between himself and the man. "Yes." "Are you leaving now?" The man instinctively tugged at Guan Yi's arm. "You haven't apologized yet, and you haven't even offered compensation." Guan Yi dodged the man's hand with a slick step. "The person you contacted before was a former colleague of mine. I have nothing to do with him. Besides, company policy states that we only provide after-sales service, not compensation." The man immediately expressed dissatisfaction. He pulled out his phone and pretended to make a call. "I don't care. We had compensation for this kind of thing before, and we have to do it this time too. Hurry and give me 300, no, 500 highway coins, or I call you and complain about your poor customer service and awful attitude." Guan Yi sighed and reached into his canvas bag, pretending to take something out, but in reality, he pulled out his fire axe from his equipment compartment. A gun was a bit too much in this place. Someone might come to investigate. Guan Yi didn't want to make too much noise, so a cold weapon, like a fire axe, was more suitable. The man felt an icy chill on his neck. He looked at Guan Yi in horror, bewildered, wondering how he gotten to this point when he'd just been trying to extort a small amount of money. It had always worked fine before, so why had it gone so wrong this time? "Hold your phone and make the call you need to make. You know what to say, right?" Guan Yi gently moved her right wrist, and the tip of the fire axe lightly grazed the man's neck, leaving a faint trace of blood. Before entering the game, Guan Yi was certain she wouldn't do such a thing, but after so many battles, the game finally took its toll on her. The man appeared stern, but was actually cowardly. "You wouldn't dare. Murder is against the law." "Yes, murder is against the law." Guan Yi smiled kindly, "but I unfortunately inherited a colleague's mess, and I'm really annoyed. Meeting someone like you makes me even more annoyed. I'm so annoyed. It's understandable that I suddenly go crazy. Do you want to take a gamble on my emotional stability?" After saying this, Guan Yi suddenly leaned close to the man's ear and whispered devilishly, "Besides, I have a lot of items that seal spirits. How about I secretly open one of these deadly ones and give it to you?" The man shuddered, sensing the seemingly casual murderous intent in Guan Yi's words, and finally stopped himself from taking the risk. "I call now." The man trembled as he dialed Guan Yi's company number. If the call was a complaint, it would be transferred to the corresponding sales representative, but if it was just a positive feedback about an order, the operator would register it directly, without the sales representative having to answer it in person. The call was quickly connected. Under Guan Yi's kind gaze, the man nervously gave the order a thumbs up, concluding the after-sales service. Guan Yi was quite satisfied with this. She put away her fire axe, and prepared to rush to the next location requiring after-sales service. However, before that, she had other things to attend to. "Please help me pay for the parking fee. You don't have a parking lot here, and I had a hard time finding one." The man's lips moved a few times, and he stammered, "Parking is free here." Guan Yi raised an eyebrow. "I think I got a ticket. There's no markings in that area. You're blackmailing me." The man was at a disadvantage in this confrontation. He didn't want his colleagues to come out and watch, so he lowered his voice. "There's no way the traffic police would come here." Guan Yi smiled and reached into his canvas bag, pretending to take something out. "I think it's called different offensive and defensive dynamics." "Oh, you might not have studied the Qin essay." "That's okay, just pay the bill." The man blushed, and after a moment, he muttered, "Of course I have." Frustrated, he pulled his wallet from his pocket, counted out 200 road coins, and handed them to Guan Yi. "Come on. You can leave now. No need to see me off. Get back to work." Guan Yi took the road coins and stuffed them into his pocket. "Oh, by the way, you said you studied the Qin essay. What was the last sentence I said?" The man was speechless and then left in a panic, mumbling something. Guan Yi guessed he was cursing himself. "It didn't matter. I couldn't hear it anyway. All I needed to know was that your claim of studying the Qin essay was a lie." Guan Yi shrugged, turned, and went downstairs. The man mentioned earlier that other, after-sales services would provide compensation. Assuming he was telling the truth, this meant he reported the item's fault more than once, then, after resolving the issue, threatened the after-sales staff with negative reviews. Considering that this difficult individual was originally a customer of Dining Partner, it was clear who was being threatened. This has probably become a stable source of extra income for him. Guan Yi started the car. Just as the man had said, no traffic police came to ticket her. She had deliberately taken the 200 highway coins. Find a harmless spirit, then use vague descriptions to lure the customer into selling. When they give you the wrong item, they call to file a complaint. Then, they clarify the vague details and send you the correct item for after-sales service. After the service is over, they use this excuse to blackmail you. It seems I misjudged the food partner. Guan Yi had assumed the food partner had tricked a difficult person before leaving, but she hadn't realized it was her own fault. The food partner was innocent. She simply didn't want to work at her own expense. To be manipulated by the workplace, and then set up by clients, I, a food partner, am truly pathetic. As she finished her words, Guan Yi's phone rang. The caller ID showed the name Kin Little Foodie. Guan Yi was certain that this person hadn't even been in her phone's address book a few minutes ago. She raised an eyebrow, put the speaker on, and answered the call. Before she could say anything, a slightly tired, hoarse voice rang through the line. Guan, I heard most of my difficult clients have been transferred to you. Yeah, not bad. I just solved one. Guan Yi entered the next location into the navigation. It was a fairly distant tunnel, but the ghost wouldn't appear until 8 p.m., so she could stay here and chat with him for a while. Is that jerk from XX company? Is he blackmailing you again? I give you whatever he wants. 200. Guan Yi smiled. He gave it to me. This statement immediately silenced the other party, who was about to say something. After several full seconds of silence, they finally asked Guan Yi what was going on. Guan Yi explained, only to be met with a long sigh, followed by a stream of profanity, like beans pouring out of a bamboo tube. Of course, they were all directed at the man. Clearly, Guan Yi's resistance to extortion had given his dinner companion a simmering vent. After venting their anger, the person on the other end of the line invited Guan Yi. Thank you, Guan, for helping me vent this. I treat you to dinner tonight. Are you free? Before Guan Yi could reply, the car radio began to play again. You successfully finished a task and glanced at the watch, realizing it was almost dinner time. Your stomach seemed to protest the perfunctory lunch, desperate for something good to eat in the evening. Guan Yi, I wasn't perfunctory. The ma la tang was delicious. Just then, your former dining partner invites you to dinner. You're hesitant. After all, you have to work late that night, and the place isn't close. If the meeting place is too far or there's a long line, you might not make it in time. Guan Yi quietly listens to the radio. The other end of the line is also silent for a moment. Her eyes drift out the window, watching a few birds fly high in the sky and cars pass by on the road nearby. This means that time doesn't stand still when listening to the radio, but Guan Yi feels strangely silent, and her dining partner remains silent. The broadcast continues. Select agree. Agree to your dining partner's request and arrive on time for dinner. Select next time. Reject your dinner partner. After the announcement ended, the dinner partner's voice returned. Hello, Guan. Have you decided? It's up to you what you want to eat. I decided. Guan Yi thought for a moment and answered, anything's fine with me, but it'd be best if it's near Moonlight Road. I have to go to the Moonlight Road tunnel at 8 p.m. to deal with the legless monster. Is there a place to eat there? The dinner partner fell silent. A faint buzzing sound of electricity could be heard from the phone. Guan Yi didn't rush him, but patiently watched the time. A minute later, the buzzing sound faded, and the dinner partner's voice reappeared. Okay, I remember there's a noodle shop called Under the Moonlight on South Moonlight Road. It's delicious. Is this one okay? Guan Yi, wait a minute, let me see. She didn't rush to agree. Instead, she entered Under the Moonlight South Road into the navigation system, followed by Moonlight Road Tunnel. She clicked OK, and a route was drawn, marking the distance and time between the two. There's no rule that the Yueguang Road Tunnel and Yueguang South Road have to be close together. Guan Yi needed to first determine the distance between them before deciding whether to change the location. Thankfully, the restaurant attendant hadn't cheated her. The distance between the noodle shop and the tunnel wasn't far, with 3 traffic lights and an estimated driving time of 15 minutes, so it was indeed quite close. Guan Yi agreed. Sure, I really like noodles. The restaurant attendant, you can go directly there. I'd be a little late. How about meeting at 5:30? No problem. Be careful on the way. Whoever gets there first will grab a spot. After hanging up, Guan Yi re-entered her destination into the navigation system, turned out of the parking lane, and headed in that direction. Before the evening rush hour arrives, it's best to get out as early as possible. Chapter 144. On her way, Guan Yi wondered why a noodle shop was named Under the Moonlight. Once she arrived, She immediately understood. It was indeed a noodle shop, but it was a roofless one. To put it bluntly, it was a street stall. Okay, not quite a street stall. After all, there was flooring beneath the counter and tables and chairs, and there was a circle of clearly decorated walls covered with pictures of various noodles. Aside from the lack of a roof, it certainly looked like a noodle shop, not a stall. It seems to be a speciality, but I wonder what they do when it rains. Guan Yi parked the car and found a table for two. She ordered a drink and told the waiter she'd wait for her friend to arrive before deciding what to eat. She and her friend had agreed to meet at 5:30. It was just past 5:10, still early, so Guan Yi decided to rest for a while, browsing the chat channel while waiting for her friend to arrive. As for why Fantasia suddenly appeared in the background of the story and became a part of the game, Guan Yi had a theory. Either Fantasia was here to deliver clues, or Fantasia was here to cause trouble. Of course, there was another possibility. Fantasia was part of the main storyline, and she was here just to play along. Whatever. I'm on Fantasia's side. Those idiots deserve no sympathy. Guan Yi took a sip of sour plum soup from his cup, then turned on his phone and entered the chat channel. Off duty. Finally off duty. I envy those who finished get off work. I still have to work overtime. It's confirmed that we can't communicate during work hours. We can only contact each other during breaks. I don't understand. Isn't this a road survival game? How did it become a work survival game? Is the last day going to be a battle royale? That would be great, much easier. There's too little information on the first day. Let's take a look first. A supernatural world? Will spirits come looking for us? Like if we accidentally violate a taboo or something. I still think there's something wrong with the character design. I'm off work, but where should I go? Do I have money? If so, I find a hotel nearby. What if someone's waiting at home? You have to wait for someone to call before your phone will show their information, and I can't even contact them. Interesting. I like servers like this that require some thinking. Guan Yi looked at it for a while, and agreed with the point about too little information on the first day. Anyway, she had to work overtime until at least 2 a.m. today. After work, she could just find a place to stay for the night. Whether she went home or not didn't seem to matter much. Unless the system suddenly ordered her to go home, it would be more convenient to find a hotel near the office. Anyway, I got 200 road coins from that guy, so I'm finally not working at my own expense. Guan Yi took another sip of her sour plum soup and checked the time. It was almost 5:30. She was just thinking about calling the other person when she felt someone approaching her. Guan, have you been waiting for quite some time? The speaker was a girl about Guan Yi's age, wearing a navy blue dress and a bun. Although she was wearing makeup, her face looked haggard and exhausted. Not bad. I just got here a while ago. Look, I haven't had much of my drink yet. Guan Yi raised her glass to the other person, indicating she hadn't waited long. I haven't been here before. Any recommendations? The dining companion's name on her phone was Can, and she called herself Guan. But Guan Yi remembered that manager Zhang called the dining companion Shaolin, which was enough to prove that this nickname was the other person's first name, not their surname. However, Guan Yi couldn't call him Shaolin, it felt too unfamiliar, and calling him Can wasn't safe either. What if his character was ruined? So, Guan Yi decided to use her strengths and be as vague as possible. After all, she'd done this before. Familiarity breeds acquaintance. While Guan Yi was working a summer job, a colleague's friend kept coming over to hang out with her. Over time, they became familiar with each other and engaged in lively conversation. But Guan Yi still didn't know the other person's name. There was no point asking before they were familiar, and after they were familiar, she felt embarrassed to ask. She paid attention to how her colleagues addressed her, and it turned out that they didn't call her by her name. So, until the end of his summer job, Guan Yi didn't know the other person's name. Of course, considering they hadn't been in touch since then, knowing it didn't matter. The waiter sat across from Guan Yi, picked up the menu, glanced at it, and handed it to Guan Yi. Their tomato noodles are delicious. You should try it. Then we order a few more dishes, and see what you like. You order, I'm fine with anything. Guan Yi pushed the menu back, and studied the waiter for a moment. Didn't sleep well last night? You don't look well. The waiter didn't refuse, and called the waiter to take the order. After the order was taken, he sighed to Guan Yi with a slightly complicated expression. Yeah, I haven't been sleeping well lately. After all, I quit. I can see you have quite a few dark circles under your eyes. Generally speaking, voluntarily resigning signifies a sense of relief, even if only temporarily, so the person shouldn't look so haggard. So, Was it the financial pressures of resigning? Perhaps mortgage payments, car loans, rent, medical bills, or the like? But in that case, would the person offer to treat her? Guan Yi thought, unlikely. No one wants to treat when they're short of money. Unless she wants to borrow money. Guan Yi thought about it, feeling it was unlikely, so she put the thought aside for the moment and focused on observing her dinner partner. Ever since Guan Yi pointed out the severe dark circles under his eyes, the dinner partner hadn't spoken. Instead, he lowered his head slightly, his fingers moving rhythmically on his napkin, as if lost in thought, or perhaps lost in thought. Guan Yi suddenly felt something was wrong, a sense of unease. Everything had been fine just a moment ago, but now, for some reason, she sensed a hint of malice. It wasn't much, it wasn't heavy, and it wasn't thick, but it was there. By the way, what are your plans for the future? Guan Yi spoke, breaking the silence between them. Are you taking a break or looking for a new job right away? If there's anything I can do for you, please don't hesitate to ask. As soon as he finished speaking, Guan Yi's heart skipped a beat. The faint venom he sensed suddenly became thicker and stickier. Dark clouds drifted in from nowhere, obscuring the sky above the noodle shop. But whether it was the waiters or the customers, they all seemed oblivious, continuing to go about their business. But a closer look would reveal that their movements had become much more mechanical. The noodle eaters kept eating, yet the bowls never dwindled. The waiters kept bringing dishes, yet nothing ever reached the customers' tables. The person speaking would simply repeat what they said before, over and over again, as if the story would never end. Guan Yi knew she might have said the wrong thing. Her dying companion wasn't here to reminisce or borrow money, but to progress the main storyline, or perhaps, to take her life. The supernatural world was truly tiresome. It turned evil at the slightest disagreement. Guan Yi complained inwardly, but remained expressionless, still looking at her dying companion, with that concerned gaze and expression, as if genuinely worried about him. This was the first day, after all, and there were so few clues. A sudden plot killing without warning was impossible. If that were the case, the entire game would collapse. Why would anyone even bother looking for clues? They might as well just lie there, and wait for death. As Guan Yi pondered, Fan Dazi looked up at Guan Yi. Her foundation couldn't hide the dark circles under her eyes. Magic Props Company is my last chance. I'm dying. Guan Yi's eyes widened. What was going on in this world? Employees resigning meant assassination? But no matter how Guan Yi pressed her, Fan Dazi was like an NPC in an RPG, repeating her previous words until the plot progressed. As time passed, the sky grew thicker, and the noodle shop began to experience frame drops. Guan Yi's sense of danger grew stronger, almost squeezing out all the air around her. The malice was so thick that it made it almost impossible to breathe. Guan Yi knew she had to find the key words to advance the plot quickly, otherwise she would die in this plot-killing situation. Head, brain, turn it on. Guan Yi frantically raced, turning Fan Dazi's words over and over in her mind. Finally, a flash of inspiration struck Guan Yi, and she found the key word. Are you being haunted by a spirit? The gloom on Fanta's face eased slightly, as if to indicate that Guan Yi had chosen the right path. The company couldn't help you solve your problem, they could only suppress it. But you resigned under pressure from those guys, so the spirit is about to come out, right? As soon as Guan Yi finished speaking, her breath hitched. Dark clouds in the sky practically enveloped the entire noodle shop. She couldn't see the faces of the customers around her, only Fanta in front of her was clearly visible. Hee hee, you guessed right. Fanta spoke in a voice that didn't belong to her. You actually figured it out from such little information. Interesting, really interesting. Guan Yi's heart sank. She knew the person before her wasn't the real Fanta, but another unknown spirit. After learning the other party's identity, Guan Yi calmed down. Since he hadn't killed her outright, it meant something was holding him back. If that was the case, there was a chance. Do you think you're a good disguise? No, I suspected you for a long time. Guan Yi spoke without batting an eyelid. It wasn't entirely nonsense though, there were traces, but she wasn't sure yet. You look downcast since you came in, but my dying partner isn't like that. She's just unskilled in her job, but she's far from losing faith in life. Regardless of whether it was true or not, Guan Yi had to say it. Besides, her dying partner had just been cursing furiously, and even invited her to dinner. She looked nothing like the shady character before her. Guan Yi had pierced the man's disguise, and the suffocating atmosphere in the room suddenly relaxed. The dark cloud disappeared, and everything seemed to return to normal. You're so interesting. I'm looking forward to the day I can possess your body. The spirit grinned at Guan Yi, revealing a mouth like a black hole. I believe it's not far off. Before Guan Yi could react, The rice partner's body began to tremble as if struck by electricity. About 3 seconds later, he suddenly looked up, his eyes clear. Guan, have we ordered yet? Guanyi, okay, now this is undoubtedly my rice partner. So what on earth was that thing just now? Chapter 145. After waking up, Fantozzi was very talkative. She seemed to have completely forgotten what had happened, and hadn't noticed the strange phenomenon in the noodle shop. She just pretended to have just arrived, and kept telling Guanyi that she was late. You didn't wait long, did you? The Fantozzi was immediately relieved when she learned that her order had been placed. I don't know what's wrong with me lately. I've been so drowsy lately. Sometimes I think I just left the house, but I'm distracted along the way. When I wake up, I find I already arrived. Fantozzi rested her chin on one hand, her elbow poking the table, a look of worry on her face. My energy is getting worse and worse, Guan. If this continues, I probably won't be able to find a job. Guanyi lowered her eyes slightly. What could she say? Tell him there was a spirit in her body? No. She was afraid that before she could finish her words, the spirit would return, take over Fantozzi's body, and fight her again. Of course, Guanyi wasn't afraid of the other party's return. According to the other party, it was very interested in him, but it chose to mark him rather than directly occupy him. This wasn't some cat-and-mouse game, nor was it a sign of mercy. Guanyi was convinced that the rules restricted its movements, preventing it from attacking its chosen target. Target equals every player entering the server. Occupy equals taking over the player's body, killing them, or replacing them. After all, if the player didn't exist, they wouldn't pose a threat to the Golden City. Guanyi quickly figured out the connection. The spirit's appearance was a reminder. There was no such thing as a server reset. If players fail to reach the service area within the time limit, death awaits them. How terrifying, Guanyi thought. She hoped others would understand this, as she wasn't sure if this information was within the acceptable range of communication. Just as Guanyi was about to say something, a waiter arrived with a cart of food. Guan, try this. The rice boy spoke, pushing the plate of sweet and sour gluten toward Guanyi. Tomato gravy noodles with this are the best. Guanyi picked up her chopsticks. Yes, I love this the most. The rice boy. No, it should be said that the spirit from earlier had ordered a table full of dishes that Guanyi would typically eat with noodles in his hometown. Guanyi didn't believe it was a complete coincidence. Although this world was a blend of people's perceptions of the real world, Guanyi's observations seemed to only capture the most superficial aspects of people's minds, not delving deeper. For example, what appeared before Guanyi and her friend right now was not only a large bowl of 3-flavored tomato noodles, but also cold dishes like shredded cucumber, chopped green beans, bean sprouts, spinach, and soybeans. The hot dishes included scrambled eggs, stir-fried mixed vegetables, stir-fried shrimp, and sweet and sour gluten. That was fine. It was a noodle shop after all, so a more generous side dish was normal. But the inclusion of red vermicelli noodles was unusual. In Guanyi's hometown, this side dish was usually included with wedding noodles. Of course, noodles are prepared differently in every household, so perhaps one family prefers a particular dish, or perhaps the noodle shop is using this as a promotional gimmick, creating a low-mi-on-set meal. After all, she was eating 3-flavored tomato noodles, not the traditional wedding noodles with added tofu or something. I didn't expect you order so many side dishes. Guanyi picked up a piece of sweet and sour gluten with her chopsticks. She absolutely loved it. It was sour and sweet, and the sauce stayed crispy for a moment after it was poured on. The fragrant and crispy taste made her want more and more. I've been here before. You know, the one in the tunnel. This isn't the first time she's been causing trouble. The rice cooker ordered another small bowl of noodles, then poured a large spoonful of broth on it, and began stirring with his chopsticks. I discovered this noodle shop the other day. They have this traditional wedding noodle set. I tried it and liked it. And when you said you were coming here today, I booked it. Guanyi raised an eyebrow and continued her previous question. What are you going to do next? You can't be so dazed all the time. You should seek counseling to see if your frequent interactions with those people have affected you. She spoke out of concern for the rice cooker, and to see if there were any other solutions to this situation. I called the Ghost Research Institute, but I always forget what they said. The dining companion shook his head, his mood dimming for a moment before he lifted his head and smiled. The big city is nice, but it's not for me. I already plan to return home. Don't worry, I have a field at home. I definitely survive starvation if I go back and grow vegetables. Ghost Research Institute. Guanyi silently memorized the name, knowing that the other party might truly be beyond help, Like those NPCs in RPGs who inevitably die, meet and know the protagonist, risk everything for them, and ultimately die tragically, transforming them through grief. If the vegetables turn out well, please mail me some too. I trade them for seafood. They arrive tomorrow. I mail them to you as a down payment. Guan Yi thought of her seafood gift pack. Since she and the other players hadn't been short of food these days, it would be nice to give it to Fandazi as a favor. He left her a whole box of snacks. Fandazi brightened up at this, saying she loved seafood, but it was just too expensive to buy. Since Guan Yi was willing to share some, she wasn't shy. Then, as if realizing something, Fandazi patted her forehead, put down her chopsticks, and rummaged through her bag, pulling out a jacket encased in a transparent bag. I almost forgot. Your jacket is still with me. The temperature dropped so suddenly that day. If you hadn't lent me my jacket, I would have frozen to death on the way home. Oh, by the way, Guan, your citizenship certificate is still in your pocket. Didn't you need it these past few days? No, if you hadn't told me, I wouldn't have known it was with you. Guan Yi calmly took the orange and white jacket and, at Fandazi's instruction, pulled out a light blue certificate from the inside pocket. The citizenship certificate was about the same size as an ID card, with a light blue background. The front displayed personal information, and the back listed the issuing authority. Guan Yi glanced at it, focusing on the home address. He only wished he hadn't moved. This was his current residence, not his birthplace. The clothes were returned, the meal was eaten, and after a brief chat, the two of them left. Having worked in the industry before, she knew the preparation required for after-sales service, and she would have to prepare herself mentally, so she decided not to bother Guan Yi any further. Guan Yi followed them on their way out, giving the meal taker a ride and dropping her off near the subway station. Of course, Guan Yi wasn't idle during the entire trip, constantly exchanging questions with the food partner. He answered nearly every question, and she learned quite a bit. For example, she expanded on her own identity and persona, including, but not limited to, her years at the company, her primary conflict with manager Zhang, the internal rivalries, and her grudges with the front desk. In short, while the food partner wasn't comfortable with the work, she was quite comfortable with the company's gossip and interpersonal relationships. She and Zhou Qiang also got along well, and the two often got together to share gossip. Guan Yi, in a way, that's quite impressive. After seeing the food partner off, Guan Yi drove to the Moonlight Tunnel. It was a little after 7 o'clock, and there was still nearly an hour until 8 o'clock, plenty of time for her to prepare. There wasn't much to prepare, actually. The legless monster would stalk people wearing clothing of a certain color, white on odd days, and black on even days. If you really wanted to avoid it, just avoid those two colors. That client was doing it on purpose. Furthermore, this legless monster isn't particular about clothing. A little white or black doesn't matter, as long as the total black and white area doesn't exceed 80%, it will treat the person as a non-target. Let me see. The tool for combating the legless monster is this two-way jacket. First, wear a jacket of the same color to attract the monster. Then, when the monster attacks, quickly remove the jacket. The monster will freeze in place for 10 seconds. Within 10 seconds, flip the jacket over and cover the monster with a different color, and it will vanish. This is a temporary solution, not a permanent one. After the legless monster disappears, it will reappear in another tunnel 3 months later. But that doesn't matter to Guan Yi, as she's only staying here for 7 days anyway. Guan Yi fiddled with the props in the car. Because the main idea was to quickly flip over and cover the opponent, the code was designed like a cape. Initially, it was draped over her body to shield herself, and when needed, she could simply pull the cord and flip in under a second. Pretty simple, no problem. Unless someone messes up, it's even easier than the mirror ghost. Guan Yi muttered, noticing a car entering the tunnel from the corner of her eye. This made her a little concerned. After all, this place was quite remote. Guan Yi had been parked there for almost half an hour without seeing a single car pass. How could a car suddenly appear just when the ghost was about to appear? Guan Yi thought for a moment, and simply drove into the tunnel. She would be entering later anyway, so she might as well choose a convenient location. Then, in the tunnel, she saw the car from before. It didn't show any intention of leaving. Instead, it had its hazard lights on and parked near the sidewalk, as if waiting for something. Guan Yi narrowed his eyes, feeling the other person wasn't up to good intentions. If a car broke down, the driver would have to get out to check and put up a warning sign or something. This was a tunnel. Even with a light source, it wouldn't be any brighter than outside. Besides, it was already getting dark. Without a warning sign, there was a real chance of being hit by a careless car. So what was the other person waiting for by not getting out? A ghost? Or was he trying to cause trouble for the ghost? Guan Yi felt the latter was more likely. After all, the ghost had always been here, and anyone who wanted to see it would have already come. Why choose today? There might be a coincidence, but since this involved him, Guan Yi didn't believe in coincidences. Sighing, Guan Yi also activated the hazard lights, then opened the door and got out. His hands appeared empty, but in reality, his shovel and fire axe were already at the ready. If the other person knew what was going on and drove away, that would be fine. If not, Guan Yi would be forced to reluctantly teach him a lesson about traffic rules. Even if there were 2 lanes here, it wasn't a place for casual parking. Even if the traffic police come, Guan Yi thought, I am still the one who is right. Chapter 146. Guan Yi walked to the driver's seat of the white car and leaned her head against the filmed window to peer inside. What if she misunderstood? People who stop suddenly aren't necessarily looking for trouble. What if the driver suddenly has a seizure? In that case, she could still help call an ambulance. But if he's not sick and refuses to listen, he'd have to drive himself to the hospital. Knock knock. Guan Yi knocked on the window, attracting the driver's attention. She turned her gaze from her phone, lowered the window, and looked at Guan Yi impatiently. What's going on? Parking in the tunnel is prohibited. Guan Yi put on a kind smile. Besides, a demon might appear here soon. It's very dangerous. Madam, could you please leave first? Today is August 17th, an odd day when legless monsters chase people wearing white. The driver, dressed in black, clearly wanted to watch the fun, not be the cause of it. You own this tunnel? The driver rolled his eyes, then looked Guan Yi up and down for a few seconds, a look of sudden realization on his face. You're the after-sales support agent assigned by Magic Props, right? Guan Yi raised an eyebrow. You guessed right. The driver immediately started yelling, then I can't leave. Last time, your recommendation was wrong and I screwed me. This time, I'm going to stay here and see you provide after-sales service. Otherwise, I won't dare leave here again. What's that look in your eyes? Was I wrong? I just don't trust your ability. What's wrong? Nothing. You have every right not to trust me. Guan Yi didn't care about the driver's attitude. It was normal for a customer to have such concerns. But if I find out you're filming and posting videos online, don't blame me for being rude. After saying this, Guan Yi leaned down and suddenly leaned in close, startling the driver into recoil, seemingly surprised by someone's lack of social distancing. Come to think of it, which do you find scarier, a mad spirit or a mad person? Guan Yi withdrew her head from the car, tilted it, and gave the driver an inscrutable smile. Then, right in front of her, she pulled out her fire axe and swung it a few times, making a sharp sound. The driver was terrified in the car, then remembered something and hurriedly picked up her phone to exit. Afraid that Guan Yi would misunderstand her, she quickly turned off the screen and tossed the phone into the passenger seat, her hands neatly placed on the steering wheel, not daring to move. She was actually tempted to leave, but she had already said she was supervising the work, and leaving now would be embarrassing, so she forced herself to stay in the car. Apparently, the girl working after-sales service was so easy to talk to, willing to film anything she wanted. Using the gimmick of live streaming a ghost scene helped her platform gain a lot of followers. She even considered quitting her job and becoming an influencer, but now that's out of the question. Thinking of this, the driver bit her lip, feeling resigned. Seeing Guan Yi's back to her, she quietly reached for the phone on the seat and retrieved it. Guan Yi didn't have eyes in the back of her head, so she didn't see what was happening, but even if she hadn't, she knew with her knees that he wouldn't obey. But it didn't matter. Go ahead and film it, whatever you wanted. As long as she posted it online, she would report it to the local authorities. Because the legless monster's way of spreading information is seeing or hearing stories about it, the driver would be violating local laws if she dared to do so. Incidentally, this was all information Guan Yi had received from her friend. His previous luck had been bad, and the spirits he encountered were all fixed, posing no risk of transmission. Therefore, the official response to such videos was not recommended, but will not be forcibly removed. Guan Yi could have stopped him, perhaps by confiscating his phone, but she was too lazy to do so. If they wanted to die, let them die. She had no obligation to be responsible for the fate of so many people. Soon, it was exactly 8 a.m., and the lights in the tunnel went out, as if a collective switch had been turned off. The only source of light came from Zhuxia's 2 blindingly bright headlights. Even the driver had turned off all lights in his car, fearing the legless monster would notice him. This is my show, and I'm the only king. Guan Yi hummed a song she heard at Mi Qingrui's concert the last time she attended it. The rhythm was brisk, the lyrics catchy, and she memorized it after just one listen. Come and fight, with my scepter. The legless monster appeared. Its appearance was as the company records indicated, gender and features unknown, its long, tangled hair completely obscuring its face, making it impossible to glimpse its true features. In reality, if a creature like this were to truly encounter one, a normal person would have already found a way to escape. Who would even bother to pull its hair apart? The legless monster locked onto Guan Yi, who was wrapped in a white cloak, and immediately dropped to the ground with both hands, crackling with the sound of joints as it sprinted towards Guan Yi. Guan Yi was no longer the newbie who had struggled to face the kobold miners upon entering the game. Having experienced the hardships of several servers, she now faced such troublesome creatures head-on without fear. At most, she considered them a poor image and a minor nuisance to the city. Seeing the legless monster closing in, poised to pounce in just 2 seconds, Guan Yi abruptly untied the cloak strings and, as she practiced so many times before, swiftly flipped it around, pointing the black side at the legless monster. The legless monster was effectively controlled, but Guan Yi didn't give him a chance to recover. She swiftly threw the cloak over his head, letting it rest for 3 seconds before watching him vanish, just as the record had said. With no support within, the cloak dangled naturally from Guan Yi's grasp. She raised an eyebrow cheerfully, continuing to hum the song she'd been singing, and turned to walk towards the driver. Break your shield, kick you out of my show. Ma'am, I saw it all. The song abruptly stopped, the lyrics laced with an unwarranted warning. The driver's mind flashed back to Guan Yi's axe-wielding display. His hand trembled, and he lost his grip on his phone, which slid under the seat. She hurriedly bent down to pick it up, and when she looked up again, Guan Yi's devilish face was already approaching again. The driver screamed defensively, her trembling voice betraying her guilt and panic. What are you doing? Guan Yi spread her hands innocently. Nothing. Did you forget about the feedback number? I need your review and settlement before I can leave. She then pointed a thumb behind her. Look, you saw it too. The legless monster has disappeared. As long as you don't come looking for it again, it won't appear in this tunnel for a while. After disappearing, the legless monster will reappear in the tunnel after a while, but not in the previous tunnel. In other words, if you're incredibly unlucky and the legless monster particularly favors this spot, you have to wait until it's killed again before it can spawn here again. The driver breathed a sigh of relief, quickly picking up his phone to make a call. Under Guan Yi's kind gaze, he gave her a thumbs up and closed the order. Guan Yi was pleased with herself. She had successfully completed another order, and after tonight's experience, she was sure the other party wouldn't bother her again. After all, Guan Yi sat in the driver's seat and called the local police. Once the call was connected, she reported the driver for spreading rumors about the legless monster. Yes, I don't know her name, but I saw she filmed it with her phone. Yes, I can provide her license plate number. Yes, this one, the white one. Okay, thank you. I won't tell anyone else. Reporting something is easy, and Guan Yi felt no pressure to do it. She hadn't lied, so the other party couldn't have failed to record it. And even if they hadn't, she could always say she deleted it later. She hadn't lied. That's taken care of, only one left. Guan Yi pondered. The final after-sales service location was a customer's home. The target was a little girl in the senior kindergarten class. Everything else was easy, but the timing was what made her hesitate. It's 2 a.m. time for bed. And then, there's the dangers of the night. It's a contradiction. Guan Yi rubbed his chin and decided to go to the little girl's home first. She needed a safe place to deal with the dangers of the night. Besides, if a naughty child stayed up late to provoke a ghost, her family would have to know, right? It's time to give her a full childhood. Otherwise, she might be stuck in childhood forever. I'm such a softie. Guan Yi hummed, starting the car and heading towards the girl's home on the navigation system. According to the estimated time, she arrived by 8:40 at the latest. By then, most people who were supposed to be off work had already done so, and those who weren't would likely be unable to leave for a while, so Guan Yi had a smooth journey and arrived at her destination at 8:30. Wow, this family looks quite wealthy. Guan Yi parked the car outside the iron gate. Inside, there was a lawn, manicured plants, a cobblestone pavement, and a 3-story building. Clearly, this wasn't some self-built house in the countryside, but a villa with a courtyard in front and a garden in the back. Guan Yi guessed they might even have a swimming pool. How enviable. Guan Yi sighed, then rang the doorbell. After explaining her purpose, she was unexpectedly refused. We're aware of this matter. I'm sorry that our child has caused trouble for your company. Yes, we don't need after-sales service. Rest assured, the call has been made to your company. The order has been completed. You can check. The voice coming through the speaker was a little distorted, and Guan Yi couldn't be sure who the girl was related to. But since the other party said, this order is completed, she would call back and ask. 2 minutes later, Guan Yi received a positive reply from the company's operator. The order had indeed been completed. Call it a day, call it a day. It's not even 9 o'clock yet, there's still time to go home. Guan Yi entered the address on her citizenship certificate into the navigation system and drove towards her home. The dangers of the night were approaching, and she needed to find a relatively safe place to deal with it. Guan Yi had noticed that this city had no 7th Inn or old tire inn, so perhaps home was the safest place. Guan Yi had always felt that the citizenship certificate her lunch companion had given her was a very important item, and perhaps it would be used in this situation. Chapter 147. Guan Ye's home is in an apartment building, room 09, 15th floor, building H. It's a one-bedroom apartment of approximately 20 square meters. The environment isn't particularly good, given that there are 14 households on the same floor, and there are only 2 elevators, which suggests how crowded it gets during rush hour. But to say the environment is poor is a stretch. After all, the building's amenities are quite good: access control, a security booth with surveillance cameras at the entrance, express lockers in the lobby, and a spotless hallway with no graffiti or advertisements on the walls. If family matters aren't a concern, it's quite pleasant for a single young person to live here. Guan Yi noticed that she could barely hear any noise from neighbors, or those above or below her. Unless she has no neighbors, the soundproofing alone would be enough to outperform 80% of homes on the market. If I didn't have memories, I actually believe this was my home. Guan Yi picked up a metal action-armored scorpion on the table and examined it, then touched a Batman figurine. Both of these items were things she owned in the real world, and now, restored and placed on the same identically reproduced table, she felt a strange feeling. Luckily, the layout of my house is different, so only some of the things could be reproduced. Otherwise, I'd be really scared. Guan Yi shrugged, non-committal. Ever since her parents left, she lived with her grandfather, the 2 of them living side by side in a small courtyard on the outskirts of the city. They never lived in such a small house. After all, her grandfather's house was a 2-story flip-flop. He lived on the first floor, and Guan Yi had the entire second floor to herself. Grandpa kept the yard immaculately maintained, planting vegetables and flowers. The best part was the incredibly sweet grapes that never seemed to turn red. Even after all these years, Guan Yi could still recall that familiar taste. So how could a home like that ever be replicated? Guan Yi shook her head, casually lying on the sofa, opening her phone, and scrolling through the chat channels, trying to see how everyone else was doing. Then, she realized she seemed to be one of the rare exceptions. Oh my god, this place, isn't this my home? Hey, did you find your home? No, I'm staying at a hotel. I even found my own secret money. How weird. That was too alarmist. Even if I don't go home, I still have a place to stay. Maybe home is the source of danger. My home feels the same yet different. It's strange. I'm homesick. I don't want to play this crap anymore. I'm so tired. If you can't find your address, just admit you're stupid and stop dragging others down. Don't be alarmist in this crappy game. How did you all find your homes? Does anyone still remember this as a road survival game? How did it suddenly become a game for office workers? Isn't that strange? I think there's definitely a trap here. In a world of ghosts, don't forget, we're all being watched. I feel like I've been watched since the moment I entered the game. It's like The Grudge, where entering a house triggers the curse, only we trigger it on the server. Don't be so pessimistic. It's just the plot. There's definitely a way to break it. Road game, didn't you guys drive today? Maybe that's the truth. It's almost 10 o'clock. What kind of danger could there be at night? Could there be a ghost outside? Then I have to block the door with something. Physically blocking the door won't work, right? What should I do? I don't have any spiritual attacks. I passed by a temple today and asked for something. I wonder if it's any use. Supplies are plentiful again. It's comfortable. At least I don't have to worry about food and drink. It's better than those survival servers. I feel like this home is different from my own. Why do you all say they're exactly the same? Seeing this, Guan Yi lowered his eyes and thought for a few seconds, then typed a message. Guan Yi, I feel different too. I added perception. What about you? Everyone was talking, and the messages were scrolling quickly, so Guan Yi had to split the screen to read them slowly. It took about a minute before she saw the other person's reply. Yes, I also added perception. Is it true that the more perception you add, The more differences you can see? I added 1 point, and I can only detect a difference, but if you ask me to explain it in detail, I can't explain it. Guan Yi tilted her head. She added it to 9 o'clock. So aside from the table and a few ornaments on it, the room, including its layout and location, was completely different from her old home. Is it an illusion? Is there danger? Guan Yi closed her eyes and sensed it, but didn't sense any danger, at least not yet. She put the matter aside for the moment and checked her surroundings. After all, the crisis at 10 o'clock wasn't far away. The discussion in the chat channel continued, seemingly people using it to relieve their anxiety. Guan Yi thought this was normal. Unlike previous server crises involving physical attacks, this one was a supernatural world, with so many bizarre spirits to contend with. It was inevitable that she would feel nervous. Even if ordinary people could defeat a spirit if they mastered the correct methods, spirits were still spirits, inherently intimidating to humans. It wasn't that they could be dealt with simply by not being afraid, but rather, a kind of mental intimidation that was difficult to resist. Just as humans could resist this mental intimidation with their own abilities, but just because they had resisted it, they couldn't claim that the spirits posed no threat. Guan Yi quickly cleaned up. Although she felt it was useless, she still took out a few stones, waited for them to expand for a minute, and used them to block the door. I don't want to do business tonight. Anyone visiting someone so late at night can't be a good customer. Guan Yi glanced at the time, seeing that she still had time, so she took a quick shower and then quietly laid down on the bed. Turning off your phone will avoid the spirits that appear on the phone. Drawing the curtains will avoid the perverted spirits that crawl through windows. Staying home will avoid all the spirits outside. Guan Yi lay flat on the bed, mentally reciting the information she had read about spirits at the company today. If she didn't do anything stupid, any spirits requiring summoning rituals wouldn't appear. It didn't matter if it appeared in a dream, she wasn't going to sleep for the time being. The only remaining things were the ghosts that would come knocking on your door just because you heard about them. But I didn't encounter any today. The legless monster doesn't count. Even if it appeared, it would have to be in a tunnel, not at home. Guan Yi thought for a moment, feeling that she had avoided all types of ghosts. She laid down more peacefully, waiting for 10 o'clock. And then, 10 o'clock arrived. Guan Yi sat up in bed, fire axe drawn, on guard. She thought she heard something, a rustling sound, vague and indistinct, making it impossible for her to tell where it was coming from. Outside the window, or the hallway, Guan Yi lowered her eyes, pondering for a moment. She tiptoed to the bedside, resisting her curiosity by lifting the curtains. Instead, she placed her ear close to the bed, slowing her breathing, and carefully listening to the sounds outside while releasing her senses to explore her surroundings. After a dozen seconds, Guan Yi was certain that something was indeed outside. But this thing was constrained by the conditions for its appearance, so it could only lie still outside. As long as Guan Yi didn't lift the curtains, it couldn't get in. Then I'd just stay outside, Guan Yi thought. Rain is in the forecast, so I hope this spirit will like it. Don't like it? It doesn't matter. It's none of her business anyway. Squeak. Squeak. The spirit outside the window smelled Guan Yi's scent, but without the curtains, it couldn't get in. So, it scraped against the window, making terrifying noises to attract humans to see. Guan Yi, are you crazy? That's such a loud noise, like glass scraping against a blackboard. Who would go to see it? Isn't that a clear message to everyone? Hey, there's a ghost here, come quickly. The ghost scratched for a long time, but seeing that the humans in the room still ignored it, it decided to change its strategy. It made a strange sound, a bit like a cat's meow, a bit like a baby's cry, and the glass trembled gently, making a clang-clang sound. Guan Yi, are you crazy? What kind of baby and cat would run out of a 15th floor window in the middle of the night? Ghost, please look down. I don't even have the air conditioner here. There's no place to stay. How can I believe that a cat and a baby are outside? Just because you're a ghost? Honestly, your skills are really wasted. You should go to the hallway, not the window. Guan Yi grumbled furiously in her mind, but in reality, she had already moved away from the window. She didn't want to be with that guy anymore. What if he caught her mortal coil? Speaking of which, anyone tempted by such a spirit must be someone seeking death. Otherwise, Guan Yi couldn't understand why they lift the curtains to check. Oh, there's another possibility. They live on the first floor, so it's worth checking. That's out of the question. At night, she should have stood inside with a mace and killed anyone who came. Why would she go out and put herself in danger? Guan Yi sighed and left the window, leaving the guy to his own devices. She wasn't going to stay with him any longer. Of course, While she said she had left, Guan Yi didn't actually go far. After all, the house was small, and the bathroom and kitchen made it even smaller. Considering that there might be something waiting for her in the hallway, Guan Yi couldn't leave. She circled around twice, finally grabbing a small stool and sitting in the kitchen. Wait, Guan Yi thought, yawning boredly. Today was the first day, and I'm already so exhausted. There were still 6 days to go. If it kept going like this, it would be really tough. Speaking of which, according to her dining companion, she didn't actually have many difficult clients. Including the one she given to Zhou Qiang, Guan Yi had already met most of them today. And not all of those difficult clients had recently purchased props, so they could be excluded. Guan Yi could work normally tomorrow with new clients and her own clients, without having to travel as much as she did today. That was good, Guan Yi thought. She had to try to answer more calls and try to raise her GPA, so she has some wiggle room when it came time to settle accounts at the end of the week. And so, the minutes ticked by. Unable to use her phone and constantly on guard against any ghosts that might appear from elsewhere, Guan Yi dared not slack off, and the days felt increasingly like years. After finally making it to midnight, and the strange noises outside the window had faded, Guan Yi finally breathed a sigh of relief and dragged her exhausted body back into bed. Today is finally over. I wonder if tomorrow will bring the same thing. Guan Yi sighed, fished out her turned-off phone, and turned it back on. She couldn't sleep yet. She needed to go to the chat room to gather intel, and see if everyone was facing the same ghost, or if they were all having their own problems. After all, wasn't this just a form of overtime? Chapter 148. Guan Yi lay sideways in bed, opening the chat channel on her phone. She thought everyone was just grumbling about some ridiculous ghost, but when she saw the number of survivors, she jumped up in shock. Half dead. What does that mean? Before 10 a.m., Guan Yi had been constantly checking her phone. While the number of people wasn't yet 500,000, it was only a fraction less, with around 20 or so missing. While it sounded grim, few people were moved by it. Some even felt that in a server like that, with the same amount of time, the loss of people would be even greater. This server was already quite safe. At least the vast majority of people had managed to survive the first night. Then, the night exploded. Guan Yi rubbed her eyes, thinking it was some kind of illusion, but no matter how she looked, the number of people had dropped to 280,000. Guan Yi wasn't the only one to discover this. The chat channel was abuzz with people sharing their own dangers, and speculating about what had happened to the missing people. The ghosts showed up, so they should have faced them head-on. That didn't make sense. NPCs had a chance to call for help when they encountered ghosts, so why did they have to die instantly? Instant death ghosts, right? The kind that die instantly upon encountering them, with no chance of recovery. Sure, that can't be right. It's only the first day. Do we have to be so thrilled? I don't know. I'm not dead. It's just speculation. I almost opened the door and went out. I heard someone calling for help outside, someone I knew. My mind told me it was fake, but the other person made it up so convincingly, saying that at night, sections of highway overlapped, and he just discovered that. That hand in the toilet scared me to death. I almost got yanked out by it. Luckily, I didn't need to go to the bathroom. I just went there to wash my hands. Otherwise, I'd be haunted by it for the rest of my life. If you have extra attribute points, add some perception. I asked several people, and the higher your perception, the more likely you are to notice something's wrong with the room, and the less likely you are to be misled. A question: are you all staying at home? Is there anyone who couldn't find their home address and didn't go to a hotel? Guan Yi blinked at the question. It seemed like this person had the same idea as him. A citizenship certificate is indeed important. Finding your home address means you have a layer of protection at night. But if this were a plot, wouldn't everyone have a citizenship certificate? Guan Yi didn't believe that he was the only one with a good dining companion. Even if the others didn't have a dining companion, they should have an NPC similar to the one responsible for distributing citizenship certificates, otherwise the plot would be unbalanced. Wait. Guan Yi suddenly wondered, could those who didn't get their citizenship certificates have chosen a different path? Guan Yi, I got my citizenship certificate and made a choice before that. Everyone should have followed that storyline, right? Could it be that those choices made the storyline less safe for them? The spirits did threaten Guan Yi and cause her trouble, but the actual damage was almost negligible. Guan Yi wasn't sure if it was because of her high perception that she was immune to damage, or because she made the right choice, so the storyline used a relatively gentle method to inform her. If only the Data Emperor were still around. Guan Yi felt incredibly sorry. He could surely deduce some of the truth based on the current situation. Alas, the Data Emperor never showed up, or perhaps Guan Yi hadn't found him herself, so she had to figure it out on her own. Given the chat channel's speech restrictions, many things couldn't be expressed directly, and the responses to this speculation were incredibly diverse, fully demonstrating the power of language. Guan Yi summarized the situation and roughly divided people into 3 categories. 1. Like her, who successfully obtained their citizenship certificate and returned home. 1. Due to poor choices, didn't obtain their citizenship certificate but found a reliable hotel to stay in. The other group chose to live on the road. Actually, this was a conclusion everyone had pieced together from various clues. After all, none of the people still speaking were actually living in their cars. Clearly, living in a car equals parked on the road equals encountering various ghosts that met the conditions equals death. They appear at night on the roads. If there are other buildings or objects at the stop that meet the conditions for ghosts to appear, wouldn't that mean they're surrounded by ghosts? Guan Yi gasped, hissing. He felt those people were incredibly bold. Were they unwilling to find a hotel, seeing no need, or were they working late and didn't have time to rush to a hotel? Either way, the outcome would be the same. Guan Yi couldn't help but think of her last mission. If the girl's family hadn't rejected her, would she have suffered the same fate as those people? No, not at all. Guan Yi shook her head decisively. She had reached her destination before the nighttime danger arose, and would stay in the large house. Considering the family's wealth, and the fact that the little girl had attracted the ghosts by her own actions, she could judge that their home was relatively safe. As long as she stayed in the house, she wouldn't encounter any ghosts. That being said, it's a bit of a shame. After all, staying there is safe, while staying home would be torture for my ears. Guan Yi shrugged. She actually had earplugs, but considering that wearing them would affect my perception of the spirits, she was forced to endure the noise until they disappeared. In theory, they should have been rejected. Guan Yi sighed, no longer dwelling on it. For now, all she needed to know was that home and the hotel are safe, and this server can't be used in a car overnight. Go to sleep, go to sleep. You have to go to work tomorrow. Guan Yi glanced at the chat channel for the last few times, and closed her eyes peacefully. She had to go to work at 8 a.m., and she could finally watch the 7 o'clock asphalt news while awake. A silent night followed. At 7 a.m., the asphalt news arrived, along with the milk Guan Yi had ordered yesterday. I thought it was a squirrel deliverman, but you just came here on your own? Guan Yi had already packed, and was about to leave for the office when she was smeared in the face by a familiar envelope and a bottle of milk that had flown in from her. Guan Yi silently grabbed the bottle with its pink wings, planning to drink it later when she got to the office. Last night, Guan Yi had checked the navigation system and found that the drive from her home to the office would take about 30 minutes. Considering the morning rush hour traffic, now was a perfect time for her to leave. But she had to read the newsletter now, otherwise it would disappear on its own. So Guan Yi silently opened the envelope, and a familiar interface appeared before her. Let me see what's in it today. Come to think of it, there's not even a 7th station here. Is the newsletter going to be perfunctory again? 7 o'clock asphalt news, destruction countdown 9 minutes and 57 seconds, member points. Dear Guan Yi member, as of midnight on August 18th, your membership points are 1712, and your mileage is 17,741.97 LV2. Please calculate your points accurately when using your account. If your points are negative, we will reclaim your assets at 7 o'clock the following day to offset your debt. Today's recommendation goes: co-branded chocolate equals 5 points, drinking water equals 1 point, canned spam equals 2 points. Highway News 1. Important notice from the association. We do not recommend drivers engage in excessive shopping in worlds with the term supernatural. Once items leave a world with this term, they will undergo varying degrees of abnormality. According to data, the number of adverse changes far exceeds the number of positive changes. In addition, our health experts recommend consuming some food from other worlds daily to maintain a balance of supernatural energy within the body. Just a suggestion, not a slur. 2. The burning witch will visit the service area in 2 days. Drivers seeking exorcism should look for the navy blue pointed tint. She will stay at the service area for 5 days, charging 1,000 highway coins per person. 3. Judging for the photography contest is in full swing. Please be patient. The judges have stated they will do their best to ensure fairness, but sometimes aesthetics are a very personal matter. Guan Yi, So if I can't win, forget it? After all, aesthetics are very personal. I shouldn't go around telling people about unfairness and shady dealings, right? Actually, it doesn't matter, Guan Yi thought. She's just joining in the fun. The important thing is to participate. She can just have fun. Who needs a bicycle? The more important news is points 1 and 2. They advise against purchasing items from this world. So, after I reach the GPA requirement, do I still need to buy the company bonus items? Or perhaps they're referring to the various supplies from this world? After all, this is modern society, and getting good weapons is incredibly convenient. Even though there are ghosts and supernatural events here, the overall setting is still a modern city, so it's normal for someone to want to restock their supplies here. After all, everyone's last dungeon might be different. Especially those who've been wandering around in the natural disaster dungeon and haven't suffered a setback in Lancheng, they definitely want to restock their supplies here. I need to tell everyone this. Let them buy less. Believe it or not, I'm just fulfilling my responsibility as a road communal resident. Oh, and about eating too. It's not mandatory to eat all your own food. Just consume a portion, and you can still eat from this world most of the time. Guan Yi browsed for today's specials as he headed downstairs to the parking lot. After entering his company's destination, he drove the Zhuxia out, ready to start a new day of office life. Incidentally, the squirrel courier had chased her while she was waiting at a traffic light. He stuffed the box through the car window and took off, as if something was chasing him. Although the squirrel courier had always been quite agile in his escape, this time, Guan Yi could discern a hint of panic in his back. So, is the squirrel courier also afraid of ghosts? This thought flashed through Guan Yi's mind, and then she continued to focus on the road. As she drove, just as the navigation map showed she was about to reach the company, Guan Yi suddenly felt something was amiss. The area around the company wasn't like this yesterday. Guan Yi slowed down, taking in the unfamiliar surroundings. The company building was still the same, but why was the surrounding infrastructure completely different? Strange, truly strange. Guan Yi couldn't help but wonder, could it be that the company building had grown legs and snuck in here in the dead of night? No way, could the company building itself be a giant ghost? For a moment, Guan Yi shuddered at his own imagination. Then he decided to put the matter aside and, while it was still early and before he even entered the office, go to the chat channel and tell everyone about it. Chapter 149. Guan Yi parked her car, then walked out of the building, pulled out her phone, and began typing the messages she received today into the chat channel. She mainly relayed advice about food and avoiding overpurchases, only to mention speculation about the company's relocation. Then, Guan Yi realized she wasn't the only one with concerns, others had noticed the issue as well. Food again. Why are they always playing tricks on the food? It's a survival game, after all, so it's normal. Just eat according to the proportions. What are the proportions? My company moved, but they didn't notify me. Is this a new form of workplace bullying? I thought it was just my imagination. The scenery around the company feels different. Is this another trap? I don't believe the food is problematic. Don't people in this world eat? I suspect those who claim the food is problematic will start selling it later. What are you talking about? Isn't the company still here? It hasn't moved at all, has it? It doesn't matter. Whatever happens, let it be destroyed. I'm just living day by day. Living is best, but if not, that's fine too. You need faith, bro. Just believe in something, or you be miserable. Religion is quite useful in some ways. Yeah, don't scare me. I even looked around, and even the breakfast vendors were the same. How could they have moved? In a world like this, don't force people to believe in anything. What if something goes wrong? I stayed at a hotel yesterday, and I didn't notice the company moving. Well, I stayed home yesterday. I think the company moved. It doesn't matter. That bro wants to die anyway. That's exactly what I was thinking. If I could summon something to completely destroy this crappy game, I wouldn't mind being sacrificed. Guan Yi said, oh, and finally understood why some people felt the company had moved, while others felt it hadn't. It had something to do with where they stayed last night. Those who stayed on the street died. Those who stayed at home felt the company had moved. Those who stayed at hotels didn't feel the company had moved. Guan Yi had a feeling that starting today, everyone's options would diverge significantly, and the differences would only grow until the last day, when everyone would have a different ending. I hope there's more than just one happy ending. Guan Yi sighed, turned, and walked back to the building to wait for the elevator. Most people had already arrived, and she had to rush upstairs to clock in. As for breakfast, she still had milk, right? 2 more compressed cookies would be enough. As a corporate slave, it's fine to eat simply. But the snacks the food buddy left for her were wasted. Thinking of this, Guan Yi squeezed into the elevator expressionlessly, feeling incredibly heartbroken. Honestly, the food buddy's food was excellent, and the snacks he left were exactly to her taste. Since the newsletter recommended consuming some extraterrestrial food daily, without explicitly requiring it, it meant that a moderate intake of local food was fine. Guan Yi could only console herself in this way. After all, the newsletter arrived this morning, and she had already eaten all day in this world yesterday. What else could she do? Of course, she told herself that things weren't that bad, and there was no need to scare herself in advance. Suspicion breeds evil in this world, and who knows, it might even be one of the ways to give rise to ghosts. Soon, the elevator arrived at Guan Yi's company floor. She entered, clocked in, and, under the scrutinizing gaze of the receptionist, leisurely walked back to her workstation and sat down. Yesterday, Guan Yi had learned from her lunch companion that the reason the receptionist disliked her was because Guan Yi's qualification for further studies had been internally designated for her younger sister. Incidentally, the younger sister of the receptionist was also in the sales department and a key figure in Manager Zhang's career. She sat farthest from Guan Yi, but closest to the manager's office. Guan Yi speculated that the original rules of this world were that managers recommended department members for internal referral training. Once a team member successfully returned from the training, they would be transferred to a branch office elsewhere to become a manager. If that person succeeded, not only would they not pose a threat to Manager Zhang, but they would actually expand her network, which was why they were pushing for this. But because of Guan Yi's interference, the system changed the qualification for further training from an internal referral to a competition. According to the settings, she was highly competitive, and upon her return, she would replace Manager Zhang as the head of sales, while Manager Zhang would be exiled to a remote area. Hence, Manager Zhang and the receptionist had this attitude. With interests and development prospects at stake, there was more justification for them to trip each other up. I don't want to do this side quest, Guan Yi muttered. According to the settings of this world, if she continued this side quest, she would probably have to face Manager Zhang, who had turned evil, or been possessed by a spirit, and then listen to him spout nonsense, followed by a boss battle. Oh, it's possible that the receptionist and her sister will become Manager Zhang's pawns, or they might be hiding behind Manager Zhang and ultimately the mastermind behind the scenes. If the latter scenario plays out, Manager Zhang will be relegated to the second-to-last boss, and Guan Yi will have to fight 2 boss battles without any supplies. Come on, that's not bad enough. I'm not a rookie lacking combat experience, and I don't need to kill monsters to gain experience. Forget it, just keep doing what you're doing now. Guan Yi leaned back in her chair and shifted around. Then she grabbed the cup on the table and went to the pantry to get herself a cup of coffee. After all, she'd eaten so much yesterday, so a cup of coffee wouldn't hurt. The morning's work went smoothly. Guan Yi answered 5 calls without a single mistake. After all, she was already very familiar with the company's products. Even if she was momentarily unsure, after looking through the documentation a few times, she could identify the type of monster and find the corresponding item for the client. The only minor hiccup was the box of seafood that flew in at 10 o'clock. Good news. My colleagues ignored the incident, seemingly unable to disrupt their work no matter what flew overhead. Bad news. With some free time, close colleagues, like Zhou Qiang, took a liking to the seafood and attempted to buy 4 crabs from Guan Yi for 200 road coins. Guan Yi, that's fine. I can't finish them anyway, so it doesn't matter who I sell them to. She kept her own portion, and then agreed to Zhou Qiang's order. Since it was work time, Guan Yi didn't want to give Manager Zhang any leverage, so she decided to reschedule the transaction for lunch. Later, during lunch, Guan Yi settled Zhou Qiang's order and sold some other items to a few other colleagues. Then, she went downstairs to find a restaurant for lunch and listed the rest of the seafood on the trading channel. Guan Yi, this seafood isn't from this world, so it's absolutely fresh. If you're interested, check it out on the trading channel. She posted a message in the chat channel, somewhat out of place amidst the chatter about spirits and servers. Unlike previous food listings, which were quickly sold out, this time, by the time Guan Yi finished her meal and went upstairs, she still hadn't sold much seafood. Okay, it seems everyone doesn't quite believe what I said before. Plus, the storage compartments are full, so they're probably worried about what to do with the short-lived items, which is why they're not selling well. Guan Yi understood. She herself used her lunch break to stuff everything into the car refrigerator, fearing it would go bad by the time she got home from get-off work. Fortunately, since the storage compartment stopped allowing food, the trading channel has been updated. Previously, it read item information directly from the storage compartments and sent it directly to the recipient, but now it uses a special link. As long as the item is in the car, it can still be automatically delivered. That's how you keep up with the times. Guan Yi sighed, returning to the office upstairs to prepare for the afternoon's work. The afternoon's work went smoothly. After yesterday's training, Guan Yi had matured into a qualified and excellent salesperson, successfully exceeding her targets. By the end of the day, she had received a total of 11 calls. The next day, she would go home, check the chat channel, resolve the night crisis, and have a sweet dream. The next few days went on like this, Guan Yi living a dull, 8-to-5 life like a true office worker. She worked diligently every day, answering as many calls as she could. This helped her learn more about the appearances of spirits and gain a deeper understanding of the company's database. During this time, her lunch partner would occasionally contact Guan Yi, telling her about her life back home. Although she appeared normal, Guan Yi couldn't help but feel that her complexion was getting worse and worse, and she looked less and less like her. This must be the spirit's fault. Guan Yi knew it well. It was waiting for its prey, and that prey was her. It was simply constrained by some ritual or rule, unable to inflict any real harm on her at this point, and could only resort to intimidation and disgust. But I'm not afraid at all. It shouldn't be able to absorb fear. Since her fight with the fake crow lady in Lancheng, Guan Ye's character had become much more resilient, and nothing could frighten her anymore. Moreover, since her perception reached 9, although she occasionally saw visions and heard vague mumblings, the enemy's self-made disguises were completely ineffective against her. Just like the dinner companion, no matter how much she lied, Guan Yi could see through its true intentions and immediately end the call, leaving the ghost fuming through the screen. As for the real dinner companion, she later forgot everything. She only looked at Guan Yi with clear eyes, and asked if she wanted to go out for dinner together this weekend. Guan Yi agreed. Her work these past few days had not been in vain. She had actually found some useful information. For example, how to dispel certain lingering spirits, or how to obtain training permits in advance. And then, it was August 21st, Sunday, Guan Ye's 5th day on this server and her first day off since becoming a social worker. Yes, this crappy company only has 1 day off. Guan Yi decided to deal with the disgusting possessed spirit today, and settle the qualification for further study tomorrow, so as to leave the server that made her irritated as soon as possible. Chapter 150. The server's population is dwindling, and the chat channels are becoming increasingly quiet. The lack of people is one thing, but as the days go by, the restrictions within the chat channels are becoming increasingly strict. While I couldn't describe my choices in detail before, I could still hint at them through text changes. However, now, even phrases like "I chose the latter option" or "I encountered 3 options today" are no longer possible. Since this has become the case, the chat channels are now filled with only bizarre exchanges and depressingly negative messages. The later it gets, the more these messages pile up. It's like staying up late to browse social media platforms. Guan Yi thought, no matter how hard you try to cultivate your data, you always find more interesting content during the day than at night. It's like after a certain point, all sorts of annoying demons and ghosts begin to surface. Neighborhood, family, social life, workplace. All kinds of negative energy, including losers, are constantly emerging. I originally wanted to find some interesting posts to sleep on, but the more I read, the angrier I get, causing my energy to shift negatively. This directly led to Guan Yi never checking social media platforms after 10 p.m. before entering the game. If he couldn't sleep, he would play single-player games or watch videos to avoid being kept awake late at night by anger. This habit was forced to change after entering the game. There was no other way. After surviving a night crisis, he always had to see what others had experienced and compare it with his own experience, so that he could fill in the gaps and learn from others' mistakes to apply to his own experience. So, during the initial, somewhat relaxed conversation, Guan Yi gained some insights from others' comments. Since the world setting was supernatural, and the overall social rules were still functioning and not collapsing, it seemed the authorities should have a way to deal with these problems. Guan Yi made a point of research and discovered that the magical props company she worked for was actually affiliated with the government. Compared to the real world, it was probably a public institution. It was then that Guan Yi learned some of the deeper details about the company. Those who could join this public institution were more or less tainted by the aura of spirits. Many employees were marked or possessed by spirits, but due to the unique nature of the office building, it was itself a spirit. These auras were suppressed. By abiding by the company's rules, they could suppress the contamination within. When Guan Yi heard this news, it struck her as a strange theory of rules. Following the rules set by the building spirit, such as arriving and leaving get-off work on time, and not allowing overtime, would secure its protection. On the other hand, the building's monsters would immediately eliminate anyone who broke the rules, even without the need for the smaller monsters to intervene. Of course, if someone resolved the monster contamination, or if someone, like Fandazi, felt that work was like visiting a grave, and was willing to leave even at the risk of being killed by the monsters, the building's monsters wouldn't stop them. As long as the person went through the proper resignation procedures, they would sever their connection. So, even if Guan Yi didn't go see Fandazi, she still had the contaminated monster aura. If she didn't find a way to resolve it, she would definitely be killed by a plot twist at the end of the 7th day. Even if it wasn't that serious, she would definitely cause trouble in the boss battle. Guan Yi disliked hassles, and passively waiting to be killed by plot twists. So after thoroughly reading through 500 pages of relevant documents, she found several useful measures. Then, Guan Yi requested a retest of her aura, claiming she was being targeted by a more powerful spirit. The company conducts employee aura checks on the 1st of every month to determine their current status. She then received the device's recommended solutions. Yes, given the highly contaminated nature of some spirit auras, after all, some are targeted simply by name or sight. Each aura check requires employees to enter a separate room, with the machine and AI handling the entire process. Once the report is in, the employee simply inserts it into a machine similar to a gas-upon machine, which releases a spherical object. The employee must carry the spherical object close to their body for 2 hours, after which it opens, revealing a card containing a solution written on an unknown substance. The card remains for 2 minutes, and its contents cannot be copied, transcribed, photographed, or recorded. In short, no other means of recording it can be used except by the person viewing it or memorizing it. The proposed solution isn't 100% guaranteed to resolve the issue, but statistically, it has a success rate of at least 99.8%. The remaining 0.2% of failures are due to the employee's own inability to fully meet the necessary prerequisites. Guan Ye's solution was simple: prepare 3 items in advance, then lure the spirit to a remote, uninhabited location and directly defeat it. The advice emphasized the importance of time. Don't give the spirit time to grow. Once it breaks free from all restraints and restrictions, it's too late. Guan Yi guessed that it must refer to a certain time period on the 7th day, when the spirit would break free and attack the players. Win, and you complete the game. Lose, and you be stuck here or die. No plot kills. Guan Yi counted the props he had just packed last night, then left the house with his canvas bag. It's best to nip the danger in the bud. Although, judging by the number of days, you outgrown the cradle. But nipping you in the diaper stage is also good. Going downstairs, getting in the car, Guan Yi set off for today's destination. To prevent the spirit possessing Fandazi from noticing, Guan Yi had arranged for Fandazi to meet him on the outskirts of the city, claiming there was a fishing trip there where they could enjoy the freshest seafood. Guan Yi had already checked out the location. It was quite desolate. The so-called fishing trip was actually just a joint venture between several fishermen. Participating tourists pay a hefty boat fee, then board the fisherman's boat and head out to sea in a cramped cabin. The fisherman, based on experience, casts the nets at the perfect time, then guides the tourists around the sea. When the nets are pulled in, whatever is caught belongs to the tourists. Tourists can choose to prepare the fish for free on the boat, adding salt and boiling it in water, or take it to a processing shop on shore for a fee to make a more complex dish. Of course, the shop is owned by the fisherman, that's for sure. Guan Yi had already tried this once and successfully obtained the fisherman's business card and the restaurant owner's contact information, giving him a good excuse to return. With the location found, the rest was much simpler. After all, players have backpacks that allow them to retrieve items telekinetically, eliminating the need to rack their brains to place items in the store ahead of time, potentially alerting the enemy. Guan Yi and Fandazi had agreed to meet at the subway station. Fandazi had already returned to his hometown in the suburbs and couldn't drive, so he needed Guan Yi's car to get there. Good morning, Guan. It's been a few days, I missed you so much. How did you find out about that event? I didn't even see the ad. Fandazi still looked energetic, but Guan Yi could tell at a glance that he looked unwell, even worse than when they met a few days ago. Fandazi seemed unaware. Guan Yi pursed her lips, then smiled and responded to his greeting, reminding her to fasten her seatbelt even in the back seat. It was just a coincidence. I was there doing after-sales service. I finished early and happened to see someone boarding the boat, so I asked about it, and found out about this event. I'm telling you, it's a ton of fun. The craftsmanship at that shop is pretty good too. We can even go to the beach for some photos after dinner. It's definitely going to be a hit. The food partner nodded immediately, declaring that she follow Guan Yi's lead for the day, and go wherever he told her to go. Guan Yi was pleased. For the rest of the car ride, the two of them chatted back and forth, keeping the atmosphere cheerful. Even when they got out of the car at the beach, no possessed spirits appeared to lash out with sarcasm. That was even better, Guan Yi thought. Otherwise, he'd have to deal with those kind of spoilers along the way, which would be incredibly annoying. After parking the car, Guan Yi took the food partner to find the boat captain, with whom he made a reservation. Then, they had another lucky trip out to sea, a much more rewarding experience than Guan Yi's previous trip. What luck! There's so much. The foodie, clutching a plastic bag filled with mantis shrimp and shellfish, his cheeks flushed with joy, overcoming his initial dismal appearance. Guan Yi followed the foodie with a kind smile, adding a pun, "That's a good thing. We're both so lucky, we succeed in everything we do." As he finished speaking, the foodie suddenly stopped in his tracks, that unpleasantly familiar malice returning. "Really? So what do you want to do today?" Guan Yi knew that Guy had reappeared. "I say, can you please not show up at every meal?" Guan Yi rolled his eyes and said impatiently, "Are you usually hungry? You have to come and take advantage of us. Didn't your parents tell you not to ask for food from others?" With that, Guan Yi quickly stepped forward and grabbed the plastic bag that was about to fall from the foodie's hand, saving him the trouble of picking up seafood all over the floor later. "What's wrong? Are you unhappy? You're feeling wronged after eating for free." "Yeah, I'm talking to you. Can you please get out of here right now? If you have anything to say, wait until after we finish eating. Don't waste our last moments together." This seemed to clear the spirit's mind. It snorted, its hostility dissipating considerably. "It seems you know you don't have much time left. Stop talking nonsense. Get out of here." Guan Yi feigned a show of strength, rubbing the corners of his eyes vigorously, making them appear slightly red. "Let's eat first, and then I kill you." Guan Yi wasn't afraid of the other party not leaving. As long as the last day wasn't up, the time and frequency of the spirit's appearances were limited. After this period of contact, Guan Yi was certain that the spirit's appearances lasted between 2 and 5 minutes each time, and it had appeared at most 3 times in a single day. According to the company's information, this type of spirit would enter a brief sleep state each time it emerged from its host and returned. Although it was only 2 hours, it was enough for Guan Yi to manage. Guan Yi's deliberate provocation finally tricked the spirit. After saying, "Then I come back later to see how you kill me," it returned to the rice daddy's body. The rice daddy blinked. "Oh, how did the bag end up in your hands?" "Hey, Guan, your bracelet is so unique." "Is it new?" "Yes, I bought it a while ago. It's a vintage, primitive style." Guan Yi shook the straw rope bracelet on his left wrist. "Let's go! I've been busy all morning, and I'm starving." So, the rice daddy stopped thinking about what had just happened. After entering the restaurant, he happily began to order. Guan Yi, while agreeing that anything was fine, silently responded to the spirit's taunt. "Want to see how I kill you? Don't worry, I guarantee I kill you. I won't give you a chance to regret it." Chapter 151. Since the spirit was asleep, Guan Yi and Fan De enjoyed their meal quite a bit. The seafood was delicious, and the other side dishes were also quite good. Soon, each of them, crammed with a round belly, slumped back in their chairs, sighing comfortably. "Rest for a few minutes. I'd take you to a nice place." Guan Yi picked up his phone and checked the time. It was about 40 minutes before the spirit woke up, plenty of time, and everything was going smoothly. Fan De was intrigued. "Is that the place you mentioned for watching the sea? I dressed up nicely today, just to stand out." Guan Yi gave a thumbs up. "It's covered. Come on, let's grab a good spot over there. While the sun is shining, let's take some photos." With that, Guan Yi stood up to pay the bill, and Fan De followed suit, starting to pack up. Soon, the two of them left the restaurant together, heading towards the beautiful, though slightly out-of-the-way spot. That was a spot Guan Yi had scouted out beforehand. It was spacious enough and secluded enough to not get in the way of others. The food buddy obeyed Guan Yi's orders with almost unconditional trust. Guan Yi suspected this might be due to their close relationship, but more likely, the food buddy had sensed something and knew she was saving him. In any case, the food buddy's willingness to cooperate was excellent. If it were in the real world, Guan Yi would truly have wanted such a food buddy. "Here it is," Guan Yi said, pointing to a few ramshackle bungalows. "Isn't it beautiful from this angle?" The houses all had roller shutters. They were either warehouses or abandoned. It was impossible for anyone to live there. Therefore, Guan Yi wasn't afraid of the spirit escaping after possessing someone. Next, it was time to deal with the spirit. Of course, considering it was still asleep, Guan Yi had to wait a little longer, which was just the right time to take photos of Fantazzi. Since she already said it, how could she not count it? As Guan Yi took photos of Fantazzi, she mentally reviewed her plan. The first step was to invite Fantazzi to dinner at the beach. The second was to lure the spirit out, then wait for it to enter a forced sleep and start counting the time. The third step was to seize the moment when the spirit appeared and subdue it immediately. This required a little calculation, but Guan Yi didn't think it would be a problem. After all, she had come into contact with the spirit many times during this period, and could roughly deduce its personality: gloating, suspicious, and controlling. So, upon waking from its slumber, it would definitely reveal itself immediately to investigate Guan Yi's presence and what she had done. Of course, if the spirit doesn't emerge, Guan Yi has a plan B to provoke it out. Ultimately, the creature must emerge before the next plan can proceed. Step 4. Once the spirit is under control, it must be expelled from Fantozzi and actively allowed to possess itself. This is why it's important to choose a deserted location, otherwise, the same action would have to be repeated multiple times, which could easily lead to accidents. Once the spirit possesses herself, Guan Yi will unleash her ultimate move, trapping it within her and then destroying it. That's about it. How about a break? After filming for about 10 minutes, Guan Yi asked Fantozzi to take a break. The spirit would awaken in a few minutes, and she hoped Fantozzi would sit down to avoid losing his balance and falling. Fantozzi sat down, and Guan Yi reached out to hold his hand, feeling the warmth gradually turn to ice cold. Here it comes. Guan Yi immediately used his right hand to pull off the straw bracelet he had been wearing on his left wrist, and fastened it directly to Fantozzi's wrist, along their clasped hands. Luckily, this thing has an automatic retractable function, otherwise it would be troublesome. This bracelet, seemingly made of straw rope, is a kind of prop, specifically used to lock onto possessed spirits. What have you done to me? The spirit had just awakened when it sensed something was wrong. It seemed trapped in this dilapidated body, which was not a good thing for it, labeled parasite, as this body had only a few days left to live. When its host dies, it must quickly find another suitable host, otherwise, even as a spirit, it will perish from this world. So, it marked Guan Yi in advance, so that when that day comes, it can directly enter Guan Yi's body and find its next host within the time it possesses. I didn't do anything. I was just afraid you run away. Guan Yi's smile faded from her eyes. Don't you really like my body? Come on, I let you come over. With that, Guan Yi forcibly pressed the switch on her bracelet. Then, a dizzying sensation and a biting coldness ensued, as if she'd fallen into an ice cave in the coldest days of winter. For a moment, she even thought she was dead. Thankfully, the chill lasted only a moment, and Guan Yi quickly recovered, avoiding the tragic fate of freezing to death in the sweltering autumn heat. It's okay. My perception is quite high, so I can handle this side effect. You're probably feeling worse than me, right? Allowing a spirit to possess a person inevitably causes harm, but similarly, switching hosts before their host dies also severely harms the spirit. Guan Yi took this into account when formulating her plan, preparing props specifically for this situation. She aimed to inflict 1 damage on herself, while the spirit would be skinned alive. Though she didn't achieve the perfect 1 damage, she at least achieved her goal of having the spirit skinned alive. Do you think you can win just like that? How naive. Since I'm here, it's okay to consume the food reserves beforehand. But do you know that doing this will shorten your lifespan? The spirit roared furiously in Guan Yi's mind, constantly pounding at the body it had just possessed. It moved through Guan Yi's limbs, washing over her mind with its chilling aura, as if trying to force her to surrender control of her body with this ferocious attack. Shall Kai, isn't the maximum duration of your possession only 3 years? What's shortening it? How can human lifespans be shorter than yours? Wandering Ling Ling. Wandering Lung Lung, the true name of the possessing spirit, was once a spirit without a physical form, possessing only a cold aura. It haunted the streets outdoors, would mark those who looked hot, and then follow them home. Initially, Wandering Lung Lung survived by absorbing the heat emanating from the human body. It couldn't possess humans, and humans didn't experience any special effects from it, only a sensation of suddenly feeling cooler. When a human's body no longer emitted that special heat, Wandering Lung Lung lost its food source, and needed to leave the human, and seek a new source of heat. Because it didn't harm anyone, Wandering Ling Ling wasn't labeled dangerous by special authorities. Some people even sought it out specifically to cool down during the scorching heat. This would have been fine, except for the slightly harsh winter months. Wandering Ling Ling always found its target. However, something unexpected happened. A child, who had just finished a soccer game, approached Wandering Ling Ling and asked it to go home with him. He had sneaked out to play, and if he returned sweating, he'd surely be scolded. Wandering Ling Ling agreed, as usual, and followed the child home. By the time he reached the door, the heat had mostly dissipated. With his food gone, Wandering Ling Ling was about to leave, when the child threw a handful of salt from behind. Salt was Wandering Lingling's greatest fear. If it touched him, his spirit would quickly melt. The child, still grinning on the steps, watched the fun, promising to bottle up the water he transformed into from Wudang Lingling and take it to school tomorrow to show off to his classmates that he single-handedly hunted a monster. Seeing the child's mad smile, Wudang Lingling, already beginning to melt, pounced on him, absorbing the child's remaining warmth, but unable to stabilize his own spirit. So he continued to absorb, and when he realized his spirit was no longer melting, Wudang Lingling realized he had possessed the child, absorbing all of his remaining warmth. Instantly, the roles of prey and hunter were reversed. Wudang Lingling survived, but the child died. Wandering Lingling left the child's body, only to discover that his spirit had undergone a new transformation, having absorbed impure heat. It could no longer feed on ordinary heat. It now required the warmth of human beings. After what had just happened, Wandering Lingling had transformed from a harmless white spirit into a notorious, vicious spirit on the official blacklist. The naughty child had provoked a quarrel, and suffered the consequences. The once harmless spirit was forced to turn evil, beginning a vicious cycle of possession, murder, and more possession. In short, after an unknown amount of time, Wandering Lingling's name in the outside world had completely changed to Possessed Lingling, and its mode of survival had shifted to absorbing human vitality rather than heat. Guan Yi searched extensively before finding the most detailed version, and based on that, he formulated his plan for the day. You actually know my original name. I underestimated you. The possessed Lung Lung spoke to Guan Yi in her mind. But so what? I can still devour your soul. Guan Yi uttered an "oh" and, pulling a straw rope from her backpack, bound herself with it while she spoke to the possessed Lung Lung. Then let's give it a try. What's the point of just talking? Why don't you just do something? So, you found you can't enter my spiritual realm, huh? I forgot to tell you, my perception is very high. After saying this, Guan Yi pulled the rope at both ends and, with a series of force, completely trapped the possessed Lung Lung within her body. The rope was made of the same material as the bracelet, so the effect was similar. Alright. At this point, Guan Yi felt secure. Using her perception, she suppressed the roars and screams of the possessed Lung Lung in her mind, and pulled a small white porcelain pot from her backpack. The opening of the clay pot was sealed with wax. Gently shaking it, a gurgling sound could be heard. Guan Yi held the pot with one hand while removing the wax seal with the other, a relieved smile on her face, the feeling of finally solving this problem. Are you ready? I take you. With that, Guan Yi brought the pot to her lips, tilted her head back, and drank the entire contents. Then, choked by the strange taste, Guan Yi coughed twice. Then, like a rocket shooting through the sky, a searing heat shot from the soles of her feet to the top of her head. In just a few seconds, Guan Yi felt as if she were burning. Not only her body, but even her senses seemed to be imbued with the attributes of fire. The once wandering coldness loved the warmth of others' bodies and thrived on it. Now, the possessed coldness, this heat would become the fireworks celebrating its demise. Chapter 152. Lung Lung, possessed by the spirit, hadn't expected Guan Yi to be so agile. He drank without a second thought, the unexplained creature. This human was unlike anything he encountered before. Didn't he think before he acted? Guan Yi, please, this is a road survival game. There are instructions for the items, okay? They're all marked harmless. Why wouldn't I be afraid to drink it? Besides, even if there were side effects, Guan Yi accepted them. Bearing some of the pain was better than being possessed by this thing, and then killed. Only one of them could survive, and Guan Yi felt that the other person deserved to die. Isn't that arrogant? You can't hold on much longer, right? Guan Yi felt restless, like someone who consumed too much caffeine, unable to calm down. So, she resorted to mocking the spirit to relieve the burning heat within her body caused by the item's effects. Since the spirit had already possessed her as planned, Guan Yi no longer concealed her feelings. She openly pulled the ice drinking water she prepared long ago from her DLC backpack and repeatedly applied it to her forehead, underarms, and palms to cool them down. Since she already rented the item, she naturally read the instructions and expected a burning sensation, so she naturally prepared something to deal with it. My friend isn't dead, so leaving her body doesn't count as a natural separation. I'm guessing you lost a significant amount of energy. Now, not to mention you can't leave. Even if someone else shows up, you can only mark them. But you don't have the energy to leave my body, right? Guan Yi tilted her head, her cheek pressed against the frozen bottle of drinking water, and smiled as if she'd eaten a large bowl of traditional shaved ice under the scorching sun. It was incredibly satisfying. When you were forcibly stripped, you lost a significant amount of energy. You lost even more after entering my body, right? After all, my body isn't fully transformed yet. It must be quite uncomfortable for you to live here. The target chosen by the possessed Lung Lung will be marked by it. From then on, this aura will follow that person, subtly transforming their body. This timing is precisely calculated by the possessed Lung Lung. Usually, the previous host dies, and the next host's body is transformed into a suitable vessel for its aura. This is the inevitable death scenario after midnight on the 7th day. Guan Ye's preemptive action effectively solved the problem at its root. Of course, there's more than one way to overcome the inevitable death scenario, and the scenarios players encounter may not be the same. In short, there should be several solutions, depending on the player's ingenuity. The possessed Lung Lung was in agony, as if it hadn't felt this way since the salt attack. Hot. Why is it so hot? I'm going to kill you. If I absorb all your heat, I can. Ah. It's so hot. Why is it so hot? The possessed Lung Lung began to babble incoherently, and Guan Yi knew it couldn't hold out for much longer. To be honest, she wasn't going to be able to hold out for much longer either. After all, a body should ideally have only one soul. Multiple personalities don't count. They're just personalities, barely considered split souls, not multiple souls. Now, something like this had been suddenly inserted into her body, and to ensure it wouldn't be rejected, it had preemptively renovated it without notifying Guan Yi, the landlord. This is infuriating, Guan Yi thought. No matter your reasons, or whether you were once pitiful, encroaching on my interests is unacceptable. You want to kill me, and I want to kill you too. Anyway, it's you who needs a quick resolution now. The longer it takes, the better for me. Guan Yi coordinated with the effects of the props, using his senses to bite the spirit-possessing Lung Lung, while simultaneously taunting it, distracting its mind, and weakening its attacks. This was a war without smoke. Fandazi leaned against the wall, still unconscious. After all, Lung Lung had possessed her for a long time, so there was a residual aura. It wasn't dangerous, but it was enough to knock her unconscious for a while. Guan Yi sat with Fandazi, swinging his legs, on a waist-high stone wall. The wall backed onto the bungalow. The place might look shabby to the naked eye, but for someone with good location selection, it would be a fantastic camera position. If an outsider were to pass by at this moment, they would simply see the two girls sitting side by side basking in the sun, not suspecting a life and death struggle was taking place. Let's hang on. Let's see who can outlast the other. Guan Yi muttered, pulling out a small, palm-sized round bronze mirror. This was the last item she rented, and its use wasn't as crucial as the first two, serving a supporting purpose. Simply put, the mirror could securely possess Lung Lung's current form, preventing him from leaving Guan Ye's body or attempting any self-destruction. However, I actually took a significant risk in doing this. After all, allowing a strange object to enter my body. Even with my high perception, which could keep you in check, and the aid of the item, I hesitated for a long time before making this decision. Guan Yi sighed, shifted the icicle between his hands, and placed it against his other cheek. While I sympathize with your plight, that's no reason to attack me and my friends. So, why aren't you dead yet? It's been almost 5 minutes already. Is your vitality that strong? What's that called, possessed Lung Lung? Just change your name to Undying Cockroach. This time, possessed Lung Lung didn't respond to Guan Ye's taunts. It had no time for anything else, desperately trying to resist the bite Guan Yi was sensing. Yes, the heat from the item had gradually faded as Guan Yi continued to cool it down. After all, this thing was like an immune cell. If left unattended, either the virus or the host would surely die. That's why the item specifically stated, drinker must dissipate heat. Guan Yi had already considered that if the ice wasn't effective enough to dissipate heat, she might as well just dive into the sea. Guan Yi had deliberately worn shorts and changed into Crocs when she got out of the car, so she wouldn't look out of place in the water. While no one usually went in the water at this type of beach, if someone did venture out to play around, no one would stop them. Looks like there's no need to go in now, that guy's injuries are worse than she thought. Guan Yi pondered this as she put the melting icicle back into her backpack and pulled out a new bottle. She had frozen 50 bottles in total, enough for her. After all, this thing was the final boss. While mocking it verbally was fine, she still had to take it seriously strategically. Time ticked by, and Guan Yi experienced what it meant to live for years. Tired of sitting, she imitated her unconscious companion, leaning against the wall, unconcerned with the dirt or her image, intent only on finishing him off quickly. Really? Guan Yi leaned her head against the wall, half tilting her head back and squinting at the sky. Aside from the previous game, this was the first time she used her senses to fight. Or rather, to fight within her mental realm. She was certainly not proficient, otherwise Guan Yi wouldn't have fought the possessed Lung Lung for so long, even with the aid of props. Thankfully, whether in a game or in real life, skills become more refined with practice. Guan Yi quickly gained the upper hand, launching a massive attack, frantically devouring the possessed Lung Lung's spirit. The possessed Lung Lung, on the other hand, barely had the energy to speak. The imposing aura they first encountered was completely gone. Exhausted, it retreated step by step under Guan Yi's fierce assault. It's finally almost over. Guan Yi breathed a sigh of relief. In her mental realm, the possessed Lung Lung's spirit had shrunk significantly, and was rapidly melting and decomposing. A moment later, Guan Yi emerged victorious, and the possessed Lung Lung was reduced to a fingernail-sized residue, which Guan Yi spat out with a jerk. Ugh. It's an item. What if I don't want to pick it up? Guan Yi looked down at her feet. There, quietly lying, was a small silver-white chip. It was dropped by the possessed Lung Lung, the spoil she earned after defeating the boss. Even though it came out of my mouth, it's still disgusting. Guan Yi scratched her head, deciding to ignore it for now. She turned to glance at her friend. He was still unconscious, but his eyelids were already fluttering. It would only take a moment for him to wake up. So, Guan Yi decided to collect the items in her hands. Put the bronze mirror back. This one needs to be returned. Put the straw rope bracelet back. This one needs to be returned too. She won't use the porcelain jar. She bought it for 230 road coins. It's a single-use potion, after all, it's gone after you drink it. The prop rental staff also made it clear that the company doesn't take jars back, so Guan Yi should dispose of them herself. Guan Yi thought about it, and decided to keep it for now. After washing it, maybe she could even use it to soak some lava garlic. This wide-mouthed, pot-bellied jar is so useful. Then, Guan Yi put the reconstituted drinking water back. She hadn't taken it when she came, and she didn't want her dinner partner to see it when she left. After handling everything, Guan Yi looked at the silver-white crystal at her feet again, sighed, and finally jumped off the low wall to pick it up. She took a piece of rag from her backpack to cushion her hand, but still didn't dare touch it directly. Possessed by a cold crystal introduction, this crystal is obtained after the complete extermination of a spirit monster. It has no proven practical use, and ordinary people are completely unaware of it, making it unavailable for commercial use. Some departments researching spirit monsters are very interested in it. Perhaps you would be willing to donate it to them for research purposes. Number of slots occupied, 1. Wait, 1. Guan Yi, TSK, I thought it was something valuable. But it has no circulation value. At least 5 color crystals can be used as currency and energy sources, but this one can't. Really? She thought this thing was useful. After all, it's a drop from the N-level boss. Compared to Lady Crow, it's far inferior. I hope that paid donation won't disappoint me. Guan Yi placed the crystal in his backpack, turned to look at his companion, who had regained consciousness, and was looking at him with clear eyes, and extended his hand. You just fell asleep. Was it carbon monoxide from eating too much, or are you just too tired? Let's play for a while, then go home. The dinner partner hesitated, then hesitated again, but at Guan Yi's glance, he finally said nothing. He simply hopped down from the low wall, and offered Guan Yi his hand. Okay, let's play for a while, then we go home. And so, hand in hand, the two girls happily ran towards the sea again. This time, they could finally enjoy pure joy. Chapter 153. After dealing with the possessed Lung Lung, Guan Yi felt a significant sense of relief. Her dining companion's complexion improved considerably. Of course, she'd been possessed for so long, so there were bound to be some after effects, but the underlying condition was gone, and she recovered with some rest. Next, she had to deal with the issue of further education qualifications. This was relatively simple. She previously looked up the requirements, and judging by her GPA, while she couldn't say she had it all figured out, it was pretty close. Again, if you want everyone dead, just throw a bunch of blacklisted monsters at them. There's no need to design clearing conditions or routes. Since the game doesn't do that, it does have to adhere to certain rules. For example, it must leave a path for players to clear the game, and the requirements can't be too stringent, such as requiring only a select few with specialized skills to succeed. The clearing conditions can be tricky, and various unexpected situations can be accommodated along the way, but the game must appear achievable. Therefore, meeting the requirements for further training isn't difficult. As long as the player completes the task step by step and ensures they don't die in the process, they definitely qualify to go to the service area. Guan Yi has been answering calls frantically these days, and she's accumulated enough GPA. All she needs to do tomorrow at work is find Manager Zhang and ask her to sign. Then she can drive to the service area with the approval slip. Incidentally, during the days Guan Yi was working, the company building was moving toward the service area at a rate of 50 kilometers per day. Since she found her citizenship certificate, she went home every day. So, when she woke up in the morning, no matter where the company moved, the distance from her home to the office wouldn't change. Even if the route changed, the kilometers and time would remain the same. But it was different for those who stayed in hotels. While their homes moved with their companies, hotels were fixed in place. Their commutes became daunting, requiring a long drive to reach the office. Being late was inevitable, and some even achieved the rare feat of absenteeism in the morning. A few were lucky enough to choose a new hotel near their relocated company, allowing them to arrive on time without being late. Some decided to sleep at the office, but at midnight, something strange happened in the building. Had that person not realized something was wrong and immediately fled, they might have achieved the feat of "the company is my home, and I never leave it." According to the terrified man, the company suddenly transformed into a haunted house, like in a horror movie. It was a terrifying feeling. Even without seeing anything, cold sweats broke out. After escaping, the night wind blew, revealing that their clothes were soaking wet. Guan Yi guessed that quite a few people had also chosen to stay at the company, but the company's rules required immediate departure after work, with no loitering allowed. They must have, like that man, gone to great lengths to evade security patrols, and somehow managed to stay. But none of them spoke up, suggesting that only that man was lucky enough to have escaped by relying on his instincts. The others were probably already dead inside. Stupid. Guan Yi had no sympathy for their thoughts. The company's rules and regulations strictly prohibited overtime and lingering after hours. Come on, your capital is about to let you run, and you still insist on staying. What else is that but courting death? Besides the clever ones who wanted to stay at the company, there were also truly intelligent people who studied the company's relocation route and quickly discovered a pattern. They always looked for hotels in a similar location, sometimes even closer than Guan Yi's home. Guan Yi, there's always room for smart people in the world. Look, even if they initially chose the wrong route, they can always fix it later. It's really reassuring. After all, if she herself became the ceiling of human intelligence, Guan Yi felt that the world would be hopeless. There were also some ruthless people who first found a hotel to rest for the dangerous 2 hours of the night, then drove to the company building and stared at it like stalkers. After midnight, the company building would become illusory, like a ghost, passing through other buildings and obstacles towards its new target. At this time, those ruthless people would start their vehicles and follow it, although they couldn't drive directly over the buildings and obstacles like the building itself, so they had to take a detour. However, because the company building was a large target, it was difficult to lose track of it. Therefore, even if they took many detours, they could still keep up. At the very least, they could park at a similar distance, so they wouldn't be left far behind. Afterwards, since the danger of the night had passed, and no new dangers were expected, the ruthless people would sleep in their cars, and wait for the map update the next day before navigating to the company. Incidentally, the map update time in this world is 5 a.m., and the workday is uniformly 8 a.m. The system only gives everyone 3 hours to find the company. If they can find it, they can go to work as usual. If they can't find it, they will be late or absent, and their GPA will be deducted. When GPAs are deducted too much for one reason or another, one naturally loses eligibility. Come to think of it, it seems some people went to the service area on their own. I wonder what their current situation is. This group of people had their GPAs severely deducted, and no longer had the possibility of obtaining further training qualifications through formal channels. They had no choice but to take a risk and find another way out. If on the first day, they were still unsure of the service area's location, then once the company building began to move, the route gradually became clearer. At least the general direction was clear. After eliminating the impassable sections, only a few roads remained. It wasn't a problem to try and get there one by one. After all, there was only one city in the world, and even if it was a little larger, it would take more than 10 hours to drive from one end of the city to the other. And so, these people set off, but the journey seemed difficult. They mentioned in the chat channel that they would suddenly get lost or get stuck in circles. Even if someone broke through the maze and reached the final checkpoint leading to the service area, they would find that they couldn't cross the cross-sea bridge because they didn't have a ticket. Of course, the ticket could be purchased with money, but where and how to get it were matters they needed to consider. I told you, the road won't be completely blocked. If this path is blocked, there's always another. Otherwise, wouldn't those who make the wrong choice from the first one be sentenced to death? Guan Yi withdrew her gaze from her phone. Because it was a day off, The chat channel had been bustling since morning, but she had a dinner date and was planning to kill the possessed Lung Lung, so she had no time to pay attention to anyone else. It was only now that the dust had settled and Guan Yi had returned home, comfortably lounging on the sofa, that he finally felt like checking in on the progress of others. It seems most of those still alive have found their own paths. Guan Yi thought this was normal. Anyone who had survived to this point had some strengths or trump cards, and they would naturally use them when needed. However, everyone in the chat channel kept things very simple, perhaps fearing the possibility of being disrupted remotely, causing their efforts to fail. It wasn't like there weren't such props. Perhaps due to world restrictions, many details couldn't be discussed in detail. Even mentioning them would require 100 alternatives, and everyone found it tiring to elaborate, so no further explanation was given. Anyway, it was already the 5th day, and those still alive were all showing their unique abilities. The main goal was to complete the level, the process and means were unimportant. Guan Yi thought so too. The server, originally hosting 500,000 people, had already crashed by half at the start, and over the next few days, more people continued to fail for various reasons. If there were dangers at night or ghosts, one could often find a last message. But sometimes, people vanished without a trace. Something must have been violated, but perhaps even the deceased didn't know what it was. Guan Yi curled her lips and shifted her position. She had today off, and tomorrow she would deal with Manager Zhang. She had already planned how to deal with him, including direct threats of violence. In fact, Guan Yi wanted to find fault with Manager Zhang. During their conversation, Zhou Qiang had also mentioned that he had seen Manager Zhang sneak into the prop management office on the 17th floor during off hours. Because of the time limit for leaving work, everyone would pack up a few minutes early and leave as soon as the time came. No one would stay longer than that. Manager Zhang prides himself on being a company role model, never violating company rules. His uncharacteristic visit to the prop management office that time was rather odd. Of course, this alone wouldn't have caused Manager Zhang any trouble. Guan Yi later questioned his dining companion, who was unaware of the incident, but instead offered another rumor. Manager Zhang appeared to be running a side business, one that seemed to be connected to the head of the company's prop management department. Rumors circulated that the two were secretly renting out the company's props, causing a sharp increase in scrap rates. After all, props require maintenance. When employees rent and return them properly, they are immediately inspected for damage, registered, and sent for maintenance. Props that are secretly rented out, however, lack this formality. Even the head of the management office couldn't enforce his compliance. Props would simply be sent to the warehouse, awaiting the next unlucky tenant. But this was just the employees' private gossip. After all, no one had any evidence, and the quality of props couldn't be determined simply by appearance. Guan Yi speculated that as she continued along this path, keeping an eye on Manager Zhang at the end of each day, she could catch her sneaking into the prop management office and use that as leverage to threaten her. Theoretically, it would be easier for the props manager to steal props, but they were subject to a rigorous search at the end of their shift, comparable to a mint, so relying on him to smuggle them in was out of the question. However, leaving a hidden backdoor for Manager Zhang inside the management office was possible. But it's too much trouble. Guan Yi's schedule was tight. She had previously focused on killing the possessed Lung Lung, and hadn't been able to attend to Manager Zhang. Now it seemed too late to do anything about it. Unless she goes there again tomorrow after get off work. But I don't see why I bet on that. It's easier to outmaneuver 10. Having made up her mind, it all depended on tomorrow. Guan Yi decided to take half a day off to fully enjoy the conveniences of this modern world. Although she didn't dare buy anything in this world due to the resurrection of the spirits, she could have some fun now. Go shopping, see a movie, play claw machines, and then head to the arcade for a few games. In short, Guan Yi had a very relaxing weekend. And then, tomorrow arrived. Chapter 154. Guan Yi arrived at the company early. She checked yesterday and found out the crystal collection department was closed, so if she wanted to donate, she had to go today. I need to get my training qualification first, then I go. I got plenty of time anyway. Guan Yi shifted back and forth in her chair, keeping an eye on the door, ready to wait for Manager Zhang to appear so she could immediately get her signature and secure her training qualification. She was truly fed up with being harassed by spirits every night. It was endless. Her ears and eyes were suffering. Even closing her eyes and wearing noise-canceling headphones didn't help, she could still feel what she was supposed to feel. This was probably the downside of her heightened perception. Guan Yi was helpless. Everything had its pros and cons, and she couldn't just take advantage without suffering any losses. Manager Zhang was never late, arriving at the company around 7:40 almost every day, and today was no exception. She appeared in Guan Ye's sight at the exact time. "Manager Zhang, I have something to tell you." After she clocked in, Guan Yi intercepted Manager Zhang before she could even enter the office. "It's about my qualification for further studies." Manager Zhang was stunned at first, then gave Guan Yi an ambiguous look and said calmly, "Come in and talk." She then walked into the office first, followed closely by Guan Yi, who considerately closed the door for her. "Tell me, what do you want?" Manager Zhang, no longer indifferent, leaned against the table, her arms folded, her eyes sharp. "You should know I won't sign anything lightly." "I know, but I also know you have to sign it." Guan Yi pulled out a pre-printed GPA sheet for this week and this month and shook it at Manager Zhang. This wasn't the right way to treat a superior, but she didn't care. "First, my GPA is high enough to qualify for further study. You only have to hold me up for a few days on the procedure, but if it goes on for too long, my superiors will have questions. Holding me up is purely self-defeating." "Manager Zhang, you're so smart, you won't fail to understand." I'm not finished yet." Guan Yi raised a finger and waved it, deciding to follow through with the plan and blast the other party. "Secondly, Manager Zhang, have you been to the props room downstairs recently? At an inappropriate time?" At this point, Guan Yi smiled kindly. "Also, it seems many people feel that rented props are prone to damage." Manager Zhang's expression changed. She felt more threatened by something so fundamentally destabilizing than the mild inquiries from her superiors about the process. "What are you talking about?" Manager Zhang appeared calm, but his inner voice was fierce. "Props break easily because of improper use. The renter should be held responsible." Guan Yi raised an eyebrow and deliberately lengthened his voice. "Is that so? Manager Sun would be sweating profusely if he knew you said that. Why bother? I won't be coming back after I get my training qualification anyway, so why are you making things difficult for me?" Manager Zhang's eyes twitched. "You're not coming back?" Guan Yi hummed. "I had enough of this crappy place, just to get my training qualification. I have my own path to success. Who wants to squeeze into this crappy little bridge with you?" Manager Zhang's expression gradually softened, but a hint of doubt remained. She actually had no issues with Guan Yi personally. In fact, when she was alone, she actually admired him. The main conflict between her and Guan Yi was a power struggle. But if what Guan Yi said was true, and he was just trying to gild his reputation and get promoted, she didn't think it was worth it to fight him to the death. Furthermore, he seemed to have something in his hands. Seeing Manager Zhang still hesitate, Guan Yi decided to give her a little time to think it over. She then wandered around the office, looking here and there like a tourist. Then, as if sensing something was wrong with the cabinet, she casually pulled out a fire axe and used the tip to pry open the strange object. Manager Zhang, who had been hesitant, saw this scene and said nervously, "What are you doing?" Guan Yi turned around and smiled at her. "If there's something in the way, just pick it out. Don't worry, I'm very skilled and won't damage your cabinet. Sorry, I've been a bit stressed lately, and I seem to be having some mental issues. The doctor told me it's from staying in one place for too long. Maybe a change of scenery would be better?" Whether Guan Yi did this intentionally or not, the sunlight streaming in through the window reflected a cold gleam off the axe, chilling Manager Zhang's heart. "Got it," she said sternly, then walked over to the computer. After a few operations, she looked up at Guan Yi. "The application has been approved. You can go back. Someone will deliver the pass in a few minutes." "Thank you. I knew you were a reasonable person." Guan Yi put away the fire axe and pretended nothing had happened. "Do I need to continue working later?" Manager Zhang practically gritted his teeth. "No, I approve your leave." Guan Yi smiled. "You're such a nice person." Manager Zhang couldn't respond, raised his hand and pointed at the door. "Get out." Guan Yi replied with a playful smile. "Okay, I closed the door for you from the outside." With that, she stopped provoking Manager Zhang and swiftly walked out, meeting Zhou Qiang's curious gaze as she returned to her seat. "Did you go see her?" Zhou Qiang, true to his reputation as the company's gossip center, immediately leaned over to pry. "Is it about the training qualification?" Guan Yi nodded. "My pass will be here soon. I won't be coming anymore." "She's approved the leave." Zhou Qiang was shocked. "I thought she was going to hold you over for a few days." Guan Yi hummed. "We had a friendly discussion for a while, and she agreed." "Pretty reasonable, isn't she?" Zhou Qiang disagreed, but didn't ask further. Guan Yi's attitude clearly indicated she didn't want to elaborate, and he didn't necessarily need to know the details. Just the general idea would be enough to keep her company for the next few days. Manager Zhang hadn't lied to Guan Yi. About 5 minutes later, the receptionist, with a look of despair on his face, condescended to Guan Yi's desk for the first time and handed her a black, gold-stamped coated paper envelope. Your stuff. Considering their relationship, the receptionist's attitude was quite atrocious. Sign for it. Guan Yi raised an eyebrow and first checked the contents of the envelope. After confirming it was the pass, she picked up a pen and wrote her name on the receipt. Then, she picked up the envelope containing the pass, stood up, slapped the receipt in the receptionist's face, and before the receptionist could react, she took the items and left her workstation. As for the receptionist's impotent rage behind her, Guan Yi didn't care. A winner shouldn't care about the barking of a loser. Let her be. After this incident, if this company still exists, its image in the eyes of others will surely undergo a drastic change. After receiving her pass, Guan Yi went downstairs to return the rental props, then went to the underground parking lot to pick up her car. Finally, she rushed to the address she had found yesterday. This was the location of the official department collecting crystals, and Guan Yi hoped to get a good price for them. It was a department in the official office building. After asking the receptionist, Guan Yi went up to the second floor and found a room labeled Equivalent Donation Processing Office. The room was small, and inside was a machine that Guan Yi felt vaguely familiar, a bit like one she had seen in a museum before. Huh, so they achieved automation in this area? Guan Yi was briefly surprised, but then she understood. Perhaps they were worried that the items brought by the donors might be potentially dangerous, so they needed to use the machine to test them before handing them over to the researchers. This process is quite good, and it maximizes the protection of the staff. So it should be placed here, right? Guan Yi walked over to the machine's electronic screen and selected the minimum button for the object size. With a click, the machine spewed out a basket capable of holding approximately 20 crystals. Remember to pay equal wages. Don't forget, or I dismantle your machine. Guan Yi muttered as he dropped the coal-possessed crystal into the basket and pressed the done button. The machine beeped, and the basket followed the conveyor belt deeper into the machine. Then, a flashing light and a check and estimation process began, lasting about 15 minutes. Just as Guan Yi was growing impatient, the machine finally dinged and a green light flashed. Then, something resembling a bank card was dispensed. This was the donor's reward. Guan Yi picked up the card and saw the words, "Hold this card and redeem it for spiritual products worth 1250 highway coins." Only 1250? It seems like the possessed Lung Lung is worthless. Guan Yi sighed. No wonder it was so easy to kill. I thought it was the final boss, but it turned out to be a low-level monster. Alright, 1250 is 1250. Let's exchange it first. Guan Yi took the card and returned to the front desk on the first floor to find the staff member. After reading the card, the staff member's eyes flashed with surprise, and even his attitude became a little more respectful. Please go to the third floor and hand your card to the staff. After saying this, a hint of envy crossed his face. You're really impressive for getting a tier above 1000. Guan Yi raised an eyebrow. So it was so hard to get a tier above 1000? If that were the case, she'd feel much more at ease. Thank you for the compliment. I think I'm pretty impressive too. Guan Yi smiled sincerely in response to the sincere compliment. Then, she said goodbye to the staff and headed to the third floor. This time, Guan Yi didn't have to find it herself, as there was only one room on the third floor, the exchange office. As she ascended the stairs, she saw a large iron gate blocking off the corridor behind. Beyond the gate, the area just beyond, carpeted, furnished with sofas, and a selection of snacks for everyone to enjoy. It's a bit like the lobby of a 4S dealership or a sales office, Guan Yi commented, then pressed the doorbell on the iron gate. Almost immediately, a small window opened, revealing a face. Please show me your redemption card, the person said. Guan Yi handed her card in. The person glanced down and said, please wait. Then, with a swish, the window closed, completely blocking out the sound from inside. The soundproofing is pretty good. Guan Yi found a place to sit down. She didn't touch the food or drinks, but reached for a magazine on the newspaper rack and casually flipped through it, trying to pass the time. It was still work hours, so no one was in the chat channel. She could only rely on local entertainment to while away the time. Thankfully, Guan Yi didn't have to wait long. After about 15 minutes, the window opened again. Sorry to have kept you waiting. This is the spiritual essence we prepared for you. We hope you like it. Of course, even if you don't, we're just sorry. After that, the staff member took out a white gift box and placed it on a tray below the window. The window then closed, clearly indicating that it wouldn't reopen unless new customers arrived. Guanyi, is this the proverbial no returns, no exchanges policy? If so, then this had better satisfy me, Guanyi thought, reaching out and picking up the white gift box. Chapter 155. The white gift box was only 2 sizes larger than the ring box, and overall it was quite small, unable to hold large items. However, considering that supplies for the highway survival game were packed in boxes, Guanyi didn't think the items inside would necessarily be small. White gift box, unopened, description. This box is specifically used to store spiritual items. It's not valuable in itself, so it's recommended to open it before throwing it away to avoid unnecessary loss. Number of slots occupied, 1. Weight, 1. After reading the item description, Guanyi opened the box. Inside was a small round, black drum. It looked familiar. When she held it in her hands, and saw a golden string wrapped around the center of the sphere, with a round buckle at the end, her suspicions were confirmed. Yo-yo? Guanyi twisted the string, folded the round buckle over, and clamped it around the string, making a slipknot. She then looped it around the second knuckle of her right middle finger. Go! Guanyi flicked his wrist and tossed the ball. The yo-yo swung in an arc, then became perpendicular to Guanyi's upturned palm. The ball rotated steadily, making a humming sound as the ropes and bearings rubbed against each other. It's really a yo-yo. Okay. I hope I can still remember some of those tricks I used to play with it as a kid. Guanyi twitched his fingers and retracted the black, drum-shaped ball. The item description then appeared. Ectoplasm Yo-Yo Introduction. Toys made of ectoplasm are loved by adults and children alike. Don't worry if you mess up. Toys made of ectoplasm will never hit your head. Or your face. Warning, please do not use this product to attack spirits or spirits. If you do, please remember that any disputes, lawsuits, or even pursuits arising from this will have nothing to do with us. Note, the higher the resonance with the psychic material, the more comfortable it will be. Number of slots occupied, 1. Weight, 1. Guanyi, oh, and there's a disclaimer. Considering the instructions, like do not remove the counterweight, otherwise it will cause inaccurate range, Guanyi felt that the purpose of this thing was clearly stated. So what is resonance? Guanyi pondered the words in the note. Did they refer to proficiency in yo-yoing, or something else? She couldn't come up with an answer for a moment, so she simply gave up on it. Now that she had received the reward and the pass, it was time to start over. The drive from Guanyi's current location to the sea crossing bridge leading to the service area took about 3 hours. Today was the 6th day of the game, and Guanyi guessed that if she waited until tomorrow to get the pass, the journey would be even shorter. After all, the company building is mobile. Guanyi muttered, starting his Juxia car and following the navigation instructions westward. He successfully sighted the bridge that required a permit to cross before 2 p.m. Wow, it looks quite long. Guanyi gazed from the car, realizing he couldn't see the other side of the bridge at all. Only the vague outlines of buildings across the sea were visible. There were tall buildings and rolling mountains. Even more intriguing, the mountains on the left seemed capped with snow, while to the right, there seemed to be an active volcano poised to erupt. Guanyi found it quite intriguing, as if she had seen the scenery of other servers adjacent to the service area. This side is a snowy mountain or a cold zone, that side is a volcano or a hot zone. And those tall buildings are the modern background. Guanyi found it increasingly intriguing, but it was too far away. Apart from a few prominent landmarks, she couldn't make out anything. To enter the bridge, drivers had to drive through a toll booth-like area, where drivers lined up inside to verify their passes. Only after passing could they enter the bridge. The process took about 30 minutes, quite fast. Guanyi speculated that this might be because not many people had passes. While waiting in line, Guanyi also noticed something interesting. People were constantly lingering around the bridge. This wasn't unusual, after all, since this place offered a view of the other side across the river/sea. Surely people would come here to take photos and upload them online. You don't see such a contrasting world everywhere. But the security guards constantly coming out to chase people away was unusual. During the 30 minutes Guanyi waited in line, she noticed them leaving at least twice. Each time, they would aggressively chase away those who lingered, and if anyone resisted, they would draw their weapons and strike them several times. This is outrageous, isn't it? Guanyi whispered through the car window, seemingly speaking to himself, yet also to others. In today's society, if the onlookers didn't step forward to stop him, you could say they were being cautious. But to even take photos and videos of this brutal act of security guards beating tourists and post them online is a bit off. It was clear that the idlers surrounding the toll booth were in the wrong. Faced with the security guards' chase and beatings, they could only dodge and plead. Some even risked a few more blows to find a way to get in from the perimeter. Guan Yi speculated that they were trying to cross the bridge but lacked a pass, so they begged the security guards to let them go, or perhaps they were working together, with one group causing trouble while another group tried to find a way inside. As long as they could pass through the toll booth, they could step onto the bridge. Guan Yi noticed that the security guards, however, seemed unable to freely pass through the booth. They were restricted to this side, and could not cross to the other side without permission. Are they afraid someone would apply for a security job specifically to get to the other side of the bridge? The more Guan Yi thought about it, the more intrigued she became. She began to speculate about the reasons behind their actions, but unfortunately, she didn't find the answer until she passed through the toll booth and drove onto the bridge. Never mind. Not every question in this world has an answer. Guan Yi was adept at comforting herself, easily letting go of her curiosity. Perhaps this was a new side quest, perhaps it was part of the main storyline, but whatever it was, it had nothing to do with her. Across the bridge was the service area, and now she was driving on the last stretch of this server. 40 minutes later, Guan Yi saw a sign leading to the service area. Following the sign, Guan Yi turned onto a fork in the road and, after another 5 minutes, finally arrived at the service area. But this time, Guan Yi didn't trigger the title of lead driver. Either I haven't reached the real service area yet. Guan Yi slowly slowed down, surveying the rather ordinary area before him. Or someone else got there before me. I hope it's the latter. After all, I still have a chance to skip a level, and will soon reach Golden City. It doesn't matter if I come in first this time. That being said, Guan Yi still felt a little disappointed. Who wouldn't want to be first? Only those who know they can't get it would magnanimously say, first place doesn't matter. But it's strange. Why wasn't there a server-wide announcement? Guan Yi rubbed his chin. Did I miss it, or did that person arrive at the service area during work hours, so the chat channel was blocked? As usual, Guan Yi drove his car to the local auto repair shop and selected the most expensive maintenance and repair package, making sure he entered the Golden City in top condition. In the gaming world, there's no such thing as the best isn't necessarily the most expensive, but rather the best is definitely the most expensive. If you're unsure about an item or service, just go with the most expensive. There's no wrong way around it. After selecting the package, Guan Yi left the car with the shop staff. Then, she casually asked, I see the shop is quite quiet. Has anyone been here before me? The staff nodded, then shook their heads. One person did, but he only bought parts and said he wanted to do the modifications and repairs himself and didn't need our help. Wow, so impressive, Guan Yi exclaimed. He must have the relevant skills, right? Yes, he has the title of senior modifier. The clerk looked envious. Masters with that title in our shop earn a lot of money. One of them is worth 8 of mine. Guan Yi patted the man's shoulder sympathetically. Then go for it. Who will take care of my car? The clerk, understanding Guan Yi's meaning, scratched his head. Don't worry, ma'am. The top packages in our shop are handled by the best masters. Apprentices like me are only responsible for reception, registration, car washing, and handing out wrenches. Guan Yi felt relieved. She didn't discriminate against apprentices. Even the most senior masters had been apprentices themselves. But since she was about to brave the Golden City, it was only natural that she didn't want to give the apprentice a chance to practice driving. The shop wasn't busy, so Guan Yi asked the clerk a few more questions about the service area. Of course, her questions weren't in vain. She even gave him 200 road coins as a reward. After all, she'd be able to go home after Golden City, and she couldn't take the money with her, so she spent it wisely. There was no need to be frugal. With the reward, the clerk was even more attentive when explaining things to Guan Yi. He answered her questions in detail, and even added a few words to any questions she hadn't asked. If a keyword triggered a question that Guan Yi was particularly interested in, the clerk would expand on the information, steadfastly ensuring Guan Yi's money wasn't wasted. He provided her with a wealth of useful information. If he hadn't been obliged to stay at the shop, unable to leave without permission, the clerk would have been eager to personally show Guan Yi around the modest service area. After all, an apprentice's monthly salary was only 2,800, and these 200 road coins were equivalent to 2 days' wages. After bidding farewell to the reluctant clerk, Guan Yi first went to the nearby Old Tire Inn and booked a room with a good view. Afterwards, Guan Yi went to the parking lot on the east side of the service area. The clerk explained that, aside from the auto repair shop and the hotel yard, the only permitted parking area within the service area was the parking lot. Guan Yi wanted to chat with the man, it would be even better if they could exchange some practical modification advice. Chapter 156. This service area was medium-sized, so Guan Yi once again pulled out her motorcycle. Speaking of which, it seemed that, aside from the few official uses in Lancheng, this mountain bike had become a mere means of transportation. It's normal. Most things you buy, after the initial novelty wears off, find new uses. At least I didn't use my motorcycle as a clothes-drying rack. Guan Yi stepped on the accelerator and rode to the parking lot. Sure enough, there was only one car, but no one was near it. Where's the person? Guan Yi pulled the motorcycle over, circled the car, and crouched down to look under it. Still, no one was visible. Did they go to the safe zone? Guan Yi thought that was a possibility. After all, seizing the opportunity when there were fewer people around was a common instinct. And just as Guan Yi was about to leave, a voice suddenly rang out from inside the car, stopping her in her tracks. Guan Yi. Guan Yi blinked. Familiar? But why hadn't she heard that voice before? She turned and saw a young man before her. He had light brown hair, a medium build, fair skin, and a handsome appearance, but nothing special about him, if one could ignore the red burn on his left cheek. Who are you? Guan Yi truly didn't recognize the man. She couldn't recall ever talking to or interacting with him. Wang Zi, the young man said calmly. It's normal that you don't know me. We never spoken, but you should remember my name. Guan Yi lowered her eyes in thought. They had never met, but the man was so confident that she should remember him. That meant either she had done business with him, or he was very active in the chat channel, which was why he was so sure. That being said, if she were an ordinary player who rarely traded, she could probably just look through the transaction log. However, Guan Yi was a traveling merchant, her clients not only including a vast number of players, but also a considerable number of NPCs. And so, with so many people chatting in the chat channel every day, Guan Yi only glanced briefly each day, and couldn't possibly remember all of them. So, facing this young man whose face practically read, "I'm so famous, you must know me," Guan Yi could only offer an awkward yet polite smile. Sorry, I'm not very good at remembering names. Wang Zi's expression visibly darkened, but it only lasted a few seconds before he returned to normal. It was clear that the game had changed him significantly. You and I came in together. I earned the title of mechanical modifier, and even bought your meal voucher. Guan Yi suddenly realized it was this person. She seemed to have a vague impression of him. Was it you who passed me when I got out of the elevator that time? Wang Zi nodded. It should be you. I only bought it that one time. Guan Yi dug into her backpack, pulled out a bottle of water, and handed it to him. Have a drink? Let's find a place to chat for a while. Wang Zi declined Guan Yi's offer of water. He glanced at his car. Here, I have to keep an eye on this place. I didn't expect to run into someone who came in together here. It's fate, I guess. Yeah, I switched servers later. Guan Yi and Wang Zi were completely unfamiliar with each other, and she was just trying to find something to talk about. She started with a few safe topics, then asked what server they were on. Once the atmosphere eased, she finally asked what she had been wondering. Have you heard from Ko Xia since then? Wang Zi nodded. The last time I saw her was on the 5th server. She seems to have found the organization she was looking for, and is helping many ordinary people. They seem to have a special way of communicating, but joining that organization is difficult, so I stopped following her. He added, this is the 7th server. Guan Yi was delighted. Ko Xia was still alive, and had found her companions. Even though the news was delayed and there might be uncertainty, she was still very happy. With Ko Xia as their mutual acquaintance, Guan Yi and Wang Zi's conversation became increasingly smooth. They exchanged information, such as different worlds they had visited and different ways to clear levels. Of course, Guan Yi didn't forget to ask about the modified car, and Wang Zi readily offered some advice. After all, vehicle information was a very private matter, and she couldn't share all of Zhu Xia's features, so Wang Zi could only offer superficial suggestions. For example, it's okay to not know how to modify, but absolutely avoid modifying in the direction of X. Conditions A and B are mutually beneficial, while conditions B and C are mutually exclusive. Guan Yi expressed satisfaction and shared some advice on food storage. They chatted for about 30 minutes before they went their separate ways. Submit your application for a level skip first. I just used up my last item. Guan Yi rode his motorcycle to the service hall. Once my application is approved, I head to Golden City next. In theory, from the moment my application is approved, my time will become incredibly mysterious. It's only the end of August, and the Golden City will open in October. Guan Yi won't be going to the next world, but she won't be staying in this service area for more than a month either. Guan Yi will still only stay here for 2 days, but her 2 days will feel like many days to others, because when she must leave the service area, it will be October 1st. I hope my physical senses can last a little longer, so I can get some rest. Guan Yi is growing increasingly convinced that she can't endure this kind of office-bound life. Fieldwork, while dangerous, actually brings her some relief. Unfortunately, in the next few days, because she needs to improve her GPA, Guan Yi doesn't dare deliberately mess with the props, otherwise she really create opportunities for herself to wander around. Even if I ever get a job, I'd definitely be doing some out-of-town work. I definitely won't sit at my desk all day. Guan Yi complained as he went to the service hall to complete his application. Although he hadn't done much business in his previous life, his reputation was still strong. His upgrade was immediately processed, and he even received a golden plaque as his pass. Congratulations on winning the qualification to enter the Golden City. Here's your pass. The staff member's face was filled with genuine joy. Please take care of yourself and get some rest. As a trial participant, you can use the VIP lounge upstairs free of charge. On behalf of all the staff, I wish you success and continued good luck. Thank you for your well wishes. I will definitely reach the end. Guan Yi politely responded, accepted the golden plaque, and walked up the service hall stairs to the long-missed VIP lounge on the 2nd floor. Although it was a different service area, the 2nd floor still had a familiar layout. A buffet bar in the middle for all you can eat, a lounge to the right for shopping, and a massage room on the left for spa treatments. Guan Yi first filled his stomach with his favorite treats, then went to the VIP lounge to search for special items sold in this service area, preparing for his upcoming journey. After completing his shopping, Guan Yi headed to the spa and massage room, enjoying a double dose of relaxation, both mentally and physically, while also gaining 1 attribute point. Every player about to enter the Golden City will become a trialist and gain access to the VIP lounge. Guan Yi commented on this as quite thoughtful. Based on the information he had received, it seemed to be a benefit from the friendly faction. He hoped everyone would be in top form to complete the final challenge. I keep this for now. I see where it's needed, so I can add it later. It's like a backup plan. Guan Yi had just left the spa and massage parlor and called the Highway Mileage Association, hoping to get Joke's contact information or the frequency band number for the radio channel she hosted. Unfortunately, the operator told her that Joke had other commitments and was temporarily unavailable for broadcasting. Even if Guan Yi found the correct frequency band and program, she likely wouldn't be able to hear Joke. Guan Yi suspected that the other party might have been sanctioned by higher-ups for forcibly releasing so much information. It might not be life-threatening, but it would certainly be very troublesome and painful. And this higher-ups didn't necessarily refer to the higher-ups of the Highway Mileage Association, but rather to things like the rules and contracts that Mi Qingrui feared. It's known that Mi Qingrui and Zhou are clearly on my side. The Highway Mileage Association is neutral, but leans towards me. But if anything happens to me, they might offer assistance privately, but they won't come to my rescue. Guan Yi counted on his fingers his gains along the way, as well as the friends and enemies he would encounter once he entered the Golden City. Old Gun said her original body is in Golden City, but I'm not sure my friendship with the 2 clones of Old Gun holds true there. After all, there are many Old Guns, and I only know 2. Oh, and there's Gray Frequency. We can only exchange supplies and information on an equal basis. Expecting them to rescue me is impossible. The rest are probably enemies, like those behind the scenes who are banking on the Berkeley family's industrial chain, and some hidden individuals. Like that jerk who once had my championship title stolen. I still don't know who did it. Guan Yi couldn't help but sigh. She was thankful for Mi Qingrui's words, otherwise she would have been trapped in a cycle of suspicion. Are good people always good? Trust what I trust, doubt what I doubt. Guan Yi let out a long sigh. If I'm really being ripped off because of this, I accept it. After calculating, Guan Yi continued to browse her service area. Sometimes, just sitting there thinking about something, she couldn't remember what she needed. Often, she had to see it in person before she suddenly remembered that it was a necessity. However, Guan Yi, still shopping, was unaware that the chat channels on other servers were about to explode. Just as she received the golden nameplate from the staff, all players still on the server received the same notification. Player Guan Yi became the first trialist of the year. The final trial has been activated. Time synchronization has begun. Synchronization has ended. The current time is August 22nd. The Golden City will appear on October 1st and close on October 15th. Drivers wishing to participate in this year's trial should head to the Golden City as soon as possible. The final trial is about to begin. Wishing you a happy journey. After the announcement, players across the server erupted in excitement. The Golden City from the beginner's guide, the Golden City with the path home, appeared clearly before them for the first time. Who Guan Yi wasn't important. What mattered was that they only had a little over a month left. So what was there to wait for? Let's just go for it. Chapter 157. Guan Yi was soaking in the hot springs, one of the VIP lounge's services. While it didn't grant player stat points, it did clear all wounds. This included, but wasn't limited to, skin scratches, limb mutilations, internal toxins, and hidden curses, all in-game damage. It's a bit like the healing fountain you see before the final boss in RPGs. Just standing in it replenishes your HP and MP and clears all negative debuffs. It's a real bonus. Guan Yi sat comfortably in the pool. Currently, she and Wang Zi were the only ones in the service area. Wang Zi was still modifying and repairing his car and hadn't yet soaked in the hot springs. Even if he did, he'd be the male guest across the street, and she wouldn't be able to join him. So, Guan Yi now had the entire women's hot spring pool to herself, free to spend time as she pleased, even swimming from one end to the other without disturbing anyone else. Unfortunately, this is a real game, and I can't save. Otherwise, this would be the perfect time. Guan Yi sighed, then rose from the water with a splash. Her body had already adapted to the lower temperature of the pool, and it was time to take a dip in the warmer water. Speaking of which, I don't know when the main group will arrive. This service area connects to at least 4 other service areas: snow-capped mountains, volcanoes, a supernatural world, and another unknown modern setting. This is just what I see from my side. There might be worlds I haven't seen from other angles. Guan Yi leaned against the edge of the pool, casually picked up a glass of iced milk from the tray, bit the straw, and gulped down half a bottle in one gulp. After quenching her thirst from the hot springs, Guan Yi put down her milk bottle and picked up her phone, also on the tray, to check on everyone else's progress. Then, she saw her name all over the chat channel. Guan Yi, I'm not the lead pilot this time. The person being notified by the server should be Wang Zi, right? Why are they talking about me again? She quickly split the chat window and scrolled through the messages. After a few minutes, Guan Yi finally found the source. The server-wide announcement of her becoming a trialist. That makes sense. But that's out of the question. Guan Yi couldn't help but grumble, among 1 million people. No, including those who came before. A total of 3 million people. I'm the only one so clever, the most powerful. Only I, a daughter of destiny, could open the passage to the Golden City. Please! No matter how you think about it, it's impossible. If she had that ability, she would have already built a career in the real world, not just a mediocre blogger, a bit famous within the community, but completely unknown outside of it. Even standing on the crest of a storm could make a pig fly, but this is too much. I just don't feel right. Could it really be true? Those who are more powerful than her aren't as lucky as her. Those who are luckier than her aren't as smart as her. And those who are smarter than her aren't as powerful as her. Guan Yi pondered over and over, especially the conspiracy theories, but ultimately came up with nothing. She could only chalk it up to amazing luck, a combination of coincidence and hard work that ultimately made her what she is today. It's mostly coincidence. I can be the luckiest person out of 3 million people. It's like winning a 5 million lottery ticket, maybe even higher than that. But I can't be the smartest and most capable person out of 3 million people. No, absolutely not. If that were the case, humanity would be doomed. Being the lucky one, Guan Yi felt no pressure. Who doesn't dream of winning the lottery? Being the strongest, forget it. Guan Yi shook his head, feeling he'd been soaking for a bit too long. He simply stood up and sat on the edge of the pool, drinking the remaining half bottle of iced milk to cool himself down before continuing to scroll through his phone to see what everyone was saying. Guan Yi, I remember this name. I think you suggested something before? Awesome, Golden City. Can we get to Golden City too? Boss. Boss, awesome. This is my 8th world, and I haven't heard anything about Golden City, yet others have found it. Do you know which batch Guan Yi came in with? If he was in the first batch, the time doesn't seem to match. Never mind the time. Didn't you hear the system say that our time has been corrected? It doesn't matter if it's March, April, or May, it's all the same. Multiple mirror planes, that makes sense. Golden City, I finally see hope of returning home. I feel like crying. What do you mean? Explain it. What are you talking about? I don't understand a single word. Let me briefly explain my guess. Those who arrived in March are in mirror plane A, those who arrived in April are in mirror plane B, and those who arrived in May are in mirror plane C. We assumed there was a sequence, like A, B, C, with those in plane A definitely ahead of those in plane C. Seeing this, Guan Yi raised an eyebrow. She said, there are plenty of smart people. Even without NPCs telling them the information, they can still deduce the answer that's closest to the truth. I'm dizzy. I just wait for the final answer. Today's the 6th day. Forget Golden City. Let's get out of this awful world first. If you want to celebrate, head to the service area first. Don't be careless. Don't forget what kind of world this is. Actually, the 3 planes, A, B, and C, are developing together. Even those who enter after us will be on the same page. The mirror plane uses our real time to complement our own. I'm not sure how this works, but I suspect it has something to do with XX and XX. Haha, I saw the service area sign. Guan Yi, is he related to that traveling merchant Guan Yi? I think I've seen that name on other servers. Never mind, I'm going to Golden City. I don't understand. It's too profound. It doesn't concern me. It doesn't matter. I'm more concerned about what happens if I can't enter the Golden City. If I can't enter the Golden City, I have to participate in next year's trials. Another year of this miserable life? I'm going to die. It's terrible. I'd be desperate and anxious too. Guan Yi sighed. She didn't mind being notified server-wide. After all, she was about to reach the Golden City, so even if she encountered these people along the way, she wasn't afraid. But the system's sinister intentions lie here. While news of the Golden City might inspire some, it's more likely to instill panic among ordinary people. If we can't reach it before October, we have to wait until next year. That's a whole year. How many servers do we have to cross to make it through that year? Okay, even if the path to the Golden City is server dependent. Even if it takes a month to clear each level, the extra time can be made up after entering the final service area. That's a full 9 servers. Let alone 9. Even on the next server, no one dares to pat their chest and say they definitely make it out alive. Words don't count, they're just morale boosting, not true confidence. Even Guan Yi, who took each server seriously and worked hard to clear them, didn't dare to guarantee she reached the service area alive. If we don't reach Golden City before October, many people will probably give up and choose another path. Thinking of this, Guan Yi lost the mood to continue reading the chat channel. She turned off her phone, placed it on the tray, and slowly slid down, completely submerged in the hot spring water. About a minute later, Guan Yi finally emerged from the water and exhaled the last breath she had held. Then, she stood up, took advantage of the absence of others, and pulled her yo-yo from her backpack and began practicing. Yes, even in just a swimsuit, Guan Yi could still take things out of her DLC backpack. When Guan Yi was a child, yo-yos were all the rage. There weren't any cartoons or TV shows about them back then, they simply became popular among kids. Guan Yi's own yo-yo was a 3 yuan purchase at the convenience store, and his friends had similar ones. Only one lucky person didn't. He won a prize from Coca-Cola, a beautifully crafted, comfortable yo-yo emblazoned with the company's red logo. Guan Yi was envious, but the item wasn't for sale, so he had to borrow it from a friend. But his friend insisted he knew how to do it, otherwise he wouldn't lend it to him. To use what everyone considered a magical device, Guan Yi found ways to learn tricks from others. He did learn some cool-looking, but basic tricks, which he showed off to his friends and, as he wished, got to play with the device for a while. So, even though Guan Yi hadn't expected a yo-yo, she wasn't unfamiliar with it. It had just been over a decade since she touched it, and she needed to reacquaint herself with it. The timing was perfect now. With no one around and a large pool of water, she could test the yo-yo's reaction in the water to see if it was just like a regular yo-yo, or if there was something else going on. First, wind the string, then place it around the second knuckle of your middle finger, and finally, throw it. The moment Guan Yi threw the yo-yo, she felt the difference between it and a toy. The feel wasn't the only thing, it was that mysterious feeling, something only the mind could experience, that immediately emerged. It felt as if her arm was connected to the yo-yo's string, allowing her to truly control it as if it were her arm. Even though she had never touched a yo-yo before, she could hit whatever she pointed at, without missing. And more than that, Guan Yi had a feeling that she could use her mind instead of the physical string, sending the yo-yo even farther. As long as she could sense it, as long as her mental energy remained sufficient, Guan Yi could use her yo-yo to perform all sorts of moves, just like Killua from Hunter x Hunter or the spirit horse from Yu Yu Hakusho. This is much more useful than the fire axe. Guan Yi retracted the yo-yo, feeling it was incredibly useful. The only downside was that the yo-yo's attack range was still geared towards spiritual entities, ghosts, and spirits, so it didn't do much physical damage. At most, it could give someone a black eye, but it definitely wouldn't crack their head. For close combat, I have the fire axe and the engineer shovel. For medium-range combat, I have the shotgun, and for long-range combat, I have the vehicle-mounted guided energy cannon. I just happened to buy a scope, which increases the range by 500 meters, which is more than enough. For mental combat, I have the yo-yo, and with the long skirt that comes with round dance defense, my equipment is almost complete. Guan Yi took inventory of her equipment, feeling relieved. Next, she prepared to leave the hot spring area and continue preparing for her final journey. Chapter 158. Although Guan Yi said she was preparing, she actually had nothing to prepare. She was simply nervous before the exam, constantly taking inventory of what she needed to bring. The food and water are ready. There's a 7th station in this service area, and they're all freshly bought. Since leaving the wetland map, while food still rots, the rate has significantly slowed, to about 1/5 of the rate in the real world. For example, potatoes, bought from the grocery store, can be kept in the refrigerator for about 15 to 30 days. In the game, potatoes have a fixed shelf life of 3 days. If refrigerated, this extends to about 5 days. Combined with staple foods like rice and flour, they can easily last for 7 days. Furthermore, due to protests from the Agricultural Products Association, stores no longer sell pre-made or ready-to-eat foods, such as bread, instant noodles, and canned goods. They practically disappeared from stores. Everyone had to hold their noses and buy their crops. No matter what the server environment was like, they had to cook their own food to keep themselves fed. It was said that some people's cooking skills improved dramatically, and when they returned to the real world, they might become excellent chefs. Of course, the service area was special. The food here would remain fresh. It didn't matter whether you bought it right after arriving or just before leaving, the spoilage timer only started after you left the service area. I already bought enough clothes before, and they always been enough. I just bought 2 sets of outdoor clothes that are easy to move around in. If the Golden City lasted 7 days, 3 changes a day would be enough. As Guan Yi changed his clothes, he took stock of his inventory. I have weapons, plenty of ammunition, and I bought 10 extra sets of spare parts for the vehicle. If I hadn't been banned from having a second vehicle, I could have built a few more. There's only one vehicle, and only one at that. This is one of the most fundamental rules of road survival. It can't be changed or manipulated. Guan Yi could only focus on Zhuxia herself, choosing between armor strength and vehicle portability. The same goes for the engine. No auto repair shop sells engines, so players who want to replace them have to find a way to get one themselves. But Wang Zi also said that unconventional engines are hard to come by. Even those found in supply boxes are mostly standard models, better than the base engine, but nothing special. So, he didn't recommend that Guan Yi replace the current one to #1 engine. After all, it was custom made for Zhuxia by Sang Tutu, and it performs very well, and is a good fit. After all, sometimes the best improvement is no fuss. Guan Yi, always willing to listen to advice in areas she didn't understand, took Wang Zi's advice and abandoned her own plans, sticking with her previous decision and not adding to the workload for the auto repair shop staff. So I'm actually ready. Next, I just relax before the exam. Guan Yi dressed and returned to the service area. She would make some final catch-ups and then rest for 2 days. It seemed she never rested at a service area until her last moment, but this time she finally did. For the next 2 days, Guan Yi deliberately slowed down, savoring her rare downtime, occasionally chatting with the larger group arriving at the service area and exchanging information. Before she knew it, the final 2 days had slipped by. During this period, the 7 o'clock Asphalt Express was quite ordinary, selling standard items and information. In one word, it was low-key, and very low-key. Guan Yi felt that this was a bit like the calm before the storm. The other party might be preparing a major move, but it could also be that they've been making too many subtle moves recently, like leaking information to her and others like her. So they were forced to lie low and play the good boy for now. Whichever it was, Guan Yi couldn't participate. This was a competition within the game world, and she was on a different track. She should focus on her own work first. Only by doing her own work well would she have the energy to help her allies. Guan Yi sat in the driver's seat, facing the familiar toll booth. There were 3 cars ahead of her, and soon it would be her turn to depart. I'm a little nervous. Guan Yi touched her pounding heart, feeling unusually nervous. Usually, there's a buffer zone after passing the toll booth. I wonder if the same thing happens in Golden City. Also, Golden City will take off like a ray. What would it be like if there was a buffer zone? Would it fly into the sky? Guan Ye's thoughts wandered, her imagination running wild, trying to ease the current anxiety. Soon, the car in front passed the toll booth, and it was finally her turn. Surprisingly, this time the staff didn't charge Guan Ye a fee. Instead, they handed her a pass that could be affixed to the windshield. Trialists don't have to pay any toll fees. I wish you a safe journey, and a speedy arrival at your destination. Another privilege for trialists, Guan Ye thought. She politely thanked them, then stepped on the accelerator, leaving the toll booth and dashing onto the next section of road. A few seconds later, Guan Ye entered a passage shrouded in thick fog. She couldn't see the road ahead, nor could she see the toll booth dozens of meters away. It's like entering another dimension. Wow! Guan Ye had expected to drive through the fog for a while, but just a few seconds later, she arrived in a new area and was met with a sight she had never seen before. It was a gigantic, almost translucent manta ray. Its color sometimes matched the sky, sometimes resembled the sea, sometimes filled with glittering stars, and sometimes blended into the incomprehensible universe. And on this enormous manta ray, a city hovered in the air. No, to be more precise, a city in bulk was floating in the air. Bulk Jiangsu is just like this, isn't it? Guan Ye muttered to herself, half tilting her head to look at the city on the manta ray. For a moment, she couldn't find the right words to describe it. The city still looked like a city, but it was divided into several separate areas based on different locations on the manta ray's body. The head, the left and right fins, the body, and most mysteriously, the long series of narrow structures at the tail. There were no connecting passages between areas, only seemingly chaotic, but actually traceable fragments. Is that the manta ray's cartilage? Guan Ye had never seen the internal structure of a manta ray, but she had heard it was a cartilaginous fish. She didn't know if cartilage itself was actually connected to another cartilage, but the idea just popped into her head. If you want to get from this area to the next, the best way is to fly. But if flying isn't possible, we have to use these cartilage fragments to create a temporary passage. Guan Ye subconsciously rubbed her chin, figuring it wasn't that difficult. Back home, the infrastructure geeks would always find a way, but in this world, she couldn't do it herself anyway. But the Golden City officials should be able to do it, right? Otherwise, in October, will all residents be confined to their own areas? That would be too inconvenient. They must have some way to get around. After a long moment of observation, Guan Ye finally reluctantly withdrew her gaze from the manta ray. Golden City No. 1 transformed into a manta ray, took off on the 15th, and after circling for 15 days, it landed on the last day of October and transformed into a city again, falling into a deep sleep. Guan Ye's task was to find a way to the real world before the manta ray transformed back into a city, completing the final challenge. Come to think of it, since I can see the entire manta ray, that means I'm not on it yet. So where exactly am I now? The buffer zone? Guan Ye looked down, puzzled, through the windshield. She saw that it wasn't the familiar land, nor the thick fog she'd just seen. Instead, it was a transparent path tinged with a pale purple hue. This is much more exciting than a glass plank road, Guan Ye muttered. The road before her was wide, but it felt utterly insubstantial. The purple wasn't the color of the path itself, it was originally transparent. It was the energy field beneath that had cast it into a pale purple hue. Guan Ye didn't know what this pale purple hue was. Perhaps it was the fundamental power that sustained this world, or the manta ray's blood, or perhaps the afterimages of other worlds destroyed by this one. Guan Ye tried to sense it, to probe, but was nearly swallowed by the surging, chaotic consciousness. Fortunately, she was prepared and pulled away at the first sign of trouble, successfully escaping the turbulent flow of consciousness. Even so, Guan Ye leaned back in her chair, dizzy for a long moment before daring to open her eyes and look forward. This time, the scene had shifted again. The lavender light was no longer pure, revealing other colors she hadn't noticed before. So, it's still an intertwined world consciousness, right? Guan Ye pondered, but couldn't figure it out, so she set it aside for the time being. She wasn't suited to this kind of high-level stream of consciousness game. She'd better stick to her planned path. Since I seized the initiative and become the first trial participant, I can't waste time. The news only says the manta rays will take off on the 15th, but it doesn't say the final passage will appear after that. Arriving at Golden City a day earlier means one more day to search. Thinking of this, Guan Ye relaxed her nerves, slowly stepped on the accelerator, and drove Zhuxiao onto the wide, transparent passage, despite its complex colors. It led to the narrow structure at the manta's tail. Guan Ye had no idea what she would encounter there, but there was no way out. There was no point in backing off just at the last minute. It's just these few areas anyway. As long as I run through them all, I definitely find my way home. Guan Yi encouraged herself, gradually increasing her pressure on the accelerator. The car's speed increased, and finally, after 10 minutes, she passed the dreaded transparent passage and arrived at the manta's tail. Golden City. Here I come! Chapter 159. After arriving at the manta tail area, Guan Yi discovered that the roads here weren't the continuous paths she'd previously seen. The roads within the area were fragmented, yet connected. They were fragmented because they were segmented into sections. Every few steps, you had to sprint and jump, or spin 90 degrees, and parkour against the wall, otherwise you wouldn't be able to get through. Is it really that exciting? Guan Yi muttered. Although my car has propulsion and can jump, if an ordinary vehicle came here, wouldn't it be doomed? Not all cars can leap over the trench, and not all people have the skill and courage to do so repeatedly. Even Guan Yi herself couldn't guarantee a perfect landing on the opposite passage every time, especially when it was very short. If you weren't careful, you could easily fall off the front if you rushed too hard. I'm guessing the trial takers from the original world didn't take this path. They're just barely adults. I can't raise them to this age just to send them to their deaths on this day. Guan Yi felt that there must be other ways to clear the level besides just rushing through. Perhaps there were hidden mechanisms in the buildings that, when pressed, would create a bridge connecting to another section of the road. Or perhaps they could find other vehicles hidden within the buildings, like the flying discs she's seen at the cyber service area. Of course, they have to be larger, at least large enough for her to drive onto. In that case, let's look for them. The area Guan Yi was currently in was quite large. The navigation map showed two main roads arranged in a cross, with smaller branches and internal roads leading to various buildings along the way. I'm at the bottom of the intersection, so I drive to the intersection first and look left, up, and right. Guan Yi fixed the current map on the car's large screen, then leaned out the window with her phone and snapped a photo of the nearby road signs and buildings, manually recording her current location. She then drove steadily along the road. There were no pedestrians or vehicles on the road, only uninhabited buildings of varying heights and sizes. The closed doors, falling bricks, mottled walls, faded and torn posters, and ramshackle shop signs formed a desolate street scene devoid of life. Guan Yi shuddered. She loved the setting of deserted towns in movies and TV shows. It was exciting and captivating, as if anything could happen there. It could be Raccoon Town or Silent Hill, but if a few families in a desolate town still refuse to move, then a newcomer might become the catalyst that revitalizes the stagnant waters, bringing new life to the town. A quarreling couple, for some reason, is trapped here. They embark on a turbulent adventure, and through this series of experiences, they rediscover their love for each other and salvage their precarious relationship. The above story could also take place in a family that cares little for each other, depending on the storyteller's perspective. Of course, the protagonists of this story could also be an expedition team, a runaway child, or an elderly man at the end of his life. Guan Yi muttered, turning into every fork in the road leading to the inner buildings, searching for anything suspicious with his most clumsy yet thorough thoroughfare. I like this setting because it holds endless possibilities and stories, but forget it in real life. I don't even like those old, boarded-up streets, let alone here. Guan Yi was tolerant of works of art, but very critical of reality. She indulged herself in sentimentality and nostalgia in film and television, but disliked melancholy in real life. The buildings at the fork in the road were also closed. Guan Yi wasn't sure if this was unique to that area, or if the entire Golden City was deserted. It shouldn't be that way. Old Gun said her main body is in Golden City, and the Highway Mileage Association's headquarters is also there. Or rather, except for Gray Frequency, all the other headquarters I come across are in Golden City. Guan Yi turned off the fork and continued along the main road. This shouldn't be empty. Maybe it's just the tail end. I need to check elsewhere as soon as possible. She had already searched 6 forks leading to the interior, and they were all similar, all deserted. Although Guan Yi had 15 more days than the others, she didn't want to waste time in such a place. However, just as she was about to charge forward, the ground suddenly shook. Guan Yi quickly slammed on the brakes, not wanting to act rashly. After about 3 seconds, the shaking stopped. But before Guan Yi could breathe a sigh of relief, it began again, this time lasting longer and a bit stronger. Is it an omen or a warning? Guan Yi pondered this question, looking around. There were buildings nearby, so she needed to find a wider area. The first time was 3 seconds, and then there was a 10-second interval before the second started. This time, the shaking lasted for 10 seconds, with an interval of. The shaking came again, more violent than the previous 2 times combined. This time, even Juxiao was jolted along. If Guan Yi hadn't been wearing a seatbelt, his head would have hit the roof. 30 seconds? Not sure, but probably close. Guan Yi decided not to stay where she was. She would continue forward, at least to the center of the cross, away from the surrounding 10 and 20-story buildings. Her sixth sense told her that the tremors wouldn't stop there. The enemy was taking a long time to react, likely preparing for a major attack. This interval was a preparation period for the players. She had to remember this pattern. It would likely come in handy later. Sure enough, after a lull of about a minute, the ground began to tremble again, accompanied by a clear chirping sound. Guan Yi gripped the steering wheel tightly, her perspective spinning. While not a complete 180-degree turn, it was at least over 90 degrees. Not only Guan Yi and her car were rotating, but the entire road and the buildings on either side of it were no longer in their previous position. It was as if an invisible hand had grasped the entire plot of land and, like a child building blocks, repositioned it in a new direction. No, not a new position. Guan Yi denied her own thoughts. She and the car were still in the same spot, and the block was still at the raised tail. They hadn't changed positions, only their angles had flipped. Record 3 flips. 3 seconds of vibration, 5 seconds between intervals. Mild intensity, low damage. 10 seconds of vibration, 30 seconds between intervals. Moderate intensity, moderate damage. The tremor lasted 20 seconds, with no further follow-up. Severe severity, and high risk of injury. Further danger is currently unknown. Guan Yi recorded her observations, and then attempted to drive forward, finding no signs of slipping or tilting off the road. It was as if she had simply changed her angle, with nothing else changing. No, it had changed again. Guan Yi stared at the newly displayed data on the dashboard. This thing hadn't been there just now, but had quietly reappeared after the third tremor had completely subsided. Gravity glue balance, 100%. Please refill before it runs out. Gravity glue balance? What the hell? Guan Yi was puzzled at first, then immediately realized that this thing was probably key to keeping the vehicle glued to the road. Otherwise, with the road flipping, she and the vehicle would have fallen off. What a vicious addition. Guan Yi couldn't help but gasp. To keep the car running, she stockpiled a ton of level 2 energy. Not only would she have to drive it, but even just make magazines for her shotgun, it would have been enough to kill hundreds of people. And now, she was told not only had to find the final passage, but also some kind of gravity glue along the way. Otherwise, she'd fall off the road, exclaiming a long series of ayahs. And then, with a paw, she collapsed into a puddle of unshovelable flesh. Guan Yi felt sick just thinking about it. What I'm saying is, before we look for it, at least let me see what it is like. Is it solid or liquid, round or square? Never mind, complaining is pointless. Let's find clues as soon as possible while the novice protection period is still here. The newbie protection period Guan Yi mentioned referred to the 100% remaining balance. She was certain that any subsequent gravity glue she found wouldn't be able to be fully replenished in one sitting. This was her starting advantage, and it only happened once. This was also a system rule. You couldn't play with a kill start strategy, like when you first entered the game, you couldn't drive for 24 hours without needing energy. Clues, there must be clues. Guan Yi drove forward, recalling the places she had just visited. Unfortunately, they were shabby, and she was so focused on finding a passage that she didn't even look closely for any trash. Could it be a gas station or auto repair shop? After all, this has to do with cars. Wait, can I use this gravity glue balance? Thinking of this, Guan Yi unbuckled her seatbelt, gripped the steering wheel with one hand, pushed open the car door with the other, and cautiously stepped out onto the road. Then, Guan Yi realized she couldn't sense any suction, and the gravity of this world was pulling her leg diagonally downward, as if to say, "Welcome to the earth." This is a rip-off. Guan Yi quickly pulled his head back, slammed the car door shut, and buckled himself up, finally feeling safe. If I hadn't thought of this and just stepped out, I'd definitely be dead. Luckily, I was quick-witted and remembered that the car is the car and I am me. It's terrifying, truly terrifying. Guan Yi was terrified, sweat breaking out on his forehead. Anyone who's experienced a near-death experience would need to slow down before continuing. While waiting for the adrenaline to subside, Guan Yi began to seriously consider this question. If people can't get out of the car at will, does that mean that gravity glue will appear in places accessible by car, for example, the gas stations I just mentioned, or the roadside supply boxes? Or, perhaps you could drive the car next to a building and jump inside, preventing gravity from pulling you down. Of course, there's another possibility. This gravity glue could be used not only on cars but also on people, perhaps by applying it to the soles of shoes. All of the above are possible, Guan Yi muttered. So, the most urgent thing is to find a piece of gravity glue. Once we get it, the answer will become clear. Before he finished speaking, Guan Yi saw a box in front of him to his left, emitting what seemed to be a familiar white light. Chapter 160. The supply box lay quietly in front of Guan Yi's left, glowing a reassuring white light. Guan Yi was delighted to see something familiar, and decided to grab the box first. Let me secure a spot. Guan Yi drove the car next to the box, opened the door, and backed up a bit, so she could reach the box even from the driver's seat. There was no other way. The box couldn't be brought into the car. She had to disassemble it and empty it. Guan Yi maintained one hand on the steering wheel, the other outstretched. Once she could reach the box and open it, the rest would be much easier. Received, Gravity Glue X1, Energy X5, Sweet but Hungry Chocolate Bar X1, Wood X12, Stone X7. Yay, it's gravity glue. Guan Yi quickly put the items into her storage compartment, fearing she might slip and drop them. She then disassembled the empty supply box, and retrieved another wooden plank X1 and nails X3. After settling back in her seat and closing the car door, Guan Yi took out the gravity glue and checked the item's description, confirming her previous assumptions. Gravity glue, 20G, introduction, a magical glue with exceptional adhesion and mobility. Simply apply it where needed to reconfigure gravity, allowing you to climb walls and climb rooftops. To apply, open the lid and squeeze out a soybean-sized amount onto the desired area. It will then spread evenly, forming a transparent coating. If applying to a larger area, repeat the previous step on any uncoated areas until the coating is evenly applied. The gravity glue will evaporate over time, so please refill it promptly. Note: 50% and above is stable and secure. 20% to 49% may be unstable, but you won't fall. 5% to 19%. Exercise caution and make sure you're firmly planted before taking the next step, as you could fall off at any time. 1% to 4%. Please refill the gravity glue as soon as possible. We are not responsible for any accidents that occurred during this period. Number of slots occupied, 1. Weight, 1. Guan Yi. In other words, it's best to refill before 20% is reached, otherwise it's very dangerous. The bottom line is 5%. Any less than that, and you could fall off at any moment. If you're lucky, the road will be level by then, giving you a chance to quickly find some gravity glue. If you're unlucky, we can't rely on luck, it's too unreliable. Guan Yi looked at the gravity glue in her hand, and returned it to her storage compartment. Let's keep going. We find the way, and the supply boxes as we go. At least now, I know what gravity glue looks like. Knowing what it looks like will make it much easier to find. Furthermore, Guan Yi noticed that this tube of gravity glue was 20G. She guessed there might be 50G, 100G, or even 1L or 2L barrels. Guan Yi continued driving, and soon arrived at the intersection she had intended to visit. She had originally planned to place a road sign dummy there. She couldn't put it down now. The gravity glue would evaporate and fall off over time. Besides, she only had 20G, so she couldn't waste it on something like this. It's not impossible, actually. Guan Yi sat in the car, staring at the streetlight not far ahead, tilted at about 35 degrees. What if I tie the dummy to the streetlight with a rope? I think it could work. I'm really clever. Guan Yi was accustomed to praising herself. It improved her mental and physical health and fostered her confidence. This way, when someone strangely made disparaging remarks, she would automatically display a "what the hell are you talking about?" A shield of doubt would appear, and depending on her reaction speed, a refute the stranger counterattack would randomly trigger. She had plenty of ropes. After all, she had traveled through so many servers and collected a lot of supplies. Even if she didn't need them, Guan Yi had saved them. She no longer needed to sell them for road credits. The trouble now was figuring out how to tie the car. Guan Yi estimated the distance between the car and the streetlight and, following her previous method, drove over, then opened the door and backed up. Then, Guan Yi grasped the signal post and lightly leaped onto it. Half kneeling, half standing on the tilted pole, she took out the beacon dummy and placed it on top. She loosely wrapped the rope around it a few times, waiting for it to return to its original size before tightening the rope, securely tying it to the signal light. Done! Guan Yi clapped her hands and jumped back into the car. She was now heading left, and the dummy's hand was temporarily pointing to the left. Thank goodness, we all moved at once, otherwise the dummy wouldn't have been useful. If the correct path was on the left, she wouldn't have to come back and move the dummy. If not, she could just make the changes when she passed by. If others come to Golden City later, I hope I, a pioneer, can provide them with some assistance. Guan Yi continued driving, the scenery unchanged. When she reached the left edge of the cross, she saw a road leading to another area. But the road was broken, like an asteroid field in space. From a distance, it looked passable, but when you got closer, you realized it was impossible. I can fly through, there's still some space, but if I use these as footholds to drive through, even a god of cars wouldn't be able to do it. This road is blocked, I find another. Guan Yi felt a little regretful, but there was nothing she could do. Xu Xiao was just a car, not amphibious, nor airborne. Perhaps someone powerful could get through this way, but it definitely wouldn't be her. Thankfully, this trip wasn't in vain. Just like the mazes in many RPG games, there's a chance of finding a treasure chest at a dead end. Otherwise, someone with obsessive-compulsive disorder wouldn't go through every path in the maze, just to make sure they didn't miss a single piece of equipment or item. This time, in addition to food and water, Guan Yi also received a 20G tube of gravity glue. Satisfied that her trip wasn't in vain, she got in the car and went to the intersection to exchange hand signals with the dummy, then continued driving towards the top of the X. This time, Guan Yi found a viable path, but she began to hesitate, wondering whether to return to the intersection and explore the road to the right. That's the downside of obsessive-compulsive disorder, or perhaps even a blanket search. Missing anything is frustrating. And then, there's the issue. If this is a one-way street, there's no way back. It's like those single-line RPGs, where the map is grayed out and anything you miss might be lost forever. Considering this possibility, Guan Yi turned the car around and headed back. She planned to check the right side first. She was about to change zones, so she might as well avoid missing anything. Of course, if the area she visited grew larger, her blanket search would waste a lot of time, and she'd have to find another way. But that was a matter for later. Guan Yi decided, at least for now, to follow her heart. The road on the right was almost the same length as the one on the left, with the same dilapidated, deserted buildings. The only difference was the words on the signs, but they were still the same typical street-style shops. Soon, Guan Yi reached the end of her street and saw a passage leading to another block. 2 roads? How can this obsessive-compulsive person choose? She wanted to go this way, and that way too. Guan Yi sighed, and cast her gaze over the car's large screen. She stretched out 2 fingers and swiped the map, zooming in on the current area, searching for the differences between the 2 blocks. I can't see anything. There are no street names or building names. It's worse than a regular map. If I hadn't marked them myself, I might not even remember where I've been. Guan Yi was confused and scratched her head. She decided to flip a coin. Her sixth sense didn't react differently, which meant she could go either way. If there was no danger, then there was no danger. If there was danger, it would be of similar severity, and it should be of the type she could handle. Since that was the case, Guan Yi could only wander off. She stared at the coin that landed heads up, and decided to make the best of it. Since she was already here, she'd just take this route. Just as Guan Yi was about to leave, the shaking started again. She braced herself the moment it started, recording the time and interval between the shakings while observing her surroundings. That's right, the shaking is the same as before, and the sensation is about the same. There was an hour between the last and this time. Apparently, this is a common occurrence in Golden City. Guan Yi's position had shifted again. If she'd been tilted about 35 degrees to the left earlier, now it was about 70 degrees, making it difficult for her to move around without help. Fortunately, the vehicle had its own algorithm, allowing Guan Yi to remain level with the vehicle. Although the vehicle was tilted about 70 degrees, neither she nor her belongings showed any sign of slipping. Simply put, Xu Xiao and everything within it, whether living or non-living, were one entity. If the vehicle didn't slip, Guan Yi and the others wouldn't slip either. If the vehicle tilted, they tilted with it. In short, they remained level with the vehicle, completely unaffected by the road. That's good, Guan Yi muttered. Otherwise, every time it flipped, I have to be careful of flying objects. Hitting my head would be fatal. Considering that the buildings were suspended on the manta ray, Guan Yi had reason to suspect that each vibration was the manta ray changing its flight posture, or perhaps, because it hadn't yet truly taken flight, it was simply shifting its posture on the ground. This made sense. Anyone lying in the same position for a long time would need to change positions, otherwise, lying still would be tiring. But will it lie on its back? Guan Yi frowned, peeking out the window at the bottomless depths below. It's already this high even without taking off. If it really takes off on the 16th, where will it fly to? Guan Yi thought for a moment and decided against it. There was no doubt the ray would lie on its back for a while. If she couldn't find gravity glue during that time, it would be best to find a building to anchor the car and wait it out. For now, it was best to rush through the passage in front of her that would require 2 sprints to cross. Thinking with this, Guan Yi looked at the road leading to the next block. Suddenly, her eyes widened. The road seemed different from what she had just seen. The road had been a straight line before, but now it had become a T-intersection, leading to another block. Was it because the cartilage twisted with the manta rays flipping? Guan Yi's mind raced with speculation, and he instantly empathized with the young wizards who had just arrived at Hogwarts. How could a newcomer find the right path on a moving staircase? Chapter 161. Guan Yi had 2 options before her. One was to continue forward, taking the now rerouted path to the next block. The other was to return to the path above the cross. However, given the manta's tendency to twist and turn, that path might not lead to the location she had just seen, so returning seemed unimportant. Let's go then. Guan Yi glanced at the dirt slope at the end of the road and measured the distance to the nearest broken path. She felt she could fly over it even without activating the propulsion effect. A month ago, even after years of driving, Guan Yi wouldn't have dared to pull off such a stunt. Now, Guan Yi felt that, if conditions permitted, she would even drive into the sky, shoulder to shoulder with the sun. Courage is cultivated step by step. Starting the car, she stepped on the accelerator, the engine letting out a deep roar. Guan Yi zeroed in on the slope, applying steady pressure. Jushia's speed grew faster and faster, until the moment the front wheels touched the slope, she had reached top speed. Guan Yi didn't hear the sound as the car broke free from the ground and soared into the air. Even if she had, she wouldn't have paid attention. The intense feeling of weightlessness sent adrenaline surging, and her heart nearly leaped out of her chest. Don't panic, don't panic. Just think of it as another collision course. Okay. Land. After a few seconds of hovering in the air, Guan Yi successfully landed on the first ramp. She paused for a dozen seconds, wiped the sweat from her palms, then aimed for the next slope and continued her charge. As expected, this passage was one way, because only the dirt ramps that allowed cars to accelerate and gain altitude were available from one side to the other. There were no acceleration ramps from the other side to the point she had just left. It can't be said to be completely one way. Guan Yi reached the second passage, which was significantly shorter than the previous one, with less room for a run-up. She had to adjust her position. If I have faith in my skills, I can build an artificial ramp with materials like stone, planks, and rope. If the planks aren't strong enough, I can use iron. At this point, no one would be sorry for those materials, right? Because of her status as a traveling merchant and the fact that she could get supplies from the 7th post, Guan Yi didn't care much for the materials. She rarely made things to sell, and even if she occasionally used materials to craft items, she mostly kept them for herself. But that wasn't the case with other players. Most players still relied heavily on materials, using them to craft items based on blueprints and exchanging them with each other to make their lives easier and more enjoyable. On the one hand, they exchanged them for highway coins at the second-hand recycling shops in the service areas, and then used them to purchase necessities or buy items from other players on the trading channel. People like Guan Yi, who hoard items for personal use, make up about 30% of the total player base. Most of these 30% have other hidden tricks up their sleeves. We need to find a flat surface later to see if building an artificial ramp is feasible. Don't wait until we need it and realize we don't have the skills. That would be disastrous. Guan Yi had already driven the chaser to the edge of the short passage and turned to aim for the slope. The next jump required skill. This passage was short, and the other was just as short. It was a long, vertical road, but not very wide. Perhaps its only advantage was the opportunity to turn and drive forward after surging past it, leaving a good margin for error. After the 2 jumps, Guan Yi had regained her grip. She calmed herself, focused, and charged toward the slope once more. Then, when Jushia's 4 wheels were airborne and had flown about 2/3 of the way, Guan Yi began steering left. This way, when the car landed, the momentum and inertia would force it to the left, toward the longer side of the road, giving it a cushion to come to a stop. It was like landing an airplane. A long runway was always needed. Guan Yi calculated it well. Although the car veered too far to the left after landing, she managed to straighten the steering wheel in time and turned it back. Great, great. Now all that's left is one jump. The difficulty of the next section suddenly turned from difficult to easy, but Guan Yi remained cautious and didn't let up. Only when both she and the car landed safely in the new neighborhood did she breathe a sigh of relief. If the subsequent passages stay like this, we might as well stop calling it Golden City and call it Jumping Fun City. Guan Yi complained, slumped in the car to calm down. She needed to drive slowly again, a perfect time to study the map and check the chat to see if anyone had already arrived. The good news: the map was simple. This area consisted of a single straight avenue with no branches leading to other neighborhoods. The bad news: she was the only one left in Golden City. So lonely. Guan Yi howled, taking advantage of the fact that no one could see her, letting herself go. Besides me, there's not a single living thing. There's no signal on the radio. It's almost 10 o'clock. Will my seafood gift package still be delivered on time? What seafood? Someone suddenly asked. Is it delicious? Guan Yi let out a cry, her heart beating even faster than when she just flown through the tunnel. No, what's wrong with this place? It was supposed to be deserted. Who's that? Guan Yi spun towards the source of the voice, so fast that if she had cervical spondylosis, she immediately became dizzy. Then, she saw a beat-up yellow car parked to her left. Inside sat a round-faced girl, giving her a shy smile, as if embarrassed for having frightened her. Excuse me, am I being too intrusive? The round-faced girl asked cautiously, are you here for the trial too? No, I'm not being intrusive. I just didn't notice anyone there. Guan Yi patted her chest, trying to suppress the turmoil in her heart. The seafood I ordered will arrive at 10 o'clock. Even though I'm here, it should be delivered. Would you like to try it then? The round-faced girl was delighted. Great. I haven't had anything fresh in ages. I have steamed buns and fermented bean curd. Let's share. Steamed buns and fermented bean curd go well together, and grilled steamed bun slices and seafood are also common at barbecue stalls. But fermented bean curd and seafood. Guan Yi admitted that she was ignorant, but even so, she wasn't very willing to try it. Yes, she was such a conservative person. Okay, I have a grill in my car. We can slice up the buns and grill them, sprinkle some salt on them, and grill some seafood too. Oh, I haven't introduced myself yet. I'm Guan Yi, and you? My name is Chongjio. Not the ninth child. My family hopes I be safe and have a long, happy life. Chongjio introduced herself. Excellent. Guan Yi complimented him, following his lead. Then, her eyes fell on Chongjio's clothing, confirming that she was a local NPC, not a player. That clothing was exactly the same as the one she found in the bronze treasure chest earlier. Thinking back to the group photo, the children were all wearing the same outfit. Combining Chongjio's appearance with Guan Yi's conviction, she was a local trialist. So how did she appear? Guan Yi was certain that no one was here just now. It was as if she had triggered some kind of mechanism, and Chongjio had instantly reappeared, without even a second's buffer. It was both miraculous and terrifying. If the other party had been hostile and taken advantage of this opportunity to launch a surprise attack, even if Zhu Xiao's high defense had withstood it, she would surely have sustained damage. Perhaps because of the dinner together later event, Chongjio's demeanor had become more enthusiastic than before. She seemed to have been lonely for a long time, and was happy to have someone to talk to. Chongjio moved from the driver's seat to the passenger seat, just so she could talk closer to Guan Yi. Then she began praising Guan Yi's car, and complaining about the difficulty of this trial. Are you also participating in this trial? Chongjio leaned against the car window. But why aren't you wearing a uniform? Without a uniform, the sponsorship point won't give out free food. Ah, I get it. You're going to tackle the difficult route, right? What could Guan Yi say? She could only gloss over the situation, and then try to answer back. Perhaps it was because of her simple living environment or her age, but Chongjio possessed a student-like innocence. Guan Yi didn't even need to beat around the bush. She simply followed Chongjio's words, providing some guidance and responding appropriately, and she was able to extract the information she needed from his endless stream of words. 1. Chongjio was indeed the last batch of trialists, but she didn't seem to be fully aware of it. 2. She didn't remember what happened in this world, her memory was partially disordered. 3. The route for the trialists was to start from Golden City, circle the city, then follow the route to other cities and towns, finally returning to Golden City, circle the city again, and return to the starting point. The entire trial lasted a maximum of 1 month. As long as the trialists wore their uniforms, they could receive supplies, including but not limited to food, water, energy, and other supplies, from the point set up by the sponsors. 4. Trialists seeking higher honors would choose not to wear their trial uniforms. In this case, the resource points would not provide them with supply packs, and they would need to rely on their own abilities to meet their basic needs. They can use the money they earn from part-time jobs on the road to purchase supplies, or they can barter with staff at resource points. However, they are not allowed to bring large amounts of supplies and money from home to participate in the trial. Possessing cash power at the beginning is against the rules. 5. Participants who choose the more difficult route must also return to the finish line within the specified time, otherwise they will be considered failed. 6. The final score of the trialist is calculated using a very detailed method. For example, if a low difficulty route is missed for more than 15 days, the evaluation will be lowered. On the other hand, if a high difficulty route is successfully completed within 15 days, the evaluation will be greatly improved. Guan Yi, I see. No wonder she's considered a participant who challenges the difficult route. It's simply because she's not wearing the uniform. Guan Yi thought, more and more information is coming in, but she still can't explain Changjiu's sudden appearance. Did her arrival in the Golden City activate the final scene of the trial? Guan Yi wasn't sure, but she knew that as the information became more complete, the location of the final route would become clearer. After all, the indigenous people knew the complete route. Although Changjiu couldn't explain the exact route, Guan Yi believed she could trust his intuition. After their seafood dinner together, they would become more familiar with each other. Then, if she suggested walking together for a while, Changjiu would surely not refuse. Chapter 162. Changjiu had indeed not refused Guan Yi's invitation, even offering to share her walkie-talkie so they could talk on the way. The trial is actually a kind of life experience, just like the teacher said, leaving home, leaving parents, and walking your own path alone. Although the route is planned, just like a life plan, the process remains unknown. As Changjiu spoke, she was holding half a crab leg. The round-faced girl beamed with joy, clearly looking forward to this coming-of-age trial for a long time. The supply packs at the sponsorship points symbolize the kind-hearted people you meet on life's journey, and the companions you meet along the way symbolize the stages of friendship. After all, with the exception of a few lifelong confidants, most friendships are staged. You meet the right person at the right time, walk side by side for a while, and then part ways with a tacit understanding. How romantic, isn't it? Guan Yi raised an eyebrow. She understood Changjiu's meaning. Even if the person she met today wasn't her, but someone more approachable, this girl, dreaming of a romantic journey, would still invite him along. What mattered wasn't her as a person, but Changjiu's desire to have such a friendship on her journey. Ideally, it would be Guan Yi, who could treat her to a seafood feast, but it didn't matter if it wasn't. Since this was the case, Guan Yi felt even less burdened. With a tacit understanding about parting, the rest of the journey would only be a joy. This was indeed the case. As a local of Huangjin City, Changjiu took on part of the tour guide's work. Not only did he take Guan Yi to jump 2 blocks, he also introduced the surrounding buildings to her from time to time using the walkie-talkie. This is strange, Guan Yi wondered, gazing at the desolate streetscape. Why would he point to a locked house with a thick layer of dust on its windows and tell me about its legendary fried pork cutlets? Could it be that Changjiu and I saw different worlds? That's a good question. Guan Yi tooted. Fearing triggering a negative mechanism, she had never discussed the Golden City with Changjiu. Now it seemed she had been overthinking. Changjiu had been describing the city, and to Guan Yi, this was a clear clue. If she had held back, she would surely regret it once they parted ways. Changjiu, I have a question. Guan Yi waited until Changjiu finished introducing the delicious fried pork cutlet before asking, what do you think the Golden City looks like now? Changjiu uttered an seemingly unprepared for Guan Yi's question. When she spoke again, her voice hesitated. Why do you ask? Isn't the Golden City just like usual? Bustling and prosperous. After all, the trial just started, and the banners and streamers haven't even been taken down yet. Huh? Is that fried pork cutlet shop closed? Is the owner busy? No, why is everything else closed? The buildings. Guan Yi slammed on the brakes. Since Changjiu had already stopped, and the other person's car didn't have a full-screen sticker on the windows, she could see the girl through the passenger window. Changjiu placed her hands on the steering wheel, her head lowered, as if her thoughts and memories had been shaken to a breaking point and needed time to recover. Guan Yi observed her carefully, patiently waiting. If Changjiu's chest continued to rise and fall, she would get out to check. Of course, that would require applying gravity glue, which was a bit wasteful. Fortunately, Changjiu remained silent for only a few minutes before she looked up at Guan Yi, tears streaking her face, replacing her earlier bright smile. I remember everything, Changjiu murmured. We were the last group of children to undergo the trial. When we set out, the world was invaded by an unknown force. Our defenses and counterattacks failed, and the world became like this. Guan Yi remained silent. Combining Changjiu's fragmented narration with the information she had previously gathered, she finally pieced together a complete picture of the world. This was a civilization with ancient sacrificial rituals. The annual adulthood trial was essentially a ritual, where newly adult children received blessings through the trial, and the gods were thus worshipped. Of course, Changjiu saw this as an ancient custom, a deity whose symbolic significance far outweighed its practical significance. Living in a technologically advanced modern city, she didn't revere the gods so much as she admired their portrayals after hearing mythological stories. One day, however, the ripples caused by these rituals attracted a powerful alien force that invaded this world. Despite all their efforts, the people were unable to resist. The gods, worshipped for tens of thousands of years, appeared. Despite their utmost efforts, they could only protect a portion of the laws and the people who lived under them. Namely, those organizations that maintained benevolence towards outsiders, and those who still sought to expel the alien forces. Thus, the gods of this world and the evil forces of the other world fell into a strange coexistence. The alien forces, seeking complete dominance of this planet, began devouring the power of other planets they could find. The people of other planets, however, would not sit idly by. They too fought back, hence the existence of Qingrui, Zhouku, and others. Even if they failed, even if the rules transformed them into puppets living according to their characters, they continued to find ways to combat the evil forces. Of course, compared to the natives favored by the gods, outsiders, like Qingrui and Zhouku, can only rely on their own strength. Rather than believing that the gods will eventually regain their power, defeat the evil forces, and save everyone, they would rather put their faith in the new outsiders who will come after them. For example, Guan Yi. The final route symbolizing the completion of the game is actually the result of the initial struggle between the gods and the evil forces. Rather than saying that completing the final route allows one to return home, it's more like saying that completing the game offers an opportunity to change the current balance. To put it bluntly, it's a kill button. Guan Yi analyzed calmly. Once pressed, the source of the evil forces will be shattered, and all worlds will return to their original state. This is the way forward your gods have left for you. This god isn't entirely freeloaders, Guan Yi thought. At least he's found the evil forces' weaknesses, and is constantly keeping them in check, preventing them from hiding again. A kind of balance. Guan Yi concluded, no one dares to act rashly, so a third party is needed to disrupt this balance. After saying this, she looked at Changjiu, who had stopped crying and was looking at her. Did that evil force also find a third party that's on its side to participate in the trial? Changjiu shook his head blankly. I'm sorry, I don't know. Guan Yi shrugged. No need to apologize, this is just my guess. It's impossible for it to sit idly by and wait for death. Since you can recruit outsiders, it must have its own channels. But from what I've seen so far, it seems it has failed, or it's been suppressed by your forces, and can no longer pose a threat. Thinking that way, the previous attempt to steal her championship qualification made sense. Using the championship qualification to jump into the world they occupied, attain resources, and then grow into an organization or force with the power to disrupt the balance. It was a good plan, Guan Yi thought coldly. Don't plan it next time. As an outsider, she noticed something was amiss, and reported it to the Highway Mileage Association. The association resolved the matter with remarkable speed, changing the identities of those individuals to wanted criminals. Later, Gray Frequency issued a wanted order, and Guan Yi happened to be on the receiving end of one, and thus eliminated the organization. Which was the surface of the matter. At the time, Guan Yi had marveled at the Highway Mileage Association's remarkable efficiency. Now, thinking back, perhaps it was because this matter touched upon a sensitive spot that could not be touched, that it was resolved so quickly. Of course, that organization was just a minor force, and there were other people behind it. Guan Yi had originally thought she had too little information to find them, but now she thought they had probably been taken down by a coordinated attack. After all, this wasn't just a political disagreement, it was a conflict of faith involving life and death. It would be surprising if the gods' minions didn't kill them. That was good, too. It freed her from all worries, Guan Yi thought, as she consoled Changjiu and took her leave. Are you going to search for the final path next? Guan Yi said, handing him a bottle of water, and a few bars of chocolate fresh from the refrigerator. Let's go our separate ways. Our chances of finding it are better. I don't need that. Changjiu looked at Guan Yi with a look of sorrow. She thrust the walkie-talkie out the window, and tossed it into Guan Yi's car. Go, find that path, and my share too. As she finished speaking, a grayish-white web pattern appeared on Changjiu and her car. With a slight click, it spread from point to surface, transforming her and her car into a rock sculpture at lightning speed. The rock sculpture emitted a faint white glow, identical in shape and glow to the supply box. The sudden change caught Guan Yi completely off guard, leaving her unable to react. She subconsciously held her breath, fearing that even a heavy breath would cause irreversible damage to the stone sculpture of the car. What happened? Guan Yi closed her eyes and opened them again, hoping it was an illusion. How did a perfectly good person become part of a side quest? After a few minutes, Guan Yi regained her composure. She first picked up the intercom Chang Jiu had thrown her, and placed it with the one she had given her earlier. Then, Guan Yi opened the car door and reached out to touch the glowing white statue. Thankfully, the statue didn't disintegrate into ash or transform into a supply box, as she had feared. Instead, it lost its white glow, transforming into a flat, silver-white box that landed directly in Guan Yi's hands. Obtained. Trialist Chang Jiu's blessing. The box was unlocked. When Guan Yi opened it, she found a folded cardboard and a blank sheet of paper inside. Guan Yi flipped open the cardboard, revealing only 2 short lines of text. Encounters are part of the test. Looking forward to the day we meet again. Will we meet again? That day will come. Guan Yi made a promise to the stone sculpture, then picked up the blank list. Unfilled invitation list, 0/20, introduction. While traveling, you might sometimes think of your friends and family and long to meet them. Fill in the names of your friends and family on the list to invite them to your location to share the beautiful scenery and delicious food. Note: some friends and family members can stay for up to 48 hours, after which they will automatically return to their original coordinates. If those coordinates no longer exist due to time fluctuations, they will be automatically transferred to the nearest service area. Warning: when writing names, you must recall the specific images of your friends and family members, otherwise you might invite others with the same name. Number of slots occupied, 1. Wait, 1. Guan Yi: does this mean I can invite them? Chapter 163. The invitation list is capped at 20 people, and the item is not binding. This means Guan Yi can fill in a friend she knows well, like Ko Xia, and have that friend write down a new name. This chain of events will eventually lead to 20 useful people. After all, although Guan Yi has met many people in this game, she's only known them, never seen them, and has no idea what they look like. You can't use it yet. Keep it for now. Guan Yi put away the list item and the card, took one last look at the statue Chang Jiu had transformed into, and drove on. The man led her through 2 blocks and checked them. The road to the destination wasn't there. Not only that, Guan Yi also received a detailed description of the road from Chang Jiu. After we returned to Golden City, we circled the city again, finally following the ring road to the Golden Road. The trialist families and friends will be waiting there, bearing flowers like the onlookers, to greet and celebrate their coming of age. Chang Jiu said this, and Guan Yi expressed great interest and expressed his concern. What if someone gets lost? They won't lose their way. That's the Golden Road. The entire street is paved with gold bricks, and the walls of the surrounding buildings are also made of gold bricks. Ha ha ha, don't take it seriously, it's not real gold, but a special coating. It looks so golden though. Once you're there, you won't want to miss it. It seemed natural that the Golden City had a golden avenue, just as the Emerald City looked like it was made of jade. But the Emerald City was a scam with green glasses, so what about the Golden Avenue? Given that the buildings she had seen were all dilapidated and abandoned, Guan Yi suspected that the golden color of the Golden Avenue might have been tarnished by time, making it impossible to distinguish by color. So, she asked Chang Jiu again, and learned other characteristics besides color. The Golden Avenue is a wide avenue comparable to Chang'an Avenue. Yes, the same avenue where military parades are held. In the entire Golden City, the Golden Avenue is the only one of its kind. Furthermore, to enhance its grandeur, the buildings surrounding it are all of a uniform design, from high-rise buildings to ordinary shops, all exuding a sense of ancient simplicity. Because the Golden Avenue ends at a temple dedicated to the gods, now partially open as a tourist attraction, the final ceremony for the trialists' coming of age is held in front of the temple. You'd definitely be able to tell at a glance, Chang Jiu said. The Golden City is all modern buildings, and only around the Golden Avenue are there ancient structures. Those unique patterns are said to be the language once used by the gods. Guan Yi was very grateful to Chang Jiu. This information was truly crucial. After all, the Golden City was scattered, and it would have been difficult for her to find it aimlessly. Now, at least she knew what the road she was looking for looked like, which would speed up her search. For example, she didn't need to go through narrow areas, didn't need to look at all the modern buildings, and didn't even need to go to the central area. The temple and the Golden Avenue were located on the edge of the Golden City. It was said that because the gods disliked noise, they couldn't build residential areas around them. Chongjio had a different view. She believed that the temple couldn't be demolished or altered, making planning complex. Furthermore, many people viewed the gods as mythical, deliberately downplaying their existence and significance. That's why the true city center was placed elsewhere. Guan Yi thought it made sense. After all, this event was held annually. If it were truly in the city center, it would put a huge strain on traffic and public security. It would be better to hold it in a less populated area on the outskirts of the city. It would only be a few days of excitement, without disrupting normal life in the city. That way, the scope is much smaller. Guan Yi felt a glimmer of hope. Narrow roads were difficult to navigate, and the vastness of Chang'an Avenue. No, the Golden Avenue. Couldn't she see it? Besides, Chongjio had only been transformed into a statue. If he cleared the level, defeated that evil force, and restored everything to its original state, who knew Chongjio would be able to transform back again? With this thought in mind, Guan Yi continued on her journey. Gradually, she grew accustomed to the sound of the manta ray flipping over every hour, to the jumbled roads she drove across, and even more so to the hassle of tying herself to the car seat with a rope before leaving, to save on gravitational glue. In short, Guan Yi drove from dawn to dusk, with darkness looming. There's no hotel, no shop, and I only saw Chongjio. No other people suddenly appeared after that. Did I fail to meet the trigger conditions? Or did I not reach the trigger location? Guan Yi fired a cannon at an abandoned building, using the metal bullet to rip a large hole in the door. If she was careful, she could easily drive through without scratching the paint. Hey, that's exactly what she's capable of. Guan Yi happily started the car and drove straight in, not caring what kind of store it was, or whether there was any broken glass at the entrance. What was there to be afraid of? Juxia's tires had been upgraded several times, and were incredibly sturdy. Forget ordinary broken glass. Even if she encountered someone throwing broken nails on the ground, she dared to drive over it without a shred of fear. That's quite interesting. Guan Yi drove into the store, and was pleased with the size. While it was a bit cluttered, having parking was a nice touch. Every store has its security doors down. Not a single one is open for business. Is it because everyone's closed for the night, or do the owners know something and do it on purpose? The manta ray had just flipped over and was in horizontal flight, so Guan Yi dared to get out of the car and stroll around without needing a leash. Or perhaps this was intentionally created by that evil force, resulting in such a uniform scene. I don't see any copying or pasting involved, but if closing the doors and windows is a detail, then they're incredibly careless. Guan Yi paced the shop like a street stalker. It was a clothing store, with numerous shelves and piles of clothes hanging. She casually browsed through some, intending to buy anything for free if she found something suitable. Of course, this is just my guess. I better look for 2 days first. In even a large city, driving for 2 days should reveal that obvious thoroughfare. Guan Yi wasn't terribly nervous. She had 15 days more than the others, so she could spend some time verifying her hypothesis before troubleshooting each problem one by one. As long as she remained calm, she wouldn't fall into the enemy's trap. Mi Qingrui and Zhou had both been to the Golden City before, but because they couldn't find the Golden Avenue, they were forced to become NPCs with preset personalities. This meant that even though the route's features were obvious, it was still difficult to find for some reason. Guan Yi figured it was either a trick to hide it, or a trap to keep people going in circles. After all, the manta ray's cartilage changes direction, and just like its flipping motion, there's no pattern yet. Yes, the manta ray's flipping timing is regular, but its motion isn't. It doesn't rotate clockwise or counterclockwise, but rather changes its position at will, moving however it pleases. Guan Yi had originally planned to find a pattern, and then find shelter in a building before it flipped over, but the manta ray's spontaneous nature dissuaded him from that idea. It seemed there was no shortcut to completing the game. Guan Yi sighed, searched all the shops, and then carried a large pile of clothes to the car. It wasn't that she liked the style of the clothes, but rather that the material was incredibly sturdy. When tied together, they could act as a cushion and a net. Guan Yi didn't have much gravity glue, and the glue on Juxia's tires was expected to expire in 2 hours. She needed to make some preparations in advance. Towing rope, clothing cushioning, netting. That should be enough. Guan Yi had the car stuck in a narrow spot covered by the clothes, and she used the surrounding area to secure Juxia. This way, unless a 360-degree roll occurred, the car wouldn't move much. Of course, even if a 360-degree roll occurred, Guan Yi could ensure the safety of herself and the car. Rolling takes time, it doesn't just flip around instantly, so the cushioning she had provided was sufficient. As long as we don't find the Golden Avenue, we have to repeat this hassle every day. Guan Yi didn't feel tired, just plain bored. The thought of having to dismantle everything before leaving the house the next day made her vision darken even more. Let's forget about that. Let's think about any dangers at night. Of course, it's best if there aren't any. This is the Golden City, what dangers could there be? Even so, Guan Yi still had some doubts. She ate dinner early. The seafood feast at noon was delicious, but it wasn't filling. Then she took a short nap and waited for 10 p.m. 10 p.m. arrived, but nothing happened. Guan Yi was puzzled. She wondered if it might be a trick, but she was also overthinking it. So she quietly approached the car window and peered through the glass. Then, Guan Yi saw that the lights inside the store had suddenly turned brightly, and outside the car, a large group of people stood, pointing and talking at her car. Most of them looked puzzled, but only a middle-aged woman looked furious. Guan Yi, oh no! That person, could it be the owner? Thinking of what she had just done in the shop, Guan Yi instinctively winced. But she couldn't blame herself. Who could predict that an abandoned shop would be restored? Wasn't this a joke? Compensation was impossible, Guan Yi thought righteously. She checked before, and there was no one there. She hadn't intentionally wandered into someone else's shop to destroy anything. However, hiding wasn't an option. The woman looked like she was about to bang on the door. Guan Yi knew she had to get out and deal with this problem quickly, otherwise Yuxiao would suffer more than just paint chipping. Alright, let me see what they're up to, Guan Yi said, taking a deep breath, and with a cold expression, she pushed open the car door and walked out. Hello, I'm Guan Yi, a bounty hunter. Guan Yi looked around, his face devoid of any guilt. I'm pursuing a wanted criminal across space. Has anyone seen him? Guan Yi, I'm also very familiar with this practice of shifting the blame and calling a cat a dog. Chapter 164. Guan Yi's words stunned everyone present. They looked at each other hesitantly. Clearly this development was beyond their expectations. You said you were a bounty hunter, are you? Since it was his own shop that was vandalized, the owner stepped forward. We didn't see anyone else, but you ruined my clothes. Guan Yi showed her his bounty hunter badge, then glanced around. That's bad. Brownie is a very vicious fugitive. Do you know Brownie Cake? Every time he commits a crime, he burns the scene black, just like a brownie cake, hence his nickname. Everyone was stunned by Guan Yi's intimidation, completely unaware that she was speaking in all seriousness. They glanced nervously, fearing that a vicious wanted criminal would suddenly appear from around the corner. Guan Yi maintained a stoic expression as she inspected the car. Of course, the car wasn't damaged at all, she'd just done all the work, bit by bit. She was putting on this cautious facade just to impress others. Anyway, her presence here was Brownie's fault, or the store's, but not hers. If they wanted compensation, they should go after the brutal wanted criminal, not her, a bounty hunter. That must be his ability. Guan Yi untied the rope she tied, squatted in front of the car, and said, I'm going to continue hunting him. If we catch him, he compensate for the damage here. With that, Guan Yi stood up, glanced back at the people in the store, and pulled her shotgun from her equipment drawer. Please clear the way. I can't let such a vicious wanted criminal roam free. You don't want to be held hostage the moment you open the door when you return home, do you? The bounty hunter badge proved Guan Yi's identity. Though most people had never seen one. She had also fabricated a vicious wanted criminal to scare the store owner and the others, promising compensation upon his capture. Combined with a firearm in hand, this was enough to get most ordinary people out of the way. The store owner was skeptical about the existence of a wanted criminal, but Guan Yi had a gun. Wanted criminals could be fake, but that thing was real. If he didn't cooperate, who knew if she would shoot? Furthermore, Guan Yi and her car had appeared out of nowhere, which seemed impossible to explain. The store owner had to console himself by chalking it up to the mysterious nature of bounty hunters, and the strange things that happened were not uncommon. It's actually quite unusual. That was a living bounty hunter. Today's experience would give her enough to talk about for 3 years. Thinking of this, the shop owner no longer felt frustrated. She began to diligently help remove the clothes next to the car, and then move the shelves blocking the door, so that Guan Yi could drive the car out smoothly. She had already thought about using this as a gimmick to attract a wave of customers into the store. With more people, there would definitely be people who wanted to buy clothes, who knew they would specifically ask for the ones that the bounty hunter had touched. Guan Yi persisted until she drove the car out of the store, then breathed a sigh of relief. She knew her nonsense had only given everyone a superficial excuse. The key factor was still the sword of truth. But it was still good. At least she had achieved her goal. Come to think of it, is this the danger of the night? Guan Yi rubbed her stiff face, finding it unlikely. After all, her decision to enter the store, to avoid the dangers of the night, was a spur-of-the-moment decision. The game system couldn't have even taken that into account. If not, then what could it be? It can't be this suddenly prosperous city, right? Abandoned shops were now open for business, and other abandoned buildings were also lighting up. The streets were brightly lit, and groups of people chatted, enjoying the beauty of the nightlife. The scene before her seemed like a perfectly ordinary world, where hard-working people, unwilling to call it a day, opted to go out for a drink, a stroll, and a late-night snack. It's past 10 p.m. now, and considering modern urban living habits, it's still early for bedtime. Could it be a robber or something else? Guan Yi was baffled, but she didn't dare get out of the car. She still remembered the saying, night is dangerous, the car is safe. Even if the streets were brightly lit and filled with tourists, if ruins could suddenly become prosperous, how could prosperity not turn back to ruins the moment she got out of the car? Getting out of the car at the store just now was necessary, but not now. Guan Yi decided to wait and see. After all, everything would be back to normal by midnight. She had great patience and could wait. Time ticked by, and Guan Yi sat in the car until 11 o'clock. No danger occurred, and no new discoveries were made. If she hadn't been so patient, she would have gotten out long ago. After all, the fried chicken across the street smelled delicious. And it's strange. It's 11 o'clock, and the ray hasn't turned over again. Is it asleep? If it sleeps at night, I won't have to drive into the building tomorrow to hide. Guan Yi boredly opened the chat channel, seeing she was the only one on a server capable of accommodating 1 million people. She particularly missed the lively and bustling times of the past. Even if it was all meaningless chatter, at least she wasn't lonely. Before, with the chat channel, Guan Yi could still feel alive even without saying a word, knowing she wasn't fighting alone. But now, even with the bustling streets, she still felt deserted, completely disconnected. Being a stranger in a foreign land, this is what it feels like. Guan Yi sighed, closing the empty chat channel. She suspected someone might enter the Golden City tomorrow. Before then, she had to find as many clues as possible and share them with others. The more people there were, the greater the chance of finding the Golden Avenue. At times like this, it was crucial to unite all possible forces. Want to call someone? Guan Yi hesitated. As time passed, she grew increasingly uneasy. The sixth sense radar that had accompanied her since childhood began to emit an uneasy sound after an initial lull. There's something wrong here, Guan Yi's sixth sense told her, and it's a serious one. It didn't sound earlier because it was engulfed by a strange force, and now, finally, it's broken free. Of course, her sixth sense couldn't speak, and she wouldn't explain much to Guan Yi, but after all, she possessed it for over 20 years, and her brain automatically sorted out some things to tell her. It was magical and illogical, but there are such magical and illogical things in the world. Okay, did I miss something? Guan Yi suppressed her restless heart and turned to look at the clothing store far away. Of course, she couldn't park in front of it, she had to at least maintain some semblance of truth about her nonsense, so she drove a short distance ahead before stopping. No, it doesn't look like the clothing store. There shouldn't be any problems there. Guan Yi surveyed the surroundings, from buildings to people, then from people to the road, still seeing nothing wrong. However, the restlessness she felt, far from subsiding, only intensified. Strange, what on earth is this? Wait! Guan Yi's gaze froze. She had just stumbled upon a large billboard in a shopping mall, broadcasting the progress of this year's trial event. The area shown on the screen was the Golden Avenue, exactly matching Chongzhou's description. Guan Yi had seen this billboard before, but it was showing advertisements for the mall, so she hadn't noticed this clue. A city that comes alive at night, and a hint of the Golden City. Seriously, why did I only just discover this? Guan Yi stopped wasting time. She had already wasted enough. That last hour of inaction had been a waste of life. The Golden City in the daytime was a ruin, and the Golden Avenue was probably also buried and altered by the dust of history, making it difficult to discern. At night, Golden City had returned to its original state, and the manta rays had stopped turning. The Golden Avenue was still carrying out the celebration, making it much easier for her to find it. Guan Yi opened the navigation system, and a brand new map appeared before her. Unlike the fragmented sections during the day, the Golden City was now connected. Golden Avenue. Got it! Guan Yi searched for her target, and quickly found it. It was in the suburbs, quite far from where she was. Even at night, it would take at least 50 minutes to get there. Turn the car around and quickly hit the night road. She wondered if this bustling scene would last through the night, or if it would only last for 2 short hours. But this clue isn't that hard to find. Could Mi Qingrui and Zhou could have missed it completely? Guan Yi pondered as he drove. Even if they didn't find it on the first day, there would be plenty of opportunities in the following nights. It's impossible to miss it completely. So, was it because they had too little time after the discovery? Guan Yi pondered it over, and it seemed that this was the only possibility. In that case, Mi Qingrui's earlier words made sense. Beware of the traps in the Golden City. Daytime's futility, night's truth. In previous worlds, the period between 10 p.m. and midnight was always dangerous. Thus, players learned early on that during this time, hiding in cars or hotels was the only way to stay safe. The more worlds one experiences, the stronger this ingrained becomes. It's hard to break free from fixed mindsets, especially when these mindsets are woven with the blood and lives of other players. Even Guan Yi herself, hadn't she spent a long time worrying about the unknown dangers of the night? And even now, driving towards the Golden Avenue, she still hadn't gotten out of the car. Let's go check the situation first. Whether it goes smoothly or not, we have to call for help tomorrow. Guan Yi made up her mind, stepped on the accelerator, and pushed the car to the limit. It didn't matter if she was photographed. It was already after get-off work, anyway. Even if the police handled it quickly, it would be tomorrow. But tomorrow would be a ruin again, with no one alive. Who would come to issue a ticket? This is a good cycle, Guan Yi thought, and drove onto the freeway where there were almost no other cars. Guan Yi had pushed the car to the limit many times in other worlds. She was very familiar with controlling the car at this speed, and she would never lose control of the steering wheel, drift, or skid. If she could maintain this speed, she could cut the travel time in half and reach the Golden Avenue on the map around 11:35. A full 20 minutes less than the estimated time of 11:55. This time difference was enough for Guan Yi to do a lot. Chapter 165. The city at night is both bustling and silent. Which it is depends entirely on one's location. Guan Yi's location was quiet. On the busy thoroughfare during the day, there were few other cars. She didn't care if the security cameras were working. Since no one was trying to stop her, she simply floored the accelerator, experiencing the feeling of flying. Sooner or later, I'm going to equip my car with wings so I can travel in a straight line. Guan Yi muttered, glancing at the navigation system on the car's large screen. According to the instructions, she only needed to leave the main road at the next exit, turn right, and drive another 300 meters to reach Golden Avenue. There are still 28 minutes until midnight. I'm still in time. Guan Yi drifted into a corner and turned right. From her vantage point, she could already see the broad main road ahead. The navigation system said Golden Avenue, and she felt certain it was the right place. An ancient-style building. A bit like a temple. Look at those vine-wrapped pillars, the tall steps, and the statues. Is this Atlantis Greek or? Guan Yi raced along, observing the buildings she could already see. Changjiu said the buildings near Golden Avenue were all ancient, and according to her, not just those on Golden Avenue, but also those nearby. Never mind. Whatever style you like, as long as it's not mine, it's fine. Otherwise, if it becomes too ingrained in me, I feel guilty destroying it. As she spoke, Guan Yi slowed down slightly and steered Zhuxia onto the Golden Avenue. Instantly, a golden light shone from the lane, as if Guan Yi had activated something, bringing the entire road to life. Suddenly, several cars appeared around her. Though separated by the bodies of the cars, Guan Yi could still see the faces of the drivers. Each one was a young man wearing the same uniform. The last batch of trial takers. Guan Yi gripped the steering wheel tightly, unsure if she was witnessing an illusion or a resurgence, like the one she had seen before. She didn't dare approach them rashly, nor did she dare drive so fast. Guan Yi didn't want to cause a chain reaction in this place. But that doesn't seem right. Changjiu said they would start from the Golden Avenue, circle the city, and then follow the route to the surrounding towns. Once they finished, they would circle the city again, finally returning to the Golden Avenue and proceeding to the temple at the end for the ceremony. Guan Yi peered through the windshield at the building at the end of the road. The temple. A temple that fit her stereotype. Against the backdrop of the radiant Golden Avenue, the temple shone without a trace of light. It was like a silent giant, crouching on the high platform at the end of the Golden Avenue, overlooking its followers and the common people. Will reaching that point mean we passed the level? Guan Yi was a little skeptical. Victory seemed to come too easily, but the path was already laid out before her, within her grasp. She had no reason to give up. Even if the result was failure, she had to try. Success would be best. If not, at least she had eliminated one possibility. Guan Yi, attention latecomers. I discovered the Golden Avenue. The city comes alive at night, and you can find the Golden Avenue on the navigation system. The Golden Avenue is a wide, golden avenue with a temple at its end. I'm heading to the temple, but I'm not sure if I'm on the right track. If successful, I leave and won't be able to update this entry. If unsuccessful and I'm dead, I won't be able to update this entry. If unsuccessful and I'm still alive, I update this message. Guan Yi left a message on the chat channel, and then followed the convoy toward the temple. The Golden Avenue was wide, but there were also many trialists' cars. They were driving at a steady speed of about 60 miles per hour, and there were few gaps between cars, making it difficult to speed up or cut in. 11:47, 13 minutes until midnight. Guan Yi followed the convoy to the base of the temple. The teenagers didn't get out of their cars, and neither did she, pretending to be part of the group. In Changjiu's timeline, she had just emerged from the Golden Avenue and was circling the city. But these people had already completed the circumnavigation, returned to the Golden Avenue, and arrived at the base of the temple. All they needed was the final ritual. Guan Yi was already lost in time. She wasn't sure whether to trust Changjiu's time, the time of these strange teenagers, or perhaps neither. At 11:50, the teenagers disembarked, and Guan Yi followed suit. Fortunately, not all of them were wearing uniforms. Some, like her, were in casual clothes, making her less out of place. According to Changjiu, those who chose not to wear uniforms were likely trialists seeking to challenge the difficulty level. They were confident in their abilities, and preferred to view the trial as a challenge rather than a boring ritual. Not all teenagers enjoyed this coming-of-age trial. A significant number found it boring and dangerous, but due to legal constraints, they reluctantly participated. Guan Yi tried to leave her car and walk forward, hoping to get closer to the temple. But as soon as she moved more than 5 steps from her car, all the teenagers around her turned to look at her. The teenagers' faces were filled with surprise. Those who were closer gathered together, whispering, as if wondering why this person was breaking the rules and leaving their car to cut in line at this time. Okay, Guan Yi wasn't sure what they were whispering about, but her sixth sense told her that continuing this way would lead to undesirable consequences. Since that was the case, Guan Yi had no choice but to squat and pretend to pick something up from the ground. Then she raised her hand and waved it at the others, indicating that she wasn't ignorant of the rules, but had left her car to pick it up because something had fallen over there. As Guan Yi moved, the gazes fixed on her vanished. The young men returned to their seats, their heads half raised as they gazed at the temple perched high on the steps, as if waiting for something. It's almost midnight. Guan Yi felt a sense of apprehension. Like Cinderella, she saw midnight as a curse. The trial takers might finally see the temple open, but she, on the other hand, might have to face an abandoned city and the lurking rays that could turn against her at any moment. Amidst this anxiety, Guan Yi welcomed midnight. The world suddenly darkened. The glittering Golden Avenue vanished, the mysterious and majestic temple vanished, and so did the young men, in uniform or not. What appeared before Guan Yi was the abandoned city she had seen during the day. A desolate scene stretched across the landscape. Strangely, she wasn't in the Golden Avenue she'd been on, but a rather ordinary neighborhood dotted with small shops. Just because the time is different, even the location has changed. Guan Yi looked around and realized she had never been to this place before. Even worse, she had gotten out of the car like the other teenagers to avoid looking out of place. So I was being too clever. The car is safe, no lie. The key is to stay in it, or else you end up like me, having to rely on your own 2 feet to get through this level. Guan Yi sighed, and without caring if the ground was dirty, she plopped down. The danger at midnight had passed, and there were no monsters to be seen. She could even lie down for a while, not to mention sitting. The real question was, what was she supposed to do next? There's not a single other car in this damn place. Well, even if there were, I couldn't drive. After all, I only have 1 car. Driving anything else would mean I changed vehicles, which would be against the rules. Walking wasn't a problem. Guan Yi wasn't an expert hiker, but she'd been walking ever since she learned. It might be tiring, but it wasn't impossible. But then, how am I supposed to get through those broken passages? Guan Yi lay on her back, gazing at the starless and moonless night sky, realizing she'd fallen into a misunderstanding. If the city still revives tonight, I can catch a ride to the Golden Avenue. The road isn't damaged then. Then, I can go early and reach the temple before those trialists. I won't be stuck on the road, waiting with them until midnight. The more Guan Yi thought about it, the more she felt this plan was feasible. Although the supplies in her car were gone, her gear was still there, as was her DLC backpack. To prevent similar mishaps, she packed up her belongings daily, keeping anything she needed in the field in her backpack, including her battered wallet filled with road coins. 5,631 road coins, more than enough for taxi fares and a late-night snack. Guan Yi counted her remaining possessions, feeling thankful for her good habit of dividing her money. Her backpack still contained all the gravity glue she found, which, if she used it for herself, would last her for a long time. Rest, and see what tomorrow brings. Guan Yi said this, getting up from the ground and finding a nearby building with relatively easy-to-break windows and doors to crawl into. She found a narrow spot inside to lie down, fearing the ray might flip over again during the night and throw her out. A silent night passed, and the next morning arrived quickly. The milk Guan Yi had ordered appeared, along with the 7 o'clock asphalt news. The milk was still the same, but the newsletter looked noticeably different. It's all gibberish, except for the countdown. I can't make sense of a single word. Is this because after entering the Golden City, the evil forces won't allow the Highway Mileage Association to exert any further power? Guan Yi felt her suspicions were largely accurate. It seemed the Highway Mileage Association was too busy to help her for the time being. I have all the information I need. They can't reveal what I don't know. So let's go and see what's going on. Since she didn't have a car and couldn't leave the area, Guan Yi simply wandered around, searching for the Golden Avenue, which had a very small chance of appearing here, and for Zhuxia, which could spawn anywhere. Objectively, wanting to leave was one thing, but subjectively, she didn't want to either. What if, by 10 p.m., this place had become the Golden Avenue again? Wouldn't leaving now be a waste of time? Even if there wasn't a Golden Avenue, returning Zhuxia to her would be fine. Guan Yi felt her request wasn't unreasonable. Besides, she had to check the situation tonight before she could start calling for help. After all, there was a time limit for people to come. Calling them in when she was confused was a waste of time. Of course, it would be best to trigger a few more side quests similar to Changjiu during the day and get a few more invitation lists. Guan Yi has a hunch that this prop will become an important condition for ending this absurd game. Chapter 166. The Golden City was deserted during the day. Guan Yi strolled along the streets, seemingly the only living thing in the world. A creature accustomed to social life would be alarmed by this, but Guan Yi didn't care. She was used to it. She was adept at soliloquy and self-soothing. Talking to myself, at least I won't encounter those quirky thinkers who might start a fight with me, right? Guan Yi glanced down at her phone. There were no messages on the chat channel yet. This wasn't surprising. Perhaps the main force hadn't arrived yet. But the gray channel had also gone silent, which was a bit strange. A wanted criminal wouldn't just disappear just because she arrived in the Golden City. We have to wait. One day without any news could be considered a rare calm, but 2 or 3 days in a row means something's wrong. Either the channel is down, or I've been blocked by the entire world. Guan Yi curled his lips, thinking it was quite possible. Preventing everyone from communicating clearly indicated someone was causing trouble. Oh, not really a person, perhaps a god was at work. 3 streets, no familiar buildings, no familiar roads. My phone navigation works, but I can't find Zhuxia's location. It feels like we're separated into 2 dimensions. Maybe that's true. The Golden City during the day is completely different from the Golden City at night. Guan Yi paid close attention yesterday and didn't see any manta rays. The city looked like a normal city, not a floating city. That's the change after the evil force invaded. Guan Yi stroked his chin. Who knows? Maybe this manta ray is the true form of the evil force. Something that hadn't existed before now appeared after the invasion. With such a huge difference, even a kindergarten kid playing Spot the Difference would be able to spot it immediately, right? Although Guan Yi thought it was highly likely, it was still just a guess. She had no definitive proof. Guan Yi continued walking, her thoughts swirling. She dotted the sole of her right shoe with gravity glue. As long as she mastered her walking technique, even on the sloped road, she wouldn't slide down with gravity. Should I just go straight for the manta ray's head and give it a good thrashing with my yo-yo? Why go around in circles? Why look for the final path? I just take out the boss. Guan Yi grew increasingly annoyed as she walked on the sloping road. The high and low steps were too difficult to navigate, but if she tried to walk sideways like a crab, her efficiency would plummet, becoming increasingly frustrating. She felt a surge of frustration, and she had the idea of, this garbage world is doomed to fail. Might as well just destroy it now. That said, life must go on. Guan Yi could only suppress her impatience and continue walking on the ground, which tilted almost 40 degrees. Guan Yi's only joy now was finding and opening supply boxes. Unfortunately, there were very few supplies, and nothing good was found. After all, she hadn't opened the second invitation list, nor had she encountered any new NPCs. Time slipped by, and soon it was evening again. With the lesson learned yesterday in mind, Guan Yi entered the mall-like building early this time. She found the abandoned restroom, and hid in a cubicle that looked relatively clean. As the time on her phone jumped from 8 hours 59 minutes and 59 seconds to 10 o'clock, the dark bathroom suddenly lit up. Fortunately, Guan Yi had been prepared, closing her eyes a dozen seconds beforehand and shielding them with her palms to prevent the sudden bright light from irritating them. After her eyes adjusted to the light, Guan Yi opened the stall door, left the mall bathroom, and quickly blended into the crowd of night shoppers. Hey, there's signal. Guan Yi had long been able to use her phone to locate Zhuxia, but with no signal during the day, she couldn't find anything. Now that the city had recovered, so too had the signal. Or rather, she had returned to another dimension where Zhuxia was. The car isn't on Golden Avenue, and neither am I. There's 30 kilometers between me and the car, and 24 kilometers between the car and Golden Avenue. I understand. No wonder Mi Qingrui and Zhou couldn't find the road. Besides being confused by the difference between night and day, the random location changes each day are also a problem. First, the city only has 2 hours to recover. Initially, people, conditioned by the inertia of previous worlds, were hesitant to explore at night, thus missing the Golden Avenue's appearance. Secondly, by the time people realized the problem, it was usually 1 or 2 days later. Even for someone like Guan Yi who realized it that same day, it was already too late to rush over. Once one joined the convoy of trialists, one lost the opportunity for free movement, and any unconventional behavior would be observed. Guan Yi chose to follow the crowd, thus relieving the pressure of this scrutiny. Her sixth sense was warning her that continuing to act on her own would have dire consequences. If a fight really came to a head, Guan Yi felt she wouldn't necessarily lose. After all, the trial participants were all children, and their goal was simply a solitary journey. While they might encounter minor troubles they might not normally notice, they wouldn't face any real danger. This meant that children's vehicles wouldn't have heavy weapons, or even light weapons. Guan Yi, on the other hand, was the one who installed the vehicle-mounted guided energy cannon on Zhuxia. Thus, Guan Yi suspected the danger might lie either spiritually or illegally. She could handle the former, but the latter would be difficult to handle. After all, whether it was this world's primordial gods or that unknown, alien evil force, they had to contend within the constraints of rules. Otherwise, Mi Qingrui and Zhou wouldn't exist, nor would they tolerate an adventurer like Guan Yi roaming around for so long, and now, he had to go head-to-head with them. Even they didn't dare to break the rules, so they could only exploit loopholes. Guan Yi didn't dare to challenge them, so she chose to wait and see how things unfolded before making any decisions. It's certainly impossible to go against the crowd, but if you follow the NPCs, you have to get out of the car and spend the day separated from your car. Just like Guan Yi is experiencing right now. She needs to find her car at night, so she can use it during the day and travel to more places, rather than being trapped in a specific area, unable to explore more of the map. There must be a connection between the maps. Guan Yi pondered as she walked to the intersection to hail a taxi. Even the so-called random refresh is programmed and has a pattern to it. But that requires a massive amount of data to crack this pattern. Otherwise, players will just have to accept the inevitable random refresh between day and night. Going to Lanqi Avenue, thank you. A taxi stopped in front of Guan Yi. She opened the door and got in, first announcing Zhuxia's location, then closed her eyes and pretended not to chat. The different distribution of the city during the day and at night meant that people couldn't just arrive at Golden Avenue early and wait for night to arrive. And there was a convoy of trialists at night. Guan Yi had arrived at Golden Avenue very late yesterday. She couldn't be sure when the convoy's activity started, nor how much time was left for the players. In short, it wasn't a full 2 hours. Time was running out. Guan Yi sighed softly, her fingers unconsciously rubbing the seat. Seeing through the trap, time was short, the location was random. Mi Qingrui and Zhou were fighting alone, so losing seemed normal. After all, this rubbish place hadn't allowed any other players to appear yet. Guan Yi felt it wasn't that her compatriots were slow, but that they had fallen into the enemy's trap again. There might have been only one golden city in the past, but now, it was hard to say. Please, your local gods, please help me. Send me some support. Otherwise, if this continues, Earth will sink. As one side gains strength, the other loses strength, and the enemy will only grow stronger. Guan Yi was lost in thought when she felt the car brake suddenly. If she hadn't been wearing her seatbelt, she would have been thrown headfirst into the windshield. What's going on? Guan Yi opened her eyes, sat up straight, and looked ahead warily. Then she saw car after car pulling out from the sideways road, ignoring the current traffic light, and swaggering in the other direction. These cars, are they unattended? Guan Yi was shocked. The driver shook his head, a tone of resignation in his voice. It's those trialists. They have the right of way when they go around the city, ignoring traffic lights. But you still have to be careful. I almost hit one, Guan Yi said, and patted his forehead. I've been working so much lately that I lost track. It's already this late. The driver, as expected, didn't catch the problem and felt a bit sympathetic towards Guan Yi. I see. I saw you fall asleep in the car just now, and I knew. Well, making money isn't easy. Yeah, life isn't easy for ordinary people. Guan Yi agreed. This is their last lap, right? I wonder if we can make it to Golden Avenue now to see the ceremony. It's probably okay. The ceremony doesn't start until 11:45. If you leave from your destination, you should be able to make it in time. The driver answered, revealing the information Guan Yi wanted to know. Very good. Players have 1 hour and 45 minutes, but it's best to avoid these city tour convoys along the way. Otherwise, due to the rules, they might be caught up in one and forced to circle the city with them. As Guan Yi thought this, the taxi started up again. This time, there were no more obstacles on the road, and Guan Yi was safely transported to the road where Xuxiao was. After paying the fare, Guan Yi stood on the sidewalk, repositioned Xuxiao, and found her near a small alley. Okay, I got a car. Although it's still too late to rush over, I have to go anyway. This time, I stay farther away to see how far away the person who can control people's movements is, and gather some more information. With this thought in mind, Guan Yi drove towards the Golden Avenue again. This time, she stopped on a side road, avoiding being swept up in the convoy heading towards the temple. Perhaps due to the change in position and perspective, as the trial participants collectively saluted the temple, Guan Yi, sitting in the car, saw something different. Last time, she witnessed the temple's majesty and mystery. This time, Guan Yi saw that the passageway surrounding the temple seemed to be collapsing. Chapter 167. Road collapse is not a good thing, no matter the world. It means blocked roads, casualties, and financial troubles. Especially in a place like this, a road collapse means players can't reach the temple. Without access to the temple, they naturally can't reach the final exit, not to mention the weaknesses of the evil forces that are integrated with that road. This is trouble, Guan Yi muttered. It didn't collapse yesterday, so why is it starting today? Should I find an opportunity to fly over before too much collapse occurs? The idea is good, but the execution is difficult. First, they can't drive onto the main road of the Golden Avenue, as that would directly influence them and make them join the ritual. Guan Yi had already tried this route yesterday, and it didn't work. Second, there are various buildings near the temple, and Guan Yi's car hasn't evolved enough to drive along the walls all the way to the top of the building. It might seem that the only path in front of the temple is the Golden Avenue, with 3 other paths to choose from, to the left, right, and back. But in reality, there are no choices at all. Strictly speaking, this Golden Avenue is actually an upward mountain path, albeit one that's much smoother and wider than most. The hundreds of steps in front of the temple are the final path to the summit, where the temple sits, with a bottomless cliff behind it. There are paths to the left and right, with buildings on them, but they're extremely narrow. The widest part is barely wide enough for 2 people to pass each other. And that's if they keep their bodies slightly apart. At the narrowest part, only one person can barely fit through. It's just like those ancient cities. Guan Yi came to the conclusion after personally observing them. Even the roads are similar. I don't know who came up with this idea, but whether it's a real ancient city or a man-made one, they all have those bumpy stone roads. Even thin shoes hurt, let alone dragging a suitcase. Of course, you can't drive into a place like this. There's no time limit for climbing the buildings because they're all too low. Even if Guan Yi built a dirt ramp on the roof, there's no suitable place to run up. So, the only way to truly attack the temple is the Golden Avenue. But a large section of the road has collapsed. Although it's stopped now, it will definitely continue to collapse tomorrow. This is a provocation to the players. Look, what have you found the final path? You can't get through, because the road leading there will begin to slowly collapse from now on. Once more people enter, it will completely collapse. And you have a limited time to find this side first. TSK. Guan Yi smacked her lips in disgust. She hated this kind of unfairness. If her initial goal was simply to save herself and get home. Now, Guan Yi hoped the gods here would lend a hand and quickly eliminate this evil force, so as to stop causing further trouble for everyone. As for herself, she would of course offer a small token of her own gratitude for this outcome, perhaps by calling for help. According to Wang Zi's information, Ko Xia has already contacted the main force. I just need to summon her, and she'd be able to summon others based on the current situation. Guan Yi took out the invitation list and looked over it again, unsure whether to use it now, wait until tomorrow, or... She had a thought. She'd been walking around all day, her fatigue level hadn't risen above 2, so staying up all night was perfectly fine. It's already this late. Those stat-enhancing items and special effects should be eaten. We can't expect to bring them back to the modern world. Guan Yi looked down at the time on her phone. There were still 35 minutes until midnight, giving her time to make some arrangements. Place a few coordinate dummies, plenty, along the way. I want to see if it's because the Golden Avenue is unique and can't be marked, or if it's simply because daytime tracking isn't possible. She was ready to call for help, even if it wasn't to clear the level, but to spread the word about the Golden City. Since the chat channel couldn't be relied upon, she could only hope that the others would return to the safe service area when the time came. Of course, resolving the problem would be best, and Guan Yi wouldn't necessarily sacrifice herself to save others. But if that didn't work, she was ready to unleash all her might and bomb the temple first. Alright, 20 dummies are placed. These 2 areas are almost clear. Guan Yi checked the time. With 2 minutes left until midnight, she immediately got in the car, refusing to get out. Soon, as midnight approached, the surrounding scenery shifted, the ruined city came back online, and Guan Yi was transported again. The good news, she was with the car, confirming her own suspicions. The scene only shifted people, not objects not in contact with them. The bad news, she still couldn't track the dummy's coordinates. That's annoying, isn't it? Guan Yi sighed, then pulled out her invitation list and a long bite pen. While recalling the other person's appearance, she carefully wrote down the first name. Ko Xia. Elsewhere, Ko Xia was completing her mission at the desert camp. She was talking to her companions when she suddenly paused, arousing their curiosity. Ko Xia, what's wrong? The companion, a little nervous, drew his weapon and looked around warily. Are those things here? No. Ko Xia regained consciousness, her expression serious. Guan Yi invited me to Golden City. Hurry and gather everyone. I only have 10 minutes. Yes. Without further questioning, the companions rushed to the emergency call button on the wall, announcing Ko Xia's call to the entire camp. A minute later, everyone had arrived. They gathered in the camp and listened as Ko Xia described the invitation in detail. Dear Miss Ko Xia, your dear friend Guan Yi extends a sincere invitation to you in Golden City. We hope to join you in the next 48 hours to enjoy the city's delicious food and beautiful scenery. After the 48-hour tour is over, we will transport you to the nearest service area. Don't worry about your safety. If you agree to go, please say loudly, I accept the invitation, before the timer expires. If you do not wish to go, please say loudly, I decline the invitation, before the timer expires. Timer, 9 hours 59 minutes and 59 seconds, countdown, we will await your decision. This is the entire content of the invitation that appeared before me. Ko Xia reported the current situation and added, Guan Yi is the girl I met on the novice server. Her information has been reported previously. I personally believe this is true. Perhaps she has found a way to take me away from this world, or perhaps she's in trouble and needs my help. They were a collective. Even in this twisted, solitary world, they remained a collective. It was precisely because of this conviction that they overcame countless obstacles and used unique means to stitch their worlds together. The power of an individual is finite, but the power of a collective is infinite. While the difficulty of joining together worlds increased, the resources would also be more abundant. They consolidated the resources and delivered them to ordinary people in need through the trading channel. Although the sheer volume of resources seemed to drop in the bucket, they persevered, adhering to the principle of saving every last person. As they conquered world after world, their gathering grew, and so did the information, intelligence, and supplies they received. For example, Guan Yi's initial intelligence came from Ko Xia. Later, due to her performance across various servers, her data gradually became more complete, and her importance grew. Even if Guan Yi hadn't contacted Ko Xia, they would have been close to contacting her. However, the Golden City was different from other worlds. Breaking through the barriers was much more difficult, so the progress bar was still ticking, which allowed the invitation to arrive first. Under the urgency of the countdown, everyone present engaged in a highly productive discussion, ultimately deciding that Ko Xia should take the highest level supply pack and accept the invitation to the Golden City to obtain more crucial information. In fact, they had been trying to contact Guan Yi since they were able to connect the worlds, but for some reason, their attempts were always unsuccessful. Even those on her server could only trade with her, unable to communicate any other information. Whether adding friends, leaving notes, or even smuggling illicit goods into the trade, they tried every possible method, but all ended in failure. It was as if some mysterious force had separated them from Guan Yi, rendering her untouchable. Now it seemed this was their only chance to break the ice, and if so, they couldn't miss it. So, fully armed, Ko Xia sat in the car and, in front of everyone present, shouted the 5 words, "I accept the invitation." Then, a flash of white light, and before everyone's eyes, Ko Xia vanished. One moment, Ko Xia was among her companions. The next, she and her car were before Guan Yi. Guan Yi raised her hand, waving it like a beckoning cat. "Good evening, Miss Ko," descended from the sky, "and welcome to this desolate, abandoned Golden City." After that, she got out of the car and hugged Ko Xia, who had also gotten out. Her previously unresolved feelings finally calmed down. "Time is running out. We catch up later. First, let me tell you what happened." Guan Yi took Ko Xia's hand and unloaded everything she had encountered, including intelligence, patterns, NPC assistance, and her own theories. In fact, Guan Yi hesitated about sharing her theories, fearing they would affect Ko Xia's analysis and judgment. But if she didn't, she worried about missing something. After all, people tend to skip over things they take for granted, subconsciously assuming they already understood everything. Ko Xia remained mostly silent throughout Guan Yi's recounting, only interjecting a few key questions when Guan Yi paused for breath. 30 minutes later, Guan Yi finally finished recounting her experiences over the past 2 days, then looked at Ko Xia expectantly. "I heard from Wang Zi that you found the organization. So, you probably know someone who can solve this dilemma, right?" After saying this, Guan Yi shook the invitation list, then handed it to Ko Xia, along with a pen in her hand. "We can still get 19 more people. Let's decide quickly. Who should we call next?" Chapter 168. After learning the requirements for the recruitment, Ko Xia made a quick decision. They needed information experts and professional investigators. "Let's start by calling in 4 people, 1 intelligence analyst, 2 investigators, and 1 person with a special liaison title. What do you think?" Ko Xia sought Guan Yi's opinion, explaining their specialties and uses. Just as Guan Yi had roles as a traveling merchant, a member of the Highway Mileage Association, and a bounty hunter, these individuals also had their own impressive resumes. Guan Yi had no objection. Her initial reason for recruiting was that she couldn't handle the situation herself. Since someone else could, she naturally agreed. Then, 4 more cars appeared on the road in front of her. Their drivers possessed a different aura than most. It was a reassuring aura. Guan Yi felt strong, but upon seeing them, her eyes suddenly warmed. It only took a few seconds, and Guan Yi quickly calmed down. The most urgent task was to resolve the Golden Avenue issue. Reminiscing and sharing could wait until they got home. This time, Ko Xia was in charge of the narration, while Guan Yi sat quietly by the side, drinking water. It had been ages since she'd spoken so much in a row, and her throat was burning. She was eager to rest when someone offered to explain things for her. Don't forget, 4 people were summoned at once this time, and there were 15 more to come. The mere thought of explaining things to each one was enough to drive Guan Yi crazy. Ko Xia had already assumed temporary command before arriving. Considering the personnel summoned could only stay for 48 hours, she didn't want to waste any time. The same was true for the others. They all departed immediately after receiving their missions, without even a moment to greet Guan Yi. Guan Yi waited until Ko Xia was free before asking, "What else can I do?" Ko Xia handed her a palm-sized box. "This is a locator we developed. We can contact you even in other worlds. Take it, and see if it's useful when the Golden City appears." The box was welded shut, so Guan Yi couldn't tell from the outside. But since Ko Xia had said so, she put it in her DLC backpack and carried it with her. Since the backpack had the function of 20+ in, Guan Yi could fit as many things as she wanted, as long as she could fit them one by one, without any hassle when taking things out. "Why don't you sell this? If it's available on the trading channel, I'd definitely buy one." Guan Yi already knew that the other party couldn't contact her, and thought it was the evil forces behind the scenes. Ko Xia shared the same idea, as if they were deliberately isolating talented players. It wasn't just Guan Yi, the chief, The chiefs of other worlds were equally inaccessible. Therefore, Ko Xiao and the others kept a low profile, striving for quiet prosperity and not daring to strive for any rank or attention. This item can't be sold through the trading channel. It can only be traded face to face. Ko Xiao explained, this is a product craftsmen have modified from local blueprints. It's not entirely from this world, so it can't be circulated through the system. In other words, this item is a secondary creation, an official peripheral made by players, so the system doesn't allow it to be circulated through official channels, but it can't control its actual function. Amazing, Guan Yi exclaimed sincerely. I was saying, out of 1 million people, how could I be the only one with the best skills? It turns out everyone's hiding their abilities. That puts my mind at ease. With her doubts resolved, Guan Yi set off. Equipped with the tools provided by the data analyst, she continued exploring the map and adding to the database's sample library. The night passed quietly in a busy state. When the morning of a new day arrived, Guan Yi received the new day's asphalt express at the makeshift camp. My special identity, Guan Yi explained to Ko Xiao and the others, then opened the envelope. Ever since entering the Golden City, the content has been garbled. I guess it's the result of a game between two parties. Yeah, I guessed right. Most of the newsletter displayed before Guan Yi was still garbled. Only a small portion of the products in today's recommendations displayed correctly. Today's recommendations name unrecognizable limited. ## equals 1 point. We won. Guan Yi pinched her fingers and gestured. It's only a small win, but it's still good news. Then, she began frantically tapping at the single item. Buy. Buy as much as she could. She buy everything. It's just points, right? Here you go, all of them. There's no point keeping them anyway. Guan Yi's hand left a shadow as she tapped the link. If it weren't for the fact that only she could tap, she would have called everyone else in. Because the limited edition number was garbled, Guan Yi wasn't sure what the upper limit was. She tapped for the full 10 minutes, even using all 10 fingers. By the time the message disappeared, her hands were cramped. I don't know how much I bought, or whether I have enough points. It doesn't matter if I don't. They just deduct from my assets. It doesn't matter. I have money. Guan Yi remembered the reminder about the consequences of reaching negative points, but she didn't care. It was just highway coins, just her stored supplies. She just wanted to get home. I hope that unidentified item is useful. Although Guan Yi said this, she still had great trust in the Highway Mileage Association. Last time, when things went wrong, they just sent her a bunch of free stuff. Now, at this critical juncture of life and death, they couldn't just put drinking water and ham pancakes into merchandise they fought so hard for. We have highway coins here too. I can transfer them all to you. Ko Xiao comforted Guan Yi and thoughtfully massaged her hands. There are no supplies to buy here. Highway coins are just space for us. Giving them to you would actually make them more useful. Guan Yi didn't refuse. At this critical moment, it was all about maximizing profits. This wasn't the time to worry about personal gains and losses. This was at stake in whether everyone could destroy this place and return to the real world. She wouldn't hesitate, not even if she was asked to transfer all her belongings to someone else, let alone transfer money. The news flash has disappeared. Next up is Squirrel Express. I wonder if they can make it here. Guan Yi hadn't finished her words when she heard the familiar sound of a motorcycle engine. It didn't sound like a single motorcycle, but rather like a convoy approaching her. The noise attracted everyone present. They turned warily and saw a massive convoy of motorcycles appearing on the road to their right and rear. All the motorcycles were identical, and the drivers' uniforms were identical. They pulled up near Guan Yi and immediately removed their helmets. 21 nearly identical squirrel couriers appeared before the crowd, each holding a box. This delivery is from the Highway Mileage Association, addressed to Guan Yi. The leading squirrel courier smiled at Guan Yi, his large teeth gleaming coldly in the air. How strange, Guan Yi thought. How did I just notice that these squirrel couriers' teeth aren't yellow? They look even whiter than mine. Thank you. Although her thoughts drifted away, Guan Yi's instinct to thank them remained. She then returned to her thoughts and looked at the long convoy. Are all these mine? The squirrel couriers nodded. Yes, you bought a lot, ma'am, so we had to send a convoy. By the way, do you mind sharing the same area with non-human species? Guan Yi raised an eyebrow. This was quite interesting. Except for the time when she bought the motorcycle, no matter how many items she had, they had always been delivered by a single squirrel courier. And this time, they actually mobilized an entire fleet. Although she bought a lot, judging by how cramped her fingers had been earlier, there was no way it could be just 21 items. Guan Yi pondered, quickly answering the squirrel courier's question. Of course I don't mind. My compatriots, and I don't approve of racial discrimination. The squirrel courier captain's furry face broke into an exaggerated smile. That's great. The Golden City these days isn't a place you can just come and go as you please. Even we have a bit of a hard time, but since the customer has ordered something, we have to deliver it. It's a mission, an irresistible mission. Guan Yi's eyes lit up, understanding what he meant. Are you saying you can't leave for the time being? The squirrel captain nodded. It's a shame, isn't it? Fortunately, the higher-ups have considered this issue. Our couriers. It stretched out its hand and drew a large circle in the air behind it, enclosing all the squirrel couriers. Finally, we got our leave approved. God knows how long it took us to apply. I almost forgot about it. Ahem. Anyway, after delivering this order, we stay here for a while as a vacation, waiting for the summoner at headquarters to activate before returning. That stuff needs to warm up for 5 days, which is quite troublesome, isn't it? After saying this, the squirrel courier captain winked at Guan Yi. Don't worry, we brought enough food. It won't take up your reserve quota. This is also issued by the higher-ups. I suspect they're frantically canvassing for votes because of the upcoming leadership change. Anyway, I hope we can get along well over the next 5 days. Oh, local aid! Guan Yi and Ko Xia exchanged a glance, seeing excitement in each other's eyes. They weren't fighting alone. Local forces had finally freed up to support them. First, the Highway Mileage Association painstakingly created a unique product link, then Squirrel Courier dispatched a team of couriers with great fanfare. So what's next? Will new local support arrive in Golden City? Will it? It definitely will. Guan Yi felt her heart pounding, an indescribable feeling surging from her tailbone to the top of her head, causing the hairs on her body to stand on end. That's it, that's it. On the third day in Golden City, Guan Yi finally smelled the scent of the final battle. Chapter 169. The Squirrel Courier brought 21 boxes, but they contained more than just 21 items. For example, there was a whole stack of invitation lists, plus many other props with different effects. Guan Yi's hands were cramped from tapping on the links. She couldn't remember how many times she had tapped, but the Highway Mileage Association had remembered them all, and sent them to her without missing a thing. What? It's just one link. So why are there so many different items? Of course, it's because it's a blind box. To celebrate the Highway Mileage Association's 531st year, 5 months, and 3 days anniversary, they're giving members a blind box worth 1 point. Buy it and you're in luck. As for what's in the blind box, don't worry. The Highway Mileage Association has always been wealthy, and they won't treat their members badly. Didn't you see last time? Even a bug gave members free compensation, let alone now. Guan Yi. I say it again, the Highway Mileage Association, what a generous person. I was worried we weren't enough people, and 24 hours wouldn't be enough. Now, we can get more people over. Ko Xia was even more excited than Guan Yi. Ever since arriving in this shabby place, she'd been plagued by a fear of insufficient firepower. It was like being transported back to the days of poverty, when even the smallest nail had to be planned. Now, Ko Xia felt like she was finally back on track. If she'd been dancing in shackles before, now, those damn shackles were finally broken. So, Ko Xia began to call for people with her companions. It didn't matter if she couldn't remember everyone, she could always get them over, one by one. And because the list was long enough, she summoned not only her companions but also professionals she had met along the way, recognized by her, and who could be helpful in the current situation. After arriving in batches, people were briefed on the current situation and then assigned their duties, exploring the route, preparing weapons, laying out the layout, and compiling intelligence, all in preparation for after 10 a.m. Guan Yi was also busy. This time, she wasn't needed for the scouting. She sat at a table with the squirrel couriers, researching a new prop to see if she could get more help. Commercial performance invitation introduction. People always love to hold various celebrations, and these always require some exciting performances. Great performances require outstanding artists, but not everyone knows outstanding artists. Use this invitation form to fill in the name of an artist or group you know, and the invitation will be automatically sent. We guarantee that the invitation will never be intercepted by outsiders, and will be delivered directly to the recipient. No one can stop the commercial performance invitation letter. No one. Note, we only guarantee accurate delivery. Whether the artist agrees to the invitation depends on whether the remuneration you offer is compelling. But rest assured, as long as the artist agrees, their agency cannot refuse. You pay, the artist performs, and under the rules, no one can stop them. Number of slots occupied, 1. Wait, 1. Guan Yi turned the invitation over and over. She was sure she had to write Mi Qingrui's name on it, but she was curious about who would deliver it, since the squirrel courier had clearly stated that he couldn't leave the area for the time being. Currently, the Golden City is in a state of inaccessibility, except for summoned players. Even if Guan Yi were to send a courier, they wouldn't be able to deliver anything. Don't worry, it arrived in a flash. Captain Squirrel shook his beard and deftly brushed aside a fist-sized pine nut. It's like the 7 o'clock Asphalt Express. It's semi-physical, with special operating rules, so we don't need to deliver it. Reassured, Guan Yi immediately wrote Mi Qingrui's name on the invitation, then closed it, and watched it vanish from his hand. Wow, this is amazing! Guan Yi sighed. She was confident that Mi Qingrui wouldn't reject her because of the salary. As for the constant touring requirement, it was no match for the invitation. Once Mi Qingrui arrives, we have another helper. I don't believe this shabby place is invincible. It's just a matter of entering the temple. As long as they can find the place at night, Guan Yi is sure Ko Xia and the others will find a way in. Build a makeshift bridge, launch a zipline, a glider, a flying machine, or even just use a cannon to fling her across. Guan Yi felt incredibly strong now. As long as she could get through, she wouldn't be picky about the method. Just as Guan Yi had imagined, 3 minutes later, Mi Qingrui appeared with her Nani van, in the clearing the squirrel couriers had tacitly left. Today, Mi Qingrui had dyed her hair the color of sunset. Her face was paler than the last time they met, even her lips were pale, a paleness evident. Guan Yi's heart sank, and he immediately thought of what she said to him earlier. This must have been the price for violating the rules. He wondered what had happened, and how much Mi Qingrui had endured. Don't worry, I'm fine. As if she could read Guan Yi's thoughts, Mi Qingrui smiled brightly. Even her pale face couldn't conceal her vibrant energy. Just a few minor issues. Once I get back home and get some sleep, they'd be fine. Mi Qingrui patted Guan Yi's hand soothingly and looked around with a hint of nostalgia. It's been ages since I've been here. It looks even shabbier. Other cities get better and better with time, but this shabby place is getting worse and worse. Mi Qingrui's face was filled with undisguised disdain, but it only lasted a few seconds before she looked away. Time was running out, and she had more things to do. Commercial performances are fine, and concerts are fine too, but I like a bigger audience. If no one comes, won't you lose money? Guan Yi blinked. What should I do? This is my first time hosting such a grand performance, and I don't have enough connections. Mi Qingrui knew Guan Yi understood her meaning. I know a radio host who might be able to help with the announcement. I'm not bragging, but I've been touring for so long, and I still have quite a few fans. I think many people would be interested in coming to my concert. Yes, that's right. Guan Yi acted like a little fangirl. I managed to see your concert twice while traveling. Now that it's being held in Golden City, there's sure to be even more people willing to come. Then I contact her. Mi Qingrui took out her phone, dialed the number right in front of Guan Yi, and started the call. Hello, is that Joku? It's me. Yes, that's right, Golden City. Okay, I leave the promotion to you. Yes, the time is tonight, starting at 10 o'clock sharp, on Golden Avenue. Joku on the other end agreed without hesitation. After the call ended, Guan Yi suddenly had a flash of inspiration and immediately ran to Zuxili to turn on the car's large screen. Sure enough, she found the frequency of a new radio station. Then, she tuned into the channel and heard a brilliant commercial from Joku. Her words were humorous, her pace was appropriate, and her introduction was fluent, not at all like a last-minute commission. She might have been preparing for this for a long time, Guan Yi thought. Perhaps she had been preparing these lines since the day Joku was forced to stay in this world and become the radio channel host. There might be many versions of the lines, and Joku would choose the most suitable one to broadcast based on the situation. Just like now, even Guan Yi, the organizer, was moved by it, let alone Mi Qingrui's fans. Guan Yi's notes. Well, when I first attended Mi Qingrui's concert, I saw quite a few players from the same server also attending. Although everyone could see each other, but couldn't touch, it was indeed the beginnings of a fusion. Thinking about it now, the concept of plane fusion must have existed since then, which is why Ko Xia's companions possess such skills. Perhaps they noticed this back then, and developed in this direction. Guan Yi thought for a few seconds, then let it go. Since she had already forged her own path, there was no need to envy others. The advertisement had already been put up, and the next step was to set up the stage. This was simple, I could prepare it now, store it in storage, and then display it once I reached the Golden Avenue. Her compatriots were quite skilled at infrastructure, so setting up a makeshift stage was easy, especially since it didn't require all hands-on-deck construction. They had a workshop to back them up, so they could just build whatever they wanted. Even without blueprints, they could find something similar. If all else failed, they could always create something else. That talented person had already been summoned and was communicating with Michingrue, presumably preparing for the evening. The makeshift camp was now like a construction site, everyone busy with their own tasks. Even more interestingly, Joka's promotional announcement specifically emphasized the arrival early policy, so soon after the announcement, people began arriving. These included both NPCs and players. The announcement acted like a self-contained screening mechanism, bringing more useful people to the makeshift camp. These people, in turn, brought more props and supplies. When they used their props, special effects brought in yet another group of people. It was like 1 begets 2, 2 begets 3, 3 begets all things. It was also like a single spark can start a prairie fire. Everyone who arrived here was directed to watch the current information video first. Yes, the new guide's voice couldn't hold up anymore, so they simply recorded a video and played it for each newcomer. Afterwards, they would tacitly mobilize all their connections and use every tool at their disposal, simply to attract more people to this place. Crack. A soft sound echoed in Guanyi's mind. She looked up and sensed something shattering in the void. Chapter 170. At first, Guanyi didn't know what it was. But soon, the scenery changed. It was as if a painter appeared from the void, adding color to the gray sky and buildings bit by bit. And not just the painter, but a landscaper seemed to have arrived as well, trees appearing out of thin air, and then falling onto the road in an orderly pattern. The trees and the flowers were the same, except that they all appeared gray at first. But after the painter's brush touched them, everything changed. The city came alive. So, the golden city of the day and the golden city of the night have merged? Guanyi looked at the city, which was becoming increasingly vibrant, and felt that things were indeed moving in a positive direction. That snap just now was the sound of a barrier being broken. Guanyi didn't know how to describe it. She felt like a prisoner thrown into a time maze, dragging her chains alone through the loop of time, searching for an exit. But it seemed as if the moment she wrote down her name and summoned her first helper, the trajectory of her destiny began to change. Koxia arrived, as did her companions, Sonshu Express, Michingrue, and although Joka hadn't arrived, she was also contributing in her own area. Then more NPCs arrived, and so did the players who could come. The numbers kept growing. Guanyi had assumed everyone would help explore the map first, but they actually destroyed the barrier? I see. No wonder they have 1 person per plane, and can't meet outside of service areas. So that's what they're trying to prevent. Guanyi gradually figured out the key. They first let everyone get used to 1 person per plane, and assumed that was just how the world worked. In reality, this was exactly what the evil forces feared. He fears crowds, afraid of outsiders gathering together. The more people there are, the weaker his power becomes. That's why the Highway Mileage Association sent so many blank invitation lists. Now that there are more people, his power is gradually weakening. The broken barriers will bring more people, and more people will weaken his power even further. What a positive cycle. No wonder, no wonder. No wonder Michingrue is holding a concert, and Joku is calling for more people. Presumably, after becoming NPCs, they're also trying to find a way out. Even if they lose their chance, they leverage the momentum of this new wave of outsiders to fulfill their wish of destroying the evil forces. Guanyi doesn't mind being exploited. She wishes the fire would grow even bigger, ideally, to burn the to death in one fell swoop, restoring all the corrupted worlds to normalcy. Alas, Guanyi can only wonder. If the evil forces had surrendered, they wouldn't have devoured so many worlds. Boom boom. The ground suddenly shook. Guanyi's first reaction was, oh no! The manta ray is flipping over. But after everyone arrived, they went to the logistics department to get some gravity glue and applied everything they needed. Thanks to the Highway Mileage Association for sending us a large amount of it, we no longer had to worry about it. But then, Guanyi felt something was wrong. The timing wasn't right, and the manta ray's flipping shouldn't have lasted this long. He started a counterattack. Guanyi shouted, everyone, be careful. Watch your surroundings. The city was collapsing. The previously invisible painters were replaced by invisible demolition crews. Whether it was the painted buildings or those that still retained their grayish-white color, they all fell apart as if a sledgehammer had shattered the load-bearing walls, like building blocks in the hands of a child. The players reacted quickly. After all, having traveled so many worlds, it was impossible for them to let their guard down just because they arrived in the Golden City. In fact, the fact that it was the Golden City made them even more cautious. But the NPCs weren't as quick to react. Although they were locals and had a natural gravity blocking effect, preventing them from being thrown off by the angle of the manta ray's flip, they were still much more bewildered than the quick-reacting players. Luckily, Ko Xia's companions were here. They reacted even faster than the average player. As soon as the manta ray began to vibrate, they spontaneously began to move the surrounding civilians, trying to gather in open areas. After all, while the buildings collapsed, the ground remained intact. No matter how rampant the evil forces, he could not violate the rules and must leave a glimmer of hope. The shaking continued. After the surrounding buildings collapsed, the temple that Guan Yi had only seen at night rose from the earth like the sun. Around her, the debris of the buildings had vanished without a trace, leaving only an immensely broad avenue. The Golden Avenue. So that's how it is. Guan Yi gripped the steering wheel tightly, his gaze fixed on the temple ahead. The Golden Avenue neither exists nor exists. Except for 2 hours at night, it's completely controlled by someone else. So it wasn't her who was relocated, but the Golden Avenue itself. Once it leaves its location, the original roads and buildings reveal their original appearance, misleading players and causing them to lose their sense of direction. How cunning! Guan Yi tooted. No wonder we can't navigate to the Golden Avenue during the day, and the coordinates are untraceable. You must have hidden it. However, the more this goes on, the more it proves you run out of tricks. One force defeats 10 skills isn't a joke. If the evil force were still at its peak, it wouldn't resort to so many tricks, and could simply continue with the rule of the temple only appears between 10 p.m. and midnight the next day. But now, with the earthquake and the Golden Avenue and the temple appearing during the day, it's clearly provoked. Come on, let's see what you're up to. Guan Yi thought so, as did the others who had come prepared. Amidst the continued earthquake, they waited for the temple to fully emerge from the ground. 10 minutes later, the shaking stopped, and the temple, once seen at night, appeared fully in sunlight for the first time. Guan Yi then realized that the temple wasn't black, but a bronze-like color. It wasn't as large as it appeared at night, just a simple, quaint house. And the culprit, who devoured the world, was hiding in this house. This should be it? Guan Yi wasn't sure, but it didn't matter. She would soon go in and investigate. That's the final path. Ko Xia had unknowingly arrived beside Guan Yi, sitting in the car as well, speaking to him through the open window. Are you going in with the vanguard? Guan Yi nodded. Of course. There's no reason to back down. She had come this far. How could she not face the boss? Furthermore, Guan Yi had a feeling that as the first player to enter the Golden City, if she didn't go to the temple, no one else might be able to get in. While she was thinking, the assault team, which had been prepared for this, assembled. Guan Yi was placed in the center. Including Guan Yi, the entire team consisted of only 7 people. Quality was more important than quantity. At this moment, something unexpected happened. The roads around the temple collapsed again, catching up to last night's pace in the blink of an eye, and still rapidly expanding. Not good. Ko Xia's expression changed. He's going to block the entire road. Bah! How shameless. Guan Yi spat. What do we do now? Charge in? Ko Xia's face was serious. This is the only way. Support team, bring your materials and props, and follow. Yes. 5 more vehicles followed Guan Yi and her team. They were part of a support team specializing in clearing mountain paths and building bridges over rivers. Their storage compartments were filled with various construction materials and tools crafted from Erchuang's blueprints, including those later delivered by the Highway Mileage Association. Everything related to construction was handled by them. Seeing the roads around the temple collapse more and more, Guan Yi and the others didn't hesitate any longer and quickly jumped into their vehicles, heading towards their destination. This was a race against time. The journey wasn't long, but it was intense. Guan Yi stepped on the accelerator to the limit, and so did the rest of the team. As she and the team prepared to depart, the others had already silently made way for them, and now, in their own way, they offered their blessings. Come on! Go! Go in! Take down that beep. Go, Guan Yi, you're our hope. It's too late. I want to go too. I don't want to stay here waiting for news. Let's go together. Let's go together. What if I can help? Don't mess around. Stay behind. No overtaking or cutting in. Everyone knows we're here thanks to Guan Yi. It doesn't matter if we can't help or get in. No one is allowed to hold us back or stab us. So many eyes are watching us. If anyone dares to do that, I'd be the first to disapprove. That's right. Those invited here aren't fools. It's obviously because we're outnumbered, so beep. is panicking. We absolutely can't start fighting among ourselves. I killed plenty of monsters, so it's okay to kill a few people taking advantage of the situation. If you don't believe me, just try it. Guan Yi had no idea the players were following the convoy, nor did she know they had tacitly formed a team with her at the head. All she could see was the temple, and the increasingly crumbling road. We can't get through this way. Switch to Plan B. The Vanguard's leader gave the order over the radio, and the Vanguard's formation began to shift. They slowed down, allowing the support team to take the lead. At this point, they were still 2,000 meters from the temple, and at least 150 meters of the road had collapsed. The support team stopped 1,500 meters from the temple. They quickly got out of the car, pulled out the props they had prepared from their backpacks, and began constructing a makeshift, upward-sloping bridge. This was the first step in Plan B, building a ramp bridge. Next, they deployed the hand-crank tornado machine, timing it perfectly to give the Vanguard a boost once they were airborne. If the Vanguard could reach the temple during this opportunity, all the better. If not, the situation would automatically switch to Plan 3. The Vanguard would use themselves as a stepping stone to carry Guan Yi to the temple. They were the most skilled drivers among the group, and their vehicles were also the most powerful. Given the rarity of engines, not all vehicles could serve as springboards. After all, a single mistake could cost the driver their life. They didn't fear sacrifice, but if the vehicle was lost, so was their hope. You have one vehicle, and only one. Please cherish it. This rule applies to everyone. If too many people die, there won't be enough vehicles, and no one will be able to reach the suspended temple. The skilled drivers can't afford to die, and neither can the vehicles. So they must race against time, focus, and execute the plan successfully in one go. Guan Yi was asked to depart last. After all, she was the one most connected to the temple, and had the best chance of entering. All she had to do was drive Zhuxia, following the path everyone had prepared for her, soaring through the void and dashing into the temple. I won't let you all down, Guan Yi thought, gripping the steering wheel tightly. Chapter 171. The road around the temple continued to collapse. The support team had built a springboard before the collapse reached it. Now, it was time to sprint. By this point, the road around the temple had collapsed for over 600 meters, almost reaching the springboard. Guan Yi and the others were on a tight schedule. They only had 3 minutes. If they exceeded the time, the newly constructed springboard would collapse along with the road. Number 1 ready. Charge. Vanguard Vehicle Number 1 drove onto the springboard. At the top, the driver activated the jet propulsion system, catapulting into the air with a long trail of smoke. As he reached the top and began his descent, the driver timed his descent with the hovering device. His vehicle would remain in midair for 5 minutes before losing its support and plummeting into the void. The driver himself would then use the grappling gun to return to land within those 5 minutes. The first person to cross the line is easiest to return because the distance is shorter. However, precisely because of this, they must not hinder the vehicles behind them, and must patiently wait until everyone has built a bridge before returning. This is a true test of one's character. So, the driver of the first car may not be the most skilled or the most courageous, but he must be the most composed and least likely to make mistakes. Beautiful. A great start. Guan Yi couldn't help but pump her fist in the car, but then she held her breath again, staring intently at the next car that had already set off. One after another, the following cars used the one in front as a springboard, extending this road built by people and cars even further. Finally, it was Guan Yi's turn. She took a deep breath. At this crucial moment, Guan Yi calmed down. She stepped on the accelerator and sped Zhuxia toward the ramp, executing each step methodically. Step onto the ramp. Drive to the end of the ramp. Jump, landing securely on the roof of the first car, activate the propulsion system. The car suddenly accelerated, using the propulsion force to launch toward the next car. The car in front adopted an arc-shaped retention posture, with the rearward car lowering, but not too low, to ensure that the final position was above the level of the temple. This was difficult and demanding of the driver's skills. Luckily, they succeeded, and the final baton of the team competition was passed to Guan Yi. Go! 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 Guan Yi roared, flooring the accelerator. She activated all of Zhuxia's propulsion systems, not just the stickers, but also the small card Mi Qingruo had gifted her, which she activated as she leaped over the penultimate car. Honk for freedom. Accompanied by Mi Qingruo's singing, Guan Yi piloted Zhuxia through the final void, landing steadily in the open space before the temple. I did it! I really did it! Guan Yi's voice trembled slightly. She quickly wiped the sweat from her palms on her pants, then unbuckled her seatbelt and got out. She untied the 4 steel cables hanging from the back of the car and resecured them to the ground. The anchoring device was a 1-ton pile, made using modified blueprints and called useless iron pillars, which came in handy at this very moment. The cable's loop was looped over the still unrecovered iron pillar. After a minute, the pillar returned to its original size and weight, and the cable was naturally secured, preventing it from falling off. This was part of the plan. Once the cable was secure, it would become a chain bridge, allowing the others to cross. Guan Yi waited for the pillar to return to its original shape, tugged on the cable again, and after confirming its stability, he unleashed his particle gun and fired 5 shots into the sky. This was the agreed-upon signal. Anyone watching from the other side would know that Operation Iron Lock had succeeded. Next, Guan Yi went all out and drove towards the temple steps. Zhu Xiao's engine was still the Winta #1, with the Climber 2000 plugged into the main slot, which had built-in off-road and climbing capabilities. The steps before them were merely a mere appetizer for Zhu Xiao's capabilities. The reality was just as it was. Zhu Xiao climbed with ease, and Guan Yi, sitting in the cab, felt only a slight jolt, no other discomfort. Guan Yi was constantly on guard against the evil forces' continued mischief, but perhaps the road collapse had already exhausted their remaining strength. Even when Guan Yi reached the temple gates, they made no further moves. Has the donkey in the valley of Qian run out of tricks? Guan Yi remained vigilant. I don't believe it. Better to be cautious. Let's launch a wave of crystal bombardments. Then, Guan Yi pressed the attack button. A wave of water crystals first lowered the temperature of the temple's outer walls. After clearing the current crystals, she replaced them with gold crystals and circled around the temple. She wasn't sure where the load-bearing parts were, but a few more rounds would be enough. After the bombardment, Guan Yi began to load up with fire crystals. Incendiary explosive bombs whizzed towards the temple, turning the area around it into a sea of fire, even without any combustible material. While Guan Yi launched an all-out assault on the temple, the pilots, suspended in midair, used their grappling hooks to propel themselves back to the ramp one by one, using their vehicles as a medium. The ramp had already begun to collapse, but as Guan Yi launched a third round of barrage at the temple, the collapse suddenly stopped. He has no more strength left. Ko Xia said this, using a telescope to look at the situation at the temple. Even without the telescope, she could see the clashing artillery fire. Guan Yi's commotion was so loud that even from hundreds of meters away, she could clearly see what was happening. But with the telescope, she could see more clearly. Ko Xia focused her attention on Guan Yi's vehicle, ensuring she was safe. For now, the situation was fine. Guan Yi was the one launching the barrage, while the temple remained silent amid the fire. It was unclear whether the evil forces were exhausted or harboring some sinister plot. At this moment, Ko Xia and Guan Yi were united in their thinking. They agreed that they should quickly construct a bridge using steel cables, move vehicles and weapons over, and unleash a barrage of fire on the temple. Ko Xia was organizing his men and accelerating the operation. Mi Qingrui was also busy, constantly using her singing to buff everyone. The other NPCs and ordinary players knew they would be the last to cross the bridge, so they didn't cut in line. Instead, they began to search through their supplies, taking out anything they could or might need, and sending it to the logistics department for distribution according to need. Guan Yi shot away all the gold, fire, and water crystals. After waiting for the smoke from the artillery fire to dissipate, she looked at the battle-damaged Wind Temple before her with satisfaction. 3 walls showed signs of being breached, and the main gate had been directly shattered in a corner, revealing a gap that was only wide enough for humans to enter. The car can't get in. I guess I have to go in and take a look myself. Guan Yi could have waited for the larger group behind, but her sixth sense told her it was best to go in on her own. To strike while he's weak is to take advantage. Hesitation will only lead to defeat. This feeling, Guan Yi summarized as she walked inside. It's a bit like I stunned him. He's in a state of paralysis, unable to react for now. So I have to be quick and inflict damage while I can. The temple wasn't as dark as Guan Yi had expected, but she felt it might be better if it were darker. She could use her headlights to illuminate the area, but now the faint blue and green fluorescent colors made her feel like she had entered a cheap haunted house. The temple itself was a single-storied building, approximately 300 square meters. There was no other dimension inside. Guan Yi entered, only a dark and silent corridor. At the end of the corridor, a light that felt cheap to her. Is that the core location? A portal or something? Theoretically, you could walk through it and get home. But I come this far, wouldn't it be unreasonable not to kill you? What if he is playing some kind of game, releasing those who reach the end, then sucking them back in a few months later? Wouldn't that be endless? So, it's better to kill he and restore all worlds to their original state. This will put an end to this once and for all. Due to the space constraints, the corridor wasn't very long, and Guan Yi ran through it. In just half a minute, she arrived at the largest room. Guan Yi expected to encounter a bizarre-looking boss, weapon pointed at her. Then, they engaged in a conversation of threats and taunts, seduction and mockery, and after that, the final battle would begin. According to RPG tropes, the boss would resurrect after being defeated, leaving Guan Yi, the protagonist, without a chance to recover health or mana. Of course, given the current developments, a bond would undoubtedly emerge, allowing allies to join the fight and complete the true final stand. Alas, this imagined scenario didn't materialize. Instead of a bizarre-looking boss, Guan Yi simply saw a pool of water tinged between fluorescent green and blue. The surface of the water churned, bubbling constantly, as if a raging fire was simmering beneath. What's this? Guan Yi, puzzled, fired 3 rounds into the pool, but like throwing a stone into the sea, there was no reaction except for the gurgling sound and splashing water. Are physical attacks ineffective? Guan Yi took out her fire axe and struck the water a few times, but still no noticeable reaction. She had the same reaction to ordinary water as she would to this one. Then I can only try a mental attack. Guan Yi took out her yo-yo, fastened the string around her wrist, and without needing to aim, the pool was so big, she simply threw it out. This time, there was a reaction. The water swayed a few times, as if lifted by someone. Guan Yi, seeing this was a possibility, immediately became alert. She fired the yo-yo at the water's surface 18 times in a row, sending the water swaying like a roller coaster. The blue-green fluorescent water swayed constantly, gradually forming waves. Is it coming? Guan Yi's sixth sense radar began to sound an alarm, and the perception she had been emitting since entering the temple also detected something. The waves in the pool gathered toward the center, and in the blink of an eye, a small tornado formed. The wind was a whirlwind, swirling with 7 or 8 different colors, crackling and flashing like lightning. The tornado, brimming with malice and pressure, surged toward Guan Yi. Her breath hitched, as if the air around her had been swept away, making it impossible to breathe. Guan Yi held her breath and calmly swung her yo-yo at the tornado. However, the moves that had worked just now were now like a drop in the ocean, unable to stir a single ripple. My basic attacks are no good, but thankfully I practiced my ultimate. Guan Yi managed to crack a joke at the crucial moment. She followed the yo-yo's instructions and unleashed a beautiful combo. However, it had little effect. The tornado shifted direction, leaving the colored areas to absorb the damage. Guan Yi seemed to hear a whine. She didn't know if it was an illusion, but she felt the colors fade a little, and the tornado itself grew larger. This isn't right. Guan Yi frowned and paused her attack. Her sixth sense radar sounded off again. While there wasn't a specific target, it seemed connected to her previous attack. Could those colors be the consciousnesses of other worlds devoured by this creature? Recalling the information that evil forces gain strength and strengthen themselves by devouring other worlds, Guan Yi had a vague suspicion that her previous attack had been lured by the evil force and landed on the consciousnesses of other worlds. So it wasn't an illusion. Guan Yi stared at the seemingly unchanged tornado, convinced that it wasn't an illusion. However, if that was the case, it would be difficult to separate these intertwined consciousnesses. I can sense a little bit, but it's spinning too fast. Guan Yi shook her head and looked back at where she had come from. She realized that, since some point, the entire corridor had been filled with tornadoes. Though those tornadoes lacked any other color, all gray and seemingly ordinary, there were so many of them that even if Ko Xia and the others arrived at the temple entrance now, it would take them quite some time to rush in. After all, tornadoes are mental attacks, and few possess mental weapons. Looks like we can't wait for reinforcements. Guan Yi clenched the yo-yo in her hand and feinted at the tornadoes. Seeing it turn the more colorful area towards her, she knew her suspicion was correct. If your perception isn't enough, then use your ultimate? Guan Yi closed her eyes, calmed her mind, and channeled all her senses, entering a profound world of perception that consumed her energy. Almost instantly, Guan Yi felt her perception heightened. She could now clearly distinguish tornadoes from other colors. But there was still a problem, Guan Yi thought. Her hand speed wasn't fast enough, and the yo-yo she threw still couldn't accurately hit the target she intended. The tornadoes seemed to have noticed this, and it began to attack Guan Yi recklessly, each attack becoming more and more fierce, hoping to completely tear apart this creature that had almost touched its only weakness. However, Guan Yi activated her ultimate skill of perceiving the world, and the tornado's presence became so strong that she didn't even need to see it, She could sense the opponent's trajectory and strength just by sensing it. In this situation, Guan Yi and the tornado transformed by the evil force were locked in a stalemate, a situation where you can't hit me, and I can't hit you. While the two seemed evenly matched, Guan Yi knew the odds were stacked against her. She had no idea how long the evil force could hold out, but she knew she could only hold out for 2 more minutes at most before she would have to disengage her perception of the world. This was her conclusion after numerous experiments. The total time was 3 minutes, and 1 minute had already been consumed. Furthermore, after disengaging, Guan Yi would be in a state of weakness for a long time, not physically, but mentally. By then, not even the initial perception she had developed would be gone, leaving her vulnerable to attack. Unless Ko Xiao and the others attacked in time, she would likely die. Damn it! It was so close again! Guan Yi retracted her yo-yo, feigning a fearful and powerless air. Her words were clenched, and she spoke with a sense of impotence and fury. Then, as the tornado retreated once more, she secretly added the last attribute point she saved to perception. Guan Yi could increase her agility, but 1 point of agility would likely be useless. The opponent might also have a trick up their sleeve, deliberately creating the illusion that they were just a hair's breadth away from a hit. She didn't want to fall for this trick. Since that was the case, she might as well increase her perception to its maximum. Even if 10 points of perception made her less human or landed her in more trouble, as long as she could defeat the tornado, that evil force, Guan Yi felt it was worth it. If she could kill the opponent directly, that would be best. If she couldn't, she would definitely drag him down with her, Guan Yi thought coldly. There was no reason why she could die while the culprit was still alive. Right? After increasing her perception to 10, Guan Yi suddenly felt a sense of enlightenment. Although her body was still within the temple, her mind seemed to have left this world and traveled to a place that resembled the universe. Here, Guan Yi finally saw the true form of the evil force. It wasn't a tornado, nor were it the tentacles, eyeballs, and other strange shapes she had imagined. The evil force was a mass of dark matter, like a black hole. Within this mass, entwined were threads of 7 colors: yellow, red, white, green, blue, purple, and pink. The yellow, blue, and pink were the thickest, while the other 4 colors varied in their fineness. The white thread, in particular, was almost as thick as a hair at both ends, with only a small section in the middle, as thick as a knuckle, remaining. Guan Yi only needed to take a glance to understand what they were. The colors represented the world being devoured, and the nearly disappearing white thread indicated that it had been almost completely digested by the evil force, and would soon vanish. The yellow thread represented the original world, the world Guan Yi inhabited. Pink represents Miqingrui's world. Blue represents Earth, a planet not yet completely devoured and still capable of fighting. At this moment, Guan Yi, representing the power of Earth, transformed her yo-yo into a whirlwind, grimly preparing to deliver a powerful blow to the evil force. At this level, she no longer needed to use her yo-yo for ultimate attacks. Relying solely on her perception, Guan Yi could directly join the fray and deliver a powerful blow to the black hole matter. 1, 2, 3. Guan Yi delivered 3 consecutive blows to the black hole matter yo-yo, then seized the moment, the string loosened and forcibly ripped it free from the black hole matter. Time was short, and Guan Yi only managed to tear off 2 ropes, 1 blue and 1 yellow. The former represented her Earth, the latter her native world. Without these 2 ropes, or rather, power, the black hole matter instantly withered. Guan Yi could sense its power rapidly draining, even faster than she had anticipated. Clearly, the god of the native world had caught a break and joined the counterattack. The ensuing battle was much simpler. Combat in the perceptual world was simple and unpretentious, without elaborate moves or the spectacle of flying artillery shells. Guan Yi was an exception. She was more familiar with physical combat. After the native god joined the fray, under his guidance, Guan Yi quickly became familiar with the perceptual world's combat methods, which were simpler but more practical. 2 against 1, and as more and more ropes were torn from the black hole matter, Guan Yi's combat power grew. While the ropes were forced to entangle themselves within the black hole's mass, they were unable to exert any real power. Only the yellow native gods, for some reason, managed to put up a fight, but they were gradually losing ground. Once torn from the black hole's mass, they regained their autonomy. Regardless of whether they possessed independent consciousness, like the native gods and Guan Yi, they all instinctively began to attack the enemy that posed the greatest threat to them. Guan Yi didn't know how long it took, perhaps a minute, a year, or even a century. Regardless, after her perception reached 10 points, she no longer needed to maintain this state. It could be extended indefinitely. In short, under the siege, The black hole's mass gradually withered and shrank, until, like a true black hole, it collapsed once more, becoming a completely harmless entity. Guan Yi couldn't sense his power or his presence, and when she did, the scene before her changed. The light distorted, the form compressed. Even Guan Yi, now still dizzy, felt as if she would vomit at any moment. And then she did. With a wow, Guan Yi squatted on the ground, vomiting violently. Her mind was hazy. She could vaguely sense someone patting her back, offering her water, and anxiously asking questions, but she paid them no attention, only vomiting strange things. They were dark, chaotically shaped things, impossible to discern, yet they evoked subconscious disgust and fear. When Guan Yi finally stopped vomiting, looking at the things she had vomited, she belatedly thought of a question. With her perception point at 10, could she really leave this world? Just as Guan Yi was thinking this, she heard a squeak. The sound of brakes suddenly braked, and then, squatting on the ground, Guan Yi saw a pair of uniformed legs appear before her. Guan Yi slowly looked up, seeing a familiar uniform, a familiar helmet, and those familiar large ears. It was the Squirrel Courier. Recipient, Guan Yi, from the Highway Mileage Association. The Squirrel Courier took off his helmet and smiled brightly at Guan Yi. You won the photography competition. Here's your prize, Ms. Guan. Guan Yi blinked. So, was this the chance the association had given her? Chapter 172. Honestly, Guan Yi had completely forgotten about the photography contest, especially after the time adjustment, when she had put it down to the wind. Now, suddenly, a prize had been presented to her. Guan Yi found it quite miraculous. She had previously heard that the judges had different tastes, so the prize was assumed to be predetermined, and she would at most receive a participation award. Bad news, the prize was indeed predetermined. Good news, it was predetermined for her. Is this the Highway Mileage Association's backup plan? Guan Yi thought, a way out for every promising prospect. As long as the prospect participated in an event that delayed the award, there would be a time to use the prize. The more Guan Yi thought about it, the more she felt that this was the truth. But since the evil forces had been defeated, the truth was no longer important. What mattered was whether she could return to Earth as a normal human. And Guan Yi had been so busy vomiting that she hadn't had time to assess her surroundings. Only then did she realize that she had somehow retreated to the main road outside the temple, and the temple itself had become a ruin. The surrounding road still had some collapse, but the rope bridge had been constructed. It was a bit crude due to the haste and material issues, making it difficult for cars to pass through, but it was still suitable for people. So Guan Yi was actually surrounded by many people. They arrived after she entered the temple, and were trapped in the corridor by the dense tornadoes. They had no choice but to fight them. However, the tornadoes seemed endless. As soon as they destroyed one, another was born, causing the people to move forward extremely slowly. They could only occasionally see Guan Yi through the gaps in the wind, but due to the distance, they were unable to provide any support. Fortunately, Guan Yi won. When the tornado dissipated, the temple began to crumble. Guan Yi, injured or otherwise, stood blankly by the pool, unresponsive. If the vanguard hadn't rushed in, risking their lives to carry her on their shoulders, Guan Yi wouldn't have even had the chance to vomit. Afterward, she squatted on the ground, retching profusely until she had expelled all the filth she inhaled while battling the evil. Seeing Guan Yi's improvement, the ever-nervous Ko Xia breathed a sigh of relief. After the temple collapsed, they all received a server-wide notification stating that the game was over and the teleportation channel would open in 30 minutes. All drivers were requested to prepare. This period was for the drivers to clean up. Those injured should heal quickly, those poisoned should detoxify, and those cursed should find someone to buy items to remove the curse. After all, the rules of the game state that the driver will be teleported back in their current state. If they're uninjured and have all their limbs intact, that's fine. But if they return with a disease, a virus, or a curse, that could be fatal. The increased pressure on real-world treatment won't be a big deal. The diseases and viruses, which are new to the real world, are the real deal. No one wants to be the first case of a rare disease. And then, there's the invisible, intangible curse. If they return with that thing, they're most likely dead. After all, curses are real, and those who can break them in the real world only exist in people's imaginations. What's the reward? Open it, and take a look. Ko Xia's eyes blazed with anxiety when he learned Guan Yi hadn't received the server-wide notification that teleportation will start in 30 minutes. Seeing that Guan Yi was still a little dazed, he couldn't help but urge him on. There are 25 minutes left. Hurry and check your rewards and status. I have a panacea here. Clear all negative status quickly, so we can get home. Yes, hurry up. We have to get home. Hearing Ko Xia's words, Guan Yi came to her senses. Her mind was still a little groggy, and so was her body. She couldn't stand up at all. She simply sat down on the ground, placed the box between her crossed legs, and untied the red ribbon. Inside the box was a pill. Regret pill instructions. Added the wrong attribute points? No problem. Take one pill to redistribute them. Warning, each person only has one chance to regret. Number of slots occupied, 1. Wait, 1. Guan Yi. Wow, this is truly a game world. There's actually a regret pill. Redistribute attributes? That really suits me. Guan Yi said this, and under Ko Xia's nervous gaze, she put the plain white pill into her mouth. Before she could even swallow, the pill melted in her mouth. I don't taste anything. I feel like Zhu Beiji eating a ginseng fruit. Guan Yi tried to lighten the mood, but failed. Not only did Ko Xia look serious, but even Mi Qingrui and a girl in a green dress, who had arrived later, also had serious expressions. Ko Xia, how are you? Are you feeling unwell? Mi Qingrui, you can distribute your attributes however you want, but don't exceed 9 points in any one category. Anyway, your attributes will automatically be balanced when you return, so there's no need to worry about it posing a threat to your world. Zhou, the regret pill's effect is short-lived. It's not listed in the instructions. Stop staring blankly and redistribute. Guan Yi didn't dare delay any longer. Her personal dashboard appeared before her. Her stats changed to Strength, 6. Agility, 5. Perception, 10. Remaining attribute points, 0. Guan Yi lowered her perception to 7. She added the extra 3 points, 1 to strength and 2 to agility, giving her a balanced character card with all 3 stats at 7. Then, the system's voice echoed in Guan Yi's mind. The long-overdue server-wide notification had finally arrived. Guan Yi breathed a sigh of relief, looking up and smiling at everyone who was watching her. I got the notification. I'll be back with you in 24 minutes. Ko Xia felt relieved. So did Mi Qingrui and Zhou. Unlike Earth, which had just been sucked in, their world, while free from the control of the evil forces, was also severely damaged and needed some time to recover before it could resume functioning again. Therefore, Mi Qingrui, Zhou, and the others had to remain in this world. Fortunately, the time wasn't long, and they were freed from their constraints, no longer having to live according to their personas. The next few months could be considered a vacation. Next, Guan Yi witnessed firsthand what earth-shaking change meant. This world had gods. Previously, they had been battling the forces of evil, leaving them with no energy to intervene in the distorted world. But now, things were different. With the evil gone, the gods had a moment to breathe. Even if their divine power hadn't fully recovered, they were free to deal with the distortions they had long since grown tired of. First, the Golden City revived. The gray and dilapidated buildings began to paint, and the ruins, rewound by time, were restored to their pristine state. The collapsed road reappeared, and the dazed NPCs gradually regained consciousness. Those who woke first began anxiously searching for their loved ones, while those who woke later were still somewhat dazed, standing bewildered on the street, unable to comprehend what had happened. Afterwards, with the Golden City as its center, the restored light shone towards the other worlds. The world of natural disaster stabilized, and the world of man-made disasters returned to normal. People trapped in different scenarios were freed one after another. They touched their faces and bodies in joy, and then, regardless of whether they knew each other or not, they cried and celebrated their new life. Not only the gods were busy, but also the organizations in this world. Those who colluded with the evil forces were naturally eliminated, while those who had been cooperating with outsiders and striving to save themselves were favored by the gods and received temporary buffs. Blessed by the power of the gods, the Highway Mileage Association and other organizations, large and small, who persisted in self-rescue, united and launched a general attack on the minions. The first to be destroyed was the mysterious Happy City, which Guan Yi had never been able to enter. It was a harbor of filth. Killing everyone might not punish them, but if only 90% were killed, some would inevitably slip through the net. After that, the less prominent accomplices, as well as some organizations whose practices were not particularly sound before the incident, were eliminated at this opportunity, thus paving the way for the restoration of order. This was what Zhou had told Guan Yi. Her sources of information were quite wide, and even though she was still here and keeping an eye on Guan Yi's situation, she could quickly gather a wealth of information. Guan Yi was quite impressed. After redistributing her attribute points, her negative buffs were gone. Once her stay was over, she would be teleported back to Earth along with her compatriots. After confirming that Guan Yi was alright, Ko Xiao went about her business. Ordinary people couldn't take away the supplies, items, or attribute points from this place, but as an official representative of another world, she needed to have a brief meeting with the person in charge. The main discussion was about compensation. While it wasn't the natives' fault that Earth was dragged into this mess, it was indeed the Earthlings who ended the crisis. Even if we can't take much with us, after all, this place is in a state of disrepair, we should at least make our position and attitude clear. Guan Yi didn't participate in this. She didn't understand much, nor did she want to care. Ko Xiao was in charge, and she believed the organization wouldn't treat her unfairly when she returned. Soon, the Earthlings' 30-minute detention ended. Portals appeared one after another around them. They simply exited their cars, entered, and returned to the point where they were captured. Given that Earth didn't stop functioning during this period, the lives of those not captured continued, and the gods blessed everyone, thus avoiding any unexpected dangers. For example, if someone was captured from a plane, by the time they returned, the original plane would no longer be in the air. If they simply returned to midair, they would face a fatal fall. With the god's blessing, things would be different. He would be transported to the ground below the coordinates in the sky. If he was at sea, he would be transported to another location. In short, everyone who survived would be safely transported back. As for those who died, the gods stated that they did not understand the laws of life and death and were powerless. I'm going back. Guan Yi embraced the people who came to see her off. Besides Mi Qingrui and Zhou Ke, there was also a tall woman who had just arrived. Lao Chong. Without the evil power, Lao Chong was no longer the mysterious figure with various alter egos. She had returned to her true self and had come to say goodbye to Guan Yi. Lao Chong hugged Guan Yi, then spoke with a hint of apology. I wasn't able to help you much. I was under too much restraint and scrutiny in the Golden City, otherwise I wouldn't have sent all my clones. Guan Yi didn't mind. She waved to the crowd and said, goodbye, everyone. It may sound a bit heartless, but I hope we won't see each other again. After that, Guan Yi turned and walked through the portal. Her words were sincere. Whether Mi Qingrui and the others came to Earth, or she went to their world, it wasn't a good thing. Even friends have to go their separate ways. Guan Yi felt that this was more like an offline relationship. Although they had gotten along well online, and the offline meetings were pleasant, when it came time to go home, although there was some reluctance, there wasn't any particularly strong emotional upheaval. In short, she was going home. She was going home now. Guan Yi didn't feel anything special when she passed through the portal. It was like she had simply stepped through an ordinary door, and passed from one world to another. Finally. I'm back. Guan Yi stood on the familiar road, breathing in the air of Earth. Her sudden appearance had caused a commotion. She offered no explanation or comfort, simply standing there quietly waiting. Only when the police arrived and questioned her did Guan Yi turn around and smile at them. Hello, I'm Guan Yi. I made it back alive from the highway survival game.